Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Everyone knows that Sir Arthur Conan Doyle started in life as a doctor, not a writer. But how many of us know what type of medicine he specialized in, or where his real medical offices were located? For your information, Dr. Arthur Conan Doyle opened his office at 2 Devonshire Place, near Harley Street, in 1891. He was an eye specialist. While he waited for the patients that never came, he created the unforgettable characters of Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson.
Watson, you know my method is founded upon the observation of trifles.
But the cigar, Holmes.
Once having located the tree behind which the killer stood, it was child's play to find a cigar stump where he had tossed it. The end had not been in his mouth, therefore he used a holder. The tip had been cut, not bitten off, but the cut wasn't a clean one. Hence, the penknife.
Holmes, you've drawn a net around this man from which he cannot escape. How do you do it?
Elementary, my dear Watson.
Our mystery drama, The Bascom Pool Mystery, was based on the Sherlock Holmes classic and adapted especially for the Mystery Theater by Murray Burnett. It stars Kevin McCarthy. It is sponsored in part by ARM, Allergy Relief Medicine, and Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One. It's a singular fact that we know more of Sherlock Holmes than we do of his creator, Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Of course, we all know he was a doctor and that he believed in spiritualism, but most of us are unaware that he was also a whaler, athlete, speculator, historian, dramatist, war correspondent, and ever and always the champion of the underdog, as is so well illustrated in the mystery which follows.
One morning, when my wife and I were seated at breakfast, the maid brought in a telegram. I slid it open and read it to Mary. Have you a few days to spare? Have just been wired for from the west of England in connection with Boscombe Valley tragedy. Should appreciate your coming with me. Leave Paddington by the 11:15.
Well, darling, you'll need some time, and so I shall help you pack.
Yes, I'm not at all sure that I should go. I've a fairly long list of patients.
Oh, Anne Stoller will handle those for you. I think the change will do you good. And you know how interested you are in all of Sherlock Holmes's cases.
Oh, well, I should be an ingrate if I weren't, eh? But I met you through one of them.
Now you finish your coffee while I go and get you packed.
And so, within a very few minutes, I was in a cab rattling away to Paddington Station. After paying the cabbie, I spotted the tall, gaunt figure of Holmes pacing up and down the platform. As he saw me, his face lighted up with one of his rare smiles, and he said,
Very good of you to come, Watson.
Oh, well,
It makes a considerable difference to me, having someone with me on whom I can thoroughly rely. If you'll keep the 2 corner seats, I'll get the tickets.
we had the compartment to ourselves, and a batch of newspapers Holmes had brought along with him. As we settled down for the journey, Holmes asked,
Have you heard anything about the case?
Well, I haven't seen a paper for some days.
It's just as well. The London press hasn't had very complete accounts, and that's why I brought these local papers along. I've already read through them, and I gather it's one of those simple cases which are so extremely difficult.
Well, isn't that paradoxical?
Of course, and profoundly true. Singularity is almost invariably a clue. The more commonplace a crime, the more difficult it is to bring home. In this instance, however, the police seem to have established a very serious case against the son of the murdered man.
Oh, it is a murder then, huh?
According to our old friend Lestrade, it's not only murder, but he has the guilty man under lock and key.
Oh, well, what brings you into it then?
An appeal for help from a young lady. And a feeling that All isn't as simple as it seems on the surface. I know Lestrade's theory of crime, and I shall either confirm or destroy it by means which he refuses to employ.
Refuses or is unable to?
Nonsense, my dear Watson. Anyone with eyes can use my methods. To take the first example to hand, I very clearly perceive that in your bedroom, the window is on the right-hand side.
But Holmes, you've never visited us. How on earth would you...
My dear doctor, I know the military neatness which characterizes you. You shave every morning, and in this lovely spring you shave by sunlight. But since your shaving is less and less complete as we get farther back on the left side, and it becomes positively slovenly as we get round the angle of the jaw, it's obvious that side is less illuminated than the other.
You never cease to amaze me, Holmes.
That's only an elementary example of observation and inference, my dear chap. Now I suggest that you devote your time to these newspaper accounts and see if you can reach the same conclusions as I have.
On my word, Mr. Holmes, I do believe you've got a real streak of the romantic in your makeup.
Why do you say that, Lestrade?
Oh, for wasting your time and coming all the way down here in answer to the pleas of a moonstruck maid.
It's your opinion that I'm wasting my time.
If you'll allow me to recount the facts, I think you'll agree.
Delighted. Go ahead, Lestrade.
Now, let me just use these notes to keep me on the track. Let me see now. Wait now. On Monday last, Mr. McCarthy left his farm in Atherley about 3 in the afternoon and walked down to Boscombe Pool, a distance of about a quarter of a mile. He never came back alive.
That is a fact I must concede.
You'll also have to concede that we have 2 witnesses who saw him on his way, and one of them, William Crowder, a gamekeeper in the employ of a Mr. Turner, saw McCarthy's son following him with a gun over his arm.
That was all in the papers?
Oh, there's more. A girl of 14, Patience Moran, who's the daughter of the lodgekeeper of the Boscombe Ferry estate, was in the woods near the pool picking flowers. While she was there, she saw the elder McCarthy and his son, James, in the midst of a violent quarrel. She even testifies that she saw the son raise his hand as if to strike his father. It so frightened her that she ran away and told her mother about it when she reached home.
A pity she didn't stay and see what happened.
Come now, Mr. Holmes, we're pretty sure of what happened. I mean, McCarthy died of injuries to the head inflicted by some blunt weapon which might very well have been the butt of a gun. And the son's rifle was found near the body. Mr. Holmes, you'll have to admit that many men have been hanged on far less evidence.
So they have. And many men have been wrongfully hanged.
Oh, true. But if ever circumstantial evidence pointed to a criminal, it does so here.
Circumstantial evidence is a very tricky thing, but I must confess, however, that the case looks exceedingly grave against the young man, and it's possible that he may be guilty. Come in.
You must be Mr. Sherlock Holmes. I'm Susan Turner. I want to thank you for coming, and I've driven down here to the inn to welcome you and help you in any way I can to prove that James is innocent.
Well, I sincerely hope we may clear the young man, Miss Turner. You may rely on me to do all I can.
I know that James didn't do it. I know it. And I want you to know it before you start working on the case.
My dear young lady, your loyalty to James McCarthy does you credit. But I know nothing before I complete my investigations. First, may I see your father if I call tomorrow?
I'm afraid the doctor won't allow it.
The doctor?
Yes. Father has been ailing for some years, but this has broken him down completely. Dr. Willows says that his nervous system is completely shattered.
Then your father and the elder McCarthy were close friends.
Oh, yes, indeed. Mr. McCarthy was the only man alive who had known Dad in the old days in Victoria.
At the gold mines where the papers say your father made his fortune.
That's it.
Thank you, Miss Turner.
But is that all? I've read of your other cases, and I had my carriage wait to take you to the scene.
I shall certainly want to go there at some time, Miss Turner. But the barometer holds steady.
I don't understand.
My dear young lady, you must allow me to pursue my inquiries as I think best.
Oh, I will. I know you've read the evidence in the paper. You must have discussed the case with the inspector. Do you see some flaw? Don't you think that he's innocent?
I think that is very probable.
There now, Inspector, you heard. Mr. Holmes gives me hope.
Well, now, I'm afraid, Miss Turner, that my colleague may have been a little hasty in forming his conclusions.
With a final brilliant smile of thanks, our young lady swept to the door and left.
Oh, Holmes, I'm ashamed of you. Why should you raise her hopes when you're bound to disappoint her? I'm not a sentimentalist, but I call it downright cruel.
I think, Lestrade, that I see my way to clearing James McCarthy. Have you an order to see him in prison?
Oh, well, of course.
Then we still have ample time to take a train to Hereford and see him tonight.
We can go, of course, but in my opinion, it's a waste of time. I don't know whether or not you've been informed of the remark he made when the local constable informed him that he was under arrest.
What was that?
Oh, he said, "I'm not surprised to hear it. It's no more than I deserve."
Good Lord, Holmes. That's a confession.
Not at all, Doctor. Not at all. That was later followed by a protestation of innocence.
Well, with all the other evidence, Mr. Holmes, don't you consider that a most suspicious remark?
On the contrary, Lestrade. It's the brightest aspect of the case, pointing to his innocence.
Every one of the great detectives of fiction can be compared to magicians in their love of mystification. But with Holmes, there's a large difference. Many of the others love to mystify simply for the sake of mystification, whereas Holmes refused to divulge his thoughts until he checked to be sure that there was no other possible interpretation. We'll be back shortly with Act Two. A little earlier, I mentioned that Sherlock Holmes was a champion of the underdog, and I suspect that this was an added factor in the endless popularity of A. Conan Doyle's creation. Now we have Holmes rushing off to the west of England to save a man not only suspected of murdering his father, but sitting in Hereford prison waiting to be tried for that crime.
When we entered James McCarthy's cell, I could understand Miss Susan Turner's feelings for the young man, for he was indeed handsome, with a frank, open countenance that cried out for belief. But I remembered other criminals with handsome faces and listened avidly as Holmes began to question him after we were introduced.
I understand, Mr. McCarthy, that you're an only child.
That's right.
Now, I believe you testified before the coroner's jury that you had been away from home for 3 days and returned only on the day your father was killed.
So I did.
Where were you for those 3 days?
In Bristol.
You have business there?
What's in Bristol has absolutely nothing to do with my case.
Once again,
I'll say no more about it.
Very well. Now, when you returned, did you see your father?
No. He wasn't home. I was upstairs in my room when I saw him drive his trap into the yard, get out, and walk very rapidly out of the yard.
So you saw in which direction he was going?
It's all down in the records of the coroner's jury.
I've read them. I'd still like to hear it in your words.
Very well. This is the way it was. I'll try to let you hear what I said, exactly as I said it.
And now, Mr. McCarthy, you say you weren't aware in which direction your father was going when he left the yard?
Right.
You'd been away for 3 days. Did it not occur to you to seek out your father and tell him you were back, or were you on bad terms?
We got along all right.
You don't deny quarreling with him at the pool?
No.
You must have followed him there, did you not?
I told you I had no idea where he was heading. I took my gun and set off for the rabbit warren, and the gamekeeper saw me, as he said. But I wasn't following my father. I had no idea he was in front of me.
Yes, just so. And how, then, did you meet at the pool?
I was about 50 yards from the pool, on my way towards the warren, when I heard a cry of, "Hooray!" which was a usual signal between my father and myself. I turned and went to the pool.
Yes. And?
My father was surprised to see me. He thought I was still in Bristol. He asked me rather roughly, what was I doing there?
You said you were on good terms with your father. Did you not find the attitude you describe rather strange when you returned from a 3-day absence?
Those who knew my father will back me up when I say he was a cold and forbidding man of a violent temper.
But you're his son.
We had a disagreement of long standing.
Oh, indeed. About what?
I'd rather not say. I've already told you about my father's temper. That's why I left him, to avoid blows.
And how long were you gone before you claim you heard this hideous outcry?
I don't exactly know how long, but I couldn't have been more than 150 yards away.
And then?
I ran back, found my father lying on the ground with his head terribly injured. I dropped my gun, held him in my arms, but he died almost instantly.
Did your father say anything before he died?
He mumbled a few words, but all I could understand was something about a rat.
A rat? What did you take that to mean?
Nothing. I thought he was delirious.
I understand that the cry, "Cooey," was a common signal between you and your father.
It was.
Well, can you explain, then, that he used it before he saw you, and indeed before he even knew you'd returned from Bristol?
I can't understand that myself.
When you returned and presumably found your father fatally injured, did you see anything which looked strange or suspicious?
There's only a vague impression in my mind of something lying on the ground to the left of me as I tried to help my father.
Yes. Can you be more specific?
I'll try. But you must understand it was only an impression. I think it was a coat of some sort. Gray, perhaps. Or a plaid.
Well, how is it that none of the officers examining the scene mentioned this, thing?
When I rose from my father, I looked around for it, but it was gone.
You mean it disappeared before you went for help?
Yes.
And you don't have any idea what it was?
No. Just a feeling that something was there.
How far from the body?
About a dozen yards.
And how far from the edge of the wood?
About the same.
Well, then, if there was something there, it must have been removed while you were within a dozen yards of it.
Yes, but with my back towards it.
Thank you. That will conclude your examination. I will address the jury about arriving at a verdict.
Of course, I suspected pretty much what the verdict would be after the coroner's charge, so there wasn't any shock when they came back and said I should be held on a murder charge.
When we left James McCarthy and were on our way back to the inn by train, Sherlock Holmes was in high spirits. Although, for the life of me, I could see nothing in what we just heard which pointed to the innocence of young James McCarthy. Lestrade, of course, said as much as we rode along.
I see by your expression, Mr. Holmes, that you're down to the deductions and inferences. As for me, I find it hard enough to tackle facts without chasing after theories.
Very well, Inspector. Here's a fact for you to ponder. We all agree that McCarthy Sr. met his death at the hands of a blunt instrument, do we not?
Well, of course.
It's also a fact that young McCarthy's rifle was examined and found to be free of blood, hair, or any signs that it had been used as a weapon. Isn't that so?
Absolutely.
And you don't find it at all strange that in the heat of a violent quarrel, the son lays down the rifle that he has in his hand and searches for a rock or some other suitable weapon with which to strike his father?
Oh, Well, I believe that'll come out when he confesses. It'll all be explained.
My dear Lestrade, you'll be sorely disappointed if you pin your hopes upon a confession. First, because the young man, although not very bright, isn't the type to confess. And secondly, because he can't confess to a crime he didn't commit.
Oh, come now, Holmes. The coroner's jury came in with the charge not because of me, but because the coroner very correctly pointed to the discrepancies in his story about the father having signaled to him before seeing him, and his strange account about his father's dying words, and his refusal to give the details of the quarrel with his father.
Both you and the coroner don't blink an eye at young McCarthy's ability to come up with a fantastic tale about his father's strange dying words involving a rat and mysterious disappearance of some kind of garment.
Well, you do have a way of looking at things, Mr. Holmes. But if you don't mind my saying so, they're kind of wrong side up. Like the way you took his saying when he was arrested that it was no more than he deserved as a sign of his innocence.
Most certainly, Lestrade. Had he appeared surprised when he was arrested or loudly proclaimed his innocence, I should have looked upon it as highly suspicious.
May I ask why?
But however innocent he might be, he cannot be such an absolute imbecile as not to see that circumstances look very black against him. His honest acceptance of this, plus his undoubted self-reproach for his quarrel with his father, bring out the words, "It's no more than I deserve."
Lestrade left us to write a report to the Yard, and Holmes insisted that we visit Susan Turner. Accordingly, we drove to Boscombe Hall, a large house located in the center of the considerable holdings of Mr. John Turner.
Miss Turner, do you have any idea what caused the quarrel between James and his father on the day he was killed?
You've seen James. How is he? Did you tell him I believed in his innocence?
He didn't need to be told. He seems in as good spirits as one could expect. But you haven't answered my question.
I know. I'm just trying to think whether James would want me to tell you, since I am involved in it, and that's the reason he wouldn't tell the coroner.
Now, Miss Turner, this is no time for concealing things that might well be vital to the investigation.
Oh, you're right, of course. It's no time to hide anything. James and his father had many disagreements about me. Mr. McCarthy was very anxious that there should be a marriage between us.
And you're telling me James objected?
Mr. Holmes, James and I have always loved each other as brother and sister, but of course he's young and he just isn't prepared to undertake marriage just yet, and I'm sure there were many quarrels between them over this.
And your father? Did he favor such a marriage?
No. He was averse to it also. No one but Mr. McCarthy was in favor of it at this time.
Did your father ever give you any reason for his objecting?
As I've told you, Mr. Holmes, my father hasn't been well for some time, and I would never think of discussing anything with him that I felt might cause him distress.
At dinner that night at the inn, Holmes was thoughtful and less buoyant than he'd been earlier in the day. Lestrade joined us at coffee.
Well, Mr. Holmes, have you come up with any more fancy deductions and inferences?
No, as a matter of fact, Lestrade, I've only a few interesting questions. Perhaps you can help me with one of them?
Oh, glad to do what I can.
Can you tell me the relationship between Mr. Turner and the senior McCarthy?
Well, of course. They were the best of friends. He even gave McCarthy Hatherley Farm, rent-free. They went to the races together.
Indeed.
And furthermore, this business has had a very bad effect on him. You know, he's in his 60s and hasn't been in good health for some time. But now it's said that because of this, his life is really in danger. It must have been a great blow to him. Well, does that help you at all, Mr. Holmes?
Insofar as it poses two other interesting questions, the answer is yes.
Well, then perhaps I can answer those for you also.
Not unless you happen to have a map of Australia and know exactly what young James McCarthy was doing in Bristol for 3 days.
The city of Bristol is noted for its extensive port facilities, its leadership in engineering, and the fan-vaulted ceiling of the famed church of St. Mary Radcliffe. But I doubt if it was for any of these that young James McCarthy spent 3 days there. We'll find the answer to that together with Sherlock Holmes when I return with Act 3. I'm not in the travel business, but I was struck with the notion that perhaps England would find it profitable to offer a Sherlock Holmes tour, one that would include visits not only to his famous headquarters at Baker Street, but would include visits to all of the places where he and Dr. Watson worked their particular brand of detection. Now, if we can imagine ourselves on one of these tours, then we'd find ourselves in the west of England at a pool in the Bascom Valley, the site of a murder.
Tell me, Lestrade, what did you go into the pool for?
Oh, I was fishing about with a rake looking for some weapon or other. But how on earth did you know that?
Tut, tut, I have no time. Footprints can be easily read on this marshy ground, and that left foot of yours, with its inward twists, is all over the place.
Oh, of course. Now I understand why you said you'd wait until today to examine the scene of the crime. Because of the barometer. The glass was steady. You knew it wouldn't rain and the tracks would still be here.
Upon my word, Lestrade, you're actually employing the science of deduction. Congratulations. Now, Watson, would you be kind enough to let me have your waterproof?
Of course, Holmes.
I warn you, I'm going to place it on the ground to lie upon it, so that I can get a better view of these very interesting prints.
It's yours, my friend.
Thank you. Let's see. These are young McCarthy's feet, and here, twice he was walking. And here, once he ran swiftly. The soles are deeply marked and the heels barely visible. That would bear out his story. He ran when he saw his father on the ground. Now here are the elder McCarthy's feet, pacing up and down. He seems to have been impatient. And then what's this? What's this? Aha! The butt end of the gun as the son stood listening. And what have we here? Other prints. Square. Quite unusual boots. They come... They go. They come again. Of course, that was for the cloak or the coat that the son mentioned in his testimony. Now, where did they come from?
Oh, now come along, Holmes. There are a great number of footprints here. Some of them may well have been made by local police or even sightseers. I cannot accept your inferences and deductions as facts.
That is your privilege, Lestrade. Now, if you'll excuse me, I go to search for more concrete evidence that may change your mind.
Oh, and where do you expect to find that?
Under the trees that line this pool and on a map of Australia.
When Holmes rejoined me, he was cradling a large stone in the crook of his elbow. I saw he was trying to suppress a smile of triumph. As he neared me, he said,
I believe the time is now right for another visit to young James McCarthy.
I hope you're bringing me good news, Mr. Holmes.
If you consider the fact that I believe your story to be absolutely true in every detail good, then I am the bearer of good news.
That's marvelous. Marvelous. When can I hope to be released?
That's another matter. My knowing that you're innocent is one thing. Proving it to the authorities is quite another. Now, Miss Turner has told us about your father's wish that you and she should marry. And I think it's imperative that you tell me now the reason for your trip to Bristol.
That has nothing to do with the killing of my father.
Possibly not. But it has everything to do with my being able to free you.
Then I'll have to take my chances.
It must be something of which you're bitterly ashamed.
Look, Mr. Holmes, I'm not ashamed. Anyone can make a mistake. I made one. But it's over now. And I'm not going to say any more.
Because of Miss Turner?
Keep her out of it.
Do you really think she can be?
If I have anything to say about it, she will be.
You sound as if you really care for her.
I love her. Do you understand? I love her, and that's why...
You refused to marry her?
I was already married.
But, of course, your father didn't know.
No one knew.
The young lady lives in Bristol.
She's a barmaid. I was younger, and somehow we ended up married.
But now you say you're not. I believe you used the word was.
I received a letter from her the day after I was arrested. It seems I never was married. She'd had a husband, a sailor. And now that I was accused of murder, she let me know that she wanted nothing to do with me.
And you're afraid to tell, Miss Turner?
If she knew, she'd never consider marrying a fool like me.
I'm sure you're mistaken. But now that I know the facts of the matter, perhaps it won't have to be brought out in court. Come, Watson. We must have a chat with Lestrade. This may interest you, Lestrade. It is the murder weapon.
This stone? Really? I see no marks.
There are none.
Why then do you describe it as the murder weapon?
The grass was growing under it. It had lain in that place only a few days. It corresponds with the injuries. There is no sign of any other weapon.
I see. And perhaps then you can describe the murderer?
Certainly. He's a tall man, left-handed, limps with the right leg, wears thick-soled shooting boots and a gray cloak, smokes Indian cigars, uses a cigar holder, and carries a blunt penknife in his pocket. There are several other indications, but these should be enough to point us to the murderer.
Oh, point you, perhaps, but we still have to deal with a very hard-headed British jury.
Lestrade, doesn't it strike you as curious that McCarthy, living rent-free at Turner's expense, and thus under great obligation to Turner, should seem so certain that a marriage between Miss Turner and his son would be appropriate?
Well, it might have if I hadn't seen the young lady. I mean, she's head over heels in love with that boy.
Then if this isn't enough to move you in the proper direction, there's nothing more I can do. Watson, look up the timetables and tell me the next train to London.
What? Now, you're going back to town, leaving the case unfinished?
My dear Lestrade, you have your man and cannot be moved. And as for me, the case is quite complete.
Yes, but there are still some unanswered questions.
Not for me. I've described the murderer to you.
But who is he? Can you put a name to him?
Well, surely it shouldn't be too difficult to find out. I've discharged my duty. The rest is up to you.
After Lestrade left, Holmes lit a pipe. I could see from his expression that he was troubled.
Look here, Watson. I am in a bit of a dilemma.
I don't see how. You've done all you could.
Not quite. I believe I can name the murderer.
Well, surely then the dilemma is solved. All you have to do is...
Come in.
Oh, Mr. Holmes, I'm so glad you're still here. I can't believe what I heard about your going back to London is true.
I'm afraid it is, Miss Turner. Come in and close the door.
But Inspector Lestrade said you were convinced that James is innocent.
Patience, Miss Turner. Patience. In considering this case, there were 2 points that struck me instantly. One was that his father should cry cooey before seeing him.
Well, that's only according to his story, huh?
Which I've already told you, my dear fellow. I choose to believe.
Oh, and the second?
The father's singular dying reference to a rat. I say that if we presume both to be true, we come up with some strong presumptions. The father thought his son was in Bristol. The cooey was meant for someone else. That is a distinctly Australian signal. Therefore, I deduce that the person McCarthy expected to meet at Boscombe Pool was someone who had been in Australia.
Yes. And the reference to the rat?
This is a map of the colony of Victoria, the one I told you I wired for last night. Now, I place my hand over part of this map. And what do you read, Watson?
A rat.
And now, when I raise my hand...
Oh, Ballarat.
Quite so. That was what the elder McCarthy was trying to tell his son. The name of the murderer. So-and-so of Ballarat.
By Jove.
The possession of a gray garment was a third point, bringing us to a definite conception. We are looking for a person from Australia, from Ballarat, with a gray cloak.
Astounding, Holmes.
You applaud my performance before I finished. We can further deduce that this person is one who is native to this district because the pool can only be approached by the farm or by the estate, where a stranger would, well, hardly wander without being certain to attract attention. I have other evidence, but it all points in the same direction. The direction of a left-handed man with a limp who smokes Indian cigars.
But you told Lestrade he used a cigar holder.
He does. The cigar stump I found clearly showed that the end had not been in his mouth. Therefore, he used a holder, and the tip had not been bitten off but cut. The cut was not a clean one, so the deduction is clear that he must have used a blunt penknife.
I don't want to hear any more. Mr. Holmes and Dr. Watson, you must forgive me, but I cannot stay. I have to... Father.
Susan. Good Lord, I never expected you to be here, Susan. Mr. Holmes, your note said...
I apologize, but there was no way of avoiding this issue.
No, I suppose not. And I assure you I would have spoken before now if it weren't for Susan. She's...
Father, I don't think you should say any more.
No, it's too late, my dear. I have a great deal more to say, and it's best now that you hear it all.
He cannot be arrested. I will not have him arrested. I sent for you, Mr. Holmes, and I can send you away.
There may be no arrest.
Oh, but Holmes...
We are not police officials, Watson. I came here at Miss Turner's request, as she says. However, an innocent man must not be allowed to suffer.
I have had diabetes for years, and my doctor says now that it's only a question of a month or two before I die. But I tell you, no one knew the true character of that dead man. He was a devil incarnate, and his grip has been upon me these past 20 years.
It stems from Australia.
Yes. Back in the early 60s, I went to Australia to make my fortune. I failed at my diggings, fell among bad companions. Oh, I was hot-blooded and reckless. I took to the bush and became, in short, nothing better than a highwayman. There were 6 of us, and we had a wild, free life. Black Jack of Ballarat was the name I went under. And we're still remembered out there as the Ballarat Gang. And then, one day we heard of a gold convoy coming from Ballarat to Melbourne. The escort troopers outnumbered us, but as I said, we were reckless. All right, boys, let's go get him! Hold those horses steady, driver. Cover him, boys, while I climb up and get him to help me unload the gold. All right, now, driver. You'll either help us unload this gold or I'll put a bullet through your brain. We got away with the gold, but the driver of that coach was this same McCarthy. I wish I'd shot him then, but I gave it no thought.
And how many years later did he find you?
Some 11 or so. I suppose it was a punishment God laid on me, despite the fact that I'd turned over a new leaf and tried to make up for my past. I'd gone to London about an investment when I met him in Regent Street with hardly a coat to his back or a boot to his foot.
But he'd been tracking you?
Well, he must have been, because he knew I didn't live in London. It touched me in the arm, and I'll never forget his words. Well, here we are, Jack, he said. We'll be as good as a family to you. There's 2 of us, me and my son, and you can have the keeping of us. If you don't, well, England's a fine, law-abiding country, and there's always a policeman nearby.
And so you've been supporting him ever since?
Whatever he wanted, he got without question. Land, money, houses. But then he went too far. He wanted his son to marry Susan.
But the boy seems a nice enough lad.
No, I had no objections to James. But as you know, I don't have long to live. And he grinningly told me it was only his just due that he should step into the whole property as Susan's father-in-law. Oh, I drew the line at that.
So we were to meet at the pool for a final talk.
Mm-hmm. And why, after all these years, did it end violently?
Because he threatened to tell Susan, and suddenly I saw red. I stooped, I picked up a stone, and I struck him down. His cries brought back his son, but I had gained the cover of the wood, although I was forced to go back for my cloak. Now, Mr. Holmes, that's the true story. Alexander Turner died less than a month after he'd given us his confession in the inn at Hereford, with Holmes feeding young McCarthy's counsel ammunition with which to shoot down the case for the prosecution, and with the young man revealing the reason for his Bristol visit, he won an acquittal. And that very night, Holmes and I sat before a fire in our Baker Street flat, watching Turner's confession turn to cinders in the crackling flames.
My dear Watson, don't fret too much about my not being able to take credit for solving the Boscombe Pool mystery.
How the devil did you know?
I'm sure that after the passage of time, you'll write it in those memoirs you're working on.
Oh.
And don't forget to point out that the one person everyone tried to protect, Susan Turner, knew the whole story.
Yes.
While James McCarthy was spared the knowledge that his father was a blackmailer and his father-in-law a murderer.
Sherlock Holmes once remarked that art in the blood is liable to take the strangest forms. And Holmes' creator, A. Conan Doyle, proved it by permitting the stolid Dr. Watson to become mischievous about the stories that were supposedly too delicate to open to the public. And here Doyle let Watson's imagination run wild as he mentions the fact that he could never tell us the story of the politician, the lighthouse, and the trained cormorant. A mischievously intriguing title, if there ever was one. I'll be back shortly. When I mentioned that we could never read any of the unrecorded adventures of Sherlock Holmes, I neglected to tell you that Doyle's son and famed mystery story writer John Dickson Carr did collaborate on a volume which included some of them. They were interesting, but, as the authors themselves would be the first to admit, lacked the master's touch that made A. Conan Doyle and his Sherlock Holmes world famous. But they never dared to tackle the story of the politician, the lighthouse, and the trained cormorant. Our cast included Kevin McCarthy, Court Benson, Patricia Elliott, Ian Martin, and Dennis Koch. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
A world I made all by myself. Smith's World. That's right. It's a small planet created out of an artificial cosmos. Right now, its heat intensity is almost great enough to shatter the retaining glass, so we'll have to start the cooling process.
He tugged at a switch in the panel, but I could see at once that something was wrong.
It's not moving. The refrigeration switch is jammed. Something's wrong.
The strange mud-brown sphere in the cabinet was still growing in size, and now it began to glow with its own heat.
Get out of here. Get everyone out of the building, Luke.
Suddenly, Smith seemed like nothing more than a frightened child. I told him that we were alone in the building, and he pleaded with me to leave while he wrestled with the dials and switches in an attempt to stop the terrible process that was taking place.
Get out of here, Luke. There isn't much time.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by True Value Hardware Stores and Buick Motor Division. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
The Greek Interpreter. During my long and intimate acquaintance with Mr. Sherlock Holmes, I had never heard him refer to his relations, and hardly ever to his own early life. This reticence upon his part had increased the somewhat inhuman effect which he produced in me, until sometimes I found myself regarding him as an isolated phenomenon, a brain without a heart, as deficient in human sympathy as he was preeminent in intelligence. His aversion to women and his disinclination to form new friendships were both typical of his unemotional character, but not more so than his complete suppression of every reference to his own people. I had come to believe that he was an orphan with no relatives living. But one day, to my very great surprise, he began to talk to me about his brother. It was after tea on a summer evening, and the conversation, which had roamed in a desultory, spasmodic fashion from golf clubs to the causes of the change in the obliquity of the ecliptic, came round at last to the question of atavism and hereditary aptitudes. The point under discussion was how far any singular gift in an individual was due to his ancestry, and how far to his own early training. In your own case, said I, from all that you have told me, it seems obvious that your faculty of observation and your peculiar facility for deduction are due to your own systematic training. To some extent, he answered thoughtfully. My ancestors were country squires, who appear to have led much the same life as is natural to their class. But nonetheless, my turn that way is in my veins, and may have come with my grandmother, who was the sister of Vernet, the French artist. Art in the blood is liable to take the strangest forms. But how do you know that it is hereditary? Because my brother Mycroft possesses it in a larger degree than I do. This was news to me, indeed. If there were another man with such singular powers in England, how was it that neither police nor public had heard of him? I put the question with a hint that it was my companion's modesty which made him acknowledge his brother as his superior. Holmes laughed at my suggestion. "My dear Watson," said he, "I cannot agree with those who rank modesty among the virtues. To the logician, all things should be seen exactly as they are, and to underestimate oneself is as much a departure from truth as to exaggerate one's own powers. When I say, therefore, that Mycroft has better powers of observation than I, you may take it that I am speaking the exact and literal truth." "Is he your junior?" 7 years my senior." "How comes it that he is unknown?" "Oh, he is very well known in his own circle." "Where, then?" "Well, in the Diogenes Club, for example." I had never heard of the institution, and my face must have proclaimed as much, for Sherlock Holmes pulled out his watch. "The Diogenes Club is the queerest club in London, and Mycroft one of the queerest men. He's always there from 5:15 till 8:20. It's 6 now, so if you care for a stroll this beautiful evening, I shall be very happy to introduce you to 2 curiosities. 5 minutes later, we were in the street, walking towards Regent's Circus. "You wonder," said my companion, "why it is that Mycroft does not use his powers for detective work." "He is incapable of it." "But I thought you said—" "I said that he was my superior in observation and deduction. If the art of the detective began and ended in reasoning from an armchair, my brother would be the greatest criminal agent that ever lived. But he has no ambition and no energy. He will not even go out of his way to verify his own solutions, and would rather be considered wrong than take the trouble to prove himself right. Again and again I have taken a problem to him and have received an explanation which has afterwards proved to be the correct one. And yet he was absolutely incapable of working out the practical points which must be gone into before a case could be laid before a judge or jury." "Is it not his profession, then?" "No means. What is to me a means of livelihood is to him the merest hobby of a dilettante. He has an extraordinary faculty for figures, and audits the books in some of the government departments. Mycroft lodges in Pall Mall, and he walks round the corner into Whitehall every morning and back every evening. From year's end to year's end, he takes no other exercise, and is seen nowhere else except only in the Diogenes Club, which is just opposite his rooms." "I cannot recall the name." "Very likely not. There are many in London, you know. who, some from shyness, some from misanthropy, have no wish for the company of their fellows. Yet they are not averse to comfortable chairs and the latest periodicals. It is for the convenience of these that the Diogenes Club was started, and it now contains the most unsociable and unclubbable men in town. No member is permitted to take the least notice of any other, save in the strangers' room. No talking is under any circumstances permitted, and 3 offences, if brought to the notice of the committee, render the talker liable to expulsion. My brother was one of the founders, and I had myself found it a very soothing atmosphere. We had reached Pall Mall as we talked, and were walking down it from the St. James's End. Sherlock Holmes stopped at a door some little distance from the Carlton, and cautioning me not to speak, he led the way into the hall. Through the glass panelling I caught a glimpse of a large and luxurious room in which a considerable number of men were sitting about and reading papers, each in his own little nook. Holmes showed me into a small chamber which looked out onto Pall Mall, and then, leaving me for a minute, he came back with a companion, who I knew could only be his brother. Mycroft Holmes was a much larger and stouter man than Sherlock. His body was absolutely corpulent, but his face, though massive, had preserved something of the sharpness of expression which was so remarkable in that of his brother. His eyes, which were of a peculiarly light watery grey, seemed to always retain that far-away introspective look which I had only observed in Sherlock's when he was exerting his full powers. "I am glad to meet you, sir," said he, putting out a broad, flat hand, like the flipper of a seal. "I hear of Sherlock everywhere since you became his chronicler. By the way, Sherlock, I expected to see you round last week to consult me over that Manor House case. I thought you might be a little out of your depth." "No, I solved it," said my friend, smiling. "It was Adams, of course." "Yes, it was Adams. I was sure of it from the first." The two sat down together in the bow window of the club. "To anyone who wishes to study mankind, this is the spot," said Mycroft. "Look at the magnificent types. Look at those 2 men who are coming towards us, for example." "Ah, the billiard marker and the other?" "Precisely. What do you make of the other?" The 2 men had stopped opposite the window. Some chalk marks over the waistcoat pocket were the only signs of billiards which I could see in one of them. The other was a very small, dark fellow with his hat pushed back and several packages under his arm. "An old soldier, I perceive," said Sherlock. "And very recently discharged," remarked the brother. "Served in India, I see, and a non-commissioned officer." "Royal Artillery, I fancy," said Sherlock. "And a widower, but with a child. Children, my dear boy, children." "Come," said I, laughing, "this is a little too much." "Surely," answered Holmes. "It is not hard to say that a man with that bearing, expression of authority, and sun-baked skin is a soldier, is more than a private, and is not long from India. That he has not left the service long is shown by his still wearing his ammunition boots, as they are called," observed Mycroft. "He has not the cavalry stride, yet he wore his hat on one side, as is shown by the lighter skin on that side of his brow. His weight is against his being a sapper. He is in the artillery. Then, of course, his complete mourning shows that he has lost someone very dear. The fact that he is doing his own shopping looks as though it were his wife. He has been buying things for children, you perceive. There is a rattle, which shows that one of them is very young. The wife probably died in childbed. The fact that he has a picture book under his arm shows that there is another child to be thought of." I began to understand what my friend meant when he said that his brother possessed even keener faculties than he did himself. He glanced across at me and smiled. Mycroft took snuff from a tortoiseshell box and brushed away the wandering grains from his coat with a large red silk handkerchief. "By the way, Sherlock," said he, "I have had something quite after your own heart, most singular problem, submitted to my judgment. I really had not the energy to follow it up, save in a very incomplete fashion, but it gave me a basis for some very pleasing speculations. If you would care to hear the facts, my dear Mycroft, I should be delighted." The brother scribbled a note upon a leaf of his pocket-book, and ringing the bell, he handed it to the waiter.
"I have asked Mr. Melas to step across," said he. "He lodges on the floor above me, and I have some slight acquaintance with him, which led him to come to me in his perplexity. Mr. Melas is a Greek by extraction, as I understand, and he is a remarkable linguist. He earns his living partly as interpreter in the law courts, and partly by acting as guide to any wealthy Orientals who may visit the Northumberland Avenue hotels. I think I will leave him to tell his very remarkable experience in his own fashion."
A few minutes later, we were joined by a short, stout man, whose olive face and coal-black hair proclaimed his southern origin, though his speech was that of an educated Englishman. He shook hands eagerly with Sherlock Holmes, and his dark eyes sparkled with pleasure when he understood that the specialist was anxious to hear his story. "I do not believe that the police credit me. On my word, I do not," said he in a wailing voice. "Just because they have never heard of it before, they think that such a thing cannot be. But I know that I shall never be easy in my mind until I know what has become of my poor man with a sticking plaster upon his face." "I am all attention," said Sherlock Holmes. "This is Wednesday evening," said Mr. Melas. "Well, then, it was on Monday night, only 2 days ago, you understand, that all this happened. I am an interpreter, as perhaps my neighbour there has told you. I interpret all languages, or nearly all, but as I am Greek by birth, and with a Grecian name, it is with that particular tongue that I am principally associated. For many years I have been the chief Greek interpreter in London, and my name is very well known in the hotels. It happens not infrequently that I am sent for at strange hours by foreigners who get into difficulties, or by travellers who arrive late and wish my services. I was not surprised, therefore, on Monday night, when a Mr. Latimer, a very fashionably dressed young man, came up to my rooms and asked me to accompany him in a cab which was waiting at the door. A Greek friend had come to see him upon business, he said, and as he could speak nothing but his own tongue, the services of an interpreter were indispensable. He gave me to understand that his house was some little distance off, in Kensington, and he seemed to be in a great hurry, bustling me rapidly into the cab when we had descended into the street. I say into the cab, but I soon became doubtful as to whether it was not a carriage in which I had found myself. It was certainly more roomy than the ordinary four-wheeled disgrace to London, and the fittings, though frayed, were of rich quality. Mr. Latimer seated himself opposite to me, and we started off through Charing Cross and up the Shaftesbury Avenue. We had come out upon Oxford Street, and I had ventured some remark as to this being a roundabout way to Kensington, when my words were arrested by the extraordinary conduct of my companion. He began by drawing a most formidable-looking bludgeon loaded with lead from his pocket, and switched it backwards and forwards several times, as if to test its weight and strength. Then he placed it without a word upon the seat beside him. Having done this, he drew up the windows on each side, and I found myself, to my astonishment, that they were covered with paper, so as to prevent my seeing through them. "I am sorry to cut off your view, Mr. Melas," said he. "It is that I have no intention that you should see what the place is to which we are driving. It might possibly be inconvenient to me if you could find your way there again." As you can imagine, I was utterly taken aback by such an address. My companion was a powerful, broad-shouldered young fellow, and apart from the weapon, I should not have had the slightest chance in a struggle with him. "This is very extraordinary conduct, Mr. Latimer," I stammered. "You must be aware that what you are doing is quite illegal." "It is somewhat of a liberty, no doubt," said he, "but we'll make it up to you. I must warn you, however, Mr. Melas, that if at any time tonight you attempt to raise an alarm or do anything which is against my interests, you will find it a very serious thing. I beg you to remember that no one knows where you are, and that whether you are in this carriage or in my house, you are equally in my power." His words were quiet, but he had a rasping way of saying them which was very menacing. I sat in silence, wondering what on earth could be his reason for kidnapping me in this extraordinary fashion. Whatever it might be, it was perfectly clear that there was no possible use in my resisting, and that I could only wait to see what might befall. For nearly 2 hours we drove without my having the least clue as to where we were going. Sometimes the rattle of the stones told of a paved causeway, and at others our smooth, silent course suggested asphalt. But save this variation in sound, there was nothing at all which could in the remotest way help me to form a guess as to where we were. The paper over each window was impenetrable to light, and a blue curtain was drawn across the glasswork in front. It was 7:15 when we left Pall Mall, and my watch showed me that it was 10 minutes to 9 when we at last came to a standstill. My companion let down the window, and I caught a glimpse of a low, arched doorway with a lamp burning above it. As I hurried from the carriage, it swung open, and I found myself inside the house with a vague impression of a lawn and trees on each side of me as I entered. Whether these were private grounds, however, or bona fide country, was more than I could possibly venture to say. There was a coloured lamp inside, which was turned so low that I could see little, save that the hall was of some size and hung with pictures. In the dim light I could make out that the person who had opened the door was a small, mean-looking, middle-aged man with rounded shoulders. As he turned towards us, the glint of the light showed me that he was wearing glasses. "Is this Mr. Melas, Harold?" said he. "Yes." "Well done, well done. No ill will, Mr. Melas, I hope. But we could not get on without you. If you deal fair with us, you will not regret it. But if you try any tricks, God help you." He spoke in a jerky, nervous fashion, and with some giggling laughs in between, but somehow he impressed me with fear more than the other. "What do you want with me?" I asked. "Only to ask a few questions of a Greek gentleman who is visiting us, and to let us have the answers. But say no more than you are told to say, or—" Here came the nervous giggle again. "You had better never have been born." As he spoke, he opened a door and showed the way into a room which appeared to be very richly furnished. But again, the only light was afforded by a single lamp half turned down. The chamber was certainly large, and the way in which my feet sank into the carpet as I stepped across it told me of its richness. I caught glimpses of velvet chairs, a high, white marble mantelpiece, and what seemed to be a suit of Japanese armor at one side of it. There was a chair just under the lamp, and the elderly man motioned that I should sit in it. The younger had left us, but he suddenly returned through another door, leading with him a gentleman clad in some sort of loose dressing-gown, who moved slowly towards us. As he came into the circle of dim light which enabled me to see him more clearly, I was thrilled with horror at his appearance. He was deadly pale and terribly emaciated, with the protruding, brilliant eyes of a man whose spirit is greater than his strength. But what shocked me more than any signs of physical weakness was that his face was grotesquely criss-crossed with sticking plaster, and that one large pad of it was fastened over his mouth. "Have you the slate, Harold?" cried the older man, as this strange being fell rather than sat down into a chair. "Are his hands loose? Now then, give him the pencil. You are to ask the questions, Mr. Melas, and he will write the answers. Ask him, first of all, whether he is prepared to sign the papers." The man's eyes flashed fire. "Never," he wrote in Greek upon the slate. "On no conditions?" I asked at the bidding of our tyrant. "Only if I see her married in my presence by a Greek priest whom I know." The man giggled in his venomous way. "You know what awaits you, then?" I care nothing for myself. These are samples of the questions and answers which made up our strange, half-spoken, half-written conversation. Again and again I had to ask him whether he would give in and sign the document. Again and again I had the same indignant reply. But soon a happy thought came to me. I took to adding on little sentences of my own to each question, innocent ones at first, to test whether either of our companions knew anything of the matter. And then, as I found that they showed no sign, I played a more dangerous game. Our conversation ran something like this: "You can do no good by this obstinacy." "Who are you?" "I care not. I am a stranger in London." "Your fate will be on your own head."
"How long have you been here?"
"Let it be so."
3 weeks.
The property can never be yours. What ails you? It shall not go to villains. They are starving me. You shall go free if you sign. What house is this? I will never sign. I do not know. You are not doing her any service. What is your name? Let me hear her say so. Cratides. You shall see her if you sign. Where are you from? Then I shall never see her. Athens. Another 5 minutes, Mr. Holmes, and I should have wormed out the whole story under their very noses. My very next question might have cleared the matter up, but at that instant the door opened and a woman stepped into the room. I could not see her clearly enough to know more than that she was tall and graceful with black hair, and clad in some sort of loose white gown. "Harold," said she, speaking English with a broken accent, "I could not stay away longer. It is so lonely up there with only—" "Oh, my God! It is Paul!" These last words were in Greek, and at the same instant the man, with a convulsive effort, tore the plaster from his lips, and screaming out, "Sophie! Sophie!" rushed into the woman's arms. Their embrace was but for an instant, however, for the younger man seized the woman and pushed her out of the room, while the elder easily overpowered his emaciated victim, and dragged him away through the other door. For a moment I was left alone in the room, and I sprang to my feet with some vague idea that I might in some way get a clue to what this house was in which I found myself. Fortunately, however, I took no steps, for looking up, I saw that the older man was standing in the doorway with his eyes fixed upon me. "That will do, Mr. Melas," said he. "You perceive that we have taken you into our confidence over some very private business. We should not have troubled you, only that our friend who speaks Greek, and who began these negotiations, has been forced to return to the East. It was quite necessary for us to find someone to take his place, and we were fortunate in hearing of your powers." I bowed. "There are 5 sovereigns here," said he, walking up to me, "which will, I hope, be a sufficient fee. But remember," he added, tapping me lightly on the chest and giggling, "if you speak to a human soul about this, one human soul, mind, well, may God have mercy upon your soul." I cannot tell you the loathing and horror with which this insignificant-looking man inspired me. I could see him better now as the lamplight shone upon him. His features were peaky and sallow, and his little pointed beard was thready and ill-nourished. He pushed his face forward as he spoke, and his lips and eyelids were continually twitching, like a man with St. Vitus's dance. I could not help thinking that his strange, catchy little laugh was also a symptom of some nervous malady. The terror of his face lay in his eyes, however, steel-grey and glistening coldly, with a malignant, inexorable cruelty in their depths. "We shall know if you speak of this," said he. "We have our own means of information. Now, you will find the carriage waiting, and my friend will see you on your way." I was hurried through the hall and into the vehicle, again obtaining that momentary glimpse of trees and a garden. Mr. Latimer followed closely at my heels and took his place opposite to me without a word. In silence we again drove for an interminable distance, with the windows raised, until at last, just after midnight, the carriage pulled up. "You will get down here, Mr. Melas," said my companion. "I am sorry to leave you so far from your house, but there is no alternative. Any attempt upon your part to follow the carriage can only end in injury to yourself." He opened the door as he spoke, and I had hardly time to spring out when the coachman lashed the horse and the carriage rattled away. I looked around me in astonishment. I was on some sort of heathy common, mottled over with dark clumps of furze bushes. Far away stretched a line of houses, with a light here and there in the upper windows. On the other side I saw the red signal lamps of a railway. The carriage which had brought me was already out of sight. I stood gazing round and wondering where on earth I might be, when I saw someone coming towards me in the darkness. As he came up to me, I made out that he was a railway porter. "Can you tell me what place this is?" I asked. "Wandsworth Common," said he. Can I get a train into town? Well, if you walk on a mile or so to Clapham Junction, said he, you'll just be in time for the last to Victoria. So that was the end of my adventure, Mr. Holmes. I do not know where I was, nor whom I spoke with, nor anything, save what I have told you. But I know that there is foul play going on, and I want to help that unhappy man if I can. I told the whole story to Mr. Mycroft Holmes next morning, and subsequently to the police. We all sat in silence for some little time after listening to this extraordinary narrative. Then Sherlock looked across at his brother. "Any steps?" he asked. Mycroft picked up the Daily News, which was lying on a side table. "Anybody supplying any information as to the whereabouts of a Greek gentleman named Paul Cratides from Athens, who is unable to speak English, will be rewarded. A similar reward paid to anyone giving information about a Greek lady whose first name is Sophie, X2473. That was in all the dailies. No answer. How about the Greek legation? I have inquired. They know nothing. A wire to the head of the Athens police, then? Sherlock has all the energy of the family, said Mycroft, turning to me. Well, you take up the case by all means, and let me know if you do any good. Certainly, answered my friend, rising from his chair. I'll let you know, and Mr. Melas also. In the meantime, Mr. Melas, I should certainly be on my guard if I were you, for of course they must know through these advertisements that you have betrayed them. As we walked home together, Holmes stopped at a telegraph office and sent off several wires. You see, Watson, he remarked, our evening has been by no means wasted. Some of my most interesting cases have come to me in this way through Mycroft. The problem which we have just listened to, although it can admit of but one explanation, has still some distinguishing features. You have hopes of solving it? Well, knowing as much as we do, it will be singular indeed if we fail to discover the rest. You must yourself have formed some theory which will explain the facts to which we have listened. In a vague way, yes. What was your idea, then? Well, it seemed to me to be obvious that this Greek girl had been carried off by the young Englishman named Harold Latimer. Carried off from where? Athens, perhaps? Sherlock Holmes shook his head. This young man could not talk a word of Greek. The lady could talk English fairly well. Inference that she had been in England some little time, but he had not been in Greece. Well, then, we will presume that she had come on a visit to England, and that this Harold had persuaded her to fly with him. That is the more probable. Then the brother, for that I fancy must be the relationship, comes over from Greece to interfere. He imprudently puts himself into the power of the young man and his older associate. They seize him and use violence towards him in order to make him sign some papers to make over the girl's fortune, of which he may be trustee, to them. This he refuses to do. In order to negotiate with him, they have to get an interpreter, and they pitch upon this Mr. Melas, having used some other one before. The girl is not told of the arrival of her brother, and finds it out by the merest accident. Excellent, Watson, cried Holmes. I really fancy that you are not far from the truth. You see, that we hold all the cards, and that we have only to fear some sudden act of violence on their part. If they give us time, we must have them. But how can we find where the house lies? Well, if our conjecture is correct, and the girl's name is, or was, Sophie Cratides, we should have no difficulty in tracing her. That must be our main hope. For the brother, of course, is a complete stranger. It is clear that some time has elapsed since this Harold established these relations with the girl. Well, some weeks at any rate, since the brother in Greece has had time to hear of it and come across. If they have been living in the same place during this time, it is probable that we shall have some answer to Mycroft's advertisement. We had reached our house in Baker Street whilst we had been talking. Holmes ascended the stairs first, and as he opened the door of our room, he gave a start of surprise. Looking over his shoulder, I was equally astonished. His brother Mycroft was sitting smoking in the armchair. "Come in, Sherlock. Come in, sir," said he, blandly smiling at our surprised faces. "You don't expect such energy from me, do you, Sherlock? But somehow this case attracts me." did you get here?" "I passed you in a hansom." "Oh, there has been some new development?" "I had an answer to my advertisement." "Ah, yes, it came within a few minutes of your leaving. And to what effect?" Mycroft Holmes took out a sheet of paper. "Here it is," said he, "written with a J pen on royal cream paper by a middle-aged man with a weak constitution. 'Sir,' he says, 'in answer to your advertisement of today's date, I beg to inform you that I know the young lady in question very well. If you should care to call upon me, I could give you some particulars as to her painful history. She is living at present at the Myrtles, Beckenham. Yours faithfully, J. Davenport.'" "He writes from Lower Brixton," said Mycroft Holmes. "Do you not think that we might drive to him now, Sherlock, and learn these particulars?" "My dear Mycroft, the brother's life is more valuable than the sister's story. I think we should call at Scotland Yard for Inspector Gregson, and go straight out to Beckenham. We know that a man is being done to death, and every hour may be vital." "Better pick up Mr. Maylis upon our way," I suggested. "We may need an interpreter." "Excellent," said Sherlock Holmes. "Send the boy for a four-wheeler, and we shall be off at once." He opened the table drawer as he spoke, and I noticed that he slipped his revolver into his pocket. "Yes," said he, in answer to my glance, "I should say from what we have heard that we are dealing with a particularly dangerous gang." It was almost dark before we found ourselves in Pall Mall at the rooms of Mr. Maylis. A gentleman had just called for him, and he was gone. "Can you tell me where?" asked Mycroft Holmes. "I don't know, sir," answered the woman who had opened the door. "I only know that he drove away with the gentleman in a carriage." "Did the gentleman give a name?" "No, sir. He wasn't a tall, handsome, dark young man." "Oh, no, sir. He was a little gentleman with glasses, thin in the face, but very pleasant in his ways, for he was laughing all the time that he was talking." "Come along," cried Sherlock Holmes abruptly. "This grows serious," he observed as we drove to Scotland Yard. "These men have got hold of Maylis again. He is a man of no physical courage, as they are well aware from their experience the other night. This villain was able to terrorize him the instant that he got into his presence. No doubt they want his professional services, but having used him, they may be inclined to punish him for what they regard as his treachery." Our hope was that by taking train we might get to Beckenham as soon as, or sooner than, the carriage. On reaching Scotland Yard, however, it was more than an hour before we could get Inspector Gregson and comply with the legal formalities which would enable us to enter the house. It was 9:45 before we reached London Bridge, and past before the four of us alighted on the Beckenham platform. A drive of half a mile brought us to the Myrtles, a large, dark house standing back from the road in its own grounds. Here we dismissed our cab and made our way up the drive together. "Oh, the windows are all dark," remarked the inspector. "The house seems deserted." "Our birds are flown and the nest empty," said Holmes. "Why do you say so?" "A carriage heavily loaded with luggage has passed out during the last hour." The inspector laughed. "I saw the wheel tracks in the light of the gate lamp, but where does the luggage come in?" "You may have observed the same wheel tracks going the other way, but the outward bound ones were very much deeper. So much so that we can say for a certainty that there was a very considerable weight on the carriage." "Oh, you get a trifle beyond me there," said the inspector, shrugging his shoulders. "It will not be an easy door to force, but we will try if we cannot make someone hear us." He hammered loudly at the knocker and pulled at the bell, but without any success. Holmes had slipped away, but he came back in a few minutes. "I have a window open," said he. "It's a mercy that you are on the side of the force and not against it, Mr. Holmes," remarked the inspector, as he noted the clever way in which my friend had forced back the catch. "Well, I think that under the circumstances we may enter without waiting for an invitation." One after the other we made our way into a large apartment, which was evidently that in which Mr. Maylis had found himself. The inspector had lit his lantern, and by its light we could see the two doors, the curtain, the lamp, and the suit of Japanese mail, as he had described them. On the table stood 2 glasses, an empty brandy bottle, and the remains of a meal. "What is that?" asked Holmes suddenly. We all stood still and listened. A low moaning sound was coming from somewhere above our heads. Holmes rushed to the door and out into the hall. The dismal noise came from upstairs. He dashed up, the inspector and I at his heels, while his brother Mycroft followed as quickly as his great bulk would permit. 3 doors faced us upon the second floor, and it was from the central of these that the sinister sounds were issuing, sinking sometimes into a dull mumble, and rising again into a shrill whine. It was locked, but the key was on the outside. Holmes flung open the door and rushed in, but he was out again in an instant with his hand to his throat. "It's charcoal!" he cried. "Give it time. It will clear." Peering in, we could see that the only light in the room came from a dull blue flame which flickered from a small brass tripod in the centre. It threw a livid, unnatural circle upon the floor, while in the shadows beyond we saw the vague loom of 2 figures which crouched against the wall. From the open door there reeked a horrible poisonous exhalation which set us gasping and coughing. Holmes rushed to the top of the stairs to draw in the fresh air, and then, dashing into the room, he threw up the window and hurled the brazen tripod out into the garden. "We can enter in a minute," he gasped, darting out again. "Where is a candle? I doubt if we could strike a match in that atmosphere. Hold the light at the door, and we shall get them out. Mycroft, now!" With a rush, we got to the poisoned men and dragged them out onto the landing. Both of them were blue-lipped and insensible, with swollen, congested faces and protruding eyes. Indeed, so distorted were their features that, save for his black beard and stout figure, we might have failed to recognize in one of them the Greek interpreter, who had parted from us only a few hours before at the Diogenes Club. His hands and feet were securely strapped together, and he bore over one eye the mark of a violent blow. The other, who was secured in a similar fashion, was a tall man in the last stage of emaciation, with several strips of sticking plaster arranged in a grotesque pattern over his face. He had ceased to moan as we lay down, and a glance showed me that for him at least our aid had come too late. Mr. Meles, however, still lived, and in less than an hour, with the aid of ammonia and brandy, I had the satisfaction of seeing him open his eyes, and of knowing that my hand had drawn him back from that dark valley in which all paths meet. It was a simple story which he had to tell, and one which did but confirm our own deductions. His visitor, on entering his rooms, had drawn a life-preserver from his sleeve, and had so impressed him with the fear of instant and inevitable death that he had kidnapped him for the 2nd time. Indeed, it was almost mesmeric, the effect which this giggling ruffian had produced upon the unfortunate linguist, for he could not speak of him save with trembling hands and a blanched cheek. He had been taken swiftly to Beckenham, and had acted as interpreter in a second interview, even more dramatic than the first, in which the 2 Englishmen had menaced their prisoner with instant death if he did not comply with their demands. Finally, finding him proof against every threat, they had hurled him back into his prison, and after reproaching Melas with his treachery, which appeared from the newspaper advertisements, they had stunned him with a blow from a stick, and he remembered nothing more until he found us bending over him. And this was the singular case of the Grecian interpreter, the explanation of which is still involved in some mystery. We were able to find out, by communicating with the gentleman who had answered the advertisement, that the unfortunate young lady came of a wealthy Grecian family, and that she had been on a visit to some friends in England. Whilst there, she had met a young man named Harold Latimer, who had acquired an ascendancy over her and had eventually persuaded her to fly with him. Her friends, shocked at the event, had contented themselves with informing her brother at Athens, and had then washed their hands of the matter. The brother, on his arrival in England, had imprudently placed himself in the power of Latimer, and of his associate, whose name was Wilson Kemp, a man of the foulest antecedents. These two, finding that through his ignorance of the language he was helpless in their hands, had kept him a prisoner, and had endeavoured by cruelty and starvation to make him sign away his own and his sister's property. They had kept him in the house without the girl's knowledge, and the plaster over the face had been for the purpose of making recognition difficult in case she should ever catch a glimpse of him. Her feminine perceptions, however, had instantly seen through the disguise when, on the occasion of the interpreter's first visit, she had seen him for the first time. The poor girl, however, was herself a prisoner, for there was no one about the house except the man who acted as coachman and his wife, both of whom were tools of the conspirators. Finding that their secret was out, and that their prisoner was not to be coerced, the two villains, with the girl, had fled away at a few hours' notice from the furnished house which they had hired, having first, as they thought, taken vengeance both upon the man who had defied and the one who had betrayed them. Months afterwards, a curious newspaper cutting reached us from Budapest. It told how two Englishmen, who had been travelling with a woman, had met with a tragic end. They had been stabbed, it seems, and the Hungarian police were of the opinion that they had quarrelled and had inflicted mortal injuries upon each other. Holmes, however, is, I fancy, of a different way of thinking, and he holds to this day that if one could find the Grecian girl, one might learn how the wrongs of herself and her brother came to be avenged.
Represents Come in. Welcome. I am Tammy Grimes. Mystery fans have often speculated on how the world's greatest detective, Sherlock Holmes, would have fared against 20th century criminals. Sir Arthur Conan Doyle has told us that Holmes lived up to and possibly through World War I and then retired. And now, for the listening delight of our Mystery Theater audience, we present a story which brings Holmes out of retirement to attempt the solution of a baffling and perilous crime.
Hello?
Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
Yes?
Go back to your bees and your roses in Sussex, old man.
I intend to. After I bring this case to a successful conclusion.
You're in over your head, Holmes. This is a different world. And if you want to smell your roses again, you'll quit right now.
Our mystery drama, The Naval Treaty, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Murray Burnett and stars Gordon Gould. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
Wednesday on CBS television. For Annie Potts, it's in security. When her boss picks her to replace him, the rest of the security staff rallies around her.
I'll kill if he picks you.
So she throws a party to show her appreciation. But things don't work out quite as she planned.
Wally said he was sorry he couldn't make it. He's at home converting our den into a garage.
It's a guaranteed good time when you tune in to the rollicking comedy In Security. Wednesday at 8:30, 7:30 Central and Mountain on CBS television.
For over 3/4 of a century, Buick has enjoyed a reputation for having fine, luxurious cars. We're very proud of that. It's a reputation that grows every year. 1982 was no exception. There was the introduction of the new century and the small Buick Skyhawk. And while each Buick lives up to the name, there are refinements and improvements on everything from the full-size Electra down the line. You see, the Buick reputation isn't just something we ride on. It's something we build on.
They say their product is the highest quality.
But how can I be sure?
But they say it's a great value.
Well, how will I know until I try it, and then it'll be too late?
Well, there is another way. A way to stop buying blind and start buying smart. Read Consumer Reports. Consumer Reports tests and rates thousands of things you shop for. Foods, home care products, appliances, automobiles, and much more. Millions of Americans read Consumer Reports magazine every month for reliable brand name ratings.
Oh, Consumer Reports, of course. My neighbor's been subscribing for years.
Now you can, too. Just phone toll-free 1-800-528-6600 for 11 issues of Consumer Reports, plus the big 1982 buying guide, plus the 1983 buying guide when published, plus the 383-page Health and Drugs Guidebook. All that usually costs $29, but now it's only $14. Call right away.
Was that 1-800-528-6600?
Right, 1-800-528-6600. Don't get taken. Get Consumer Reports.
Retirement is a much discussed topic today. At what age should a person retire? Opinions vary, but facts don't lie. Winston Churchill was in his 70s when he led England through World War II. Thomas Edison was advisor and consultant to the United States Navy during World War I when he was 75 years old. And Casey Stengel led the New York Yankees to 4 straight World Series triumphs when he was in his 70s. It seems that the answer to the question depends on the individual, and Dr. Watson would agree with me.
Holmes! Watson, my dear old friend. It's a delight to see you after so many years. Come in, come in.
Oh, thank you, thank you.
Did you enjoy your nap on the train?
Holmes, how in the world did you know I napped?
Simplicity itself, my dear chap. Tell me, was the cushion you used as a headrest comfortable?
No, Holmes, this is too much. You must have spoken to someone who travelled with me.
Watson, we've been separated far too long. Now, you're a man who is always meticulously groomed. Yet I perceive that the hair on the right side of your head is disarranged and indented. There are also a few red threads which are certainly not your hair. Now, since I know you came down on the Brighton Belle first class, you leaned your head against the window. Probably finding that uncomfortable, you took one of the red velvet cushions and used that as a headrest. Right?
Amazing.
Elementary, Watson.
You know, Holmes, I'm very glad to see that you're the old Holmes, as brilliant and as alert as ever.
You expected to find a doddering old man? Come now, Watson. All you had to do was look in the mirror. You're hale and hearty enough. Now, why the haste?
You remember Sanford Phelps?
Your old schoolmate, Sandy? Of course. Is he in some kind of trouble?
No, not he. But his son is in a frightful mess. His whole career at the Foreign Office is going down the drain. Sandy is desperate. Scotland Yard and even MI5 are completely baffled. Sandy asked me to see you and ask you to give him a hand.
I'm enjoying my retirement, Watson. But if you'd like me to undertake this task, I'm your man. Now, Watson, you said something about a letter which you were going to show me.
There may be no need for it now, Holmes. It was to be my last resort in the event that you refused to help me.
Nevertheless, I'd like to look at it.
Well, it's very pathetic, Holmes. You read how the young man asks over and over for your help.
It's only a brief note from your old school chum, but a whole long epistle from young Percy Phelps. It doesn't tell us very much, does it?
Hardly anything.
As I give it back to you, you might note the handwriting. It holds some interest.
The writing isn't his.
Excellent, Watson. It is a woman's.
No, Holmes, this hand is surely that of a man.
No, a woman's. And a woman of rare character. Watson, my interest is already sharpened in the case. I'm looking forward to seeing this young diplomat who's in such devilish straits, and the lady to whom he dictates his letters.
Mr. Holmes and Mr. Watson, I'm so glad you've come. Percy has been asking for you all morning. The poor chap clings to any straw. His father and mother asked me to see you, for the mere mention of the subject is very painful to them.
We've had no details yet, but I see that you yourself are not a member of the family.
What? Oh. Yes, you saw the J.H. monogram on my shirt. Of course. For a moment, I thought you'd done something extremely clever. Joseph Harrison is my name. And as Percy is to marry my sister Anne, I shall at least be a relation by marriage.
I see.
You'll find my sister in his room. Now, she has nursed him day and night these past 3 weeks. Perhaps we'd better go in at once. I know how impatient he is. Step this way. Oh, Mr. Holmes and Mr. Watson. I should recognize you two anywhere. I do hope you can help me.
We shall try.
I'll leave then.
Shall I go also, Percy?
Oh, no, Anne. I want you to stay if you can bear to hear the whole thing over again.
Oh, I can bear anything. Anything that will help.
I suppose I'd better start at the beginning, Mr. Holmes.
It would save time in the long run.
Well, Watson may have told you I'm in the Foreign Office. Through the influence of my uncle, Lord Holdhurst, I rose rapidly. When my uncle became Foreign Minister, prospects looked even brighter. I became engaged to my lovely Anne here, and 3 weeks ago, I'll never forget the date, the 23rd of May, my uncle called me into his office. I can recall every word of that conversation, every detail.
Percy, my boy, you've handled every matter I've entrusted to you with the utmost discretion, but this is by far the most important matter you've yet to deal with. This is an agreement between our country, and you will see the name of the other country when you copy the document. The agreement would never leave my office if it weren't absolutely necessary to be copied. I regret to say that some rumors have already leaked to the press. You have a safe in your office?
Oh, yes, sir.
Then take the agreement and lock it up inside there. You may have to work late tonight. I want no one in the office while you're doing the copying. Understood?
I do.
I cannot risk anyone catching a glimpse of it.
I understand.
Now, when you have finished copying, replace both the original and the copy in the safe and hand them both over to me personally tomorrow morning.
Yes, sir.
Then you may lock them in your safe now. I shan't rest easy until the original and your copy are back in my possession.
So, Mr. Holmes, I took the document. I did exactly as my uncle instructed. When the others had all gone, I took the document from the safe and began work. Without going into details, I saw at once that it was of such importance that at least 3 of the large powers would have paid fortunes to get their hands on it. I worked as quickly as I could, but it contained 26 separate articles, and by 9 o'clock I was feeling tired. A cup of coffee would help, so I rang the bell for the night watchman, who has a little room at the foot of the stairs and makes coffee for any of us who work overtime.
Is that the only bell in your office?
Well, no, there are a number of them to different offices, but I rang the night watchman's bell. To my surprise, it was a woman who came to my office.
You rang, sir.
Oh, well, where's the night watchman?
He's not too well, sir, so I climbed the stairs for him.
And who are you?
Well, I'm his wife, sir, and I'm also one of the cleaning women. Is there anything you want?
Well, yes, I'd like some coffee, please.
Well, I'll see to it that my Sam gets it for you, sir.
And that was the last I saw of her, Mr. Holmes, until much later.
You had never seen this woman before?
Oh, never.
Interesting. Proceed. What happened with the coffee?
Nothing. I continued to work until, feeling more tired than ever, I decided to go down myself and see what was keeping the night watchman. So I descended the stairs, passing the landing where another set of stairs runs at right angles to the main curving staircase.
Leading to where?
A side door opening on Charles Street.
Ah?
This door is kept locked, and only a few of us have a key.
You have one?
Yes, but I rarely use it. Oh, Mr. Holmes, if only I hadn't gone down for that stupid coffee. I should have stayed in my office. I should have stayed and finished. I should have stayed, or I should have taken more care.
Go on. You were on the stairs on your way to the office of the night watchman.
Wake up, man. Wake up. The coffee's boiling over.
No. What? Oh, Mr. Phelps, sir, I'm sorry. I was boiling the kettle and I must have dozed off.
Dozed? You were dead to the world.
If you are here, sir, then who is ringing the bell?
The bell? What bell is it?
The bell in the room you were working in. Your room, sir.
Mr. Holmes, a cold hand seemed to close around my heart. I ran like a madman up the stairs, the watchman following me. Well, there was no one in the corridor. No one in the room. Everything was exactly as I left it, except that only the copy I was writing remained. The original trade agreement had vanished.
A most intriguing problem. What did you do then?
Well, I think I literally went berserk. I was convinced, because such a short time had elapsed, that energetic action on my part would recover the document. I raced downstairs and out the side door to Charles Street. I knew the thief must have used the side stairs, else I surely would have seen him.
You said that door was always kept locked.
Well, it was open.
I presume you told that to Scotland Yard?
Oh, I don't know. I think so. I must have.
And what did they make of it?
Nothing.
Go on.
It was a warm spring rain falling, and Charles Street was deserted. But when I rounded the corner into Whitehall Street, there was plenty of bustle. I saw a constable standing on the corner, and I asked him if anyone had passed that way. He replied that he'd been standing there for 15 minutes and that only one woman had passed, tall and elderly, wearing a paisley shawl. As we stood there, I heard the nearby church tower strike 3 times. I'd forgotten the watchman had followed me, but had been unable to keep up with me.
Mr. Phelps, we must go the other way. The woman who the constable saw pass this way was my wife.
The constable said she seemed to be in a great hurry.
She wants to get home, out of the rain.
Oh, I suppose that could be.
You're only wasting your time, sir. Every minute counts. Take my word, my old woman has nothing to do with it. Let's move down to the other end of the street.
No, wait, I must think.
If you won't, I will.
Hold on there. Where do you live?
16 Ivy Lane, Brixton. But don't let yourself be drawn away on a false scent. Come with me to the other end of the street.
I was obsessed with the thought of retrieving the document, but I allowed him to persuade me. We found nothing. We returned to my office, searched together. Again, nothing.
But you did visit the watchman's home.
Well, after our search proved fruitless, we took a cab and reached his home in Brixton. Imagine my surprise to find his wife was not there yet. Well, he had no explanation. Then when we heard a key turning the lock and the front door opening, that's when I think I made my mistake. I let him go to the door.
Sarah, there's a gentleman waiting to see you.
If it isn't Mr. Phelps, what you doing here?
I think you stole a paper from my office, and I'm calling Scotland Yard.
And did you stay with her and her husband until the men came from the yard?
Yes, Mr. Holmes. She was under my eye all the time until they took her to the yard and searched her.
And found nothing?
Had nothing on her husband, or anywhere in the kitchen either. Oh, that's when the full extent of the nightmare hit, and that was when I collapsed.
If it's any help to you, Mr. Holmes, Percy was brought here directly in an ambulance. I was so concerned that I wouldn't allow them to take Percy to his bedroom, but insisted that Joseph vacate this room at once. And my poor brother has been in an upstairs sitting room ever since.
Oh, tell me, please, Mr. Holmes, do you see any hope?
Darling, you must remember that Mr. Holmes has been inactive for some years now, and times have changed. The best minds at Scotland Yard and military intelligence have been baffled.
Yes, but that's just the kind of case where Holmes succeeds, Miss Harrison. That's why Percy's father asked me to get in touch with him.
Thank you, Watson, for the vote of confidence. But there are a few dark corners here that will have to be illuminated before I can answer Percy's question.
Do you believe that time has passed our old hero by? That the powers of Sherlock Holmes, the pure deductive reasoning, the microscope, and the encyclopedic knowledge are no match for the more modern criminals? Whichever side you choose, and I caution you, it's not a sure thing. You'll find the answers coming up shortly in Act 2.
Right now, independently owned True Value hardware stores are celebrating American independence by offering special values on True Test paints during True Test anniversary paint days. Hi, Pat Summerall to say, until July 11th, Weatherall latex flat house paint in 26 colors, black and white, is just $11.98 a gallon, with custom colors slightly higher. And give siding, shutters, and trim all-season protection with new Weatherall satin or gloss finish, both value-priced, exclusively at participating True Value hardware stores and home centers.
Hotel coupon and discount offers are confusing and limited. That's why the world's largest lodging chain invites you to call Best Western before you call anyone else. Chances are you'll find the Best Western just where you need it most at a price you'll want to pay. No strings attached.
Call 1-800-528-1234. Best Western. 1-800-528-1234. Best Western.
When you turn on the 11 o'clock news tonight, you'd like to think that what you're watching is the best newscast in Detroit, especially if it's the only newscast you've had a chance to watch all day. You want reporters who'll give you the best possible coverage of news, weather, and sports, reports that are up-to-date, exacting, uncompromising. News 4 Tonight at 11 gives you just that, but not only just that. It gives you special features and reports that gives it an edge over other newscasts. Information that could translate into an added edge for you. A consumer tip that might alter your shopping list. A warning about that latest Hollywood blockbuster destined to bomb at the box office. It's this kind of complete reporting that qualifies News 4 at 11 as the best late-night newscast you can watch in Detroit. And it's this kind of reporting that won it this year's Emmy Award for Excellence. So tonight, don't settle for anything less than the award winner. News 4 Tonight at 11. Thousands have already switched. Now the one we want is you.
It's exciting to have our old friends Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson with us once again. With Holmes faced with solving a puzzle that appears to be insoluble. Does Holmes retain his old skills? Certainly Watson believes he's as keen as ever. But there are doubters. Time takes its toll of all of us. Let us rejoin Holmes and Watson as they stroll back to Percy Phelps' sick room in the lovely Phelps house.
You do have some ideas, Holmes. You see some way to clear Percy Phelps.
I'd say, Watson, that at the moment we're equidistant between failure and success. But let's go in now and see if a little refreshment has strengthened Percy Phelps. Well, Miss Harrison, I must say the patient's color is much better.
Beef tea works wonders.
And so does Sherlock Holmes.
There is one question of utmost importance that remains to be answered. Did you tell anyone that you had this special task to perform?
Oh, no one.
And I'm sure the yard went into the night watchman's background.
Oh, yes. He's an old soldier. I believe he was in the Coldstream Guards.
Mr. Phelps, I've been noticing your roses are lovely. The moss rose in particular.
We know that roses are your speciality, Mr. Holmes, but Percy was hoping for something on the mystery, which will ruin him. Do you see any clue?
You furnished me with several, but of course I must test them before I can evaluate them.
You suspect someone?
I suspect myself.
What?
Of coming to conclusions too rapidly.
Then go to London and test your conclusions.
Excellent advice. Watson, come along. And Miss Harrison, I see what excellent nursing care you've given Mr. Phelps. May I urge that you continue it?
I need no urging, Mr. Holmes.
Since I'm not offering you hope, I thought at least I'd give you advice.
For the life of me, Holmes, I can't see where you found several clues in Phelps' recital. I couldn't find one.
Watson, it's delightful that you haven't changed. Come now, there's one fact in particular that literally cries out for attention. Think, Watson. Think of the most singular incident about this crime.
If no one knew about the document, how could it have been stolen?
Capital, Watson. Excellent. But that's still not what bothers me. It doesn't ring the bell, so to speak.
Bell? You mean the bell that rang in the watchman's office?
Exactly. What kind of a thief is it who rings a bell to give the alarm to announce his presence in Phelps's office?
Yes, but couldn't the bell have been rung by accident?
About as likely as to say that it was rung by ghosts. No, Watson, Give me the answer to the question of the bell, and I'll give you the solution.
Could the bell possibly have been out of order? What are you writing?
An advertisement which will appear in every evening paper in London. Here, read it.
See now, £10 reward. The number of the cab which dropped the fare at the door of the Foreign Office on Charles Street at 9:45 in the evening of May 23rd. Apply Dr. John Watson, 25, Harley Street.
I hope you won't mind my using your office for this purpose.
I'm delighted. But what makes you confident that the thief came in a cab?
If we believe, Phelps, that there's no hiding place in either the room or the corridor, the person must have come from outside and yet left no trace of damp boots anywhere, we may safely deduce a cab.
We barely arrived at my quarters above my office on Harley Street and settled ourselves when the telephone jangled. Hello?
May I speak with Mr. Sherlock Holmes, if you please?
It's for you, Holmes.
Holmes here.
I have a piece of advice for you, old man.
Oh?
Go back to your bees and roses in Sussex and forget about this investigation. You are out of place here with your old-fashioned craziness with the microscope and that silly hat.
Perhaps you'd care to refer me to a good haberdasher.
This is no joking matter. A few bee stings may give you a moment of pain. But if you persist in this nonsense, you may very well receive a permanent injury. You take my meaning.
I'm listening.
You have been warned.
What was that all about?
A warning, Watson. And an error. Because the warning could only have come from someone who knows I'm on the case.
Could you recognize the voice?
Aside from the fact that it was obviously disguised, no.
Surely you could tell whether it was a man or a woman.
Watson, we have a large and curious cast of characters in this little puzzle. Since the caller was obviously attempting to alter the voice quality, it could be a man or a woman trying to convince me of the wrong sex.
Holmes, using your methods, we can eliminate some people as above suspicion.
Why don't you try it, Watson?
Of course, Anne Harrison and her brother cannot have had anything to do with it, eh?
For argument's sake, let's say that she and her brother are accomplices. Don't forget, her brother was in London on the night of the theft. Now she exhibits this overpowering display of affection to make sure that Percy doesn't say or do or remember anything that could be damaging to their plans.
But
I've made some inquiries. The Harrison family isn't too well off, so the motive could be money.
Very well. My next name is Lord Holdhurst.
The most difficult crime to track is the one which is purposeless. But this is no purposeless crime. We know that there are at least 2 foreign powers whose governments would pay a considerable sum to see that trade agreement, and Lord Holdhurst might profit by it.
Inconceivable, Holmes.
Do you find it inconceivable that a statesman might find himself in a position where he would not be sorry to have such a document accidentally destroyed?
But not a statesman with the honorable record of Lord Holdhurst.
We cannot afford to disregard any possibility. We shall see the noble lord today and find out if he can tell us anything. It is very kind of you to receive us, Lord Holdhurst.
Your reputation is very well known, Mr. Holmes, and I wouldn't offend your intelligence to pretend to be ignorant of the object of your visit.
Then you also know that I'm acting on behalf of Mr. Percy Phelps,
my unfortunate nephew. Despite the fact that my kinship makes it the more impossible to screen him in any way, I have made diligent inquiries.
May I ask as to what or whom?
Certainly. The night watchman's background has been exhaustively looked into. We find that he left the service with a good character. His wife is a different matter.
Did she explain why she answered the bell when your nephew rang for his coffee?
She said her husband was tired.
And her haste to get away that night?
She was later than usual. Wanted to get home.
And how was it that her husband and your nephew arrived at her home before her, although they left some 20 minutes after?
Well, the difference between a bus and a cab.
Have you done anything else?
Everyone in this office has been shadowed night and day since the theft, and nothing untoward has been discovered.
In effect, then, you're saying that you see no alternative but your nephew.
I'd rather not comment on that. Isn't that your territory?
But suppose the document were found.
At this point, that seems most unlikely. But if the document were found, it would make a great difference. Now, Mr. Holmes, unless you have some further...
Just a few minutes more, Your Lordship. Did you ever mention to anyone that you were having the document copied?
Never.
You're certain of that?
Absolutely.
Then it follows that since neither you nor your nephew ever mentioned the matter, the thief's presence in the room was purely accidental. He saw his chance, and he took it.
Once again, that is your province, Mr. Holmes, not mine.
Have you looked into the matter of the bell ringing at all?
I wouldn't know what to make of it. Seems very strange, indeed.
One more point, if you please. I understand that you feared very grave results might follow if the details of this document became known.
Very grave, indeed.
Have any such events occurred?
Not yet.
Since nearly 3 weeks have elapsed, would it be fair to assume that the document has not reached them?
We can hardly assume that the thief took the document in order to frame and hang it.
But then why has he not sold it? Do you have any explanation for that?
None. Unless you suppose that the culprit had suddenly been taken ill.
With a nervous breakdown, perhaps?
I didn't say that. Now, really, Mr. Holmes, I have pressing matters waiting. I wish you every success in your investigation, no matter who the criminal may be.
Well, Holmes, isn't Lord Holdhurst a fine fellow?
Oh, yes. But he has to struggle to keep up his position. He's far from rich.
Why don't you say that?
Didn't you notice that his boots had been resold?
No. But, surely, Holmes, it's unthinkable.
Watson, I have a line of inquiry I must pursue on my own. But I'd appreciate it if you'd meet me tomorrow on the same train we took to Woking yesterday. Because, unless I'm badly mistaken, that is where the next action will occur.
We are much taken today with nostalgia. Perhaps because time has thrown a rosy glow over what we refer to as the good old days. But there's no doubt whatsoever in the minds of the millions of Holmes fans that the London of Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson was much more romantic and much preferable to the London of today. We'll be back to that London and the English countryside shortly.
If you've been reading about wise money management in your favorite publications, you've undoubtedly heard about Dreyfus Liquid Assets, one of the world's largest money market funds, and about the big yields you can get on your money right now. Start with as little as $2,500. Make added investments as low as $100. With Dreyfus Liquid Assets, your money is yours whenever you need it. Phone for it, have it sent to your bank, or write a redemption check for cash or to pay your larger bills. You keep right on earning that high yield, compounded daily until your check clears. No penalties on interest, no sales charge, no charge for the checks. It's so simple, sensible, convenient. But find out for yourself. Call toll-free 800-228-5000 for free information and a prospectus, including management fee, charges, and expenses. Read the prospectus carefully before investing or sending money. Discover how Dreyfus Liquid Assets can help you get the lion's share of today's high money market rates. 800-228-5000. Toll-free 800-228-5000. 5,000.
Excuse me, I own that shoe store across the street. Want to buy it?
Well,
I'll be honest. I have great shoes, but no customers, so I'm ready to sell the whole thing at any price you name it.
$12.
Sold. Ooh. Well, now that you own a shoe store, what'll you do with it?
Well, advertise.
Well, I tried. A lot of newspaper ads, then TV and magazines.
I'll probably go radio.
Radio?
Yeah, according to the latest studies, everyday radio reaches more people than newspaper, TV, or magazines.
How did you
What's
know?
more, radio targets customers. I'll match up the right stations for my dressier lines and different stations for young casual. Since radio costs a lot less than newspapers or TV, I'll get good efficiency.
Listen, I'd like to buy my store back from you.
Well,
at a fair profit.
Okay.
How much do you...
$156,000.
That's a pretty fair profit.
Take it or leave it.
I'll take it.
Radio. It costs less, targets your best customers, and it sells. Radio. Red hot because it works. For more facts on radio, call this station of the Radio Advertising Bureau. They brought you this message.
One line of a famous poem reads, "Oh, to be in England, now that spring is here." I'd like to paraphrase that to read, "Oh, to be in England, whenever Holmes is there." Stay with me and you can be transported to England and be with Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson as Holmes comes out of his retirement to match wits with a criminal whose crime threatens to destroy a promising career.
Holmes, why are we traveling to Woking again?
Because, Watson, if my deductions are correct, that is where the next happening must occur. Young Percy has gotten himself into some very deep waters, and it may be difficult to get him safely ashore.
You think that somehow Percy has gotten himself involved with international spies?
International spies do not announce their presence by ringing a bell just moments before they get their hands on a document.
Is it possible that young Percy was the target of some plot by a jealous colleague?
I do not think it likely.
How do you explain what happened?
From all the facts that I've been able to gather, I think that Percy Phelps was a young man in the wrong place at the right time.
When we arrived at Woking, it was a glorious afternoon. Holmes suggested that we walk to the Phelps residence. Accordingly, we set out along a winding path which led to the grounds. What do you think is going to happen here at Woking?
I haven't the slightest idea, Watson.
Well, what makes you think something will?
If nothing happens, I would have to rethink my deductions and entertain serious doubts about my ability to help Percy Phelps. Down, Watson. Flat on the ground.
Yes.
Watson, crawl for the shelter of that large tree over there.
Yes, I see it.
As quickly as you can.
Is this the event you were expecting, Holmes?
Frankly, no. But I do take comfort from one thing.
What's that?
The fact that our adversary is a poor shot.
Come in, Mr. Holmes. Percy's been asking for you every 5 minutes.
I've made a perfect nuisance of myself, Mr. Holmes. Have you any news for us?
I have a report. The best I can say is that it isn't completely negative.
Well, that is better than I expected. Could we hear the positive aspects right away?
You may not view it in the same light as I, but I have been warned to get off the case. Once over the telephone, and...
And somebody took some pot shots at us on our way here.
That's terrible.
On the contrary, someone is worried, and that should give us heart.
Mr. Holmes, I'm beginning to believe that my life, as well as my honor, is threatened.
What makes you say that?
What happened last night? The very first night I slept alone, without my dear Anne nearby. About 2 a.m, I was awakened. I knew someone was opening the window. For a moment, I was frozen. Then I leaped out of bed, rushed to the window, flung back the shutters. You there. What are you doing? Joseph! Anne, there's someone trying to get in my room! And that's about all there was to it. Except that in the moonlight, I distinctly saw the flash of the blade of a knife.
What about the intruder? Any description?
Oh, it was a man, I think. He was wrapped in some sort of cloak which covered the lower part of his face. He was gone in an instant. I should have tried to chase him down, but I was too weak.
Fortunately, it might very well have been dangerous. Do you think you're strong enough to walk around the house with me? We might be able to pick up something that's been overlooked.
I hardly think you'll discover anything new. My brother Joseph and the groom went over the grounds thoroughly earlier.
That's true. They did find some marks in the flower bed outside the window, but the weather's been so dry lately that it was hopeless to follow the trail across the grass.
Nevertheless, I'll ask you to humor me. Watson, you'll come along, of course, to keep an eye on our young patient here.
And I'll join you.
I'm afraid not. I must ask you to remain exactly where you are.
Can Joseph come?
Of course. He might be of some help.
I confess I don't understand you, Mr. Holmes. Why are you so anxious to separate Percy and me?
The separation will be short and I hope the results will make it extremely worthwhile. You were right, Joseph. No one could make much of these marks in the flower bed. But why don't you and I go ahead while Watson and Percy take it more slowly?
Suit yourself, Mr. Holmes. Where are we heading?
Around the house, to see if we can discover why that room and Percy should have been the particular target if it was a burglar. I should have thought that the larger windows of the drawing room and dining room would have been more attractive.
Those windows are more visible from the road, but the room where the entry was attempted looks more promising from the ground.
Of course. By the way, Percy said you found some place where the intruder scaled the fence.
Right over there.
Let's have a look at it.
Here it is. Right here. Well, you can see where a fragment of wood is hanging down.
Do you think this was done last night? Doesn't it look rather old for that?
Well, possibly so.
And there are no marks on either side of anyone jumping down. I don't think there's anything to be gained here. Why don't you rejoin your brother-in-law and Dr. Watson while I go back to the bedroom and talk the matter over?
With my sister?
I believe she's the only person there.
What do you want with Anne?
Miss Harrison, what I have to say is of the utmost importance.
Well, you discovered something after all.
You must stay here in this room all day.
Why? What do you...
Trust me, it's vital. You mustn't move from this room. Have your meals brought here.
I don't understand, but I'll do it.
And when you go to bed tonight, lock the door of this room on the inside and keep the key.
But Percy, what about Percy?
He'll come to London with me.
And I'm to remain here?
It's for his sake. You can help him. Your promise. Do I have it?
Well, yes, but...
Good. Now let me break the news to Percy. I see that he and the others are approaching.
Well, Mr. Holmes, I quite enjoyed the walk in the sunshine. What do you propose now?
It would be a very great help to me if you would come up to London with us.
Oh, immediately?
As soon as you conveniently can. Say, in an hour?
Well, I feel strong enough if you feel I can really be of help.
The greatest possible.
Perhaps you'd like me to stay in London tonight.
I was just going to propose it.
I think I see what's behind your plan, Mr. Holmes.
You do?
Yes. If my friend of last night should make another visit, he'll find the bird has flown. Perhaps you'd like Joseph to come to look after me.
Not necessary. My friend Dr. Watson is a medical man, and he'll look after you. If you'll be so kind as to give us lunch here, we three shall all set off for town together. Well, Watson and Mr. Phelps, I shall see you to your compartment and wish you a good journey.
See here, Holmes, you said that
you were going to accompany us to London.
There are one or two small points which I need to clear up. Your absence, Mr. Phelps, will in some ways rather assist me.
What about our investigation in London?
We can do that tomorrow. I think that just at present, I can be more of use here.
But I say, Holmes, what about...
Accommodations for our young friend? Exactly. You have a spare bedroom, I believe?
Of course. But when will we see you?
I expect to breakfast with you tomorrow. There's a train which will bring me into Waterloo at 8.
I should apologize, Doctor. I'm afraid I kept you up rather late last night.
Nonsense, young man. I just felt that you should have had more sleep.
I didn't sleep a wink. And where is Holmes?
It's not much past 8. He'll be here.
You have implicit faith in Holmes?
I've seen him do remarkable things.
Do you think he expects success?
You can ask him yourself. If you will come to the window, you'll see he's getting out of the cab now.
What's the matter with his hand? Why is it bandaged like that?
I haven't the slightest idea.
Well, he looks like a beaten man. And I had hoped for so much upon his return.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Holmes, you're not wounded.
Tut, it's only a scratch through my own clumsiness. This case of yours, Mr. Phelps, it's been a remarkable experience.
That bandage, Holmes, tells of adventures. What's happened?
After breakfast, Watson. Remember, I've breathed 30 miles of Surrey air this morning, and I'm ravenous. I see you've done well with the sideboard. What's under here?
Ham and eggs.
Good. Mr. Phelps, please join me and help yourself. Will you have curried fowl or eggs?
Oh, nothing, thank you. I cannot eat.
Well, then, I suppose you'd have no objection to raising the lid and helping me?
Not at all. I don't believe my eyes. It can't be. I cannot be.
Catch him, Watson. And I think after we get him in a chair, a little brandy.
Oh, is it? It really is the trade agreement.
It is. I owe you an apology for bringing you the news in this fashion. But Watson here will tell you I never could resist a touch of the dramatic.
Apologize? Oh, Mr. Holmes, you've saved my career, my whole life. Oh, I owe everything to you. There's no need for an apology. But I'm dying of curiosity. How did you get it? Where was it?
I've already confessed my fondness for the dramatic, so allow me to reconstruct my activities of last night. It was exactly 9 o'clock when I climbed the fence and jumped into the grounds. I placed myself carefully behind a rhododendron bush. The night was fine, but it was still a long, weary vigil. A little after 2, the peaceful country sounds were broken by the sound of a boat being thrown back. And a moment later, a door creaked open, and Mr. Joseph Harrison stepped out into the moonlight.
Joseph? My brother-in-law?
Joseph, you're about to be brother-in-law. And also a merciless scoundrel who took advantage of you and your hospitality and very nearly ruined you.
But why? What had he to gain?
Money. A great deal of money, which my inquiries show he badly needed. Joseph was a gambler.
Oh, never anything large, Mr. Holmes.
That's what he told you and Anne. But he was and is so deeply in debt that he faced criminal charges. He was desperate.
I still find it hard to believe that Joseph is a villain and a thief.
Holmes, you haven't finished. Why is your hand bandaged?
He must have sustained that injury when he accosted Joseph on the lawn.
Not quite, Mr. Phelps. I wanted him to lead me to where he'd hidden the document. And once again, you'll have to put up with my theatrics. I stole to the window and peered in. He was lifting up some baseboards. As soon as I saw the document in his hand, I slipped through the open door and said, "I'll take that, Mr. Harrison."
You meddling fool, I warned you to stay out of this. Now you'll pay for it.
Drop the knife. Oh, drop it, or I'll break your arm. Now, Mr. Harrison, if you're as clever as you are vicious, you won't make me use this revolver. The document, please. Thank you.
What are you going to do with me?
Nothing. Now that I have the document, you're free to go. But I doubt that Scotland Yard will let you off so easily.
You let him go?
I wired full particulars to the Yard this morning. I expect they'll find Harrison has fled, and rather suspect that you, Mr. Phelps, and Lord Holdhurst would be just as happy if this matter never came to court.
Oh, the newspapers would have a Roman holiday.
Exactly.
But Holmes, what made you suspect Joseph in the first place?
The science of deduction and the bell, Watson. The answer to what kind of a thief rings a bell is no thief. If not a thief, then who? A friend who'd come to visit and decided to steal. In short, Joseph Harrison was in London. He was to meet at the train with Phelps. It seemed logical that Harrison might be early, and so he drops in on Percy. No one is in the office. Not knowing where Percy might be, he rings all the bells, including the one in the watchman's office. While doing this, he sees the document, realizes its value, and in a flash is down the stairs and away. Once back at Woking, he secretes the trade agreement in his room, and is stunned when you evict him that same night. All this was deductive theory, which was proved when he made the attempt to enter your room the very first night you were alone.
Well, you don't think he had any murderous intentions? The knife was to be used only as a tool.
Perhaps. I can only say that Joseph Harrison is a gentleman to whose mercy I should be extremely unwilling to trust.
And so, once again, the greatest detective of them all, Sherlock Holmes, comes out of retirement to solve a case that baffles Scotland Yard and MI5 and proves that it's not necessary to teach an old dog new tricks. The old ones are more than good enough. I'll be back shortly to discuss the question of the actual age of Sherlock Holmes.
When you get itchy red skin, get Cordaid when you get it.
Darn bug.
Get Cordaid when you get it.
Oh, touch of poison ivy.
Get Cordaid.
Cordaid gently works with your body's natural defenses. It's all you need for the relief of dermatitis and other minor itches and rashes.
When you get it, itchy eczema. Get Cordaid.
Read and follow label directions.
Hi, this is Bob Newhart. Your public library has asked me to give you the answers to a few of the questions that are most frequently asked. 1847, Jane Austen. The Philadelphia Phillies, pork bellies, King Kong, not in Texas. Now that you have the answers, please don't call us with those questions anymore. But if you have other questions...
If you have any questions at all, you can call.
Give them a jingle.
I'm the library.
A public service message of the American Library Association.
Dinner's done, the day is ended. Peace and quiet have descended.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. There is documentation to prove that a person's hair can turn white because of a terrifying experience. It has also been proven that a person can actually die of fright, although that eventuality is more likely to occur if the person already has a weak heart, as did Major John Sholto in the Sherlock Holmes classic tale, The Sign of the Four.
Come closer, Thaddeus. I don't think I have much time left before I die. Bend down closer. I want to whisper to you the place where I've hidden the treasure. That's it. A little more. Huh? That face! The face at the window! Don't let him in! Keep him away from me!
Our mystery drama, The Sign of the Four, was adapted from the Sherlock Holmes classic especially for the Mystery Theater by Murray Burnett and stars Kevin McCarthy. It is sponsored in part by Contact, the 12-hour cold capsule, and X-Lax. I'll be back shortly with Act One. A famous poem goes, London is a man's town with power in the air. Paris is a lady's town with flowers in her hair. It's a lovely fancy, but London is also a town full of ghosts. The wives of Henry VIII wailing in the Tower, the echoes of the voices of William Pitt, Cromwell, and Edmund Burke in the House of Parliament. And, of course, the lean figure of Sherlock Holmes in his deerstalker hat, prowling the streets in search of a criminal. Our story today starts in the famous bachelor quarters of Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson at 221B Baker Street.
Miss Mary Morstan, please have a seat and tell me what brings you to me.
I have come to you, Mr. Holmes, because I can hardly imagine anything more strange, more utterly inexplicable than the situation in which I find myself.
Capital. You hear that, Watson? State your case, if you please.
Well, nearly 10 years ago, on the 3rd of December, 1878, my father, who was a senior captain of a regiment, came home from India on leave and disappeared without a trace.
You notified the police?
Oh, of course. When I came to his hotel, I learned that he had left the night before and had not returned. I called the police immediately.
His luggage?
Remained intact at the hotel. The police were very thorough, but a search produced no clue at all.
Had he any friends in London?
One.
a retired fellow officer in the same regiment, Major John Sholto. We communicated with him, of course, but he hadn't even known my father was in England.
Singular.
Well, I haven't come to the most singular part. A year later, on my birthday, May 4th, I received through the post a small cardboard box, which, when I opened it, contained a single, large, lustrous pearl. Since then, every year on my birthday, I receive an identical box containing a similar pearl and no clue as to the sender. I took them to an expert who pronounced them to be both rare and valuable. But I brought them. You can see for yourself.
Better and better. But surely something else has happened to bring you to me today.
Just this morning, I received this letter. Perhaps you'll read it for yourself.
Thank you. Be at the third pillar from left outside Lyceum Theater tonight at 7 o'clock. If you are distrustful, bring 2 friends. You are a wronged woman and shall have justice. Do not bring police. If you do, all will be in vain. Your unknown friend. Now, this is really a pretty little mystery. What do you intend to do, Miss Marston?
That's exactly what I want to ask you. What should I do?
We shall most certainly go. You and I and Dr. Watson.
My notes show that the charming Miss Morstan, Holmes, and myself were on hand at the dot of 7 and were met by a coachman who, after ascertaining that none of us was from the police, took us up in the coach and whipped up his horse.
Mr. Holmes, do you have any idea where we are going?
Well, I imagine to meet the man who sent you the pearls and wrote the letter. I've examined the handwriting and find there can be no question but that the same person was responsible. Responsible for both, yes. Watson, you look closely at the address in the note. What do you make of this fellow's scribble?
Oh, well, it's legible and regular, even though he's tried to disguise it. A man of business habits and some force of character.
No, my dear chap.
Huh?
Look at his long letters. They hardly rise above the common herd. The D might be an A and the I an E. Men of character always differentiate their long letters, however illegibly they may write. There's also vacillation in his K's and self-esteem in his capitals. We'll soon see if my diagnosis is correct, because I believe we're almost at our destination. Let us descend.
Your servant, Miss Morstan. Your servant, gentlemen. Pray, step into my little sanctum. Please make yourselves comfortable. I am Thaddeus Sholto, and you, of course, are Miss Morstan. And these gentlemen?
Mr. Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson.
Doctor, have you your stethoscope? Well, might I ask you to listen to my heart for a moment? I have grave doubts about my mitral valve. If you'd be so kind.
And there, in that strange small room with the glossy tapestries, richly mounted paintings, and 2 great tiger skins on the floor, I listened to the strange little man's heart and found nothing amiss except that he was in an ecstasy of fear, for he shivered from head to foot.
Well, Doctor, what do you find?
Well, you've no cause for uneasiness. Appears to be normal.
Excuse my anxiety, Miss Morstan, but I'm a great sufferer, and I've long had suspicions about that valve, and I'm delighted to hear that they're unwarranted. Had your father, Miss Morstan, refrained from throwing a strain upon his heart, he might have been alive today.
Oh, I was afraid he was dead. Perhaps, sir, you can tell me how he died.
So I shall at once. My father, as you may have guessed, was Major John Sholto, a dear friend of your father, Miss Morstan. Now, 11 years ago, he retired and came to live at Pondicherry Lodge in Upper Norwood. Now, my brother and I were his sole relatives, my mother having died in India. All that we knew was that our father was rich and lived both in luxury and fear. He never went out alone and employed 2 prize fighters as bodyguards. Well, we'd become quite accustomed to it until the arrival of a letter from India early in 1882. He fainted at the breakfast table, and from that day, he sickened to his death. At the end of April, we were informed that there was no hope, and he wished to make a last communication to us. I shall try to repeat his own words.
this supreme moment, I have much on my conscience. First, I lied to you, my sons, when I said I knew nothing about Morstan's death. I knew all about it. But I swear it was none of my doing.
Please, Father, please don't excite yourself.
No matter now. Morstan and I, through a remarkable chain of circumstances, came into possession of a fabulous treasure. I brought it to England upon my retirement. When Morstan got leave, he came straight here to claim his share. It's a little water.
Father, you don't have to tell us any of this. Save your strength.
I must right the wrong I've done Morstan's girl. You see, that night he and I quarreled over the division of the Agra treasure. He'd always had a weak heart, which he'd concealed from people for years. He sprang out of his chair in a paroxysm of anger, fell backward suddenly, hitting his head on the desk. And when I stooped over him, to my horror, I found he was dead.
But why keep his death a secret?
Because my own faithful servant for 20 years, Lal Chowdhury, wouldn't believe me. He said he'd heard us quarreling, but that I should have no fear. He'd dispose of the body. No one would be the wiser.
Oh, surely, Father, that was most unwise. Why did you
You're a fool, Thaddeus. I told Lyle the truth, and he didn't believe me. Now, if my own faithful servant thought I'd killed Morstan, what would the police have thought? No, that was right. What was wrong was in keeping Morstan's share of the treasure.
And you want us to right this wrong?
Yes, but I must tell you where I've hidden the treasure. You will then make restitution. Put your ear down close to my mouth. My strength is... Keep him out! The face at the window! For the Lord's sake, keep him out!
My brother and I rushed to the window, but we were only in time to catch a glimpse of a wild, cruel-eyed, hairy face before it disappeared. When we returned, our father was dead.
Who's there?
I, McMurdo. Surely you know my knock by this time.
Would seem your brother Bartholomew also protects himself against intruders.
Evening, Mr. Thaddeus. But who be the others? I've had no orders about them.
I distinctly told my brother last night I was bringing friends.
But I ain't been out of his rooms all day, Mr. Thaddeus, and I have no orders. I can let you in, but your friends must stay where they are.
If I guarantee them, that should be good enough for you. Now, you can't keep a young lady waiting out on a cold night like this.
Very sorry, Mr. Thaddeus.
Mr. McMurdo, I don't think you can have forgotten me. Don't you remember that amateur who fought 3 rounds with you in Allison's rooms? The night of the benefit, 2 years back.
Not Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
Indeed.
Broad Street.
McMurdo won't keep us out in the cold now, I'm sure.
In you come, sir. You and your friends. Who's to tell, Mr. Thaddeus? Glad to see you. The master ain't ate a thing all day. I brought him up a tray and knocked. He didn't keep an answer.
But I don't understand any of it. Bartholomew was expecting us.
I suggest we go up to your brother, Mr. Sholto.
There's something amiss with Bartholomew. My nerves can't stand
Quiet. Let's see if we can rouse him. Open up, Mr. Sholto. It's your brother and some friends. Close it. Watson, put your eye to the keyhole and let us know what you see.
Good Lord, Holmes. There's something devilish in there. What's to be done?
The door must come down. Give me a hand.
Right. The scene which met our eyes was so bizarre it might well have come straight out of the Grand Guignol. The room had been fitted up as a chemical laboratory with glass stoppered bottles, Bunsen burners, and other scientific paraphernalia. Bartholomew Sholto sat in a wooden chair by a large table in the center of the room. One glance showed that he was dead, with a ghastly, inscrutable smile on his face.
Look here, Watson. What do you make of this?
Appears to be a thorn stuck in the skin just above the ear.
Precisely. You may pluck it out, but be careful, for it's poisoned.
Oh, yeah.
And read what's scrawled upon that torn sheet of paper.
The sign of the four. In heaven's name, what does it mean, Holmes?
Murder, Watson. Murder, vengeance. I have but to supply only 2 more links to have an entirely connected case.
Only 2 more links, and the puzzle will fall in place? Watson has 100 questions, and I'm sure that you have an equal number that you'd like answered. They will be, as we follow the clues with Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson, when we continue with Act 2 in just a few minutes. From time immemorial, men have sought buried treasure. Few have found it, and many have died in the search. Fabulous riches seem to be a Pandora's box, which unleashes the human passions of greed, deceit, and treachery, which ultimately lead to death. Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson are examining the room in which Bartholomew Sholto met his dreadful death.
Now, Watson, we have a half hour before the police come. Let us make good use of it. In the first place, how did these folks come, and how did they go?
Folk? You mean there was more than one?
Well, surely. Now, let us first examine the window. Window locked on inside. No hinges. We open it. No water pipe near. Roof quite out of reach. Yet a man is mounted by the window. It rained little last night, and here is the print of a foot upon the sill. And here is a circular muddy mark. And there again on the floor by the table. You see, Watson?
Well, that's not a footmark.
Well, it's something much more valuable. The impression of a wooden stump.
Oh, come, Holmes. You never make me believe a wooden-legged man climbed up the wall and...
Come here a minute. Now look out the window. Could any able-bodied man scale that sheer brick wall?
Well, absolutely impossible.
Agreed. But suppose you had a friend up here who lowered you this good stout rope that I see over there in the corner. Then I think, if you were an active man, you might swarm up, wooden leg and all, and then get away in the same fashion. Your ally would then lock the window from the inside after drawing up the rope.
Well, it seems possible, but how can you be so certain?
Well, you notice I examined the rope, from which I deduced that our wooden-legged man, though a fair climber, wasn't a professional sailor. His hands were far from horny. If you look closely, especially towards the end of the rope, you'll see that he slipped down so fast, he took a good deal of skin off his hand.
All right, but what about this mysterious ally? How did he get in?
Capital, Watson, capital. You've hit upon the singular aspect of the case, although there are parallels in India. But if you look around the house and the grounds, you'll find the solution.
Aside from the fact that it looks as if all the moles in England have been let loose about the place, I see nothing to help us.
Once again, you've hit upon it, Watson. The holes, of course, were dug in the course of the search for the treasure, which was ultimately found in the secret room above here, between this room and the garret.
Ah, of course. He came through the hole in the ceiling by way of the roof.
Of course he did. And now it behooves us to extend our investigation to the secret room in which the treasure was found. Here you are, Watson. A trap door which leads out to the roof. This, then, is the way number 1 entered. Aha! Look, on the floor, we shall find other traces of his individuality. The print of a small, naked foot.
Good Lord, Holmes. A child has done this horrible thing?
Oh, nonsense, Watson. Now, this was something I should have foreseen. My memory failed me momentarily. Well, there's nothing more to be learned here.
Well, but, Holmes, if it wasn't a child, what was it?
Well, you know my methods, Watson. Apply them.
But I...
Hello up there! Who are you and what are you doing?
Constabulary, we'd best go down and explain our presence.
Why, it's Mr. Sherlock Holmes, the theorist.
Mr. Athelney Jones.
The same, sir. But there's no room for theories here. By his own admission, Sholto was with his brother last night. The brother died of some fit or other, and Sholto walked off with the treasure. How does that strike you?
On which the dead man got up and locked the door on the inside.
But we mustn't lose sight of the facts. This Thaddeus Sholto was his brother. There was an argument. The brother is dead. The jewels are gone.
Well, you're not quite in possession of all the facts, Inspector. This splinter of wood, which I have every reason to believe to be poisoned, was in the man's scalp. You can see the mark? This card, inscribed as you see it, was on the table, and beside it lay this rather curious stone-headed instrument.
There's no difficulty there. The house is full of Indian curiosities. If the splinter's poisonous, Thaddeus could well have made use of it. And the only question remaining is, how did he get out? I've got it. The hole in the ceiling. It must lead to the roof. You were up there, sir. Is there
a trapdoor, which could be opened, which leads on to the roof.
Well, then I have my case. I'm going to charge Thaddeus Sholto.
Well, I must warn you, Inspector, that you're moving too fast too soon.
With all due respect to your theories, Mr. Holmes, I'm satisfied that I have all I need.
Well, then you would have no interest in the name and description of one of the two men who were in this room last night.
I'm a police officer, Mr. Holmes. And if that's a joke, it's in very bad taste.
His name is Jonathan Small. He's poorly educated, small, active. He's lost his right leg and wears a wooden stump which is worn away on the inner side. His left boot has a coarse, square-toed sole with an iron band around the heel. He's middle-aged, much sunburned, and has been a convict, and there's a good deal of skin missing from the palms of his hands.
Well, it beats me how you come up with all these things, Mr. Holmes. But I admit, you make it sound mighty convincing. How about the other man?
The other man, Inspector, is a rather curious person. I hope to be able to introduce you to the pair of them before you drag poor Mr. Sholto into court.
Holmes sent me to see Mary Morstan safely home and meet him back at Baker Street. There was little conversation on the ride back to her lodgings in the cab. I accepted her offer of tea.
Dr. Watson, I'm truly sorry that I seem to have dragged you into a nightmare.
Oh, my dear girl, don't apologize. Holmes and I, we've investigated some pretty rough cases, and besides, had you not come to us, we should never have met.
It's kind of you to say that.
Kindness has nothing to do with it. Mary, I mean Miss Morstan.
Oh, you may call me Mary.
Mary,
Yes?
Well, I was going to say that you need have no fear. Holmes will get to the bottom of this.
With your help.
Oh, sure. Holmes is kind enough to say that I act as a sort of catalyst to him, but...
I'm sure it's true. But you said something before about the case bringing us together. Was that important to you?
Well, I should say... Well, you know that, don't you, Mary?
Well, I thought so, but... Well, you seem changed.
Well, you know, Holmes will surely recover the treasure. That will make you a very rich young lady.
Oh, I'm not thinking about that.
Well, I am.
Why?
Because it's important. Very.
Not to me. And I shouldn't have thought that you were the type to be so concerned with money. At least you didn't appear that way when we first met.
Yes, well, the situation was a bit different then, wasn't it?
How?
Well, for one thing, I had no idea you'd turn out to be such a wealthy woman.
And why should that matter?
Well, hang it all, Mary. If you can't see how it matters, I can't possibly explain it to you. So, well, I wish you a very good night. I left Miss Morstan's lodgings in a foul mood and went directly to our rooms at Baker Street and then to bed. I was awakened very early the next morning by the curious sound of what I was sure was a dog barking. I thought I must have dreamed it, because I knew Holmes would never have a dog in our lodgings. And then Holmes rapped on the door and called out sharply,
I leave you, my dear chap. Get dressed, and be sure to put on a pair of stout walking shoes.
I was out of bed, washed and dressed speedily, and upon entering the study, saw that I hadn't dreamed the dog. What's this, Holmes?
Well, even you, my dear chap, can see that this is a dog. His name is Toby. He's probably the best tracker in London, and today we're going to use him to lead us to Jonathan Small.
Oh, with all due respect to Toby's nose, Holmes, how in the world do you expect a dog to track a scent which is at least 24 hours old?
I ask you to sniff this handkerchief.
Huh?
Well?
There's a distinctly tarry smell about it.
Exactly. Now, in my investigations at Pondicherry Lodge last night, I ascertained that our small man had stepped onto some creosote on the edge of the window. If you can smell it, I have no doubt that Toby here will have even less difficulty in tracking. So, let's be off to Pondicherry Lodge and start our hunt.
Just as the sun was rising, I found myself with Holmes on the grounds of Pondicherry Lodge. Holmes began to circle around the house, looking, as he put it,
for a likely spot where our small man descended. Yeah, it would have to be someplace that's climbable. Uh-huh. Here's a water spout that seems pretty firm. What do you say, Watson?
I can't budge it, Holmes.
So it should certainly have held the small man's weight. And here's a water barrel. Here, bring Toby over here, will you? And I'll let him get a whiff of this handkerchief, and then we shall see what happens. Here you are, Toby. Smell it. Smell it. Ah, he's on the trail, Watson.
Toby led us across the grounds and over to the boundary wall, whining eagerly. He led us to a break from which we could see people had clambered over the wall. Holmes climbed up. I handed Toby up to him, joined him, and then we dropped down to the other side.
We're in luck. There's been no rain. The scent's still very strong. Toby should have no trouble. Hello. What's this?
Well, appears to be a cigarette case.
No, something much more deadly, I suspect. You see these hellish things, Watson?
Yes. They're the same as the thorn we found in Bartholomew shoulder.
Exactly. And mind you don't prick yourself. I'd sooner face a bullet myself. All right, old boy, all right. We're with you.
Well, we're fortunate that one of those devils put his foot in creosote, Holmes?
Chance has given us an easy way of tracing them, but I have enough knowledge to enable me to trace them in 4 different ways. This is just the simplest.
I marvel at the way you obtain your results. How, for example, could you describe the wooden-legged man to Inspector Jones with such confidence?
There's no miracle there, my dear fellow. As soon as we heard of the existence of a treasure, everything became obvious. Think, Watson. 2 officers assigned to India. It was child's play to ascertain from the War Office that they were in command of a convict guard. Now, you recall the piece of paper belonging to Captain Morstan that Miss Morstan showed us on the way to Pondicherry Lodge?
Well, it was some old map.
Yes, precisely. The sort of map used to locate a treasure, and it was signed Jonathan Small and 3 other non-English names.
The sign of the 4.
Excellent, Watson. Now, think back on how Major Sholto died.
Well, his heart gave out.
Yes, but why, man? What caused it?
Thaddeus told us he saw a face at the window. It frightened him.
Exactly. Now, doesn't it follow that a man who deprived his own partner of a treasure would also deprive a convict of his share and would then live in fear in the event that the convict escaped? Actual fear of his life.
But Holmes, you said it wasn't Small who killed Bartholomew. His associate.
Quite so. Did you take a pistol with you?
Well, I had my stick.
Well, I'll leave the wooden-leg man to you. But if the associate turns nasty, I shall shoot him dead.
We seem to be approaching their hiding place.
Undoubtedly. Keep a sharp eye out.
They seem to have taken refuge in a lumber yard. Where's the little beast taking us? Holmes, what does this mean?
It means, my dear Watson, that Toby's nose is infallible.
Huh?
That barrel on which he jumped so proudly is a barrel full of creosote.
In the famous Conan Doyle story, A Scandal in Bohemia, Sherlock Holmes was outwitted for the first time in his life by a woman, Irene Adler, who Holmes ever after referred to as the woman. Now it appears that the great detective has been misled by a dog. We'll return with Act 3 in just a few minutes. The legendary pot of gold at the end of the rainbow is old stuff. And I dare say most of us have chased it at one time or another, only to have the sought-after treasure turn out to be worthless. However, I doubt if any of us have had the unfortunate experience of Sherlock Holmes and his friend Dr. Watson, who, believing they'd found the hiding place of a pair of criminals and a cache of fabulous jewels, found instead only a barrel of creosote.
It's obvious what happened, Watson. If you remember the place where our good friend Toby seemed to lose the trail, that must have been where two trails crossed. Toby just chose the wrong one. We're fortunate that it's not too far back. Come, let's retrace our steps.
And so it proved. Taken back to where he'd been running in circles, Toby happily set off on another trail, which led us through Belmont Place and Prince's Street right down to the water's edge, where there was a small wooden wharf. Toby led us to the very edge, where he stood whining, looking out on the dark current beyond.
We've run out of luck, Watson. They've taken to a boat here.
Oh. Well, that's that then, eh? They've gotten clean away.
Not necessarily. Look at that sign.
Mordecai Smith. Boats for hire by the hour of the day, including the steam launch Aurora.
And we see from the pile of folk on the jetty that the Aurora is indeed a steam launch, and that she isn't here. Come, Watson. Just keep Toby quiet while I see if anyone's in the shack.
Yes?
I'd like to speak to Mordecai Smith.
Oh, I'm sorry to say, sir, my man's away. I've been away since yesterday morning, sir. And truth to tell, I'm beginning to feel frightened about him.
I wanted to hire his steam launch.
Oh, I bless you, sir. It's in the steam launch that he's gone. And that's what puzzles me, for I know there ain't enough coals in it that would take it to Woolwich and back.
Well, mightn't he have bought some at a wharf down the river?
Oh, it weren't his way, sir. Besides, I didn't like that wooden-legged man with his ugly face and outlandish talk.
You say a wooden-legged man?
Oh, yes, sir. A brown, monkey-faced chap. It was him that roused my man yesterday night. And what's more, there was steam up in the launch. Oh, I tell you straight, sir, I'm upset with worry.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Smith, because I wanted a steam launch, and I've heard good reports of the Aurora. She's green with a yellow line and very broad in the beam.
Oh, then it can't be the Aurora you're after, sir.
Ah.
She's as trim a little thing as any on the river. And she's been fresh painted black with 2 red streaks.
I was all for engaging a launch and setting off downriver to track the Aurora. But Holmes pointed out what a colossal task that would be. Therefore, after returning Toby to his grateful owner, we found ourselves in the office of Attorney Jones at Scotland Yard.
Well, Sir Holmes, I'm very happy to tell you I've got the whole lot of them in jail now.
The whole lot?
Yes. The brother Thaddeus, the prizefighter McMurdo, and the Indian servant Lal something or other. And there's no question, but they were in it together.
How did you arrive at that interesting conclusion?
Well, you helped by showing me that there had to be 2 people. And what more likely than those 2 who were always in the house?
Well, haven't you overlooked the fact that they were loyal servants of the murdered man?
Oh, according to Thaddeus, Mr. Holmes. He wanted to lead us up the garden path, you see.
And the motive?
The missing treasure, of course. The murdered man was, by all accounts, a tight-fisted skinflint who didn't want to give up his share of the treasure to his partner. And he must have been the same way with his servants. The treasure's the key, Mr. Holmes. Mark my words.
I agree with you. But I gave you the name of the man I believe responsible.
And you're sticking to that? Well, we shall see, Mr. Holmes. We shall see. What brought you here, then?
I'm here to ask a favor. I'd like a missing steam launch located. It's the sort of job you people here at Scotland Yard do so well.
A steam launch? Don't tell me one of your clients mislaid his launch.
I won't. I believe it's connected with the Sholto killing.
How?
I think the criminals used it to effect their escape.
All that day and the morning of the next, Holmes fretted, complaining about the fact that Scotland Yard had been unable to locate the Aurora.
The whole river has been searched on either side with no success. It's too much. There's no word today. I'll be forced to believe they've scuttled the craft. But there aren't too many logical objections to that. I put an advertisement in the agony column of the Times, and if we hear nothing today, I'll have to take to the river myself.
Well, I shall accompany you.
No. You'd be much more useful if you stay here as my representative.
Well, but Holmes...
No need to argue, for it may not come to that. We may yet have news today.
But we heard nothing. On the following day, Holmes left before I was up. I lounged around the flat all day, hoping there was no flaw in my companion's reasoning. And at 3 o'clock, there was a knock on the door.
Good day, sir. Mr. Holmes is out, I understand.
Yes, Inspector. I don't know when he'll be back. But if you'd care to take a chair and try one of these cigars.
Thank you. I don't mind if I do. Your friend, Mr. Sherlock Holmes, is a wonderful man, sir. I had this wire from him this morning. Here's the message.
Go to Baker Street at once. If I have not returned, wait for me. I'm close on the track. You can come with us tonight if you want to be in at the finish.
What do you make of it?
Well, sounds hopeful.
Are you expecting someone?
Perhaps an answer to Holmes' advertisement. Excuse me. Yes, my man? What is it?
Well, now, sir, you must give an old cart like me time to catch his breath after these stairs.
Oh, yes?
Is Mr. Sherlock Holmes here?
No, but come in. I'm acting for him. You can give me the message.
Nay, it was only to himself I was to tell it.
But I tell you, I'm his representative. Was it about the Aurora? Mordecai Smith's boat?
I know where it is, and I knows where the men she's after are, and I knows where the treasure is. I knows all about it.
Well, then, tell me. I shall let him know.
It was to him I was to tell it.
I'm a police officer. You have important information, and we shall keep you, whether you like it or not, until our friend returns.
Pretty sort of treatment, this. I come here to see a gentleman, and you two seize me and treat me in this fashion.
Oh, now. I promise you shan't lose a penny for your loss of time. Just sit over there on the sofa, and you won't have to wait long.
All right. We'll see.
Well, now, Inspector, where were we?
Yes, I was just about to say that I think Mr. Sherlock Holmes would have made a most promising police officer.
Oh, here, your cigar's gone out. Allow me to relight it.
Well, I think that you might offer me a cigar, too.
Holmes! Where's the old man?
Here he is. Wig, whiskers, eyebrows, and all.
Good Lord.
I hardly expected my disguise to stand a test like this.
Oh, you are a rogue, sir.
The case is all but solved. You may have all the official credit, but I insist on certain conditions. Agreed?
Entirely, if we're successful.
We shall be. First, I want your fastest police boat, a steam launch at the Westminster Stairs at 7 o'clock tonight.
Easily managed.
We shall need 2 staunch men in case of resistance.
You shall have them.
And when we capture the men, we'll get the treasure.
Here's our launch, Mr. Holmes, right on the dot.
Go, have that green light taken off the side. We don't want to have it spotted as a police launch.
See to it, men. Come aboard, gentlemen. Where to, Mr. Holmes?
To the tower. Stop opposite Jacobson's yard.
Oh, for heaven's sake, Holmes. Are you going to tell us how you located the Aurora?
Deduction, Watson. Pure deduction. I knew that if Scotland Yard reported she hadn't put it at any wharf or slip along the river, she hadn't. Therefore, where would one hide a steam launch but didn't have enough coal to go very far? Well, I might very well hand the launch over to some boat builder to make some trifling repair. She would then be removed to his yard and effectively concealed.
Well, that seems a very simple solution.
It's always the simple things which are overlooked. I drew 14 blanks until I learned that the Aurora had been handed over to Jacobson's yard for a repair to her rudder. A needless one, I might add. And that she would be called for at 8 o'clock sharp tonight.
But where are they going?
Either to Gravesend or the Downs, to board some ship that will take them out of the country.
Well, you've worked it out all very neatly. But if the affair were in my hands, I'd have some policemen in Jacobson's and nab them when they came down.
Which would be never. This man's small as a shrewd article. He'd undoubtedly send someone ahead to make sure that there was no one lurking around the yard.
Well, and now we wait, huh?
Exactly. And the minute we sight her, we go after her.
It's after 8, Holmes.
And there's the Aurora, and going like the very devil. Get after her. The launch with the yellow light.
By heavens, she's a flyer. I think we're gaining.
Oh, I'm sure of it. Oh, we'll be up with her in a very few minutes. And Holmes, that is a child on the deck.
You should have consulted the encyclopedia, my dear Watson, about the aborigines of the Andaman Islands, who are reported to be the smallest race on Earth, as well as the fiercest and most intractable.
We're near enough to hail them.
Ahoy, Aurora!
Down, man!
This is the police!
Down to your life!
You hit him, Holmes!
That little savage won't blow any more of his poison darts.
I thought we'd found all of them in the pouch.
All except the one he carried in his blowpipe.
They turned. They're heading for shore, but they're on the ground.
Stand clear. Swing about and mind her stern.
The Aurora had run aground on a mud bank. The wooden-legged man, mouthing curses, sprang ashore, but his stump sank in the mud. He was easily captured. The treasure chest was intact on the deck of the Aurora, and in a very short time, I brought it to Mary Morstan. The chest wasn't heavy, but my heart was.
You weren't hurt? Oh, Dr. Watson, I'm glad to see you're all right.
Oh, it came through with flying colors. And here's your treasure. Well, aren't you going to open it?
It's strange, but the treasure seems to mean more to you than it does to me.
Well, I'd rather say that it means a lot to both of us. You need some help with the lid there.
Thank you. Why, it's empty.
It can't be. It's impossible.
Would you see who that is, please?
Oh, yes, certainly. Oh, Holmes, do you know that the treasure is gone?
Yes.
Well, do you know where it is?
At the bottom of the Thames, where Small threw the gems, piece by piece, during the chase.
Oh, dear. Wouldn't it have been simpler for him just to chuck the chest overboard?
Well, that was a compliment to me. He told us that any man smart enough to track him would be smart enough to fish up a whole chest from the bottom of the river.
Well, that means that Mary will never get...
Well, I think she'll get something she treasures a lot more, Watson, if you will ask her to be your wife.
And so Doyle married Watson off to Mary Morstan, and they lived happily ever after. But Doyle didn't. He found that having Watson, a married man, interfered with his being able to accompany Holmes on his cases. He regretted ever having created the character. But, being a true English gentleman, he never killed Mary off, but was forever sending her on vacations to allow Watson to move back with Holmes. I'll be back shortly.
Here in my hand is a little capsule. It's Contact. It contains enough cold medicine to help relieve cold symptoms caused by every known virus. Think about that the next time you're sick. Sneezing, dripping, all clogged up. Then let us help you with real medicine, like Contact. We're number one in the whole world.
Give your cold to Contact. Real medicine for real cold.
Take only as directed.
I guess I'm lucky. My family's always been healthy. Oh, a touch of constipation now and then. But we've got X-Lax for that.
When you need a laxative, shouldn't your first choice be the one more families buy than any other? That's today's X-Lax. Families like the chocolated taste. You'll like the way X-Lax works, gently overnight for relief in the morning. Next time, make gentle chocolated X-Lax your first choice for occasional use only as directed.
We've always been healthy, and X-Lax is part of that.
One of the most intriguing elements of the Sherlock Holmes stories was the fabulously provocative titles of cases that Holmes had worked on, but which Watson never chronicled. Years later, Doyle's son and John Dixon Carr collaborated on writing some to fit the titles. But the most tantalizing title of all has never been attempted. That title is The Adventure of Ricoletti of the Clubfoot and His Abominable Wife. Now, there's a title that conjures up all sorts of deviltry. Maybe one of our Mystery Theater writers will come up with a story to fit it. Our cast included Kevin McCarthy, Court Benson, Jackson Beck, Earl Hammond, and Joan Shea. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Told you everything I can remember, Inspector, but it all happened so suddenly.
Did you recognize either of the men, madam?
No, I've never seen them before. I'm certain of that.
We have some photographs at the police station of known criminals working in this area. When you're feeling a little stronger, perhaps you might be able to identify the burglars.
They were no ordinary burglars, Inspector.
What makes you say that?
There were so many other things they could have taken, but all they were interested in was my son's luggage. When I came to, I saw one of them going through his trunk. So I scrambled to my feet and tried to stop him, but he shook me off.
You took a terrible risk, madam, tackling a villain like that.
I didn't stop to think. Everything in those cases belonged to my poor son. His clothes. They're all I have left of him now.
We also found a single sheet of paper on the floor. Do you recognize this handwriting?
Yes. It's my son's. But what is it?
We hoped it might be some help to us, a message of some sort, but I hardly think so. Looks like your son had been trying his hand at writing. Turned out novels in his spare time, perhaps?
No, not as far as I know, but may I see that again?
I can't make head nor tail of it, but it seems to be the last page of a book.
Man must live for something. If it is not for your embrace, my lady, then it shall surely be for your undoing, and my complete revenge. The end. Oh, Douglas.
The Three Gables by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, dramatized for radio by Peter Ling, with Clive Medicine as Sherlock Holmes and Michael Williams as Dr. John Watson, and featuring Mary Wimbush as Mrs. Maberly and John Wells as Clarence Gable. The Three Gables.
Good morning.
Ah, Watson, at last.
What do you mean, at last?
I was expecting you yesterday. In fact, I was getting rather concerned for your welfare. Sent a message to your house, but you weren't there. There's nothing wrong, I hope?
Not in the least. I had an invitation to spend the weekend with some friends in Berkshire.
Oh, did you indeed? I was quite unable to account for your absence. There were no shocking fatalities reported in the press, no medical men stricken by unknown tropical diseases. In desperation, I turned to Langdale Pike.
The Lake District?
Now, my dear chap, Langdale Pike is the author of that fascinating daily column in the Globe entitled In Confidence. You must know it, surely.
Oh, that Langdale Pike. No, certainly not. It's a disgraceful collection of mudslinging and tittle-tattle. I never read it.
In that case, how do you know it's disgraceful?
I may have glanced at it once or twice in passing. That was more than enough. I sincerely hope you weren't expecting to find any reference to me in the gutter press.
Of course not. Merely a pleasantry. Nevertheless, I was becoming a little anxious. You suddenly disappear without a word of explanation.
I beg your pardon. The fact is, I was in two minds whether to accept the invitation, but at the last moment I decided it would be churlish to refuse. My host and I were at school together. This weekend, he and his wife were celebrating their silver wedding.
Oh, I'm sorry, Watson. Forgive me.
No. It was thoughtless of me to go without...
No, not in the least. No, though I admit I was worried for your safety. Tell me, when you arrived, did that chap outside give you any trouble?
I didn't see anyone outside.
Well, you couldn't have missed him. A gigantic Negro wearing a suit of yellow and tan checks. It was quite remarkable. He's been hanging about on the opposite pavement ever since breakfast.
Oh, there was no one in the street at all, except Mrs. Hudson on her way to the shops.
Really? Oh, he must have grown tired of waiting and taken himself off. Well, no matter. You're here, safe and sound. And I fancy we may have a curious case to investigate. This letter arrived by the Morning Post. See for yourself.
Dated yesterday. And sent from the Three Gables, Harrow Weald.
Read it through. Tell me how it strikes you.
Dear Mr. Holmes, I have had a succession of strange incidents occur to me in connection with this house, and I should very much appreciate your advice. You would find me here at any time tomorrow. The house is within a short walk of the Weald station. I believe that my late husband, Mortimer Maberly, was one of your early clients. Yours faithfully, Mary Maberly.
Well, what do you think?
Yeah, he must have been a very early client.
I was referring to the good lady's request. Doesn't it strike you as curious?
Since you quite frankly, no, not particularly. I describe it as fairly commonplace myself.
Shh, there's someone on the stairs. Good Lord!
Which of you two gents is Mr. Holmes?
I am Sherlock Holmes. Will you have the goodness to tell us your name?
Never you mind about me. I got a message for you, Mr. Holmes.
How the devil did you get into this house?
Easy. The old woman left the basement window open when she went out.
That constitutes an illegal entry. Holmes, should I fetch a police constable?
No, not just yet. Let us first hear this mysterious message.
The message is, you keep your nose out of other folks' business, Mr. Holmes. Just you leave folks to mind their own affairs. Got that?
Yes, the general drift seems pretty clear, though I'd be grateful if you could fill in a few details.
Grateful? You won't be so grateful if I have to trim you up a bit. Believe me, I've handled your kind before now, and they don't look so darn grateful when I get through with them. Take a look at my fist, Mr. Holmes. Take a real close look.
If you lay a finger on Mr. Holmes... fascinating. Notice the overdeveloped musculature, Watson. But I fancy you'll be liable to painful spasmodic cramps before very long, my friend. You can put the poker back in the hearth, old chap. Won't be necessary. Very well. But I give you fair warning.
No, sir. I'm the one giving the warnings round here. I got a friend out Haraway who's mighty interested in you, Mr. Holmes, and he don't intend to have no button in by you. Got that?
Certainly.
'Cause you ain't the law, and I ain't the law neither. And if you try anything on, I'll be right there, waiting for you, so don't you forget it.
I should be delighted. Oh, I've wanted to meet you for some time. Aren't you Steve Dixie, the bruiser?
Well, yeah, that's my name, but how did you know?
Oh, I know a good many things, Dixie. I know that you began life in the back streets of Harlem, and by virtue of your skill as a prize fighter, you soon moved into more elevated circles.
Yeah, I've done pretty good for myself.
Unfortunately, you also became greedy and fell foul of the law. That was why you had to leave New York in a hurry and move to London, where you took up with some highly disreputable companions.
Now, listen, mister, I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm talking about the killing of young Perkins outside the Holborn bar. Huh? Why? What's the matter? You're not leaving already.
I don't want to hear no talk like that. I got nothing to do with that there, Perkins. I was training at the bull ring in Birmingham when that boy done got in trouble.
And I suggest you tell that to the magistrates. The police are keeping an eye on you and Barney Stockdale, so if you know what's good for you...
I'm leaving. I'm getting out of here. And I hope there ain't no hard feeling about this little visit.
There will be, unless you tell me who sent you here.
Well, there's no secret about that. It was that same gentleman you just mentioned.
Stockdale, eh? And who put him up to it, I wonder?
I don't know nothing, sir. He just told me, Steve, you go see Mr. Holmes and tell him his life ain't worth a brass farthing if he goes out Haraway. That's the whole truth, so help me. And now I'm off.
Yeah, I'm glad you were not forced to use the poker, Watson. He's a harmless enough fellow. A great blustering baby. He's easily cowed.
But what's it all about? Who's Barney Stockdale?
He runs a gang of rogues and bully boys that I hope to clear up when I have the time. He makes their services available to anyone who needs some dirty work done and can pay for the privilege. What I want to know is who's behind the Stockdale gang on this particular occasion.
Why should they try to intimidate you?
Well, it's pretty clear that this is connected to the Harrow Weald affair. Yes, I thought it might prove interesting.
I still don't understand.
Well, do I. But if it's worth someone's while to go to so much trouble, yes, and that settles it. We must make our way to the Three Gables Harrow Weald as soon as possible.
Perhaps I should ring again. Or do you suppose Mrs. Maberly is out?
Oh, in her letter she said she'd be at home all day.
All right. It's the parlourmaid's day off, and I can't be in two places at once. What do you want?
We're here to see Mrs. Maberly. I believe she may be expecting us.
Oh, yes. What name shall I say?
My name's Holmes. This is my colleague, Dr. Watson.
Well, I suppose you better come inside. I'll tell Mrs. Maberly you're here.
Mr. Holmes, how good of you to come all this way. But I felt sure you would not fail me. My husband had the highest opinion of you.
It's a good many years since Mr. Maberly called upon my services. My colleague remembers him well. Isn't that right, Doctor?
Oh, yes, certainly. Though I don't recall the exact details of the case.
Why should you? It was a very trifling matter, after all. But perhaps you would be more familiar with the name of my son, Douglas.
Of course, I hadn't made the connection. I knew him slightly. But then half London knew Douglas Maberly. He made a promising start in the diplomatic service and was posted abroad, I fancy.
He was first attaché in Rome until last month, when he died of pneumonia.
Oh, my dear lady, I'm very sorry. Well, it's hard to speak of death and Douglas Maberly in the same breath. I've never known anyone so intensely alive.
You didn't see him as he became last year. A moody, brooding creature. His heart had been broken. Within 1 month I saw my gallant boy turn into a worn-out, cynical man.
An unhappy love affair with the wrong woman?
Woman? I should say a fiend. But it was not to talk of my poor boy that I asked you to come here today.
Dr. Watson and I are at your service, believe me.
Thank you. It will be a great relief to have your advice, gentlemen. There have recently been some very strange happenings in this house. I've lived here for more than a year, peacefully enough, until 3 days ago when I had a call from a house agent.
I happened to be passing the house, madam, and the moment I laid eyes upon it, I said to myself, "That's the one," I said.
I beg your pardon?
It's exactly what my client is looking for. The situation, the outlook, the size. How many bedrooms? Well, if you don't mind me asking.
There are 3 principal bedrooms and 2 servants' bedrooms, but I don't quite see what...
Making 5 bedrooms in all. Oh, dearie me, that couldn't be better. My client will be delighted.
But the house is not for sale. I haven't even considered moving.
Then I advise you to consider it now, madam. Very seriously. This property will suit my client down to the ground. And if you're prepared to sell, well, let's just say money will be no object. You can name your own price.
That is certainly a very handsome offer, but...
You purchased the house a year ago, I believe. And property values have not risen since then. In fact, they have actually fallen slightly in this locality. But I assure you, my client will be very happy to pay you £500 more than you gave for it. You'll be making £500 profit on the transaction. What do you say to that, then, eh?
Certainly sounds very tempting.
No, of course it is. And I'll tell you another thing. My client will take the house lock, stock and barrel, just as it stands, including all contents.
You mean the furniture as well?
Well, yes, that sort of thing.
I realized I'd never get such an opportunity again, so eventually we agreed upon a figure. You see, I've always wanted to travel, and since Douglas has been taken from me, there's nothing to keep me here. The offer was so generous it would enable me to do as I pleased for the rest of my life. Well, yesterday morning the agreement arrived. It seemed quite straightforward. Of course, I showed it to my solicitor, Mr. Sutra, before I signed it. But when the agent returned to complete the transaction yesterday evening...
Something that puzzles you, madam? And what might that be?
Well, when I showed the contract to my solicitor, he examined it carefully, and then he told me something very odd. He said, "Are you aware that if you sign this document, you could not take anything whatever out of the house, not even your personal possessions?"
Ah, well, you did agree to include all the contents of the house, didn't you?
But surely we were referring to furniture, carpets and curtains and so on.
No. All the contents, madam. Everything.
But my clothes, my jewellery...
Well, perhaps some exceptions might be made for personal effects. If you care to drop a list of such items, I dare say we could agree to exclude those. But nothing must go out of this house unless it is specifically listed and agreed.
It still seems very extraordinary.
Oh, my client is a very liberal man, but I must admit that he has his little fads. Likes to do things his own way. With him, it's everything or nothing.
Oh, is it?
Now, madam, if you'd care to sign where I have indicated...
No. I've changed my mind. I'm sorry to have wasted your time, but I've decided not to sell the house after all. I'm sorry.
And what did the gentleman have to say to that?
He became very upset. He argued, he pleaded, but my mind was made up. So at last he left the house in a very bad temper.
Excuse me. Take no notice of me. Just carry on talking.
Where are you going?
Do continue with what you were telling us, Mrs. Mayberry. I'm sure we shall soon get to the bottom of this mystery.
Oh, my goodness gracious.
As I thought, an eavesdropper at the door. Won't you come in?
Leave me alone. Let go of my arm.
Susan, what is the meaning of this?
Well, madam, I was just coming in to ask if the visitors were staying for lunch when he jumped out at me, giving the fright of me life, he did.
Nonsense, my dear. You've been outside that door for several minutes. Heavy breathers shouldn't listen at keyholes. A little asthmatic, aren't you?
Don't you go calling me names. You've got no right to go pulling
Never
me
mind,
about.
Susan, come in and join us. Now tell me, Mrs. Mayberly, did you mention to anyone else that you were going to write and consult me?
No, Mr. Holmes, I didn't.
And who posted your letter?
Well, I suppose it... Susan did.
Exactly. Now, Susan, to whom did you write or send a message to say that your mistress was in touch with Sherlock Holmes?
It's all lies. I never sent no message.
Susan, it's a wicked thing to tell fibs. Come on now. Who did you tell?
I didn't tell a soul. I swear. I never spoke to nobody.
That can't be quite true, Susan. Didn't I see you gossiping with some man at the garden gate the other morning?
Well, what if I did? There's no harm in passing the time of day, is there?
Suppose I were to suggest that the man you spoke to was Barney Scott.
Well, if you know so much, what do you want to ask me for?
I didn't know for certain, but I know now. Listen to me, Susan. It'll be worth £10 to you if you'll tell me who's at the back of Barney this time.
Someone what could lay down £1,000 for every 10 you got in the bank.
Ah, so, a very rich gentleman, eh?
That's where you're wrong, see. You think you're so clever, but you're wrong there.
Come along. Now we've got so far, you might as well tell me the man's name and earn a tenner.
I'll see you in hell first.
How dare you? Unless you apologise immediately.
Apologise to him? Not likely, not to you neither. I've had enough of this dead and alive hole. I'm clearing out right now. I'll send for my box tomorrow.
Goodbye, Susan. If you have any more respiratory problems, Parigoric's the stuff.
Plainly, the gang means business. They didn't waste any time. Your letter to me was postmarked late yesterday evening, yet Susan passes the word to Barney. Barney has time to go to his employer and get his instructions. Black Steve is called in, and by 11 o'clock this morning, I'm warned off. Quick work, eh?
Yes, but what do these ruffians want?
Yes, that's the question. Why are they so desperate to get hold of your furniture, Mrs. Mayberly? You don't happen to have a Raphael or a First Folio Shakespeare knocking about?
No, I don't think I have anything rarer than a Crown Derby tea service.
Well, that would hardly justify this skullduggery. If they coveted your tea service, they could offer a price for it without buying the whole house. No. As I read it, there's something you have which you don't know you have.
And something you wouldn't give up if you did know.
Yes, well done, Watson. You're absolutely right.
But what on earth could it be?
Well, let's see if we can narrow this down a little. Now, you've been in this house for, 1 year?
Nearly 2.
Nearly 2, all the better. During nearly 2 years, no one wanted anything from you. Suddenly, you receive urgent demands. Now, what may we gather from that?
It must mean that the object, whatever it is, has only just come into the house.
Right again, my dear fellow. Tell me, Mrs. Maberly, has any new furniture arrived recently?
No, I haven't bought anything for the house this year.
That is very remarkable. Well, I think we'd better let matters develop a little further. Is that lawyer of yours a capable chap?
Mr. Sutro? Oh, yes, very capable indeed.
Now, I understand you have another maid in the house, apart from the fair Susan who just slammed the front door on her way out.
Yes, there's Molly. This is her day off, but she'll be coming back later.
So tonight you and Molly will be alone?
Yes.
I'd like you to invite Mr. Sutro to spend the next few nights under this roof. You may be in need of protection.
Protection? Oh, for whom?
I wish I knew. If I can't discover the man's identity, I must get at it from a different direction. Did the house agent leave his address?
He gave me his card. I have it somewhere, but it just said Haynes Johnson, auctioneer and valuer.
That's odd in itself. Men of business don't usually conceal their address.
Very true. Well, there's nothing more we can do at present. You'll let me know if there are any further developments.
Yes, of course. Oh, let me see you out.
Try not to worry, Mrs. Maberly. Now Mr. Holmes has taken up the case, you can rely upon him to see you through.
I'm sure I can.
Talking of cases, where does that luggage come from? Piled up on the half landing. I noticed some foreign labels, Milano, Lucerne.
Oh, they're poor Douglas's things. Sent back from Italy.
But you haven't yet unpacked them. How long have they been there?
Well, they arrived last week. I'm afraid I've been putting it off, rather.
Yes, very understandable. Last week, you said?
Yes, that's right. The luggage was delivered on Friday morning, and Good heavens. You don't think...
It had crossed my mind.
You mean there's something valuable in one of those cases?
It's a possibility, isn't it?
I suppose so, and yet it hardly seems likely. Douglas only had his salary and a small annuity. What could he possibly have?
Delay no longer. Have these things taken upstairs, the trunk, the suitcases. Examine them as soon as possible to see what they contain. I shall return tomorrow and hear what you have to report. Until then, goodbye, Mrs. Maberly.
Goodbye, Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson, and thank you.
Doesn't this strike you as incongruous, Holmes?
What's that?
These sinister goings-on, set amid pleasant rural surroundings. We might be 100 miles from the great metropolis. Harrow is such a peaceful spot, and all the while...
Not as peaceful as all that. Our friend's as good as his word. He promised he'd be waiting for us.
Our friend? I see what you mean.
It's a small world, Mr. Holmes.
And your world will be even smaller once the police catch up with you.
Please, Mr. Holmes, we don't want no talk about police, or no more trouble about that business of your own Perkins, neither. I done think over what you said this morning, Mr. Holmes, and I decided if I can help you, I sure will.
You can help me find the man behind Barney Stockdale. Just tell me his name. That's all I want.
If I knew, I'd tell you, honest to God, but I don't. Only thing I do know, it ain't a him, it's a her.
A woman? So that's what amused Susan.
And not just any woman, neither. A real classy dame she is.
Is that all you can tell us?
That's all, so help me. Barney gives us our orders, but he don't tell us nothing else.
And these are my orders. Bear in mind that the lady living at Three Gables is under my protection, and so is every single thing inside the house. Huh? Do you remember that?
I sure will, Mr. Holmes. But I can't stay here talking no more. If someone was to see me with you, it'd be real bad for both of us. So long, Mr. Holmes, sir. And you too, mister.
Yes, he's scared for his own skin now, Watson. He'd double-cross Barney if he could. But the key to the mystery lies with the late Douglas Maberly. I'm sure of that.
But it doesn't make sense. Maberly had been living in Italy for some time. How could there be any connection between him and this gang of local ruffians?
Well, that's what we have to find out. If only I knew someone who could tell me more about that young man. Douglas Maberly. Mrs. Maberly, the Three Gables... Gable. Great heavens, why didn't I think of him before? Clarence Gable.
Who?
A friend of my youth. Well, you're not the only one who keeps up with old schoolmates, Watson. A strange individual. Spends his day sitting in the bow window of his club, observing the passing show. Oh, here's a human reference book on matters of high society. I must go to Brook Street immediately.
Very well, I'll come with you.
Thanks, my dear chap, but not this time. I'll see you tomorrow morning. Shall we say 10 o'clock? Gable is a little eccentric and detests meeting strangers.
Oh, thank you, waiter. Perhaps just one more cream bun.
Good afternoon, Gable.
Good Lord. It's you. I thought it was the waiter with the tea wagon. Shh. Look, you must excuse me. I'm just making a few notes. Let me see, where was I?
I'm sorry to break your train of thought, but I was hoping you might be able to assist me.
One of your clientele getting himself into hot water again?
I wouldn't put it that way myself, but...
someone with a position in society, a title, perhaps?
No, an elderly woman living in Harrow Weald.
Harrow Weald? Look, I'm sorry, Holmes, I can't help you. I'm engaged on a matter of extreme interest.
So am I, and it's also a matter of extreme urgency.
Hush, if you please. Hush! Oh, very well, very well. What is it?
I want you to tell me everything you know about the late Douglas Mabley.
Good morning.
Morning.
Oh, I expected to find you in your dressing gown, still finishing breakfast.
I made an early start. We have to go out.
Oh, yes? And how did you get on yesterday afternoon with, what's his name?
Gable. He was very helpful and told me exactly what I needed to know.
Oh, that's good. What did he say about...
Well, as good as it might have been. This telegram arrived a few minutes ago.
Please come at once. House burgled during night. Police in possession. Mary Mabley.
I blame myself. I should have asked you to spend the night on guard at Three Gables. Her solicitor clearly proved to be a broken reed. Well, there's nothing for it but another trip to Harrow Weald, and I fear we shall be too late.
I'm afraid you've had a wasted journey, Mr. Holmes. There's no chance for you in this case. It's a common or garden burglary, well within the humble capacities of the poor old police force. No experts need apply.
I'm sure the case is in very good hands, Inspector, but are you sure this is just a simple burglary?
Oh, no doubt about it. We know pretty well who the men are and where to find them.
Yes, Barney Stockdale's gang, of course.
Eh? But how did you know that?
Well, they've been seen lurking about in the vicinity, I fancy.
That's true enough. Luckily, they don't seem to have got away with anything much.
Perhaps you'll tell us everything you know.
Well, it happened last night. Signs of break-in and entering. The lady of the house was chloroformed, and then...
Good heavens. How is she? Where is she?
I'm here, Dr. Watson. A little faint and dizzy, but as you see, I'm otherwise unharmed. Good morning, Mr. Holmes. I am very glad to see you.
We came as soon as we received your message.
Please, madam, sit down.
Oh,
You've
thank
been
you.
through a very nasty ordeal, and you need rest.
Well, it was entirely my own fault. Yesterday you gave me good advice, Mr. Holmes, and I did not take it. I didn't wish to trouble my solicitor, so last night this house was unprotected.
You look very far from well. You really should be in bed.
Please don't worry about me. I want to help you as much as I can.
You can leave all that to me, madam. I've got all the particulars right here in my notebook.
Nevertheless, if Mrs. Mabley is not too exhausted, I would be very interested to hear what she has to tell us.
Well, there isn't much to tell. No doubt wretched Susan helped them to break in. She knows the weak points in the house. I was only awake for a moment before they thrust a chloroformed rag over my mouth. No idea how long I remained unconscious, but when I came to, I saw two men going through my son's luggage. I'd left it at the foot of my bed, intending to begin unpacking this morning. I tried to stop them. I think one of them struck me because I remember no more.
Seems that the parlour-maid heard the commotion because she began screaming out of the window. We were round here pretty sharp after that, but the blackguards got clean away.
What had they taken?
Oh, that's the strangest part of it. As far as I can tell, there's nothing missing, certainly nothing of any importance. They were only interested in my son's luggage. I'm sure he had no valuables.
And they left no clue whatever?
No, nothing. Except a single sheet of paper crumpled up on the floor.
In Douglas Maberly's handwriting, which means it's not much use to us. Now, if it had been in the criminal's handwriting, that might have been a very different matter.
Yes. If the burglars had left you a signed note, that would have been extremely obliging. All the same, I should be curious to see the paper.
I never let anything slip past me, however trifling, Mr. Holmes. Here it is.
And what do you make of this manuscript, Inspector?
Looks like the end of some sort of story, so far as I can see.
You notice the number at the top of the page, 245. Now, where are the other 244 pages, I wonder?
Well, I suppose the burglars must have got those. I dare say they were in such a hurry they picked up the first thing that came to hand. Much good may it do 'em.
May I see that? Thank you. She smiled at him, and at that moment, love died and hate was born. Man must live for something. If it is not for your embrace, my lady, then it shall surely be for your undoing
and my complete revenge. You observe how it suddenly changes to the first person.
I suppose the author was so carried away by his own story that he imagined himself in the hero's place.
Yes, well, we shall see. Now, if you'll excuse us, Mrs. Maberly.
Off already, Mr. Holmes?
There's nothing further for me to do here. Now the case is in such excellent hands, Inspector. By the way, Mrs. Maberly, didn't you say you wanted to travel?
That has always been my dream.
And where would you go? Cairo, Madeira, the Riviera?
If I had the money, I would go round the world.
Yes, quite so. Well, goodbye for the present. I shall be in touch very shortly.
Goodbye, Mrs. Maberly.
Goodbye, gentlemen. And I do thank you for all your help.
Come, Watson. A brisk walk to the station, and we should catch the midday train back to town.
Strange sort of character, that, Mr. Holmes.
Strange?
Oh, very. These clever fellows are all the same. So precise and methodical, but there's a touch of madness in their methods.
Cheer up, Watson. We're on our way. The last lap of our journey.
The last lap? But...
Oh, yeah, certainly. We must clear this matter up once and for all. It'll be as well if you come with me. It's safer to have a witness present when you're dealing with a lady like Isadora Klein.
Oh, really? And who is Isadora Klein?
You're about to meet her. In fact, we shall enlist another witness. My friend, Clarence Gable. I shall call at his club en route to collect him.
No, I won't do it. I positively refuse.
You must accompany us. Your presence will be vital.
Look, it is out of the question. You know very well I never meet strangers. I never go anywhere. I never leave the club.
I insist upon hush. This is an outrage.
For once, my dear chap, you must make an exception to your rule.
Never. I refuse. Absolutely.
I see. Tell me, do you recollect that unfortunate incident in the lower fourth dormitory involving a blacking brush and a Welsh rarebit?
You wouldn't. You swore you'd never tell us so.
That's because you and I are old friends, and old friends help one another, just as you are going to help me now.
But why should I?
Because I say so, and because it'll be worth your while. Very worthwhile indeed.
I shall complain to the secretary. In writing.
Don't trouble yourself, my dear sir. We're just leaving. Fetch your hat and coat, old man. There's a cab waiting at the door.
All right.
My old friend, Clarence Gable, my dear friend and colleague, Dr. Watson.
How do you do, sir?
How do you do?
I take it you understand the whole sad story now, Watson?
I'm sorry, no, I can't say I do. But I gather we're on our way to visit the lady behind all this mischief.
Exactly. The Senora Isadora Klein, presently residing in one of the best houses in Belgravia.
Yes, but who is she?
But that's amazing. Does the name convey nothing to you?
Nothing whatever.
But she's one of the most celebrated beauties in the world. Well, at any rate, she was. There was never another to touch her. She's pure Spanish, the real blood of the conquistadors, and her people have been leaders in Pernambuco for generations.
You did say Klein.
You omitted to mention her husband.
Oh, yes, she married, practically from the schoolroom, the aged German sugar king, Johannes Klein, and presently found herself the richest as well as the loveliest widow on earth. Then there was an interval of adventure during which she followed her own tastes. She took several lovers.
Among them, the unfortunate Douglas Maberly.
One of the handsomest young men in London. He fell passionately in love, but to her he was no more than a caprice. She is the belle dame sans merci. When her fancy is satisfied, the matter's at an end, and if her partner refuses to accept the inevitable, she brings it home to him swiftly and cruelly.
So the story he wrote was his own story.
You're piecing it together. I knew you would.
And now, I hear, she's about to marry the Duke of Lomond.
Ah.
Despite the fact he's young enough to pass as her son, because of the lady's fortune, Lomond's mamma might be persuaded to overlook the difference in age. But a major scandal would be another matter.
And that is why we... Belgrave Square. At last. Well?
I'm sorry, sir. The Signora is not at home.
But you took Mr. Holmes's card into her.
I'm very sorry. Signora Klein is not at home.
And we shall remain here until she is.
Not at home means not at home to you, sir. Your card.
I told you this was a mistake. Come on.
Not so fast, Gable. Here, let me scribble a few words on the back of that. There. Perhaps you'll give that to your mistress.
Very well, sir.
Look, I don't intend to waste any more time. For heaven's sake, let's go.
Somehow I don't think we shall have long to wait.
Why? What did you write on that card?
I wrote, shall it be the police then? They ought to pass us in, I fancy.
I say, that's a bit strong, isn't it?
In this situation, strong measures are called for. This looks rather more promising.
Signora Klein will see you now. This way, if you please. Please be seated, gentlemen. The Signora will be with you in a moment.
Good Lord. Oriental carpets, exotic perfumes, hanging draperies. It's like something out of the Arabian Nights. The lamps are so heavily shaded. The place is full of shadows.
At a certain time of life, even the proudest beauty finds the half-light comforting.
Not so loud. I thought so. Good evening, Senora.
Mr. Sherlock Holmes? What is the meaning of this intrusion, this insulting message?
Allow me to introduce Dr. Watson and my advisor, Mr. Gable, who will know the best way to proceed in this matter.
Please, explain yourself.
Surely it needs no explanation. I've every respect for your intelligence, madam, though I have to say that your intelligence has been rather less than perfect of late.
What do you mean by that?
Well, you assume that your hired villains would frighten me from my work, though in fact it was your over-anxiety that led me to examine the case.
I have no idea what you're talking about. What have I to do with any hired villains?
Alas, it seems I've overrated your intelligence. Good day, madam.
Stop! Where are you going?
To Scotland Yard. Come, my friend.
Wait! Sit down, please, and let us talk. I feel I may be frank with you, Mr. Holmes. Already I sense that I can treat you as a friend.
I cannot promise to return the compliment. However, I'm ready to listen to what you have to say and then decide what's to be done.
No doubt it was foolish of me to threaten a brave man like yourself.
What was really foolish, madam, was to place yourself in the power of a band of thugs who will probably blackmail you and will certainly betray you sooner or later.
Oh, no. Now you are underrating me. I am not so simple. Since I am being frank, I may say that no one except Stockdale and his wife, Susan, have the least idea who I am. As to them, well, it is not the first time that we have done business together.
I see. You've tested them before.
They are good hounds. They run silently.
Such hounds have a way of biting the hand that feeds them, and the police are already on their trail. They'll be arrested for burglary.
They will take what is coming to them. That is what they are paid for. I shall not be involved in this matter.
Unless I bring you into it.
Oh, you would never do that. I tell you this in confidence, and you are a gentleman.
So, well, if we're to be on those terms, in the first place, you must return the manuscript. You have it here, of course.
Yes, it is here, inside that bronze coffer beside the hearth.
Watson, would you be so good?
Yes, certainly. Is there a key?
It is not locked.
There is nothing here but a mass of burnt paper, illegible scraps and blackened ash.
You've been playing with fire, madam. And that seals your fate.
Oh, I'm sure you will not be so hard on me. Shall I tell you the whole story?
I imagine I could probably tell it to you.
Oh. But you must see it from my point of view, the point of view of a woman about to be ruined. Can you blame me if I choose to protect myself?
Yes, if the original sin were yours.
Oh, I admit it. Douglas was a darling boy, but he could not fit into my plans. He wanted marriage. Marriage, Mr. Holmes. In his infatuation, he actually imagined that I might tie myself to a penniless commoner. It was unthinkable. And I had to make him realize that.
By hiring ruffians to beat him right under the windows of your palazzo in Rome.
You do indeed seem to know everything. Well, it's true. But I had to watch. I had to make certain that my orders were carried out. I'm afraid Stockdale's friends were a little rough with Douglas, but it was the only way to end it. And even after that, he would not leave me in peace. What did he do? He wrote a disgusting book, giving his account of the story. I was the wolf. He was the lamb. Of course it was under different names, but everyone in London would have recognized me. What do you say to that, Mr. Holmes?
I would say that he was within his rights.
Oh, but he made 2 copies of the manuscript. One he sent to torture me. The other he kept, to be published, he said. Then came his sudden death, sudden and unforeseen. But as long as that second manuscript remained in the world, there could never be any peace for me. I realized it must be in his effects, the luggage that was sent back from Rome to his mother.
So you set the gang to work. One of them got into Mrs. Maberly's house as a servant.
I wanted to do the thing honestly. I was ready to buy the house and everything in it. I would have paid any price she asked. I only resorted to other methods when all else failed. What else could I do with my whole life at stake?
What else, indeed? Oh, well. It seems that I shall have to compound a felony, as usual.
Oh, surely.
Tell me, Signora, how much does it cost to go round the world these days in first-class style?
Why do you ask such a question?
Could it be done on £5,000?
Yes, I should imagine so.
Very well. Do you have a cheque-book?
Yes, in my desk, but I do not...
Perhaps you'll oblige me by writing out a cheque made payable to Sherlock Holmes for the sum of £5,000. I take it you agree to this proposition.
If you say so, I don't care. £5,000, you say?
If you please. Tomorrow morning it will give me great pleasure to pass the money on to Douglas Maberly's mother.
But, Holmes, wouldn't it be simpler if the cheque were made out to Mrs. Maberly directly?
Oh, certainly. But if the good lady knew where the money came from, I fancy she might refuse to accept it. You see, madam, Mrs. Maberly has set her heart on an extended holiday abroad, and I think you owe her a change of air. Don't you agree?
If you say so. There you are.
Thank you. You've been very generous.
I have got what I wanted.
Splendid, and so has my friend Clarence Gable.
What do you mean? What has your friend to do with me?
Hadn't you better be making a move, Gable? Otherwise you might not make the first edition.
Oh, yes, certainly. I wouldn't miss this story for the world. Farewell, Holmes. Au revoir, Doctor. And, hasta la vista, Senora.
I do not understand. Why is your solicitor interested in this story?
He's not a solicitor. He happens to be a journalist. When you play with fire, madam, you must expect to get burned.
You say Gable is some sort of journalist?
Yes, at school he was always called Great Gable on account of his height.
I
think that's how he got the idea for his pen name, a nearby eminence in Westmoreland.
Langdale Pike, of course. Good Lord. When tomorrow's Globe appears, I should think the Senora might follow Mrs. Maberly's example and seek a change of air.
Yes. I don't think she'll ever be the Duchess of Lomond now. Do you?
In The Three Gables, Sherlock Holmes was played by Clive Merrison and Dr. Watson by Michael Williams, with Mary Wimbush as Mrs. Maberly and John Wells as Clarence Gable. Senora Isadora Klein was played by Gillian Barge, Steve Dixie by Ben Thomas, Susan Stockdale by Susanna Corbett, the police inspector by Neville Jason, the house agent by Johan Meredith, and the footman by Peter Whitman. Other parts were played by members of the cast. The violinist was Leonard Friedman. The Three Gables was dramatized for radio by Peter Ling and directed by Enid Williams.
Somewhere within each of us.
Your mom must have dropped you on your head.
Between the realities of life and the fantasies of our mind.
Then this is a personal matter.
Lies the imagination.
Hey, hold that light still.
A fertile place that only you can touch.
I am a forgotten man, Watson.
But one that, for tonight, we control.
Welcome to Imagination Theater and your weekly adventure into the strange and unexpected. Tonight, we're taking you on a trip into the far reaches of your mind on America's premier radio drama, Imagination Theater, brought to you by Prepaid Legal Services. Tonight, your favorite detective duo, Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson, return to investigate how a priceless piece of jewelry could have been stolen from a house no one left in the adventure of the Bishop's Ring. And then, learn a lesson in safety. Was it really an accident or a plan for murder? Find out in License to Kill. This is Jim French, your writer-producer for Imagination Theater, inviting you now to join executive producer Dave Adams and me as we ask you to sit back, turn down the lights, and turn up your imagination for tonight's Imagination Theater.
Further Adventures of Sherlock Holmes, featuring John Gilbert as Holmes and Lawrence Albert as Dr. Watson.
My name is Dr. John H. Watson. For many years, I have been privileged to assist my friend Sherlock Holmes as he solves some of England's most baffling crimes. Our clients have ranged from the obscure and humble to some of the most powerful and wealthy men in the kingdom. But in the case I'm about to tell you tonight, Sherlock Holmes and I found ourselves employed by an official of the church in a matter which was never to be publicly acknowledged. It was a chill November day in the year 1884. Holmes was feeling downcast. It had been weeks since he had solved the case I called The Adventure of the Speckled Band, and he had sunk into a depression which had deepened as each day passed without a client. He sat slumped in his chair before the fire, the newspaper carelessly discarded at his side, the lunch things uncollected in a tray on the floor.
I am a forgotten man, Watson.
Oh, nothing interesting in the paper today?
No.
Well, suppose we bundle up and have a brisk walk.
No, you do as you like. I think I'll stay where I am and conserve my shoe leather. At this rate, I may not be able to buy another pair.
Yes, well, exercise stimulates the blood, and blood nourishes the brain.
My brain is of no apparent use to anyone, nourished or not. The devil of it is, Watson, the practice of a skill as exclusive as mine, the world's only consulting detective, requires a focus and...
Hold on. Mrs. Hudson must have returned from the market. I don't sit still. I'll get it.
Good.
Oh, hello.
Excuse me, are these the lodgings of Mr. Sherlock Holmes?
They are.
I beg your pardon for coming unannounced. Your landlady let me in.
Who is it, Watson?
She had her arms full of groceries and said I might come up by myself. My card.
Oh, my word. Well, please do come in, sir. You'll forgive the looks of the room. We weren't expecting a guest. Holmes, may I present the Bishop of Downley, And, Reverend, this is Sherlock Holmes, and I am Dr. John H. Watson, his assistant.
Well, and is there mischief afoot in the diocese, or have you come to save my soul?
Perhaps I have intruded. If so, I'll withdraw.
No, Bishop, that won't be necessary. Pull him up a chair, Watson, and I'll make myself more presentable. I have a tendency to scatter things when I'm not concentrating. Take his coat and hat. There's a good chair.
Of course. Allow me, sir.
Oh, thank you. You may be wondering why I'm not wearing my ecclesiastical clothing.
Obviously, you didn't want to be recognized while calling on me.
That is it exactly.
Oh, please, do sit down.
Then this is a personal matter?
Correct again.
Well, I'm all ears. Please spare no detail.
Well, there has been a theft. The missing object is of great value. I must have it back.
Yes, and the object is?
A ring.
Aha. A sacred relic?
No. It belongs to me. It's been handed down through 4 generations. You see, I am descended from a line of prelates that began with my great-great-grandfather. The ring is solid gold. On its face is the form of a cross, and originally it contained 1 large diamond, where the bars met at the center of the cross. When my great-great-grandfather gave it to his son, a 2nd diamond was added. When he passed it on to my grandfather, the Archbishop of York, a 3rd diamond was mounted, and when the ring became my father's, it got its 4th diamond, and now it has 5 stones.
That must be worth a king's ransom.
Its monetary worth is the smallest part of its value to me.
Of course it is. Now, when did you find it missing?
Early this morning.
And the police were called?
Oh, no. I don't want any official record of it. I don't want a scandal. That would embarrass the church. But I felt I needed to take immediate action, so I quarantined the manse and left my vicar in charge while I came to London, praying that you might be able to help.
You quarantined your house?
Well, I'm sorry to say I have to assume one of the household must have taken the ring as I slept. Well? It was safely in its place just before I retired last night, and then when I arose at 6 this morning, it was gone, and no sign of a break-in. So, as much as I hated to do it, I ordered no one to leave the manse until I returned.
And who lives there besides yourself?
My vicar, our housekeeper, the cook, and a handyman.
And they all knew about the ring?
Well, I presume they did, but I wear it only rarely, and never during services. Of course, one doesn't want to show off.
Mm-hmm. And where did you keep it?
In a small camphor wood case on top of my dresser, which is in a vestibule just off my bedroom.
Now, I must be frank with you, Bishop. In cases like this, it's all too easy to dispose of the stolen property. In fact, the thief may have sold it within an hour of his taking it. We must face the fact that you may never see your ring again.
I know. But still one must do all one can.
Yes, now you understand, in order to pursue my investigation, there will be expenses.
Oh, have no concern about that, Mr. Holmes. I am quite prepared to pay whatever you ask. And if you can find the ring for me with the diamonds intact, I will gladly reward you with a handsome bonus.
After the bishop hurried back to catch a train to Downley, there was none of the excitement of the chase in Holmes's mood. In fact, until we got on a later train, he scarcely said 2 words. And then when he did speak, he was grim.
No, it's a fool's errand, Watson. I should resolve never to take a case I have so little hope of winning.
Yes, but what a credit to you that you tried to help him, even if it is hopeless. And you did warn him.
No, don't credit me with sympathy or sentiment, Watson. I'm taking this case because I need the money. And what is worse, if I fail, it will do much harm to my reputation. Oh, yes, this is a fool's errand indeed.
The adventure of the bishop's ring will continue.
Hi, I'm Beth Ann, and I'm an 8-year-old expert. This week's topic of expertise is how to become as smart as me. First, you must love to travel back in time. Second, you must know who to call to investigate the latest crime. And third, you must not be afraid of voices from unknown places. That's why I told my mom about Imagination Theater's monthly subscription plan. You get the latest, greatest Imagination Theater episode every week for only $24.95 per month. That's less than $5.75 per CD or cassette, and they give you their Halloween and Christmas shows for free. Your Visa and MasterCard are automatically charged, and you can cancel anytime you wish. Just call 1-800-229-7234. Mention my name, Beth Ann, and you'll also be entered to win a CC radio, the most powerful AM radio made from the C. Crane Company. So bulk up on brain matter and tune into What's Smart and learn the true meaning of brilliance.
The Imagination Theater monthly subscription plan. Call 1-800-229-7234. You may win a CC radio from the C. Crane Company. Call 1-800-229-7234 today.
And now, I'll continue the adventure of the Bishop's Ring. The train arrived at the Downley station around 4:15 in the pouring rain. Downley is a far cry from London and its amenities, and we found no one waiting to meet us. So at last we managed to hire a cab which plodded its way to an enormous old stone church, next door to which stood a large residence of the same architecture. The door to the manse opened as we approached, and a slender stick of a man in a priest's costume rushed out to meet us.
Mr. Holmes, is it?
Yes.
And Dr. Watson? Do come right in.
Thank you.
Filthy weather, isn't it? So sorry we couldn't send for you at the station. The bishop's trying to keep everyone inside until you've had a chance to interrogate them. My name's Vicar Mason Delaware. I'm the assistant to the bishop. How was your journey? It's well past tea time, and we've waited half hours until you could get here. Oh, here's Robbins to take your things. Yes, Robbins, the umbrellas too. Front hall closet.
Yes.
Now, gentlemen, if you'll follow me to the front parlour.
Ah, Mr. Holmes and Dr. Watson, here at last. Would you want a few minutes to freshen yourselves?
No, I prefer to meet the household as soon as possible.
Right you are, right you are. Mason, please bring the others in now.
Yes.
You got here not a moment too soon, gentlemen. I'm afraid there's quite a bad feeling in what was always a felicitous household.
Now, while the others are assembling, would you show me all the outside doors?
Outside doors? Why, yes, Robbins can do that. Where's Robbins? Robbins?
I'm coming, Your Reverence. Yes, sir.
Would you be so kind as to show Mr. Holmes the outside doors?
The outside doors? Why?
He is a detective, Robbins. He's looking for clues.
Right, sir, Your Reverence. Well, you've seen the front door yourself.
Now, why on earth would he want to look at our doors?
Oh, it's quite simple, actually. He's checking for signs anyone's come in from the rain. Well, you did say you ordered everyone to stay inside.
Oh, so I did. And if he saw wet footprints in the house, I say extraordinary. Why didn't I think of that? Well, you're an experienced detective right alongside Mr. Holmes. I can see that. Tell me frankly, Doctor, does Mr. Holmes always get his man?
I can say that in the time we've been associated, yes, he's never failed. Of course, there's always the first time. Presently, the vicar ushered in his wife, Mrs. Delaware, a woman in a severe black dress, and the cook, Lucy, plump, red-faced, all in white, with ringlets of blonde curls under her starched white cap. And then the handyman, Robbins, returned with Holmes from the back of the house.
Oh, very good. We're all here now, I think. Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson, this is our housekeeper, Mrs. Delaware, our cook, Lucy Pursley, and, of course, you've met Vicar Delaware and John Robbins. And did you find any clues, Mr. Holmes?
Only what I expected, Bishop. Now, first, Mrs. Delaware.
Yes, sir?
You and the vicar are husband and wife, so I presume you occupy the same rooms.
Yes, we have an apartment 2 flights up.
May we see it?
Of course. Come this way. Look about all you like, Mr. Holmes. Dr. Watson.
You must forgive the scraps of paper on the table. I'm making Christmas decorations for the children's tree at the orphanage.
Oh, I say, that's a charitable thing to do. Good for you.
Mrs. Delaware, at what time did you retire last night?
We retire at 10. We make a practice of going round the house just before bedtime to make sure everything's right.
And then I lay out the vicar's clothes for the next day.
Then we say our prayers, and we are in bed promptly at 10 o'clock.
Yes, dear. Mr. Holmes, I know the bishop thinks one of us in the house took his ring, so I invite you to inspect all our belongings. Actually, we haven't much to inspect.
Most obliging. Watson, the pockets and linings of all the clothing hanging in the closet.
Righto.
And I will take the drawers of your dresser and nightstand.
I must say I pity the Delawares. If these were their only possessions, they lived humble lives indeed. In only a few minutes, Holmes and I had examined every possible hiding place for an object the size and weight of the bishop's ring, and found nothing. And we went back down to the parlour, where the bishop, Robin, and the cook were waiting.
Mrs. Pursley, how long have you cooked for this household?
It's just going on 4 years now, sir.
Yes, and where did you cook last?
Before here? At home. For myself and my husband, rest his soul.
And where are your quarters?
On the ground floor. My room's next to the butler's pantry.
That would be not far from the back door, am I correct?
That's right.
Yes, in fact, your room is just under the back stairs to the first story.
Yes, sir, it is. Oh, Mr. Holmes, I didn't steal nothing, I swear.
No, but tell us, what did you serve for dinner last night?
Last night's dinner? Roast leg of lamb, gravy and dumplings.
Excellent, excellent. Now, let us move on to the handyman, John Robbins. Is that your name?
It is.
And what sort of work do you do here, Mr. Robbins?
I keeps the grounds, tends the stables, does repairs around the house.
And where do you sleep?
Above the stables.
And where were you last night?
Well, I had me dinner here, same as the other folks had. I might say it was scrumptious good, Lucy. Yeah. And then I went out to make sure the horse was dry in his stall, gave him fresh hay, and then I took myself to bed.
So you were not in the house overnight?
No, I was up in my own digs. But I will tell you one thing about 2 in the morning. The horse, he kicks up a rumpus down in his stall.
No, and did you go down to see what was wrong?
Well, now, no, sir, I didn't. I thought it'd be a stray dog or something, but now I'm not so sure I'd done the right thing.
So when did you enter the house this morning?
I come down for breakfast, like always. 7 o'clock, Lucy has me tea and kippers waiting.
Thank you. Now, Bishop, last night, did you fall asleep promptly?
Yes, I did.
And did you awaken at all during the night?
Well, no.
But you took no sleeping powders?
Oh, I don't use them.
Very well. Now I think I should like a look at your quarters, Bishop, if you don't mind.
Certainly. My room is 1 floor above, directly above this room.
And did I see a back stairway where Robin showed me the back door?
Yes.
Watson, step into the hall with me. Excuse me, everyone, for a moment. Well, this may not be as difficult as I thought. I will go with the bishop into his room. I want you to stay down here, placing yourself so you can watch the stairway. I'll call the people up one by one.
Yes?
I want you to use your sharpest powers of observation, Watson. As I call each of them, see how they climb the stairs. Watch and listen. Now, Bishop, if you will show me to your room.
With pleasure. This way.
I made myself comfortable on a chair which afforded a view of the stairs, while Holmes and the bishop went to the rear of the house to use the back stairs. As he told me later, he found the bishop's quarters to be a modest bedroom, sparsely furnished. The walls were lined with books, and a door opened into a small...
And this is the chest of drawers. And the camphor wood box. The ring rested on this silk cushion.
There's no lamp in here.
No, only the light from that small window. Or I bring a candle. One day we may have gas lighting, but it's far too expensive now.
Tell me, Bishop, where do the funds come from to operate this home?
By the tithes and offerings of the faithful.
And the salaries of your employees?
From the same source. In fact, Mason Delaware is in charge of the offerings. He was a bookkeeper before he took the cloth, worked under Rector Hastings in Wales for some time. I was lucky to get him, and his wife has been a godsend.
And where did you get the cook and the handyman?
They were faithful members of the diocese who were in need.
Very well, Bishop. Excuse me. All right, will the Delawares please come up?
You're having them in my room?
Oh, bear with me, Bishop. In a minute we'll have the cook and the handyman up here, too. But first, I have a short errand.
I couldn't fathom what Holmes was leading up to, except that I saw on his face the welcome expression that he wears when he knows that he has his man. He came plunging down the stairs and out into the rain. He disappeared round the corner of the house and was gone a good 5 minutes. And in one more minute, I'll tell you how the ending came about in the adventure of the Bishop's Ring.
Imagination Theater will return.
Find the mystery. Learn where it hides.
I can't believe what I'm seeing.
And see where your mind takes you. On Imagination Theater, America's premier radio drama.
The only thing we have to fear is fear itself.
It's a double feature movie for your mind.
We are giving them an Earth base in return for the Earth.
We're back with more Imagination Theater.
Good grief, Holmes. You're drenched.
May I give him one of your towels, Bishop?
Of course. Mrs. Delaware, you know where we keep them.
So kind of you.
Here you are, Mr. Holmes.
Oh, thank you. Fine. Now, here we are, all jammed into the bishop's bedchamber. Mr. Robbins, would you go into the vestibule and open that small window so we can get a breath of fresh air in here?
Oh, it won't open, Mr. Holmes. Hinges are rusted or something.
Not anymore, your worship. It opens fine now. See?
Why, thank you, Robbins. When did you fix that?
Yes, that is much better. Now, Watson, I asked you to observe something for me. Would you care to report?
Here, in front of everyone?
Oh, yes. They'll be fascinated with your powers of observation.
Very well. You asked me to notice the way everyone climbed up the front stairs.
And?
They all climbed the stairs in a perfectly normal way. But the 9th step creaks.
He's right. We've been meaning to fix that step.
It does make an irritating noise.
But I'll wager it didn't make any noise at all for one person.
Holmes, you knew that all along?
Oh, yes. That person couldn't climb to the bishop's bedroom last night using the back stairs because every step squeaks and creaks.
Aye. We were meaning to get to that, too.
Oh, but you did a fine job on the vestibule window, Robbins.
Wow,
Robbins?
You see, it took careful planning and cooperation on the part of all of you. Beginning with Lucy, the cook.
Me?
You cooked a heavy meal last night with dumplings and gravy. How much sleeping powder did you put into the bishop's portion?
Now, look here.
And you, Robbins, had a story rehearsed about hearing a noise sometime late last night to suggest someone tried to break in.
Wow, it could have been a killer for all you know.
Ah, but nothing that violent. In fact, the entire plan was so delicate, the slightest hitch could have meant disaster. No, the person who was to climb the stairs and enter the bishop's room had to be very light to keep the stair from creaking. I don't suppose you weigh more than 8.5 stone, Mrs. Delaware?
Oh, right. I've heard about enough of this. I knew what you were up to the minute we came in this room, Sherlock Holmes. Well, this is one case you can't prove. You searched our rooms, you searched our clothes, and you didn't turn up the bishop's ring, did you? No.
I humbly confess you are correct. You don't have the ring, and neither do you, Mrs. Delaware, nor do you, Lucy Pursley, and not even you, Mr. Robbins. The ring is not in this house.
Your worship, you should order these two back to London with an apology to all of us who serve you so faithfully and ask so little in return.
Oh, do shut up, Mason. Let Mr. Holmes finish.
Thank you. No, the ring was not in this house until I went outside just now and retrieved it, where it had lain overnight, waiting to be collected and sold, no doubt, for the gold and diamonds in it. And here it is.
Heavenly saints, let me see it.
There.
Yes, it's the ring, with all the stones intact. Where on earth did you find it, Mr. Holmes?
In the rain barrel, just below the vestibule window. Come see. Mrs. Delaware knew where you kept the ring, so she crept into your room as you slept a deep, drugged slumber. She removed the ring and placed it in a tiny paper boat she'd made of the heavy paper she's using to make stars for the orphan's Christmas tree. Then she opened your formerly rusted window and sent it sailing down the roof gutter, the ring safely inside. The little vessel hurtled into the gushing downspout and sank into gallons of rainwater, where the ring waited for someone to come and get it, tomorrow or the next day.
Holmes, how in heaven's name did you figure that out?
Everyone but the bishop himself had a motive to steal the ring. But it would have to be disposed of within hours, even minutes of the theft.
Just as you told me this morning.
Yes, and when I looked out of the vestibule window and saw the channel of rainwater, it occurred to me that a thing like a ring could make the journey into the downspout if it were able to float just long enough to reach the rain barrel. And when I looked a few minutes ago, there was the little paper boat, its voyage finished, floating soggily on the surface of the water. I reached to the bottom and fished out the bishop's ring.
We never learned what happened to the household of the Bishop of Downley, but the following day a package was delivered to Holmes, and in it, with no note attached, were sufficient pound notes to put a brief, wry smile on the face of Sherlock Holmes. And that is the case I call The Adventure of the Bishop's Ring. And I'll tell you another one from my files on the great detective when next we meet.
The Further Adventures of Sherlock Holmes feature John Gilbert as Holmes and Lawrence Albert as Dr. Watson. In tonight's program, you also heard Ted Dance, Katrina Baxter-Hodiak, and yours truly, John Patrick Lowry. Pat French was our director, and the story was written by Jim French, by arrangement with the estate of Dame Jean Conan Doyle. The characters of Holmes and Watson were created by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle and are featured in stories and novels by him. Again, this is John Patrick Lowry speaking.
You're listening to Imagination Theater, America's premier radio drama. We'll be back with the next leg of tonight's journey right after this.
We're back with more Imagination Theater. Vengeance is mine, saith the Lord. Well, that's one piece of scripture that's easy to quote, but hard to obey. It seems we're forever trying to teach someone a lesson or give him what he deserves, never thinking that revenge is a no-no. Case in point, Kelly Hobson, a man with a cast on his arm and a chip on his shoulder, both put there by someone who acted as if he was trying to put an end to Kelly's car racing career, and maybe even to Kelly. Well, if you knew Kelly, you'd know he wouldn't take this lying down. And thereby hangs a suspense-filled yarn we call License to Kill. We'll have Act 1 in just a minute.
There's no substitute for good legal counsel. Most of us have learned that at some point in our lives. And now you can be a part of making good legal advice accessible to everyone, while creating a substantial financial future for yourself. Prepaid Legal Services and its subsidiaries, a 27-year-old debt-free publicly traded company, currently has full and part-time marketing opportunities available throughout the country. They'd like to show you how you can create significant immediate income, build long-term financial stability, and be a part of one of America's fastest-growing companies, Prepaid Legal Services, a company that Forbes magazine called the 5th best small company in America. So if you'd like to join us or simply receive more information on this tremendous business opportunity, contact independent associate Hans Lilliard at 1-800-860-4908. That's 1-800-860-4908 for Prepaid Legal Services and its subsidiaries.
Now, let's continue our story. It all started the night Kelly Hodson took his cut-down, souped-up, rebuilt race car out for a test along a narrow back road. Of course, Jimmy Bailey was along, sticking like gasket sealer to his pal and hero. With his usual abandon, Kelly had nearly blown 2 cars off the road as he roared along, but then, a mile or so further on, the overtuned engine quit, and Kelly pulled to a stop on the narrow, sloping road shoulder to see if he could fix it.
Did you figure it out yet, Kelly?
Nah. Hey, hold that light steady.
Sorry.
Could be I've got it dead short, clear across the whole thing.
Well, maybe you burned up your coil.
I can't tell. Well, I got to get a toll.
Hey, here comes one of those cars we passed, probably.
Hey, let me have your flashlight. I'll flag him down. You see if I got a toll rope in the trunk. Hey, I need a toll. Hey, you, watch out!
Kelly! Kelly!
He ran me down.
My God!
Oh, my arm. He tried to kill me.
Take it easy. Take it easy, Kelly.
Did you see that son?
Here, let me get you up into the car.
So help me if I could find out who that was. Oh, it's broken, Jimmy. Take it easy.
Oh, I'm sorry, Kelly. There. Get into the car real easy. Now, you go ahead and sit down in the car and then leave her to me. You know what, Kelly?
What?
We're going to get that fella.
What do you mean? How are we going to get him?
Because I caught the last 3 numbers on his license plate. 637.
A lot of good 3 numbers will do.
That's all I need. Now don't you fret none. I'll find him. Maybe it'll take a little while, but I've seen the car. It's a gray Dodge.
What's up, Plymouth? How do you know it was gray? Could have been any dark color. Oh, listen, I'm getting cold. You better find us a ride back to town.
I will. But just don't you worry. I'm going to get us that fella. I'm going to get him good.
Well, you didn't have to go breaking your arm to get out of our date.
Very funny. Ha, ha.
I was just kidding. Trying to cheer you up.
Yeah, she was just kidding, Kelly.
Will you shut up?
I'm sorry.
Guess you won't be driving Sunday in the race.
It'll probably be 6 weeks, the doctor said.
Oh, that's too bad. Oh, wait a minute. I gotta go wait on a customer. Don't run away now.
Kelly?
What?
We're not going to report this to the fuzz, are we?
I don't know.
I mean, it won't do any good.
Probably won't.
Hey, speak of the devil, look who's coming in. Adams. Yeah, he's coming over.
Hello, Kelly. Move over, Jimmy. Let me sit down.
Oh, won't you sit down and join us, Officer Adams?
Oh, thanks. How's the arm?
It's okay.
I don't believe I seen any accident report.
You have to report everything to you guys?
Hey, how'd you find out about the accident?
Doc mentioned it. Said he'd set your arm after you got smacked by a hit and run. Is that right?
Yeah.
You think it was accidental or on purpose?
I don't know.
Are you kidding, Kel? I saw the whole thing. And what happened was, Kelly was standing in the road trying to flag the guy down so we could get him to tow the car back to town, and then...
Standing in the road?
Sheesh. Thanks a lot, Jimmy.
Well...
Go on, Jimmy.
The guy slowed down like he was going to stop. And then all of a sudden he swerves way over and gives it the gas and knocks Kelly right against his own car.
That the way it happened, Hobson?
I guess.
Funny you wouldn't come over and report it.
Well, I was going to.
I don't suppose you could identify the car.
Well, Jimmy thinks he saw the last 3 numbers of the guy's license.
Oh? Well, that's good, Jimmy. What are they?
Oh, I don't think I got him right.
What do you mean? Last night you reeled him right off to me.
Yeah, but I probably got him wrong. Like, I couldn't even tell what kind of car it was. I mean, I thought it was one kind, and Kelly, he said it was another.
Mm-hmm. Well, if you remember the license number or anything else, let me know. Or do you already know who it was?
Huh?
Maybe a friendly little game of chicken out on the back road?
You're out of your tree.
Just wondering. You've been in and out of traffic court so many times for dumb things like that.
Yeah, well, that's what I figured you'd think. So forget it, Adams.
Okay, Kelly. Have it your own way.
What's with you, anyway?
Huh?
You forget those license numbers already? Didn't you write them down?
Take it easy, Kel. I didn't forget one thing.
Then why didn't you tell that
Look, don't you see? If the cops find the guy, they'll charge him. He'll probably have an alibi, or he'll get out of it some way. So I'm going to find him for you. And the cops won't need to find him.
Jimmy, your mom must have dropped you on your head.
Oh, hi. Back again? We're closed.
I know. I had to get rid of Jimmy. I was going to see if you wanted to go out for something.
For what?
Anything.
Like she says, buddy, we're closed.
I know you're closed. I didn't come in to buy anything. Who's he, the new cook?
That's Kennedy. Yeah, he's the new cook and going to be the new manager.
He don't like me.
Well, he doesn't even know you, except he's seen you in here talking to me a couple of times, that's all.
Yeah, well, come on. You ready to leave?
Well, see, I didn't know you were coming back.
Oh, well, you got something else to do?
Well, Kennedy, he said he'd drive me home.
Kennedy? Are you going out with him now?
No, I'm not going out with him. He just said when I worked late, he'd feel better about it if he drove me home instead of my walking.
Well, you don't have to walk. Tell him I'll drive you. Wait, I forgot. The car don't run. Well, I'll walk you.
Wait a minute, here he comes.
Hi, my name's Kennedy.
Yeah?
This is Kelly Hobson.
How are you? Now, look, Hobson, let me explain how I run the place. When Lila's working late like tonight, I drive her home. Now, what she does when she gets home is none of my business. But I see that she gets home safe. See?
Yeah. I see. What are you, some kind of big daddy?
Oh, Kelly.
And I don't need you to tell me how to run my business.
Hey, big man, you keep on like that, and you ain't gonna have a business.
Okay, Buster. Out.
Oh, listen, Kennedy, he didn't...
You coming with me, Lila?
Now, wait a minute. She's not done cleaning up yet. Then she's leaving with me.
I've got to, don't you see?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I see.
After this word, Imagination Theater will return.
There's no substitute for good legal counsel. Most of us have learned that at some point in our lives. And now you can be a part of making good legal advice accessible to everyone while creating a substantial financial future for yourself. Prepaid Legal Services and its subsidiaries, a 27-year-old debt-free publicly traded company, currently has full and part-time marketing opportunities available throughout the country. They'd like to show you how you can create significant immediate income, build long-term financial stability, and be a part of one of America's fastest-growing companies, Prepaid Legal Services, a company that Forbes magazine called the 5th best small company in America. So if you'd like to join us or simply receive more information on this tremendous business opportunity, contact independent associate Hans Lilliard at 1-800-860-4908. That's 1-800-860-4908 for prepaid legal services and its subsidiaries.
Back with more movies for your mind.
Hey, Kelly. Still loafing?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, Adams. I'm still loafing. Can't repair cars with one arm.
I see you've got some expert help, though.
Hey, Cal. We got a set of points for a 390 Ford?
Look in the parts room, Jimmy.
Oh, yeah.
Did he ever remember those license numbers?
Huh? I don't know. You'll have to ask him.
I did, outside. He's playing dumb, which isn't too tough for him.
All right, Adams. He can't help it.
I don't think we got any, Cal.
Then call up the parts house and order them. You got the book with the serial numbers?
Oh, sure. I'll get it.
Look, Kelly, I'm trying to determine whether we have a genuine hit-and-run case or not. Do you think you can be of any help?
Well, I'll guarantee you that I've got a genuine broken arm.
Okay. Now try to remember. Do you believe the person who hit you deliberately aimed for you?
Absolutely.
All right. Give me a motive.
I can't give you a motive.
Hey, Cal. Guess what? I found a box of points for a 390 Ford after all. Oh. Hi, Officer Adams.
Hello, Jimmy.
Well, go install them in the customer's car. You know how to install points.
Oh, sure.
You check his plugs?
Huh?
Did you check the guy's spark plugs?
Yeah, I will.
Jimmy, I guess you had a better look at that hit-and-run car than Kelly did. You want to do us a big favor?
Well, what is it?
You get a lot of cars through here. Keep your eyes peeled. If you see one that looks like the one that hit Kelly, call me. Will you?
Sure, I will.
All right, Jimmy. Now finish the guy's car, will you?
Right, Cal. I'm going to check those plugs and then clean it up like you told me.
You don't buy my story, is that it?
Did I say that?
Well, I closed everything up like you said and swept up the floor.
That's fine, Jimmy. You worked hard today.
Oh, I didn't mind. I liked it. Hey, Kelly?
Yeah?
I got an idea. Can I drive you home in the wrecker and then take the wrecker home? You know, if we was to get a call tonight, you couldn't drive it with your broken arm, so what do you think?
Think you can work it by yourself?
Oh, sure.
Okay, Jimmy. Only don't drive me home. Leave me off at the diner.
Oh. Gonna see Lila?
No. I've got a date with Kennedy.
Huh? Oh. Oh.
How's your arm tonight?
Great.
Want something to eat?
Nah.
Listen, you better have a cup of coffee anyway.
What?
Well, Kennedy, he doesn't like people to just hang around without buying something.
Oh, jeez. What a sweet guy.
I'll bring you some coffee. There you go.
Listen, Lila, how about tonight?
I don't know, Kelly. I gotta close up at midnight.
You gotta go right home?
You know Kennedy. He drives me home.
Yeah, I know. But then what?
You got your car running?
How can I work on my car with one arm?
How can you work on anything with one arm?
You'd be surprised. How about it?
What are we gonna do, walk around the block?
Well...
You can't come in. We'll have to go somewhere. How are we gonna go somewhere without a car?
Okay. Don't you worry. I'll get a car.
Tonight? How?
Just don't worry about it. What time are you going to get home?
Oh, probably not before 1 o'clock. And listen, Kelly, I'm going to be really beat.
I'll be out in front at 1:30, okay?
Okay, Kelly.
Hey, tell me something. This Kennedy, he always get all dressed up in that white chef's outfit?
Yeah, why?
Well, I mean, what does he do? Come to work that way and drive you home that way?
No, he changes back in the men's room.
Oh.
Listen, I gotta go wait on the trade.
Sure, go ahead. See you at 1:30. Hi, Kennedy.
Hi.
How are you?
Okay if I use it, John?
Yeah, sure. Go right ahead.
Thanks. Well, what's this hanging on a peg? Must be his coat. Look at all the keys. Just 11 o'clock. That's just enough time. See you, Kennedy.
Yeah, see ya.
Lila, see you later. Yeah, who is it?
That you, Kelly? This is Adam.
What am I doing? Disturbing the peace?
No, I saw someone in your garage, and I thought I'd better investigate. Working kind of late, aren't you?
One of my customers needed a key made, so I came down here to cut him one.
Oh. Say, another thing.
Yeah?
I've seen Jimmy cruising around town all evening in your wrecker. What's he doing, trolling?
I don't know. I let him take it home tonight, seeing as I can't do much with one arm in a sling.
Yeah. Well, I've got a hunch he's doing just what I asked him to do.
What?
Keeping a lookout for that car that ran you down.
Yeah?
That kid takes everything you say literally. He's crawling through town checking license plates, sure as the world.
Yeah, on my gas. Well, if you see him again, tell him to go on home. Listen, I hate to break this up, but I got to get going. What time is it?
11:45.
Hey, listen, I got to lock up and get my tail in gear.
Say, what are you using for wheels these days? Your car's still busted?
Yeah, well, I get by. Listen, I got to run.
Sure, Kelly. See you around.
Imagination Theater returns after this.
You don't know what's out there.
If you want mystery.
Oh, God.
If you want suspense.
I'm coming to get you, Worley. So start sweating.
Then you want Imagination Theater. Join us here each week as we bring you a double feature movie for your mind on America's premier all-original radio drama, Imagination Theater.
Hi, I'm Beth Ann, and I'm an 8-year-old expert. This week's topic of expertise is how to become as smart as me. First, you must love to travel back in time. Second, you must know who to call to investigate the latest crime. And third, you must not be afraid of voices from unknown places. That's why I told my mom about Imagination Theater's monthly subscription plan. You get the latest, greatest Imagination Theater episode every week for only $24.95 per month. That's less than $5.75 per CD or cassette, and they give you their Halloween and Christmas shows for free. Your Visa and MasterCard are automatically charged, and you can cancel anytime you wish. Just call 1-800-229-7234. Mention my name, Beth Ann, and you'll also be entered to win a CC radio, the most powerful AM radio made from the C. Crane Company. So bulk up on brain matter and tune into What's Smart and learn the true meaning of brilliance.
The Imagination Theater monthly subscription plan. Call 1-800-229-7234. You may win a CC radio from the C. Crane Company. Call 1-800-229-7234 today.
We're back with more Imagination Theater.
Kennedy, did you want something? Is that you, Kennedy?
No, baby. It isn't Kennedy.
Kelly, I thought it'd be you, but this looks like Kennedy's car.
It is.
What did he do? He loan you his car?
Isn't that a gas? Come on, get in.
You really surprised me. I was watching for a car, but I didn't know what kind. How did you get him to loan you his car?
Oh, I just told him how it was with you and me. I mean, he understood.
That's neat. I didn't think he would. I mean, he hardly knows me, and he doesn't know you at all.
Yeah, well, I found him to be a real reasonable guy.
Where are we going?
Oh, the old spot. Tired?
Yeah. I'll say one thing. Kennedy really works here.
Yeah? Well, just relax, honey.
Okay. Is this the road where that guy ran you down?
Yeah.
Oh, that's awful. Do you think he'll ever find out who did it?
Nah, how can they?
But if Jimmy saw part of the guy's license number...
You can forget that. Jimmy means well and all, but... Well, he isn't too awfully bright.
Then why do you let him work with you at the garage?
I don't know. Someone's got to give him a chance.
He worships the ground you walk on.
Yeah, well, I'm the only guy who ever treated him like he wasn't a half-wit. Hey.
What?
Don't turn around. Someone's following us.
Are you sure?
Yeah, ever since I pulled away from your place.
Why would... Kelly, why would someone be following us?
How would I know?
Oh, no. I bet I know. You didn't borrow this car from Kennedy, did you? You stole it.
So, he'll get it back before morning. Move over and put your seatbelt on.
Kelly, I'm scared.
Whoever it is, I can outrun him even in this old heat.
This isn't a racetrack. This is Old Mill Road.
Just don't bug me.
Oh, he's right behind us.
I'm pulling away from
Is
him.
it the police? If it's Adams, he won't give up.
It's not the police. It's a truck. See the clearance lights on the cab?
Kelly, you'll tip us over.
I know what I'm doing. Just hang on.
What'll we do?
Down here, around the next turn. I'm going to pull off the road and hit the brakes hard. He'll be past us before he can stop. Then we'll turn around and get back to town. He can't turn a truck around on this little road. Okay, here we go. Hey, you know who that is? That's old Jimmy driving my record. Hey, he's stopping there up the road. Yeah, he's going to come back.
I thought a truck couldn't turn around on this narrow road.
A record can. It's only got a short wheelbase. Yeah, I'll see what the kid wants. Stay put. Now, why did he turn his lights off? Jimmy? Jimmy? Lila, jump! Get out! Jimmy, what do you think you're doing? Jimmy! No!
There. Whoever you are, license number 637. That'll teach you to run over my friend, Kelly Hobson.
Under ordinary circumstances, you wouldn't expect your best friend to drive a huge wrecker right into your car, pinning you between the car and the winch on the bumper of the wrecker. But these were anything but ordinary circumstances. Poor Jimmy, a little addled at best, was so overwrought he never recognized Kelly, frantically waving him away as the truck moved closer and closer to the car. Jimmy, a loyal friend, though, when it comes down to a crunch. How was he to know that it was Kennedy's car that had knocked over Kelly in the first place? How would he know that Kelly should have borrowed that particular car for his joyride? Well, it all proves that revenge isn't very sweet. Kelly's dead, Lila's bruised, Jimmy's up for manslaughter. Oh, yes, and Kennedy is out his 7-year-old sedan. License to Kill was produced and written for Crisis by yours truly, Jim French, and featured Marv Roseanne, Mark Wayne, Bill Swain, Shelley Knopp, and Paul Lewis. Well, that concludes this week's escape into mystery and suspense. But promise me you'll join us again next week as we invite you to turn down the lights and turn up your imagination here on America's premier radio drama, Imagination Theater, brought to you by Prepaid Legal Services. Next week, learn how quiet mysteries of a notable Seattle family lead Harry Nile to be included in a murder investigation in Family Secret. And then a revisionist is teaching that the Holocaust never happened. The two elderly men who survived the horror decide to hold him captive in a classic play called Hoax.
Imagination Theater is written and produced in Seattle, Washington by Jim French and distributed worldwide by Transmedia Radio Networks, San Francisco, California. Our network engineer tonight was Jesse Zoll. As always, we invite you to check out our website at transmediasf.com to learn more about Imagination Theater and all of the cool things we offer, like our virtual voting booth, our online catalog, and your chance to listen to tonight's episode all over again. And while you're there, send us your email address for our up-and-coming Imagination Theater mailer to receive the latest in virtual newsletters, contest giveaways, winners, and promotions. It's fun, mysterious, very, very exciting, and coming soon. And of course, if you're not yet wired to the web and you'd like to learn more about Imagination Theater, send us a postcard to 719 Battery Street, San Francisco, California, 94111, and you'll receive our free catalog and newsletter by return mail. On behalf of the entire Imagination Theater cast and crew, this is Executive Producer Dave Adams, thanking you for joining us. We'll see you again next week here on Imagination Theater. Good night.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Everyone has heard of the fabulous goose that laid the golden eggs, but trust Sir Arthur Conan Doyle to ring some changes on that story when he sends the world's favorite detective, Sherlock Holmes, on a wild goose chase.
Mr. Breckenridge, I was recommended to you by the landlord of the Alpha. He says that you have the finest geese in town.
Oh, yes. I sent him a couple dozen last week.
Mm-hmm. And I'd like to know where you got them.
And I shall tell you. I've never been so pestered in my life. Where are the geese? Who did you sell them to? What did you take for the geese? I'm through answering questions about the geese. So get out and take your friend with you.
Our mystery drama, The Adventure of the Blue Carbuncle, was adapted from the Sherlock Holmes classic especially for the Mystery Theater by Murray Burnett, and stars Kevin McCarthy. It is sponsored in part by ARM, Allergy Relief Medicine, and Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One. So many of the Sherlock Holmes stories begin in that famous flat at 221B Baker Street that we overlook one obvious fact. The address is so well known, we assume everyone knows exactly where Baker Street is. And somehow I think that's a mistake. For those of you who've never been in London, let me place Holmes' headquarters more exactly. Baker Street runs from Regent's Park to Hyde Park. At the southern end, near Marble Arch, is the site of the United States Embassy. And so halfway between Regent's Park and Hyde Park, we join Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson at 221 Baker Street. And it wouldn't be amiss to wish them both a Merry Christmas.
The second morning after Christmas, 1893, I'd called upon my friend Sherlock Holmes with the notion of wishing him the compliments of the season. But I found him intently examining a very disreputable and seedy, hard felt hat. Seeing him thus occupied, I said, "Oh, if you're engaged, I don't mean to interrupt you."
Oh, my dear Watson, I'm delighted to have a friend with whom I can discuss my results.
Oh.
The matter of this hat is perfectly trivial, but there are some points of interest.
I suppose it's the clue which will guide you to the perpetrator of some crime.
No crime. This trophy belongs to Peterson, the commissionaire of the club. You know him?
Oh, yes, of course. Is it his hat?
No. Peterson found it. The owner is unknown.
Oh, how did you get it?
Well, I received it on Christmas morning in company with a good fat goose, which I have no doubt is roasting at this moment over Peterson's fire.
Well, what are you bothering with it at all for?
Come, Watson. You know my interest in even the smallest of problems. Peterson brought it and the goose to me under circumstances that piqued my curiosity.
Well, you certainly succeeded in whetting my appetite to know more. How did Peterson come by the hat and the goose?
Interestingly, He was returning home from a party about 4 o'clock Christmas morning. In front of him, he saw in the gaslight a tallish man walking with a slight stagger, carrying a white goose slung over his shoulder. As he reached the corner of Goode Street and Tottenham Court Road, a row broke out between this stranger and a gang of toughs.
Oh, dear, I see. In the fracas, he lost his hat.
Yes. One of the rowdies knocked off his hat, and whereupon the man raised his stick to defend himself. But swinging it over his head, he smashed the shop window behind him.
Dear me, an unfortunate way to celebrate Christmas.
There's more misfortune to follow. Peterson ran forward to protect the stranger from his assailants, but the man, shocked at having broken the window and seeing an official-looking person in uniform rushing towards him, dropped his goose, took to his heels, and vanished.
And the toughs?
Also fled at the appearance of Peterson, so that he was left with the spoils of battle, his battered hat, and a most unimpeachable Christmas goose.
Which surely he restored to the owner.
My dear fellow, there lies the problem. It's true there was a small card tied to the bird's left leg on which was printed, "For Mrs. Henry Smith." It's likewise true that the initials H.S. are legible upon the lining of this hat. But there are some thousands of Smiths and quite a few hundreds of Henry Smiths in this city of ours. It's not easy to restore lost property to the rightful one.
I see. What happened to the goose?
I kept it until this morning, when there were signs that, in spite of the slight frost, it should be eaten without delay.
I see.
Therefore, it's now roasting on the hearth of the finder while I have the hat.
Didn't this Smith advertise?
No.
Then you have no way of establishing his identity.
Only as much as we can deduce from the hat.
Oh, you must be joking. What in the world can you gather from this old battered felt?
Here's my lens. You know my methods. What can you gather yourself as to the individuality of the man who has worn this article?
I took the tattered object in my hands and turned it over rather ruefully. All I could see was that it was a very ordinary black hat, much the worse for wear. The lining had been of red silk, but was much discolored. There was no maker's name. I saw the initials. There seemed to have been some effort to hide the discolored patches by smearing them with ink. I handed it back, saying, I see nothing, Holmes.
On the contrary, Watson. You see everything, but you fail to draw inferences.
All right. Then you tell me what you can infer from that hat.
The man was fairly well-to-do within the last 3 years, although he has now fallen upon troubled days. He has foresight, but less now than formerly, pointing to a moral retrogression, which, when added to the decline of his fortunes, seems to indicate some evil influence, probably drink. This may also account for the obvious fact that his wife has ceased to love him.
Oh, my dear Holmes. I never heard such flights of fancy.
He has, however, retained some degree of self-respect. He leads a sedentary life, is middle-aged, has grizzled hair, which he has cut within the last few days, and he uses lime cream on his hair.
Oh, you must be joking.
Also, by the way, it's extremely improbable that his home is lighted by gas.
Oh, no, that's too much. But I'll skip that and go back to the deduction about his fortunes being in decline. Where do you see that?
This hat is 3 years old.
So you say?
These flat brims curled at the edge were fashionable then, but not since. It's a hat of the very best quality. Look at the band of ribbed silk and the excellent lining. If this man could afford to buy so expensive a hat 3 years ago and could afford none since, then assuredly he's gone down in the world.
So obvious when you explain it. How about the foresight and the moral retrogression?
Here's the foresight, Watson. This little disc and the loop which secures the hat against the wind. They're never sold with hats. This man ordered one, showing a certain amount of foresight, since he went out of his way to take this precaution against the wind.
But the elastic's broken.
Precisely, Watson. It's broken, and he hasn't troubled to replace it, although it's cheap and easy enough to have done. Therefore, he has less foresight than formerly.
I can't see that. Why isn't it that he just doesn't care?
Impossible. He's tried to conceal some of the stains on the hat by daubing them with ink, so he hasn't entirely lost his self-respect.
Huh. Well, I suppose you deduce that he's middle-aged, recently had his hair cut, and uses lime cream from an examination of some stray hairs found in the hat.
Good, Watson. If you use the lens on the lower lining, you will find a number of hairs clean cut by the scissors of the barber.
Huh.
There's a distinct odor of lime cream, and the hairs are adhesive.
Yes, fine. But the sedentary life.
The dust on the hat, Watson. Not the gritty gray dust of the street, but the fluffy brown dust of the house. The hat has been hung indoors most of the time.
But his wife, you said that she'd ceased to love him.
His hat hasn't been brushed for weeks. When I see you, my dear fellow, with a week's accumulation of dust upon your hat, and when your wife allows you to go out in such a state, I shall fear that you also have been unfortunate enough to lose your wife's affection.
My word. Well, he might be a bachelor.
Doctor, you forget. He was bringing the bird home as a peace offering to his wife. Remember the card on the bird's leg?
Fair enough. But you will admit that you were guessing when you said he was without gaslight.
Not at all. One tallow stain on a hat, even two, may come about by chance. But when I see no less than 5, I think there can be very little doubt that the individual must come into frequent contact with burning tallow. Can you not see him, Watson, walking upstairs at night after a drinking bout with his hat in one hand and a guttering candle in the other?
Well...
Come, my old friend. You must admit he never got tallow stains from a gas jet.
Jove, you have an answer to everything. But all of this seems to be rather a waste of energy.
The goose. Mr. Holmes, the goose.
What of it? Has it returned to life and flapped off through the kitchen window?
See here, sir. See what my wife found in its crop.
By Jove, Peterson, that's treasure trove indeed. I suppose you know what you've got.
A diamond, sir. Precious stone.
It's more than a precious stone. It's the precious stone.
By Jove, the Countess of Morcar's blue carbuncle.
Bullseye, Doctor. I see you've been reading the advertisements in the Times also. There's a reward of £1,000, and that's not within a 20th of its market price.
£1,000? I'd have to go right off to the police with it.
No. You leave the stone with me, and I'll see that you'll get the reward.
And what will I tell my wife?
What did you tell her before you came here?
Well, that I was off to see you and then to the police.
Tell her the truth, that you wanted to go to the police, but I was the one who wouldn't have it.
The moment Peterson left, Holmes took the magnificent blue carbuncle and packed it very carefully and left Baker Street saying that he would return shortly, and if I cared to continue pursuing the answer to this puzzle, I should wait for him. Well, needless to say, I waited. Who is it?
Inspector Lestrade.
Lestrade. Come in. It's been a long time since we've met.
Where's Holmes?
Oh, I've no idea. He told me to wait for him. I expect him any moment. You have some little problem you think my friend can help you with?
This time the shoe's on the other foot, Doctor. It's Mr. Holmes who has the problem.
Well, I don't understand.
Well, I'm afraid your friend Holmes has made a serious mistake.
Ah, there, Lestrade. I was expecting you.
There's no doubt you were. I'm here to inform you that I have a warrant for your arrest, Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
The unthinkable has happened. Sherlock Holmes under arrest. Now, we all know that Lestrade isn't the most brilliant officer at Scotland Yard, but he's honest and slow-moving. He also has a warrant, so it isn't Lestrade alone who believes Holmes is guilty of a crime. I'll continue with Act 2 shortly. Even the best of us cherish small victories. Although Sir Arthur Conan Doyle doesn't mention it, I suspect that Lestrade, so often proved wrong by the astute Sherlock Holmes, must have felt a measure of satisfaction when he placed the brilliant detective under arrest. Let's continue now and hear Holmes' reaction.
Come, Lestrade. Come, what is the charge?
Being in possession of stolen property.
You refer, of course, to the Countess of Morker's blue carbuncle.
So you admit it?
Nonsense.
But how would you know what I was talking about unless...
Because I know righteous women, Inspector.
Meaning Mrs. Peterson?
Now you'll admit that's where you got your information from, won't you?
Nothing to be ashamed of. She's an honest, law-abiding citizen
who reacted predictably, and as I foresaw. When her husband told her, I kept the stone and asked her not to inform the police. Now, here, read this note, which, as you will see, is upon the Countess of Morker's own stationery and written in her hand.
Yes, I see. From Mr. Sherlock Holmes, Esquire, the blue carbuncle, which was stolen from my suite at the Hotel Cosmopolitan upon the 22nd of December. I have given Mr. Holmes my bank check for £1,000 made out to Mr. Peter Peterson, who was responsible for the finding of the gem. Signed, Helena Mercedes, Countess of Morker.
So, Inspector, I am not in possession of any stolen property, but I've returned it to its rightful owner and will shortly deliver the reward to Peterson. Now, I want your word to keep this matter of the recovery of the carbuncle secret.
But why?
Because it's necessary that the man who stole it still believes that it's missing.
We have the thief.
I doubt that you have the right man.
So that's the way the wind blows. Once again, you're going to fly in the face of the evidence.
The evidence being?
Now, it's clear enough. This fellow, John Horner, is a plumber. He was working in the dressing room of the Countess, soldering the second bar of the grate, which was loose. Horner was shown to the room by the upper floor attendant of the Cosmopolitan named James Ryder.
Didn't he stay with him?
Well, for some time he did. But then he was called away. And when he returned, Horner had disappeared. A bureau had been forced open and a small Morocco casket lay empty upon the dressing table. Ryder instantly gave the alarm.
And Horner was then arrested in his lodgings, found to have been convicted on a previous robbery charge, and is now awaiting trial.
That's it. What makes you think we don't have the right man?
Several things. First, can you tell me how the stone went from Horner into the crop of the goose which Mrs. Peterson was cooking?
Not a moment. No doubt we'll find that out when he confesses.
But so far, he strongly protests his innocence.
They all do.
Another question which occurs to me is, how did Horner know exactly where the Countess kept the gem?
But it seems to me that these are questions that his defense counsel might raise at his trial. But since I'm a police officer, I don't think I have to answer them.
Well, suppose that I'm in position of finding a link in the chain. Would you then agree to keep the recovery of the stone quiet?
It all depends on whether you're off on some flight of fancy or...
I know for a fact, as you do, that the stone was in the crop of a goose in the possession of Mrs. Peterson. I also know that before it came into her possession, it was carried by a Mr. Henry Smith. I propose to locate this Mr. Smith and find out what part he played in this little mystery.
And if I agree, how do you intend to do that?
By the simplest means possible. An advertisement in the newspapers.
And so it was agreed. Lestrade left. An advertisement was placed reading, "Found at the corner of Goodge Street, a goose and a black felt hat. Mr. Henry Smith can have same by applying at 6:30 this evening at 221B Baker Street." Now, I did my professional rounds the next day, but was back at Holmes' flat at 6 o'clock. My friend was waiting for me, lounging on the sofa in a purple dressing gown, thoughtfully staring at a plump white goose, which was conspicuous on the sideboard. He waved at it and said,
"Isn't that a fine-looking bird, Watson?"
Makes my mouth water. But I presume we're not going to have the pleasure of eating it.
Correct. If we receive an answer to our advertisement, this bird will put us a lot farther along the trail to the answer we seek.
You think Horner innocent?
That's putting it a shade too strongly. I'd rather say that the police have accepted all evidence at face value and made no effort to answer the questions I put to Lestrade here yesterday. However, Mrs. Hudson is preparing our dinner, which we shall have at 7, unless we're interrupted.
Before we could start dinner, there was a knock at the door. I opened it to admit a tall man in a Scotch bonnet with a coat buttoned up to his chin. Holmes rose from the sofa to greet him.
Mr. Henry Smith, I believe.
Oh, yes, that's my name.
Pray take this chair by the fire, Mr. Smith.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Holmes. It is Mr. Sherlock Holmes, isn't it?
Yes, and this is Dr. Watson.
No. Well, I don't mean to be impertinent, but I'm at a loss to understand how a man of your reputation comes to be involved in a matter concerning a goose and a hat.
This is your hat, sir.
Oh, yes, thank you.
But since you know my identity, you must also know my disposition for observation and oblige me by putting it on.
Oh, of course.
A perfect fit. Well, sir, we've retained these things for you for some days because we were looking for an advertisement from you giving your address.
Well, shillings aren't so plentiful with me as they once were. I believe that gang of roughs who assaulted me had made off with both my hat and the bird. I didn't care to spend more money in a hopeless attempt to recover them.
Quite so. Oh, by the way, about the bird, we were compelled to eat it.
Oh, to eat it?
Yes, I'm sure that you understand it would have been of no use to anyone had we kept it here for this length of time.
Oh, yes, I can see that.
However, would this other goose upon the sideboard, which is about the same weight and perfectly fresh, be a suitable replacement for the one you lost?
Oh, that's very handsome of you, Mr. Holmes, and I'll be very happy with this bird. Thank you.
One more thing. We still have the feathers, legs, and crop of your own bird if you wish to...
Well, outside of serving as reminders of my adventure, I see no earthly use for them. So with your kind permission, I'll just take this excellent bird and be running along.
Oh, one moment, by the way. You see, I'm somewhat of a fowl fancier, and I've seldom seen a better-grown goose than the one that you lost. Would you mind telling me where you bought it?
Oh, not at all. A few of us frequent the Alpha Inn near the museum. Well, this year, our good host started a goose club, the purpose of which was to see that all of us, by paying a few pence a week, would each receive a fine goose at Christmas. Well, the rest you know. And once again, gentlemen, my thanks. The door had not long closed on Mr. Smith before Holmes turned to me and said,
"It's quite certain our friend Smith knows nothing of the matter. Are you hungry, Watson?"
"No, not particularly."
"Then I suggest that we turn our dinner into a late supper and follow up this clue while it's hot."
Or perhaps we could even get a bite at the Alpha, whilst we chat with the landlord. One glass of beer with the genial landlord of the Alpha elicited the information that he'd purchased Smith's goose, along with the others, for the club, from a Covent Garden dealer named Breckenridge. When we reached his stall, he was about to put up the shutters for the night.
Good evening, Mr. Breckenridge. Cold night.
You must have some reason to be out in it.
No, I see you sold out of geese.
Well, let's have 500 tomorrow morning.
I'm afraid that won't do.
Well, there's some in the stall yonder with a gas flare.
Oh, yes, but you were particularly recommended to me.
Who by?
By the landlord of the Alpha.
Oh, yeah. I sent him a couple of dozen.
Fine birds they were, too. Now, where do you get them?
Now then, mister, out with it, and you'd better make it straight.
Well, straight enough. I should like to know who sold you the geese you supplied to the Alpha.
And I'm not telling you. Now be off.
Why should you be so warm over a trifle?
If you were as pestered lately as I am, you'd be warm, too. When I pay good money for a good article, there should be an end of the business. But every day it's, where are the geese? Who did you sell the geese to? And what would you take for the geese?
Well, I have no connection with other people who've been making inquiries. But I'm always willing to back my opinion on a matter of fowls, and I have a fiver on it that the bird I ate is a country bird.
Then you lost a fiver for its town bred.
It's nothing of the kind.
Now, you think you know more about fowls than I, who've handled them ever since I've been a nipper? I tell you that all those birds went to the Alpha were town bred.
You'll never get me to believe that.
Now, since you seem to be a betting man, would you care to make a wager on the matter?
Oh, I'd just be taking your money. But to teach you not to be obstinate, I'll put a sovereign against you.
You may as well hand me the sovereign now. Bill, bring me the books. And when I have a Mr. Cocksure, I'll prove to you that there's still one goose left in my shop, and that's you. Well, thank you, Bill. Now, this book lists the names of all the folk from whom I buy. Oh, yeah. On this page here are the country folk, and their numbers after their names are where their accounts are on the big ledger. Now, then, you see this page in red ink? That's a list of my town suppliers. Now, look at the third name and read it out to me.
Mrs. Oakshott, 117 Brixton Road, 249.
Just so. Now, turn that up in the big ledger. There, you have it. Read that last entry.
December 22. 24 geese at 7 shillings 6pence.
There you are. Underneath.
Sold to Mr. Windigate of the Alpha at 12 shillings.
What have you to say now?
Well, what can I say? Here's your sovereign. Well, that's the last time I take a bet with a tradesman. Come on, Watson.
You were fortunate that you managed to get him to wager with you, Holmes.
Not fortunate. Observant. When you see a man with whiskers of that cut, with a pink betting slip protruding from his pocket, the odds are all in your favor that he can be drawn by a bet. If I'd put 100 pounds down before him, I'd never have gotten such complete information as he gave me, because he thought he was getting the best of a wager.
I've had enough of you and your geese. Any more talk of geese and I'll shut the door.
Come, Watson, come.
Right. I didn't buy the geese off you.
But one of them was mine all the same.
We'd like a word with you. Come on, Watson. The fellow's taken to his heels.
George, that chap runs like a hare.
He won't get away, and it'll be worth your while to talk with us.
Tell the smasher that I can't give him what I ain't got. But I'm still trying.
A famous nursery rhyme about the theft of a goose goes in part like this. John, John, the gray goose is gone, and the fox is off to his den. Although not strictly applicable in this Sherlock Holmes tale because we're not sure who the fox is, nevertheless, we'll track him to his den when we continue with Act 3. Everyone's familiar with the phrase, your goose is cooked. In The Adventure of the Blue Carbuncle, the cooking of the goose marked the beginning rather than the finish of a story. We pick up Sherlock Holmes and the faithful Watson hot on the trail of a man who's also interested in the whereabouts of the cooked goose, which was the receptacle for the world-famous Blue Carbuncle.
It's useless, Watson. We've lost him. Time to stop using our feet and start employing our brains.
Well, I'm happy to hear that, Holmes, because to tell the truth, I'm not in the best of shape for running through the streets of London. What do we do?
Follow up 2 clues that have been given to us. The Smasher is an infamous name in the London underworld.
Oh.
I have ways of reaching him, and...
And Mrs. Oakshott?
No, not quite yet. We've discovered where the goose was grown. Now, I think we should set about checking where it fed.
I left my friend to go to my home, but made an appointment to have dinner with him the following night. Much to my surprise, when I arrived, I found Inspector Lestrade of the Yard sitting opposite Holmes. Lestrade had a long face.
Watson, the Inspector Superiors at Scotland Yard are expressing some concern over the fact that they may look foolish if it turns out that they have once again arrested the wrong man.
They're much more concerned of our rowdy disturbance at the Hotel Cosmopolitan this morning.
What has that to do with me?
Now, cap off it, Mr. Holmes. I know what a marvel you are at disguises, and I'll bet my last copper that you were one of those toughs that got into a disgraceful brawl in front of the hotel today.
Indeed, Inspector. And can you advance any reason why I should be involved in such a fracas?
Because you're still poking around about the Countess of Morcar's Blue Carbuncle.
Well, I'm convinced Horner is innocent, and I'm hoping that I'll be able to marshal enough facts for you to render me some assistance.
You admit you need our help.
In this matter, definitely.
And what do we get out of it?
I think I can promise to save you and the Yard some embarrassment in the matter of the man now in jail.
First, I'd like to know what you want from us.
I want you to pick up the Smasher.
The Smasher?
Hmm?
On what charge?
Doesn't matter. Anything that will hold him overnight. Use the brawl at the Cosmopolitan.
He wasn't there.
But two of his boys were.
Ah, so you were the other man.
That's of no moment now. What is important is that the Smasher should be out of the way tonight.
Why? Do you think this Smasher took the carbuncle?
At the moment, I have only suspicions. What I do know is that the Smasher is involved. Else why would two of his tops be posted at the Cosmopolitan entrance?
Most of the people who stay at the Cosmopolitan are wealthy. The Smasher might have had some other reason.
Granted. But the fight didn't start until they found out someone else was inquiring about Mr. James Ryder.
Oh?
Ah. Who, quite coincidentally, called in sick today. He was not at work.
Mightn't he have been really ill?
If my theory is correct, he is ill of fright. I think Mr. Ryder knows something that the Smasher wants to know. And that knowledge has frightened him half to death.
After some grumbling and a promise from Holmes that the Yard could release the Smasher the first thing in the morning, Lestrade agreed. Holmes and I immediately set out for Ryder's lodgings, which weren't too far from Mrs. Oakshot's address in Brixton Lane. Ryder had a room tucked away at the top floor of a small house at the end of a mews. As we approached it, Holmes warned me...
Now keep a sharp eye out for anyone loitering around the entrance, Watson.
You think the Smasher has some of his men watching the house?
I think it's a distinct possibility. I'm not concerned about them watching. I just don't want them preventing us from entering. Ah, there they are.
Oh, yeah.
Follow my lead now. I don't want you getting any wrong ideas now, mister. My sister's a very refined gal. Not the sort you can play tricks with. She's used to gentlemen. You understand?
You told me all that in the pub. I don't have any wrong ideas. I'll behave in a proper fashion. We weren't challenged as we entered, and whilst we were climbing the stairs, Holmes complimented me.
You did well out on the street, Watson. Just enough to throw them off the scent if they had instructions to stop anyone who might be looking for Mr. James Ryder. Here we are.
Who's there?
My name is Sherlock Holmes. Open up.
What do you want?
I can be of assistance to you in the matter that's troubling you.
What do you know about it?
I know everything about it.
How do I know it isn't a trick to get me to open?
You're interested in geese, or rather one goose, white, with a black bar across its tail, which was sold to Mr. Windigate of the Alpha Inn and given by him to Mr. Henry Smith.
Oh, sir, you're the very man I've longed to meet. I can hardly tell you how interested I am in this matter. Well, come in quickly.
These elaborate precautions for your safety won't be necessary, Ryder. The Smasher's in jail. And that's where you'll be very shortly, unless you tell me the few things I need to know to make my case complete.
Oh, for Lord's sake, have mercy, sir. Don't have me thrown in jail. Think of my father. Think of my mother. Oh, please, sir, have mercy.
I'm thinking of John Horner, the innocent man you put in the dock for a crime he didn't commit.
I'll leave the country. I won't give evidence against him. Then the charge will be dropped.
We shall see. First, I will tell you that I have almost every link in my hands and all the proofs a prosecutor would need. So I'll be able to check you if you lie.
Oh, I promise, sir. You shall have it all.
Very well. Now, you decided to steal the stone. When and why?
Well, I wanted to get married. You see, Catherine Cusack and...
her ladyship's waiting maid?
Oh, yes. Well, I was mad for her, and she said the only way she'd have me was if we had a nest egg to set aside. Then she told me where the Countess kept her gem, but I could see no way for us to get it and not be suspected until I heard about Horner.
Indeed, Ryder, there's the making of a very pretty villain in you. When you learned that Horner, the plumber, had been mixed up in some such matter before, you laid your plans. You and your confederate created some small job in my lady's room knowing that Horner should be sent for. He did the job, left, then you rifled the jewel case, raised the alarm, and had the poor soul arrested. Yes. All this I know. Now, how came the stone into the goose, and the goose into the open market, and how did the smasher get into the picture? The truth now, but that's your only hope.
But after Horner had been arrested, it seemed to me I'd best get away with the stone at once. For I was afraid the police might take it into their heads to search me and my room.
A pity they didn't.
Well, I wish it had never happened. Believe me, it was the first time, and I was really in a sweat. I left the hotel, as if on some errand, and went to my cousin's house. Now, she lived in Brixton Road, where she fattens fowls for market. When I got there, she asked me what was wrong, because I was so pale and in a sweat despite the cold. Well, I told her I had been upset about the robbery in the hotel. Then I went into the backyard and smoked a pipe and wondered what was the best thing to do.
Mm-hmm. And that was when you got the idea about the goose.
No, not at first. I was thinking about how to turn the stone into money. I knew I'd have to have help, and that's when I thought of the smasher. But I just couldn't face the idea of going out into the street again with the stone in my pocket. Well, I saw the geese waddling about, and I remembered my cousin had promised me to pick of her geese for a Christmas present.
Mm-hmm. Then it was then that you got the ingenious idea of secreting the stone in the goose.
Well, Mr. Holmes, I was sure I'd found a perfect hiding place. I drove one of the birds behind a little shed in the yard, cut it, and pried its bill open and pushed the stone down its gullet as far as my fingers could reach. The bird gave a gulp, and I knew it had swallowed the stone. But the creature flapped and struggled, and out came my cousin to see what was the matter. As I turned to speak to her, the bird broke loose and fled off among the others.
So you were, so to speak, a gone goose.
Well, I didn't think so at the time. My cousin had picked out another bird for me, but I remembered the bird I had, a big white one with a barred tail, and I insisted that was the one I wanted.
Had you kept your eye on it?
Well, as well as I could. My cousin was a little hot because I wouldn't take the bird they'd expressly fattened for me, but anyway, she told me to go ahead and take my bird, and turned and went back into the house.
Mm-hmm. So you wasted no time, but slaughtered the bird, and then?
Well, then I slung it over my shoulder and went about getting to see the smasher. I'd heard of him about the hotel.
So you're the shrimp what's been asking for me, eh? All right, now. What's it all about?
Well, I've got something I want to dispose of.
Yeah, something hot, huh?
I guess so. It's, well...
You lifted something.
Well, yeah, as you might say.
I want to know how you heard about me.
You know a man named Monley?
Of course I do. He's doing 5 to 10 in Pentonville. How do you know Monley?
Well, he used to work where I do. The Hotel Cosmopolitan.
Don't tell me you're the bloke what pinched that there blue carbuncle of the Countess.
I am.
Well, now, maybe there's more to you than meets the eye. You got it with you?
Yes.
Let's have a look.
Now, hold on a minute. You have to understand, this is... Well, I'm not really experienced at this sort of deal. How does it work?
Like clotter cream. Smooth as a whistle. 70% for me and 30 for you.
Well, that seems like an awful lot for you.
Look, mate, I'm the one who's taken all the risks. Now, let me see the stone. Where is it?
Right here. In the goose.
In the... Like I said before, maybe there's more to you than appears on the surface. Here, take me knife.
Oh, thank you. Now, it should be right here. In the crop.
What kind of a game are you trying to play, Shrimp?
Well, it's got to be here. I felt it go down. I know it's here.
Stop messing about with that bird and tell me what you really did with the stone.
Well, there's been a mistake. I must have taken the wrong bird.
I'll say there's been a mistake.
Let me go.
I know the likes of you. You didn't like the split, so you're thinking of talking to Tyndall.
No, I'll never hit a tin, no, I swear. I just got the wrong bird. Let me go. I'll go back to my cousin to get the right one.
Oh, all right, mate. Maybe you're giving it to me straight. You run back to wherever you got this bird and get the right one. But from now on, the boys will be watching you every blessed minute.
I'll be back inside an hour. You'll see. I promise.
And when you got back to your cousins, the goose was gone.
You got it, sir. And I've been out of my mind trying to trace the bird and stay away from the smasher. Now, that's the whole story. Say, what's going to happen to me?
Well, if you do as I say, much less than you deserve.
Oh, sir, I'll do anything.
Now, first, you will tell Catherine Cusack to hand in her notice to the Countess.
Oh, I will, I swear.
And then you will leave the country.
Oh, I will, but the smasher...
will lose all interest in you when he discovers that you don't have the gem.
Oh, God bless you, sir. I swear that I'm...
No more words before I change my mind. Come, Watson. We have to keep our word with Lestrade.
After informing Lestrade that he could release the smasher and that the case against Horner would be quietly dropped when no witness would testify, Holmes and I were walking slowly back toward Baker Street. He must have read my thoughts because he said...
Now, don't be disturbed because you think I've compounded a felony by not handing Ryder over to the police.
Holmes, by Jove, how did you know what I was thinking?
My dear friend, your face is an open book.
Oh, well...
But look at it this way. We have saved an innocent man and perhaps also a soul. This Ryder is too frightened to go wrong again. And after all, it is Christmas, the season of forgiveness.
When you put it that way, I confess it makes me feel better.
And since we pass White's on our way back, why don't we drop in for dinner? I have a ridiculous craving for roast goose.
So it seems that Charles Dickens isn't the only English writer who wrote a Christmas story. Although I'll admit that Ebenezer Scrooge is better known than Sherlock Holmes for celebrating the spirit of Christmas. I'll be back shortly. Although Sir Arthur Conan Doyle wrote a number of stories which didn't involve Sherlock Holmes, and one notable novel, The White Company, it's been a well-kept secret that he collaborated with Sir James Barrie of Peter Pan fame on an operetta. I wish, although I know it's in vain, that someday someone would put it on, so that we could see just what kind of librettist Doyle was. Our cast included Kevin McCarthy, Court Benson, William Griffiths, and Lloyd Battista. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
He's recently moved here from New York, hasn't adapted to the diplomatic way of doing things.
Well, let's get this over with.
Okay. Come in, Sergeant.
I think I've got our first real lead.
Miss Reed?
No, forget her. She's the scrupulous type. Drives 40 miles to return fountain pens. It's Lomas.
I see. First you want me to put a tail on Miss Reed and check Simpson's bank account, and now it's Lomas.
I think he knew Simpson was going to shoot himself.
The case is closed, Fritz.
What?
It's closed, Sergeant Mangle.
Who's this?
This is Barney Judd. He's from the Department of Defense.
The Pentagon.
So what gives? You mean you guys are taking over the investigation?
There is no more investigation, Sergeant.
But you gotta listen to me.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Contact, the 12-hour allergy capsule. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
utilis discensus averno, noctes atque dies patet atri iano aditis. Sed revocare gradum superas quaeraderados.
Hoc opus hic labo est.
Edith.
Good afternoon, Father. You see, I still remember my Virgil.
I didn't hear you come up there.
Oh, you were far away. Finding the descent to Hades easy. But to find your way back... Quiet, Roy!
Trace one's steps out to the upper air. That's the task.
That is the labour. Well, I'm taking Roy here to the upper air of the high meadow. Give him a run.
Good.
Oh,
Seems in need of it.
you never do so now. And you and he were once so close.
Quieten him, Edith. And I have more to occupy me than walking a bad-tempered old wolfhound.
He's not bad-tempered. He's been missing you. How's Alice?
Miss Morphy is very well indeed. I said, hold him, Edith!
I'm doing my best, Father. What's the matter with you?
Take the beast away!
Yes, Father.
Take him away before I summon Bennett to have him taken away for good. Shot! That's the medicine for bad dogs. Or strangled. Or still strangled with my own hands.
Father!
I could do that, you know. I have the strength for it. Don't you doubt I have the strength to rid myself of a feeble old brain-softened, ranting brute.
The Creeping Man by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Dramatized for radio by Robert Forrest. With Clive Medicine as Sherlock Holmes and Michael Williams as Dr. John Watson. And featuring Robin Ellis as Professor Presbury. The Creeping Man.
Holmes. Holmes, I've been here for half an hour.
Not quite, Watson, not quite.
And you haven't uttered a word.
Oh, it was a time you showed more understanding of, or at least patience with, my protracted reveries.
I do understand.
Well, curious facts have been submitted to me that in turn give rise to speculation of a more general character.
Speculation that you might share with me.
That's presently.
Since I am here at your request, your seemingly urgent request, come at once, if convenient, if inconvenient, come all the same.
Neatly worded, don't you think? And I take it by your tone, it was inconvenient.
It was, as a matter of fact.
But here you are.
Yes, here I am, having had to rearrange my entire day. My practice, you know, is not inconsiderable.
And Mrs. Watson's concern for you, it too is considerable.
Well, of course it is, but...
In addition to a thriving medical practice and an ever-watchful wife, does a lovable family dog play a part in your new domestic arrangements?
A dog? Oh.
But if I were to study Dr. Watson's dog, what might I learn?
I think Holmes, even you would learn little from a hypothetical dog.
Might I witness it whining at you, tail thumping impatiently, begging to be taken out on adventures? Yes, only when you and the mutt were alone together, of course.
Holmes, what are you talking about?
I am giving serious thought to the writing of a small monograph on the uses of dogs in the work of the detective.
You mean bloodhounds?
Oh, no, that's been thoroughly explored already. No, but a dog reflects the family life. Whoever saw a frisky dog in a gloomy household or a sad dog in a happy one? Snarling people have snarling dogs, dangerous people dangerous ones, and changing canine moods may reflect changes in the family around them.
Holmes, did you summon me from my work for something so trivial?
In some ways, Watson, you never change. You never learn that the gravest issues may depend upon the smallest thing. Yes, Professor Presbury.
Presbury?
The Cambridge physiologist.
I know of him, of course.
But not of Roy, his devoted wolfhound, who now, after years of being the traditional, faithful, best friend of the man, has twice attacked his master. What do you make of it?
Isn't it obvious? The dog is ill, distempered.
The beast attacks no one else, and molests the professor only on very special occasions.
Curious.
Very curious. Aha! Young Mr. Bennet. Admirably prompt. And now we may learn more about our professor and his perfidious pet.
The matter, Mr. Holmes, is very delicate.
We understand, Mr. Bennet.
The relation in which I stand to
Professor Presbury.
Yes, both publicly and privately.
You see, Watson, Mr. Bennett here is not only a professional assistant to the great scientist, but lives under his roof and is engaged to his only daughter.
Congratulations, Mr. Bennett.
Thank you. But the thing is, I don't see how I can, justify myself if I speak before...
Before?
A third person.
Oh, I see. Have no fear, Mr. Bennett. Dr. Watson here is the very soul of discretion.
Oh, I don't doubt that at all.
I can assure you, Mr. Bennett.
In fact, I was just about to impart all I know of the case to him, so please do continue.
There have been fresh developments.
Excellent. That's what I hoped for. But first I shall proceed to outline, to share with my invaluable friend and colleague the course of events so far.
I suppose I must accept your assurances, Mr. Holmes.
Of course you must do that. Now, the Professor is a man of European reputation. His life has been academic, illustrious.
Never a breath of scandal.
Not one?
Certainly not.
Oh, not one breath of scandal, then, in all his 61 years. And now this most respectable widower has become engaged to the daughter of Professor Morphy, his colleague in the chair of comparative anatomy. The lady, Alice Morphy, is an admirable match for the Professor in both mind and body. Is that not so?
Yes, she is.
And intellectually most accomplished for a girl of 24 years. 24, Watson. Then, not long after this happy engagement was announced, a little mystery clouded the Professor's normal routine. He left home.
Left home?
With no indication of where he was going. He was away a fortnight, is that correct?
Yes, and returned.
Altered.
In certain ways. His intellect was not affected. His lectures were as brilliant as ever, if not even more so.
But there was an alteration, as if he were under some shadow.
Mr. Holmes.
Those are your words, Mr. Bennett. Something sinister, you said. Not the man you'd known and admired for years, you frankly stated. And if I'm to help you, you must continue to be so frank with me and with Dr. Watson.
Very well.
You were aware of the change in the Professor as soon as he returned?
From the very hour he returned. He threw himself back into his work with, if anything, more vigour, more brilliance than before. But, yes, he was altered.
Blood tomorrow, Bennett. I shall announce my return with a dissertation, a very rhapsody on the blood of life. Blood must have its course, lad. And every dog its day.
Yes, sir.
Well, you agree with Mr. Kingsley, then?
Mr. Kingsley?
Mr. Charles Kingsley, the Chartist clergyman who railed against celibacy and wrote much about water. An obsession instilled in him I've always maintained by his cold compulsory baths at school. Put the books down, boy. And find me that portfolio of vascular diagrams.
Right, sir.
We may agree with Kingsley, Bennett, who said also that we must do noble things, not dream them. But we can no longer agree with Harvey in his explication of the blood. Or rather, we now see more deeply, more clearly into the complexity and versatility of that. It's not up there, boy, certainly not up there.
It's a purple folder, isn't it?
Yes, tied with yellow cord. It must take a morning soon to reorganize this place. We've allowed too much clutter to accumulate. Ah, but it's good to be back, you know, surprisingly good. And my first lecture tomorrow will be a declaration of intent on my part. My intent to do more than simplify difficult matters for inferior, immature minds. My intent to do new work, bold work.
The air of a company in Prague must be supremely invigorating, sir.
Prague?
Yes, I had a letter from a fellow student there. He mentioned in passing that he...
Give you a full account of my work there, did he, this student fellow?
No. No, he merely saw you across the street.
Well, no matter. Find that portfolio.
Yes, sir.
Oh, such a genius the man was. William Harvey. Here it is. De Mutu Cordis on the motion of the heart and blood in animals, 1628. A new age began then, Bennett. Perhaps a new age is beginning now. Our knowledge of the constituents and functions of the blood. Leave that alone! Sir? Leave it be! You meddling young fool! Bring it here! 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 Give it to me. This box, Bennett, this box you so carelessly handle.
Sir, I merely lifted it.
It contains only personal material, private material. no concern of yours.
I understand, sir. I was only moving it out of my way.
There are other things that are not your concern.
Well, of course, sir, I wouldn't...
You are not my son. And you are not yet even my son-in-law. You will agree I am entitled to some privacy. Let us not say secret. Some proper privacy from a mere secretary and assistant, however much confidence I have in him.
Of course.
And I do have confidence in you, Bennett. I am confident you will respect my wishes, carry out my instructions. As to certain correspondence I expect from London.
Correspondence?
Letters, Bennett. Letters and packages of a strictly private nature from London, which will be marked beneath the stamp with a cross. You understand?
A cross beneath the stamp?
Just so. Letters and packages so marked are not to be opened by you, if you value your place here and your happy position with my daughter.
And correspondence so marked did arrive?
Yes, there have been several such deliveries.
And you obeyed the Professor's command? You've no idea of their contents?
None. They come from London. They were addressed in a rather illiterate handwriting. Beyond that, I know nothing.
Yes, and the box you so angered him by touching?
Mr. Holmes, the new development I mentioned, the incident the night before last.
Yes, I've been wondering about that. But all in good time, Mr. Bennett. All in good order. Huh? That's the proper method. My method. Huh? The box.
I can tell you little about it. Wooden, quaintly carved. I think he must have brought it back from Prague.
Its contents, too, are a mystery to you.
Yes. All I know is he keeps the key to it on his watch chain.
When did the incident you just described take place?
Early in July. In fact, I can tell you the exact date. I have it here. The 2nd. And it was on that date, too, that Roy first attacked the Professor. On July the 11th, there was a similar scene, which Edith witnessed. Again on July the 20th. Then we had to banish the dog to the stables.
Admirable.
But he had been such an affectionate animal.
I mean, you're an admirable witness. It seems you do appreciate my method.
I learned method, Mr. Holmes, from my great teacher, Professor Presbury.
Now, Miss Edith Presbury.
Edith?
The Professor's daughter, your fiancée. Did she, too, note the disturbing change in her father's character?
Well, yes, she did, of course, but I don't see the relevance of that. She knows even less than I do about the marked letters.
There's more to this than marked letters, Mr. Bennett. And you've agreed, have you not, to be utterly frank with me?
Yes, I have.
Because we have to violate a deeper privacy than the Professor's correspondence.
I don't understand.
It is understanding we seek, is it not? Now, tell me what your fiancée has confided in you about her father's altered behavior.
The day he came home from Prague, the first time she saw him on his return.
Come on now, Roy. Good boy. We'll keep each other's spirits up. We'll have a run in the meadow. Let the fresh air... Father! Oh, you're home.
So I am, Edith, so I am. And how wonderful it is to see you.
We were so worried. No word from you.
And to see Roy. Good boy, good old boy.
Where have you been?
Both of you look radiant, as the garden does, as home does, everything does.
Father, please. We've been so anxious.
Where I've been is of no matter. Now I'm home. I have nothing to tell you that you need to know, or that would entertain a young lady. But you have much to tell me.
Tell you?
Oh, I've been homesick, Edith, very sick and failing indeed. But now I'm well, healthy and well, and eager to be doing. Don't I look well?
Well, yes, you do, but...
Oh, that chestnut tree is splendid, isn't it? And the lawn positively shines. Alice, how is Alice?
She's well. But, of course, she too has been at a loss.
At a loss? My Alice? Not for company, I'll wager. No doubt a host of young fools has been buzzing around her like foraging bees. Oh, that fatuous swarm will now be dispersed, annihilated. The honey's all mine. Mine. And mine alone.
Pride. That was the word she used. He seemed so proud. Some breakthrough in his work, I assume. New work, he said to me. Bold work.
And yet, according to Edith, he didn't talk about his work.
No. About his Alice.
Gentlemen, I feel I must tell you about the night before last.
Yes, September the 4th. 9.
9 what?
9. A meaningful number, I think.
Holmes, what are you talking about?
Do tell us what happened on this significant date, Mr. Bennett.
It was about 2 a.m. I was lying awake.
I thought by the look of you might have been sleeping gladly.
With so much distress, Doctor.
You may consult Dr. Watson about your insomnia later. Please, go on.
I heard a sound in the corridor outside my room. A dull, muffled sound. I got up, opened my door. Mr. Holmes, I believe I'm as strong-nerved as any man, but the corridor was dark. Only one window, halfway along, threw a patch of light, pale light, on the floor. And into it, something was emerging. Something dark, crouching, and it was he. Crawling. No, creeping, not quite on his hands and knees, more. Good God. More on his hands and feet, his face sunk between his hands, creeping, but with ease, his eyes darting, and I was paralyzed. What's that?
It's only the bell downstairs.
The bell?
The doorbell. Call her.
Who can it be?
Calm, Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Hudson will discover who.
I'm sorry, Jack.
It's all right.
I knew I'd find you here, and I simply had to see you. After what happened last night, I just couldn't wait for you to return. I couldn't remain another night in that... Mr. Holmes, I do apologize for this intrusion and, for my agitation.
Think nothing of that, Miss Presbury. Any fresh light you may throw on your father's case will be most welcome.
Shall I have Mrs. Hudson bring up some tea?
No, thank you, Dr. Watson. I'm quite recovered.
Do you feel able now to tell us what happened last night?
Go ahead, Edith. We may speak as freely to Dr. Watson as to Mr. Holmes.
Of course you may, of course you may. Do sit down, Miss Presbury. Yes, we'll hear your account of last night's new evidence a little later. First, I'd like to hear more of your impressions of the change in your father since his engagement to Miss Morphy.
Alice.
Miss Alice Morphy, to whom your father became engaged in...
In June.
Within days of that happy but unexpected...
Well, yes, it was rather...
Yes, within days of that happy but unexpected announcement, he disappears to Prague and returns an altered man. Tell us a little more about that.
I don't quite see what you want me to...
I confess neither do I, Mr. Holmes. After what I have told you, and when Edith has experienced something, we haven't
Your fiancé will, I'm sure, confirm, Miss Presbury, that complete frankness is essential if we're to unravel this case, and complete trust in my method.
Jack? Very well. It was early in June. Very fine. Warm, as you'll no doubt remember. That day he was taking tea with the Morphys. Professor Morphy is his closest colleague. And I knew he and Alice were... they shared many interests. My interests... Anyway, I didn't go with him that day. I often did, but on that afternoon I'd been strangely restless, a slight headache, and the piano and my music was a great comfort to me.
Good afternoon, Edith.
Father, and Alice. How are you, Alice?
I'm well, Edith. We could hear you playing as we came across the garden. Very sweet.
Sweet and sad. When I'm in this headachy mood, I begin with such a piece, then move to something more light and jolly.
And that is restorative.
Restorative? Oh, well, yes. It helps, sometimes.
How curious. But then you are artistic. All I can do in such a condition is lie down in a darkened room after taking one of my father's elixirs.
Is your father well?
Oh, yes. And perhaps imbibing elixirs of a different kind right now.
Imbibing?
In celebration, Edith. And perhaps you will play something more jolly now. Something downright joyful, I'd hope.
Something epithalamious. Is that the word?
It is. Up, fair bride, and call thy stars from out their several boxes. Take thy, diamonds...
Rubies, pearls, and diamonds.
Yes, and make thyself a constellation. A marriage song by John Donne.
Oh, I don't care for him. Mother used to read his sermons to me.
Oh, but in his youth, Alice, such lines he could spin. Love all alike no season knows, nor clime, nor hours, days, months, which are the rags of time.
But I summon Ben Jonson to my case, dear George, when it comes to done.
George? You called my father...
Miss Morphy, your longtime friend Alice, and now my Alice too, has done me the stunning honour of agreeing to be my wife. Now, where's that young Jack of yours?
Jack?
He must share in the celebration, must my fine young Mr. Bennet. In the laboratory, is he?
I think so, yes.
Industrious fellow. Bennett's last task today shall be to bring up a bottle of our finest, and you, my pretty pale daughter, shall play. Hey!
You are pale, Edith, and I think in no mood for playing.
No. No, I don't think
this
I can.
has come as an utter surprise to you.
Well, of course. There's been no hint that such a thing...
I know. We have been very discreet. We allowed no suggestion that matters were developing in this way until we were entirely sure of each other. Today was his third proposal, in fact.
Alice, Thomas Wellwood. You and he, I thought, were...
Young Mr. Wellwood is pleasant company, and I know he has high hopes, indeed high intention of making his career in the bank a sound one. But no more than sound. There are no Newtons or Galileos in the science of money. But your father's work now, and further attainments are ahead for him. You must know that. I'm not speaking of merely material success, Edith. Your father's work of itself is endlessly fascinating to me.
Alice?
Yes?
I think I must take your advice. This headache is one of the more immovable ones. I'd best go and lie down for a while.
Of course. We'll talk more later.
Excuse me, Alice.
Edith?
I'm sorry, Alice. I do feel rather faint.
A moment only. You and I have been friends since childhood. I want us still to be friends.
Do you?
Well, of course. And more than that. Let me be frank. When your father and I are married, we will, of course, live here. But you mustn't think of me as your... Oh, but that's too absurd even to say. We shall be like sisters, Edith. Sisters.
Edith?
Miss Prestbury, are you feeling unwell?
What is it, Edith? Dr. Watson?
There's no need to continue if you don't feel up to it. You've told us enough at the moment.
I must tell you about last night.
Edith, if you're unwell, you mustn't force yourself to say more.
It was Roy that woke me, I think. Certainly he was barking from the stables when I was fully awake. And I know I was. I was awake. I remember thinking, is my door locked? But of course, it always is these days. The moonlight at the window was very bright. I could see quite clearly what was there.
What was there? At the window, you mean?
In the square of light. My father.
What?
My father's face, pressed against the window pane.
But your room it's on the second floor.
One of his hands was raised, as if he'd been about to push the window up. If that window had started to rise, I know I'd have gone mad. There have been times when I thought I am already, but it was no delusion. He was there for about 20 seconds or so, and I couldn't move. Even when he vanished, I still couldn't budge. Paralyzed. All I could do was lie and shiver until dawn. Then at breakfast, he didn't mention it.
And did you?
No. I made an excuse to come to town. Here I am.
Curious. Most curious.
Curious? It's uncanny.
But last night, so soon, that is curious. Do you have something in mind, Holmes? Yes. An inn in Cambridge. You, Mr. Bennet, shall return to your duties with as normal a manner as you can pretend while your fiancée remains in London. Your visit can be prolonged, Miss Prestbury.
Yes, easily.
And you and I, Watson, if you can without too much inconvenience, uproot yourself from practice and domesticity. You and I shall, for the next few days, be in the most pleasant surroundings of that ancient and commendable hostel, the Chequers Inn. The linen is above reproach, the port above mediocrity. There now. You agree about the port?
It's very fine.
And now that we're properly refreshed, we're fit to discuss the case. What's your opinion?
Mine? You want my opinion?
Why shouldn't I?
These days, Holmes, I think I have become little more than a habit to you. Like a violin or your old black pipe. Sometimes you condescend to think aloud in my presence, but wouldn't it be as useful to address your pipe or that glass in your hand?
Indeed no, Watson. My pipe doesn't register what I say, nor does it interject as you do.
Kind of you to say so.
Now, when Bennett found Pressbury creeping along the corridor at night in that strange, stooped position, what do you make of that?
Well, as a medical man, I've known a severe attack of lumbago make a person walk in such a way.
Lumbago?
An affliction that can certainly be trying to the temper.
Let's not be too flat-footed, Watson. Bennett told us that he was able to walk erect again.
I was joking, Holmes.
And the change in Pressbury's character, his mysterious trip abroad. Have you something suitably facetious to say about those aspects of his case?
No. Speaking in all seriousness as a medical man, I believe it's a case for an alienist. A quite elderly gentleman falls in love, seriously so, with a much younger woman. His cerebral processes are disturbed by the affair. His journey to Prague may be a last and futile attempt to break himself of the passion.
Something in there. And the secret letters and packages in the locked box.
They may not even be directly connected. Some other private transaction, a loan perhaps, or share certificates.
And the Wolfhound disapproves of this financial dealing. No, there's more to it all than this. All connected.
And how do you propose we find out what more there is?
In the morning, we confront Pressbury.
And cajole an explanation from him.
Unlikely, but I'd value a good close look at him. His daughter's told us that he seems to have little or no memory of those times when he's altered. Well, I've thought of a bold and provoking approach to take advantage of that fact.
And are you familiar with Cambridge, Mr. Holmes?
I have been summoned here before.
That would suggest you are here, what's the phrase, on a case?
We are, yes, but we don't yet know quite how time-consuming it might be.
Then I must consume as little of your time as possible. What can I do for you, gentlemen?
What can you do for us?
I'm sorry?
That was the question I was about to put to you.
To me?
Yes. You see, I heard, through an agent of mine, that Professor Pressbury of Cambridge had need of my services. There is only one Professor Pressbury, I'm sure.
Oh, indeed, there is only one.
And on the 26th of last month, you don't recollect communicating with my agent?
It is not a matter of recollection. At no time have I considered dealing with any detective.
Then my agent must be in error. We can only apologize for troubling you, Professor.
Just a moment, gentlemen. Perhaps my agent can throw some light on the matter. It's not every day a man gets the opportunity to assist a detective of your stature. And your informant, Mr. Holmes, would I know his name?
I doubt it very much. And my business is, in this respect, like the good doctors here. There must be the strictest confidentiality between investigator and client.
Oh, I, too, put great value on confidentiality. Bennett?
Yes, sir.
These two gentlemen have come from London under the impression that they have been summoned. Do you know them?
Know them, sir?
Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson.
Well, of course, I know of them.
Please trouble yourself no more, Professor Pressbury.
No trouble, Mr. Holmes. You handle all my correspondence, don't you, Bennett?
Yes, sir.
And have you a note of any kind, of any communication going to Mr. Holmes, or any letter, telegram, any scrap of paper at all, to or from any third party concerning this, Mr. Holmes?
Nothing at all, sir.
And perhaps you'd show these misplaced and mistaken gentlemen out, and return to me at once.
His nerves are in extreme disorder. We'd best return to him quickly, Mr. Bennett.
I fear you may be in for a rather uncomfortable time.
And still, I hate to tell the man lies.
Let him have his own way as far as you can. Try to cross him as little as possible.
Before you go, which is Miss Pressbury's bedroom window?
Second floor, third from the right. And you'd better have this, Mr. Holmes.
What is it?
It's the address of the man in London with whom the professor is secretly communicating.
Well, now.
He wrote to him this morning, and I got it from his blotting paper. I must go, and please, clear all this up soon.
Well, the blotting paper, indeed. Yes, that young man has the makings of a detective, Watson. Yes, Dorak. Curious name. Holmes, look at that window.
Miss Presbury.
I have looked. There's a creeper below it and a water pipe above, which gives some foothold. Dorak. Slavonic, I assume.
Are you suggesting you could climb to that window?
Dorak, perhaps of Bohemia. Prague. Yes, there's one connection, Watson. But the once faithful dog that so hates him, the ivied wall, no normal man could scale.
Glad you admit that.
His creeping gait.
We didn't learn much from our bold, close inspection, did we?
Well, apart from his poorly concealed rage at our intrusion, he gave little away, and his memory is more reliable than his daughter believes.
He struck me as being in possession of a perfectly clear and logical brain, and physically, there was nothing remarkable. Portly, smooth-skinned, his complexion and eyes quite healthy.
Smooth-skinned, apart from the knuckles, of course.
Knuckles?
Yes. Always look at the hands first, Watson. Then cuffs, trouser knees, and boots. The professor's knuckles were thick and horny in a way that's quite new.
What is it?
The ivy, the knuckles, the dog, and Prague.
Prague?
And Alice. Good God, no. Surely not. What? Connections. Horrifying connections. Back to London, Watson. You to seek out this Dorak. I to visit Miss Edith Presbury.
But haven't I told you how I felt about the engagement, Mr. Holmes?
Yes, you have. And I would press you no further if I didn't think it necessary.
And why is it so necessary? Forgive me, but you ask me for a most unusual frankness about matters that are...
Delicate, yes.
Of a personal and family nature, certainly. So may I not ask for an equivalent openness from you?
Quite right. My investigations so far have led me to begin to make certain connections in my mind. Now, where these connections lead will decide how I must approach your father, how I might help him. Help all your family. Put it this way. I am being so bold as to ask a lovely and decorous young lady to share with a virtual stranger those secrets young women friends might share.
Oh, Mr. Holmes.
Can you do that, Miss Presbury? Can you do that to save your father?
Save him?
And Alice. To save them both.
Bravo. Your playing does improve, Edith. And what a complex piece it was.
There's a deeper passion in it I can't quite reach.
What it might express, I can't say. But the sheer skill required. It's a science, too, in a way, isn't it?
Is it?
Mathematics. Each note in its place, like the components of an equation.
I met Thomas Wellwood yesterday.
Oh?
He was passionate.
He can be embarrassingly fervent, that young man.
He seemed torn between grief and anger. He suggested you and he had an understanding.
He misunderstood. And his passion will fade. The bank will soon cure him of such adolescent indulgence.
Oh, but he's such a sweet man, Alice.
Sweet? That kind of shallow winsomeness is not for me.
But my father is?
Most certainly.
You love my father?
I don't object to the word. But there are more precise ones. I respect him, even revere him. I'm honoured that such a brilliant and striving man should want me to be his wife. I know he'll protect me, raise my understanding of the world, and I don't shrink from confessing it, raise my position in the world. I mean the world of learning, of civilization.
Well, I feel all these things for Jack.
I hope so.
But we expect more.
Then you have high expectations.
Surely it's not overly ambitious to pray for children from our marriage.
I have no such ambition.
Your life together will be one entirely of the intellect, of civilization.
And companionship, of course.
No other fulfillment? You're only a few years older than I.
And I will be your father's faithful wife. We are not French, Edith.
Alice.
That's as delicate as I can be to make sure you understand.
And does he understand? That companionship is the only...
I'm sure he must. Your father, after all, has already lived the kind of fulfillment you're talking about. You are its result, and he is justly proud of you.
I remember his face when he announced your engagement. He looked fervent. His eyes were young.
Please, Can we let this subject rest?
Have I given away enough secrets now?
Yes, I think you have.
And your connections?
They become more clear.
In what direction do they lead?
They lead me to Cambridge. You, they compel to stay here. Out of danger.
Dear God, Holmes. I cannot believe this is happening.
But there it is, Watson.
It's like a nightmare.
But I see it too. We are both awake.
Do we interfere?
Not yet. You have your revolver.
Yes. Do you think...
I think when something as monstrous as this is unleashed, we must be ready for anything. Now, look.
He's down. Heading round the side of the house.
Towards the stables. Good.
But the wolfhound is there.
And so should our third man be there.
The speed of him. He moves like...
Yes, Watson. I know what he moves like. Come on now. After him.
Come on, you toothless whelp. Can't reach me, can't touch me. Of course you can't. You're the runt and I'm the master. You're in chains and I'm in charge, the master. That's all mine. See? Can't reach. Having the strength, having the blood, having the brains, and me all brains and brawn all. Might and main.
Professor Presbury.
Oh, man.
Leave the beast alone.
A man all blood and bone and blood.
Right, put down. Take care, Mr. Bennett.
Stay back, he knows me. Down, Roy, put down.
You'll sleep for some time now. The morphia should see to that.
Thank you, Doctor.
And thanks for your help, Mr. Bennett. But he should be seen by a first-class surgeon.
No.
We had him firmly by the throat.
And you've dressed the wound well. I do have a medical degree.
Then you know the teeth pass dangerously close to the carotid artery.
But he'll survive.
Well, yes, I think the danger is past.
Then no more outsiders, please. If his condition gets beyond these walls...
But what is his condition? I still can't quite believe what I saw out there. On the wall.
On the wall?
He was climbing, Mr. Bennett, climbing on the ivy, with the most extraordinary speed and agility, leaping from branch to branch like a... Isn't that so, Holmes? It was like a dream. On that moonlit wall in his dressing gown, he looked like a huge bat, and he seemed to climb for the sheer joy of it. His agility was... I can't fathom it.
For pleasure? He climbs an ivied wall for pleasure?
That's how it looked. And the other night, when he appeared at the young lady's window, he must have been, well, indulging in this mad pastime.
When mere chance brought him to Edith's window?
Yes. We must assume so. Is that your opinion, Holmes? Holmes?
What?
Mere chance brought him to his daughter's window.
Oh, no doubt. No doubt.
Holmes, what is this? How could he do those things? Is it madness?
Madness. Oh, yes, it's that.
Your interest in the dates, 9 days, you said. Are you thinking of some connection between bouts of insanity and phases of the moon?
Oh, no. A drug. A drug administered at regular 9-day intervals. The incident out of sequence, his appearance at the window on the 4th of September. But either he'd increased the dose or the effects were growing out of his control. I incline to the latter theory.
But what drug could bring about such a horrible transformation?
Perhaps we'll find the answer in that precious locked box of his. You said the key's on his watch chain.
Yes.
Yes, and the box in the laboratory.
It was, yes.
And bring the key and show us the way. As I warned you, we may have to violate his deepest privacy.
Yes, it fits. Not much here.
But enough. You were right, Holmes. A hypodermic syringe.
One empty phial, one nearly full. And the letters, you see, with the cross under the stamp.
From our bohemian friend in London, Dvorak. Well, I've already settled him. The police should be interviewing him now.
He's no more than an errand boy. I'm sure you'll find a more significant name in that other letter.
This one? It's from Prague. Should I read it, Mr. Holmes?
If you can face all the truth.
Well, of course I... Why should I not? I shall read it. From someone named H. Lowenstein.
Lowenstein? I know that name. Oh, my God.
He says... No.
Let me see. Honored colleague, the treatment enjoined caution. Not without danger. The serum of anthropoid would have been better. Have used black-faced langur. A specimen was accessible.
Langur?
An ape from the Himalayas, is it not? Yes, the most human of climbing monkeys.
He was injecting himself with ape serum?
Lowenstein is already known and condemned by his profession for his ruthless search for the secret of rejuvenescence, for the elixir of life.
His strength, his agility.
New youth, new virility. And, of course, the dog must have sensed the change in him before anyone else. His smell.
Alice. Dear God, Alice.
Holmes, even Lowenstein won't resist you. We'll write to him, yes? Even go there, go to Prague, confront him with his criminal responsibility for this obscenity.
Yes, we can stop Lowenstein, but others will follow. Others may find a better way. The sensual, the material, the worldly. They'll prolong their worthless lives. Those more of the spirit will resist the temptation. So who will survive? What sort of cesspool might our world become?
So, you think you understand, Mr. Philosopher Holmes?
Professor!
How can you... Professor, you should not be moving.
Be still, Doctor. My elixir is more powerful than any common sawbones can know. More potent than your morphia.
You must go back to bed.
And you, Holmes, you lecture me about when my work should be done, when my life should be over.
I do not lecture. I merely observe with horror.
Horror? The meddling detective, the grubby snoop, is horrified? How can you understand my horror? That I should wither before my work. My life is fulfilled. How can you understand my need?
Professor!
Let me! Dear God!
Strange to hear that name from one who'd flout nature's laws.
What? Oh, I'm not down here to pray, Holmes. My legs gave way. They just gave way.
Look at yourself. Listen to yourself. Is this the man of renewed youth who'll wait at the altar for Miss Alice Morphy? And don't you think a wife, even one as innocent as she, will sense that you stand there with blood in your veins? That's an affront to nature. Blood that flows from a monstrous experiment that's already brought you like an animal to your daughter's window in the middle of the night. That's aroused disgust and fear in your family, your friends, even your own dog. Watson.
Yes, Holmes.
There's an early train to town. But I think we have time to return to the Chequers first for a refreshing cup of tea.
What's to become of me?
You have a loyal servant in Mr. Bennet here, and I think still a devoted friend.
Of course.
God bless you, Bennet.
He and your daughter will see you through what will no doubt be a long and painful convalescence, and perhaps you'll have a wife to guide you with proper discipline to a full recovery. Now, Watson, the Chequers and that tea.
In The Creeping Man, Sherlock Holmes was played by Clive Medicine and Dr. Watson by Michael Williams, with Robin Ellis as Professor Presbury. Edith Presbury was played by Deborah Berlin, Alice Murphy by Annabel Mullion, and Jack Bennett by Oliver Senton. The violinist was Leonard Friedman. The Creeping Man was dramatized for radio by Robert Forrest and directed by Patrick Rayner.
with a twisted lip. Isa Whitney, brother of the late Elias Whitney, D.D., principal of the Theological College of St. George's, was much addicted to opium. The habit grew upon him, as I understand, from some foolish freak when he was at college, for, having read De Quincey's description of his dreams and sensations, he had drenched his tobacco with laudanum in an attempt to produce the same effects. He found, as so many more have done, that the practice is easier to attain than to get rid of, and for many years he continued to be a slave to the drug, an object of mingled horror and pity to his friends and relatives. One night, it was in June of '89, there came a ring to my bell, about the hour when a man gives his first yawn and glances at the clock. I sat up in my chair, and my wife laid her needlework down in her lap and made a little face of disappointment. "A patient," said she. "You'll have to go out." I groaned, for I was newly come back from a weary day. We heard the door open, a few hurried words, and then quick steps upon the linoleum. Our own door flew open, and a lady, clad in some dark-colored stuff, with a black veil, entered the room. "You will excuse my calling so late," she began, and then suddenly, losing her self-control, she ran forward, threw her arms about my wife's neck, and sobbed upon her shoulder. "Oh, I'm in such trouble," she cried. "I do so want a little help." "Why," said my wife, pulling up her veil, "it is Kate Whitney." "How you startled me, Kate. I had not an idea who you were when you came in." "I didn't know what to do, so I came straight to you." That was always the way. Folk who were in grief came to my wife like birds to a lighthouse. "It was very sweet of you to come. Now, you must have some wine and water, and sit here comfortably and tell us all about it. Or should you rather that I sent James off to bed?" "Oh, no, I want the doctor's advice and help, too. It's about Isa. He's not been home for 2 days. Oh, I'm so frightened about him." It was not the first time that she had spoken to us of her husband's trouble, to me as a doctor, to my wife as an old friend and school companion. We soothed and comforted her by such words as we could find. She had the surest information of late. He had, when the fit was on him, made use of an opium den in the furthest east of the city. Hitherto his orgies had always been confined to 1 day, and he had come back twitching and shattered in the evening. But now the spell had been upon him 48 hours, and he lay there, doubtless, among the dregs of the docks, breathing in the poison or sleeping off the effects. There he was to be found, she was sure of it, at the Bar of Gold in Upper Swandam Lane. But what was she to do? How could she, a young and timid woman, make her way into such a place, and pluck her husband out from among the ruffians who surrounded him? There was the case, and of course there was but one way out of it. Might I not escort her to this place? And then, at a second thought, why should she come at all? I was Isa Whitney's medical adviser, and as such I had influence over him. I could manage it better if I were alone. I promised her on my word that I would send him home in a cab within 2 hours, if he were indeed at the address she had given me. And so, in 10 minutes, I had left my armchair and cheery sitting-room behind me, and was speeding eastward in a hansom on a strange errand, as it seemed to me at the time, though the future only could show how strange it was to be. Upper Swandam Lane is a vile alley, lurking behind the high wharves which line the north side of the river to the east of London Bridge. Between a slop shop and a gin shop, approached by a steep flight of steps leading down to a black gap like the mouth of a cave, I found the den of which I was in search. Ordering my cab to wait, I passed down the steps, worn hollow in the center by the ceaseless tread of drunken feet, and by the light of a flickering oil lamp above the door, I found the latch and made my way into a long, low room, thick and heavy with the brown opium smoke, and terraced with wooden berths, like the forecastle of an emigrant ship. At the further end was a small brazier of burning charcoal, beside which, on a three-legged wooden stool, there sat a tall, thin old man, with his jaw resting upon his two fists, and his elbows upon his knees, staring into the fire. As I entered, a sallow Malay attendant had hurried up with a pipe for me and a supply of the drug, beckoning me to an empty berth. "Thank you. I have not come to stay," said I. "There is a friend of mine here, Mr. Isa Whitney, and I wish to speak with him." There was a movement and an exclamation from my right, and peering through the gloom, I saw Whitney, pale, haggard, and unkempt, staring out at me. "My God, it's Watson," said he. He was in a pitiable state of reaction, with every nerve in a twitter. "I say, Watson, what o'clock is it?" "It's nearly 11. "Of what day?" "Of Friday, June 19. "Good heavens! I thought it was Wednesday. 'Tis Wednesday. What do you want to frighten a chap for?" He sank his face onto his arms and began to sob in a high treble key. "I tell you that it is Friday, man. Your wife has been waiting this 2 days for you. You should be ashamed of yourself." "So I am. But you've got mixed, Watson. I've only been here a few hours. 3 pipes, 4 pipes, I forget how many. But I'll go home with you. I wouldn't frighten Kate. Poor little Kate. Give me your hand. Have you a cab?" "Yes, I have one waiting." "Then I shall go in it. But I must owe something. Find what I owe, Watson. I am all off color. I can do nothing for myself." I walked down the narrow passage between the double row of sleepers, holding my breath to keep out the vile, stupefying fumes of the drug, and looking about for the manager. As I passed the tall man who sat by the brazier, I felt a sudden pluck at my skirt, and a low voice whispered, "Walk past me, and then look back at me." The words fell quite distinctly upon my ear. I glanced down. They could only have come from the old man at my side, and yet he sat now as absorbed as ever, very thin, very wrinkled, bent with age, an opium pipe dangling down from between his knees, as though it had dropped in sheer lassitude from his fingers. I took 2 steps forward and looked back. His form filled out, his wrinkles were gone, the dull eyes had regained their fire, and there, sitting by the fire and grinning at my surprise, was none other than Sherlock Holmes. He made a slight motion to me to approach him, and instantly, as he turned his face half round to the company once more, subsided into a doddering, loose-lipped senility. "Holmes," I whispered, "what on earth are you doing in this den?" "As low as you can," he answered. "I have excellent ears. If you would have the great kindness to get rid of that sottish friend of yours, I should be exceedingly glad to have a little talk with you. I have a cab outside. Then pray, send him home in it. You may safely trust him, for he appears to be too limp to get into any mischief. I should recommend you also to send a note by the cabman to your wife, to say that you have thrown in your lot with me. If you will wait outside, I shall be with you in 5 minutes." It was difficult to refuse any of Sherlock Holmes' requests, for they were always so exceedingly definite, and put forward with such an air of mastery. I felt, however, that when Whitney was once confined in the cab, my mission was practically accomplished, and for the rest, I could not wish anything better than to be associated with my friend in one of those singular adventures which were the normal condition of his existence. In a few minutes I had written my note, paid Whitney's bill, led him out to the cab, and seen him driven through the darkness. In a very short time, a decrepit figure had emerged from the opium den, and I was walking down the street with Sherlock Holmes. For 2 streets he shuffled along with a bent back and an uncertain foot. Then, glancing quickly round, he straightened himself out and burst into a hearty fit of laughter. "I suppose, Watson," said he, "that you imagine that I've added opium smoking to cocaine injections and all the other little weaknesses on which you have favored me with your medical views. Well, I was certainly surprised to find you there, but not more so than I to find you. But I came to find a friend, and I to find an enemy." "An enemy?" "Yes, one of my natural enemies, or shall I say my natural prey. Briefly, Watson, I'm in the midst of a very remarkable inquiry, and I've hoped to find a clue in the incoherent ramblings of these sots, as I have done before now. Had I been recognized in that den, my life would have not been worth an hour's purchase, for I've used it before now for my own purposes, and the rascally Lascar who runs it has sworn vengeance upon me. There is a trap door at the back of that building near the corner of Paul's Wharf, which could tell some strange tales of what has passed through it upon the moonless nights." "What? You do not mean bodies?" "Aye, bodies, Watson. We should be rich men if we had £1,000 for every poor devil who has been done to death in that den. It is the vilest murder trap on the whole riverside, and I fear Neville St. Clair has entered it never to leave it more. But our trap should be here." He put his 2 forefingers between his teeth and whistled shrilly, a signal which was answered by a similar whistle from the distance, followed shortly by the rattle of wheels and clink of horses' hoofs. "Now, Watson," said Holmes, as a tall dog-cart dashed up through the gloom, throwing out 2 golden tunnels of yellow light from its side lanterns. "You'll come with me, won't you?" "If I can be of use." "Oh, a trusty comrade is always of use, and a chronicler still more so. My room at the Cedars is a double-bedded one." "The Cedars?" "Yes, that is Mr. St. Clair's house. I am staying there while I conduct the inquiry." "Where is it, then?" "Oh, near Lee in Kent. We have a 7-mile drive before us." "But I am all in the dark." "Of course you are. You'll know all about it presently. Jump up there. All right, John. We shall not need you. Here's half-crown. Look out for me tomorrow, about 11. Give her her head. So long, then." He flicked the horse with his whip, and we dashed away through the endless succession of somber and deserted streets, which widened gradually until we were flying across a broad balustraded bridge, with the murky river flowing sluggishly beneath us. I shall just have time to tell you the facts of the case before we get to Lee. Some years ago, to be definite, in May 1884, there came to Lee a gentleman, Neville St. Clair by name, who appeared to have plenty of money. He took a large villa, laid out the grounds very nicely, and lived generally in good style. By degrees he made friends in the neighborhood, and in 1887 he married the daughter of a local brewer, by whom he has now had 2 children. He had no occupation, but was interested in several companies, and went into town as a rule in the morning, returning by the 5:14 from Cannon Street every night. Mr. St. Clair is now 37 years of age, is a man of temperate habits, a good husband, a very affectionate father, and a man who is popular with all who know him. I may add that his whole debts at the present moment, as far as we have been able to ascertain, amount to £88 10 while he has £220 standing to his credit in the capital and county's bank. There is no reason, therefore, to think that money troubles have been weighing upon his mind. Last Monday, Mr. Neville St. Clair went into town rather earlier than usual, remarking before he started that he had 2 important commissions to perform, and that he would bring his little boy home a box of bricks. Now, by the merest chance, his wife received a telegram upon this same Monday, very shortly after his departure, to the effect that a small parcel of considerable value, which she had been expecting, was waiting for her at the offices of the Aberdeen Shipping Company. Now, if you're well up in your London, you will know that the office of the company is in Fresno Street, which branches out of Upper Swandam Lane, where you found me tonight. Mrs. St. Clair had her lunch, started for the city, did some shopping, proceeded to the company's office, got her packet, and found herself exactly at 4:35 walking through Swandam Lane on her way back to the station. Have you followed me so far? Yes, it is very clear. If you remember, Monday was an exceedingly hot day, and Mrs. St. Clair walked slowly, glancing about in the hope of seeing a cab, as she did not like the neighborhood in which she found herself. While she walked in this way down Swandam Lane, she suddenly heard an ejaculation or cry, and was struck cold to see her husband looking down at her, and, as it seemed to her, beckoning to her from a second-floor window. The window was open, and she distinctly saw his face, which she describes as being terribly agitated. He waved his hands frantically to her, and then vanished from the window so suddenly that it seemed to her that he had been plucked back by some irresistible force from behind. One singular point which struck her quick feminine eye was that, although he wore some dark coat, such as he had started to town in, he had on neither collar nor necktie. Convinced that something was amiss with him, she rushed down the steps, for the house was none other than the opium den in which you found me tonight, and running through the front room, she attempted to ascend the stairs which led to the first floor. At the foot of the stairs, however, she met this Lascar scoundrel of whom I have spoken, who thrust her back, and, aided by a Dane, who acts as assistant there, pushed her out into the street. Filled with the most maddening doubts and fears, she rushed down the lane, and by rare good fortune met in Fresno Street a number of constables with an inspector, all on their way to their beat. The inspector and 2 men accompanied her back, and, in spite of the continued resistance of the proprietor, they made their way to the room in which Mr. St. Clair had last been seen. There was no sign of him there. In fact, in the whole of that floor there was no one to be found, save a crippled wretch of hideous aspect, who, it seems, made his home there. Both he and the Lascar stoutly swore that no one else had been in the front room during that afternoon. So determined was their denial that the inspector was staggered, and had almost come to believe that Mrs. St. Clair had been deluded, when, with a cry, she sprang at a small deal box which lay upon the table and tore the lid from it. Out there fell a cascade of children's bricks. It was the toy which he had promised to bring home. This discovery, and the evident confusion which the cripple showed, made the inspector realize that the matter was serious. The rooms were carefully examined, and the results all pointed to an abominable crime. The front room was plainly furnished as a sitting room, and led into a small bedroom, which looked out upon the back of one of the wharves. Between the wharf and the bedroom window is a narrow strip, which is dry at low tide, but is covered at high tide with at least 4.5 feet of water. The bedroom window was a broad one, and opened from below. On examination, traces of blood were to be seen upon the window-sill, and several scattered drops were visible upon the wooden floor of the bedroom. Thrust away behind a curtain in the front room were all the clothes of Mr. Neville St. Clair, with the exception of his coat. His boots, his socks, his hat, and his watch, all were there. There were no signs of violence upon any of these garments, and there were no other traces of Mr. Neville St. Clair. Out of the window he must apparently have gone, for no other exit could be discovered, and the ominous bloodstains upon the sill gave little promise that he could save himself by swimming, for the tide was at its very highest at the moment of the tragedy. And now, as to the villains who seemed to be immediately implicated in the matter. The Lascar was known to be a man of the vilest antecedents. But, as by Mrs. St. Clair's story, he was known to have been at the foot of the stair within a few seconds of her husband's appearance at the window, he could hardly have been more than an accessory to the crime. His defense was one of absolute ignorance, and he protested that he had no knowledge as to the doings of Hugh Boone, his lodger, and that he could not account in any way for the presence of the missing gentleman's clothes. Well, so much for the Lascar manager. Now for the sinister cripple who lives upon the second floor of the opium den, and who was certainly the last human being whose eyes rested upon Neville St. Clair. His name is Hugh Boone, and his hideous face is one which is familiar to every man who goes much to the city. He is a professional beggar, though in order to avoid the police regulations, he pretends to a small trade in wax vestas. I have watched this fellow more than once, before ever I thought of making his professional acquaintance, and have been surprised at the harvest which he has reaped in a short time. His appearance, you see, is so remarkable that no one can pass him without observing him. A shock of orange hair, a pale face disfigured by a horrible scar, which by its contraction has turned up the outer edge of his upper lip, a bulldog chin, and a pair of very penetrating dark eyes, which present a singular contrast to the color of his hair, all mark him out from amid the common crowd of mendicants. And so, too, does his wit, for he is ever ready with a reply to any piece of chaff which may be thrown at him by the passers-by. This is the man whom we now learn to have been the lodger at the opium den, and to have been the last man to see the gentleman of whom we are in quest." "But a cripple," said I. "What could he have done single-handed against a man in the prime of life?" "He is a cripple in the sense that he walks with a limp. But in other respects he appears to be a powerful and well-nurtured man. Surely your medical experience would tell you, Watson, that weakness in one limb is often compensated for by exceptional strength in the others. Pray continue your narrative." "Mrs. St. Clair had fainted at the sight of the blood upon the window, and she was escorted home in a cab by the police, as her presence could be of no help to them in their investigations. Inspector Barton, who had charge of the case, made a very careful examination of the premises, but without finding anything which threw any light upon the matter. One mistake had been made in not arresting Boone instantly, as he was allowed some few minutes during which he might have communicated with his friend, the Lascar. But this fault was soon remedied, and he was seized and searched without anything being found which could incriminate him. There were, it is true, some blood-stained right pointed finger to being near the nail, and explained that the bleeding came from there, adding that he'd been to the window not long before, and that the stains which had been observed there came doubtless from the same source. He denied strenuously having ever seen Mr. Neville St. Clair, and swore that the presence of the clothes in his room was as much a mystery to him as to the police. He was removed loudly protesting to the police station, while the inspector remained upon the premises in the hope that the ebbing tide might afford some fresh clue. And it did, though they hardly found upon the mud-bank what they had feared to find. It was Neville St. Clair's coat, and not Neville St. Clair, which lay uncovered as the tide receded. And what do you think they found in the pockets? I cannot imagine. No, I don't think you will guess. Every pocket stuffed with pennies and halfpennies, 421 pennies and 270 halfpennies. It was no wonder that it had not been swept away by the tide. But a human body is a different matter. There is a fierce eddy between the wharf and the house. It seemed likely enough that the weighted coat had remained when the stripped body had been sucked away into the river. But I understand that all the other clothes were found in the room. Would the body be dressed in a coat alone? No, sir, but the facts might be met speciously enough. Suppose that this man Boone had thrust Neville St. Clair through the window. There is no human eye which could have seen the deed. What would he do then? It would, of course, instantly strike him that he must get rid of the telltale garments. He would seize the coat then, and be in the act of throwing it out, when it would occur to him that it would swim and not sink. He has little time, for he had heard the scuffle downstairs when the wife tried to force her way up, and perhaps he has already heard from his Lascar confederate that the police are hurrying up the street. There is not an instant to be lost. He rushes to some secret hoard where he has accumulated the fruits of his beggary, and he stuffs all the coins upon which he can lay his hands into the pockets to make sure of the coat's sinking. He throws it out, and would have done the same with the other garments had he not heard the rush of steps below, and only just had time to close the window when the police appeared. Well, it certainly sounds feasible. Well, we will take it as a working hypothesis for want of a better. Boone, as I have told you, was arrested and taken to the station, but it could not be shown that there had ever before been anything against him. He had for years been known as a professional beggar, but his life appeared to have been a very quiet and innocent one. While Sherlock Holmes had been detailing this singular series of events, we'd been whirling through the outskirts of the great town until the last struggling houses had been left behind, and we rattled along with a country hedge upon either side of us. Just as he finished, however, we drove through 2 scattered villages, where a few lights still glimmered in the windows. See that light among the trees? That is the Cedars, and beside that lamp sits a woman whose anxious ears have already, I have little doubt, caught the clink of our horses' feet. But why are you not conducting the case from Baker Street? I asked. Because there are many inquiries which must be made out here. Mrs. St. Clair has most kindly put 2 rooms at my disposal, and you may rest assured that you will have nothing but a welcome for my friend and colleague. As we approached, the door flew open, and a little blonde woman stood in the opening, clad in some sort of light mousseline de soie, with a touch of fluffy pink chiffon at her neck and wrists. "Well," she cried. "Well," and then, seeing that there were 2 of us, she gave a cry of hope which sank into a groan as she saw that my companion shook his head and shrugged his shoulders. "No good news?" "None." "No bad?" "No." "Oh, thank God for that. But come in. You must be weary, for you've had a long day.
This is my friend, Dr. Watson. He's been of most vital use to me in several of my cases, and a lucky chance has made it possible for me to bring him out and associate him with this investigation.
I'm delighted to see you, said she, pressing my hand warmly. You will, I'm sure, forgive anything which may be wanting in our arrangements, when you consider the blow which has come so suddenly upon us. My dear madam, said I am an old campaigner, and if I were not, I can very well see that no apology is needed. If I can be of any assistance, either to you or to my friend here, I shall be indeed happy. Now, Mr. Sherlock Holmes, said the lady as we entered a well-lit dining room, upon the table of which a cold supper had been laid out, I should very much like to ask you one or two plain questions, to which I beg that you will give me a plain answer.
Certainly, madam.
Do not trouble about my feelings. I'm not hysterical, nor given to fainting. I simply wish to hear your real opinion.
Upon what point?
In your heart of hearts, do you think that Neville is alive? Sherlock Holmes seemed to be embarrassed by the question. Frankly now, she repeated, standing upon the rug and looking keenly down at him as he leaned back in a basket chair.
Frankly, then, madam, I do not.
You think that he is dead?
I do.
Murdered?
I don't say that. Perhaps.
And on what day did he meet his death?
On Monday.
Then perhaps, Mr. Holmes, you will be good enough to explain how it is that I have received this letter from him today. Sherlock Holmes sprang out of his chair as if he had been galvanized.
What?
He roared. Yes, today. She stood smiling, holding up a little slip of paper in the air.
May I see it?
Certainly. The envelope was a very coarse one, and was stamped with the Gravesend postmark, and with the date of that very day, or rather of the day before, for it was considerably after midnight.
Coarse writing,
murmured Holmes.
Surely this is not your husband's writing, madam?
No, but the enclosure is.
I perceive also that whoever addressed the envelope had to go and inquire as to the address.
Well, how can you tell that?
The name, you see, is in perfectly black ink, which has dried itself. The rest is of the grayish color, which shows that blotting paper is being used. If it had been written straight off and then blotted, none would be of a deep black shade. This man has written the name, and there has been a pause before he wrote the address, which can only mean that he was not familiar with it. It is, of course, a trifle, but there is nothing so important as trifles. Let us now see the letter. Ah, there has been an enclosure here.
Yes, there was a ring, his signet ring.
And you are sure that this is your husband's hand?
One of his hands.
One?
His hand when he wrote hurriedly. It is very unlike his usual writing, and yet I know it well.
Dearest, do not be frightened. All will come well. There is a huge error, which it may take some little time to rectify. Wait in patience, Neville. Written in pencil upon the flyleaf of a book. Octavo size, no watermark. Posted today in Gravesend by a man with a dirty thumb. And the flap has been gummed, if I'm not much in error, by a person who had been chewing tobacco. And you have no doubt that it is your husband's hand, madam?
None. Neville wrote those words.
And they were posted today at Gravesend. Well, Mrs. St. Clair, the clouds lighten, though I should not venture to say that the danger is over.
But he must be alive, Mr. Holmes.
Unless this is a clever forgery to put us on the wrong scent. The ring, after all, proves nothing. It may have been taken from him.
No, it is. It is his very own writing.
Very well. It may, however, have been written on Monday and only posted today.
That is possible.
If so, much may have happened between.
Oh, you must not discourage me, Mr. Holmes. I know that all is well with him,
There is so keen a sympathy between us that I should know if evil came upon him. On the very day that I saw him last, he cut himself in the bedroom, and yet I in the dining room rushed upstairs instantly with the utmost certainty that something had happened. Do you think that I would respond to such a trifle and yet be ignorant of his death?
I have seen too much not to know that the impression of a woman may be more valuable than the conclusion of an analytical reasoner. And in this letter, you certainly have a very strong piece of evidence to corroborate your view. But if your husband is alive and able to write letters, why should he remain away from you?
I cannot imagine. It is unthinkable.
And on Monday, he made no remarks before leaving you?
No.
And you were surprised to see him in Swandam Lane?
Oh, very much so.
Was the window open?
Yes.
Then he might have called to you?
He might.
He only, as I understand, gave an inarticulate cry.
Yes.
A call for help, you thought?
Yes, he waved his hands.
But it might have been a cry of surprise. Astonishment at the unexpected sight of you might have caused him to throw up his hands.
This is possible.
And you thought he was pulled back?
Well, he disappeared so suddenly.
He might have leaped back. You did not see anyone else in the room?
No, but this horrible man confessed to having been there, and the Lascar was at the foot of the stairs.
Quite so. Your husband, as far as you could see, had his ordinary clothes on?
But without his collar and tie. I distinctly saw his bare throat.
Had he ever spoken of Swandam Lane?
Never.
Had he ever shown any signs of having taken opium?
Never.
Thank you, Mrs. St. Clair. Those are the principal points about which I wish to be absolutely clear. We shall now have a little supper, and then retire, for we may have a very busy day tomorrow.
A large and comfortable double-bedded room had been placed at our disposal, and I was quickly between the sheets, for I was weary after my night of adventure. Sherlock Holmes was a man, however, who, when he had an unsolved problem upon his mind, would go for days and even for a week without rest, turning it over, rearranging his facts, looking at it from every point of view, until he had either fathomed it or convinced himself that his data were insufficient. It was soon evident to me that he was now preparing for an all-night sitting. So he sat as I dropped off to sleep. And so he sat when a sudden ejaculation caused me to wake up, and I found the summer sun shining into the apartment.
"Awake, Watson,"
he said.
"Yes. Are you game for a morning drive?"
Certainly.
Then dress. No one is stirring yet, but I know where the stable boy sleeps, and we shall soon have the trap out.
It was 25 minutes past 4. I had hardly finished when Holmes returned with the news that the boy was putting in the horse.
"I want to test a little theory of mine," said he, pulling on his boots. "I think, Watson, that you are now standing in the presence of one of the most absolute fools in Europe. I deserve to be kicked from here to Charing Cross. But I think I have the key to the affair now."
"And where is it?" I asked, smiling.
"In the bathroom,"
he answered.
"Oh, yes, I am not joking,"
he continued, seeing my look of incredulity.
"I have just been there, and I have taken it out, and have got it in this Gladstone bag. Come on, my boy, and we shall see whether it will not fit the lock."
We made our way downstairs as quickly as possible, and out into the bright morning sunshine. In the road stood our horse and trap, with a half-clad stable boy waiting at the head. We both sprang in, and away we dashed down the London road. Passing down the Waterloo Bridge Road, we crossed over the river, and dashing up Wellington Street, wheeled sharply to the right, and found ourselves in Bow Street. Sherlock Holmes was well known to the force, and the 2 constables at the door saluted him. One of them held the horse's head, while the other led us in.
"Who is on duty?"
asked Holmes.
"Inspector Bradstreet, sir."
"Ah, Bradstreet. How are you?" "I wish to have a word with you, Bradstreet."
"Certainly, Mr. Holmes. Step into my room here."
The inspector sat down at his desk.
"Now, what can I do for you, Mr. Holmes?" "I called about that beggar man Boone, the one who was charged with being concerned in the disappearance of Mr. Neville St. Clair of Lee."
Yes, he's brought up and remanded for further inquiries.
Yes, so I heard. You have him here?
In the cells.
Is he quiet?
Oh, he gives no trouble. But he's a dirty scoundrel.
Dirty?
Yes. It's all we could do to make him wash his hands. And his face is as black as a tinker's. Well, when once his case has been settled, he will have a regular prison bath. And I think if you saw him, you'd agree with me that he needed it.
Well, I should like to see him very much.
Would you? Well, that's easily done. Come this way, if you please.
He led us down a passage, opened a barred door, passed down a winding stair, and brought us to a whitewashed corridor with a line of doors on each side.
The third on the right is his, said the inspector. Here it is.
He quietly shot back a panel in the upper part of the door and glanced through.
Oh, he's asleep,
said he. The prisoner lay with his face towards us in a very deep sleep, breathing slowly and heavily. He was, as the inspector had said, extremely dirty, but the grime which had covered his face could not conceal its repulsive ugliness. A broad weal from an old scar ran across it from eye to chin, and by its contraction had turned up one side of the upper lip, so that 3 teeth were exposed in a perpetual snarl. "Oh, he certainly needs a wash," remarked Holmes. "I had an idea that he might, and I took the liberty of bringing the tools with me." He opened his Gladstone bag as he spoke, and took out, to my astonishment, a very large bath sponge.
"You are a funny one," chuckled the inspector.
"Now, if you'll have the great goodness to open that door very quietly, we'll soon make him cut a much more respectable figure."
"Well, I don't know why not,"
said the inspector. He slipped his key into the lock, and we all very quietly entered the cell. The sleeper half turned and then settled down once more into a deep slumber. Holmes stooped to the water jug, moistened his sponge, and then rubbed it twice vigorously across and down the prisoner's face.
"Let me introduce you," he shouted, "to Mr. Neville St. Clair of Lee in the county of Kent."
Never in my life have I seen such a sight. The man's face peeled off under the sponge like the bark from a tree. Gone was the coarse brown tint. Gone, too, the horrid scar which had seamed it across, and the twisted lip which had given the repulsive sneer to the face. A twitch brought away the tangled red hair, and there, sitting up in his bed, was a pale, sad-faced, refined-looking man, black-haired and smooth-skinned, rubbing his eyes and staring about him with sleepy bewilderment. Then, suddenly realizing the exposure, he broke into a scream and threw himself down with his face to the pillow.
"Great heaven!" cried the inspector. "It is indeed the missing man. I know him from the photograph."
The prisoner turned with the reckless air of a man who abandons himself to his destiny. "Be it so," said he. "And pray, what am I charged with?"
"With making away with Mr. Neville St. Oh, come, you can't be charged with that, unless they make a case of attempted suicide of it,"
said the inspector, with a grin. "Well, if I am Mr. Neville St. Clair, then it is obvious that no crime had been committed, and that therefore I am illegally detained."
"No crime, but a very great error has been committed," said Holmes. "You would have done better to have trusted your wife."
"It was not the wife, it was the children," groaned the prisoner. "God help me, I would not have them ashamed of their father. My God, what an exposure! What can I do?" Sherlock Holmes sat down beside him on the couch and patted him kindly on the shoulder.
"If you leave it to a court of law to clear the matter up," said he, "of course you can hardly avoid publicity. On the other hand, if you convince the police authorities that it is no possible case against you, I do not know that there is any reason that the details should find their way into the papers. Inspector Bradstreet would, I am sure, make notes upon anything which you might tell us, and submit it to the proper authorities. The case would then never go to court at all."
"God bless you," cried the prisoner passionately. "I would have endured imprisonment, even execution, rather than have left my miserable secret as a family blot to my children. You are the first who have ever heard my story. My father was a schoolmaster in Chesterfield, where I received an excellent education. I traveled in my youth, took to the stage, and finally became a reporter on an evening paper in London.
One day, my editor wished to have a series of articles upon begging in the metropolis, and I volunteered to supply them. That was the point from which all my adventures started. It was only by trying begging as an amateur that I could get the facts upon which to base my articles. When an actor, I had, of course, learned all the secrets of making up and had been famous in the green room for my skill. I took advantage now of my attainments. I painted my face to make myself as pitiable as possible. I made a good scar and fixed one side of my lip in a twist by the aid of a small slip of flesh-colored plaster. Then, with a red head of hair and an appropriate dress, I took my station in the busiest part of the city, ostensibly as a match seller, but really as a beggar. For 7 hours I plied my trade, and when I returned home in the evening, I found to my surprise that I had received 26 shillings and 4pence. Well, I wrote my articles and thought little more of the matter until some time later I backed a bill for a friend and had a writ served upon me for £25. I was at my wit's end where to get the money. But a sudden idea came to me. I begged a fortnight's grace from the creditor, asked for a holiday from my employers, and spent the time in begging in the city under my disguise. In 10 days I had the money, and I had paid the debt. You could imagine how hard it was to settle down to arduous work at £2 a week, when I knew that I could earn as much in a day by smearing my face with a little paint, laying my cap on the ground, and sitting still. It was a long fight between my pride and the money. But the dollars won at last, and I threw up reporting and sat day after day in the corner which I'd first chosen, inspiring pity by my ghastly face and filling my pockets with coppers. Only one man knew my secret. He was the keeper of a low den in which I used to lodge in Swandam Lane, where I could every morning emerge as a squalid beggar, and in the evenings transform myself into a well-dressed man about town. This fellow, Lascar, was well paid by me for his rooms, so that I knew that my secret was safe in his possession. Well, very soon I found that I was saving considerable sums of money. I do not mean that any beggar in the streets of London could earn £700 a year, which is less than my average takings, but I had exceptional advantages in my power of making up, and also a facility in repartee, which, improved by practice, had made me quite a recognized character in the city. All day a stream of pennies, varied by silver, poured in upon me, and it was a very bad day upon which I failed to take £2. As I grew richer, I grew more ambitious, took a house in the country, and eventually married, without anyone having a suspicion as to my real occupation. My dear wife knew that I had business in the city. She little knew what. Last Monday, I had finished for the day and was dressing in my room above the opium den, when I looked out of the window and saw to my horror and astonishment that my wife was standing in the street with her eyes fixed full upon me. I gave a cry of surprise. I threw up my arms to cover my face, and, rushing to my confidant, the Lascar, entreated him to prevent anyone from coming up to me. I heard her voice downstairs, but I knew that she could not ascend. Swiftly, I threw off my clothes and pulled on those of a beggar and put on my pigments and wig. Even a wife's eyes could not pierce so complete a disguise. But then it occurred to me that there might be a search in the room and that the clothes might betray me. I threw open the window, reopening by my violence a small cut which I had inflicted upon myself in the bedroom that morning. Then I seized my coat, which was weighted down by the coppers which I had just transferred to it from the leather bag in which I carried my takings. I hurled it out of the window, and it disappeared into the Thames. The other clothes would have followed, but at that moment there was a rush of constables up the stairs, and a few minutes after I found, rather I confess to my relief, that instead of being identified as Mr. Neville St. Clair, I was arrested as his murderer. I do not know that there is anything else for me to explain. I was determined to preserve my disguise as long as possible, and hence my preference for a dirty face. Knowing that my wife would be terribly anxious, I slipped off my ring and confided it to the Lascar at the moment when no constable was watching me,
together with a hurried scrawl, telling her that she had no cause to fear.
Yes, that note only reached her yesterday, said Holmes. Good God, what a week she must have spent.
The police have watched this last car, said Inspector Bradstreet, and I can quite understand that he might find it difficult to post a letter unobserved. Probably he handed it to some sailor customer of his, who forgot all about it for some days.
Yes, that was it, said Holmes, nodding approvingly. I have no doubt of it. But have you never been prosecuted for begging?
Many times. But what was a fine to me?
It must stop here, however, said Bradstreet. If the police are to hush this thing up, there must be no more of you Boone.
I've sworn it by the most solemn oath which a man can take.
In that case, I think that it is probable that no further steps may be taken. But if you're found out again, then all must come out. I'm sure, Mr. Holmes, that we're very much indebted to you for having cleared the matter up. I wish I knew how you reached your results. I reached this one, said my friend, by sitting upon 5 pillows and consuming an ounce of shag. I think, Watson, that if we drive to Baker Street, we shall just be in time for breakfast.
And now on BBC Radio 4, the third in a series of 5 new cases inspired by references in the original stories of Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. The further adventures of Sherlock Holmes.
So, Watson, what do you make of that?
What am I supposed to make of it?
Oh, come on, Doctor, you know my methods. Observe and deduce. Observe and deduce.
Holmes, where did this come from?
Well, there are 2 answers to that.
2 answers?
At least.
What's the first?
It arrived in the post this morning.
Who sent it?
There was no letter.
No letter?
No.
Is the second answer equally unhelpful?
It's more interesting.
It could hardly be less interesting.
True.
Well?
Well, what?
Holmes, what is the second answer? Where did this thing come from?
I can't be absolutely sure.
Right.
Well, you know, I never guess.
Yes, I know.
But if my deductions are correct...
Holmes...
It was extracted from the stomach of a dead millionaire.
The Peculiar Persecution of Mr. John Vincent Harden by Bert Coules, with Clive Merrison as Sherlock Holmes and Andrew Sachs as Dr. John Watson, and featuring Jane Asher as Mrs. Harden. The Peculiar Persecution of Mr. John Vincent Harden.
You're not serious.
I'm always serious. Well, almost always.
And how in the world did you deduce that?
Well, first things first, Doctor. The object itself. Describe it.
Well, what's the point? We can both see the thing.
In some ancient cultures, they believe that...
These wouldn't be ancient Eastern cultures by any chance?
In some ancient Eastern cultures, they believe that to describe a thing is to know it.
Yes, and in some modern Western cultures, they believe that to infuriate a fellow lodger beyond endurance is to risk unreasoning acts of violence.
You, my dear fellow, never.
No, I wouldn't be so sure.
No, I never can get your limits. Actually, it's a perfectly sound idea. I'll give it a try.
Yes, all right. Well... It's made of metal, highly polished.
Chromium plated.
It's cylindrical, about, 1.5 inches long by 1/2 inch in diameter. Pointed at one end, blunt at the other. The squared off end is, what's the word?
Knolled.
That's it, yes.
Yes. Roughened to afford a grip.
And the pointed end has a series of grooves cut round it.
Bravo, you have it.
Well, hardly. I hate to argue with your ancient Eastern cultures, but I've still no idea what it actually is. Unless... Holmes, is it some sort of bullet?
An intelligent deduction, given where it was found. I had the same notion.
Oh, then I'm right. Killed by a chromium-plated bullet. That has to be unique.
I'm afraid not.
Good Lord, it's not unique.
It's not a bullet. Even a surface as hard as that would bear the marks of having been fired from a gun or rifle. There are a few scratches, but they're the wrong sort, at the wrong end, the pointed end.
If it's not a bullet, what the devil is it?
I haven't the faintest notion.
Ah. Well, then, what on earth makes you think it came from the stomach of a dead millionaire?
I did say I couldn't be sure.
I know you better than that. You've a pretty good idea.
Yes, take a look at the wrapping paper.
Well, perfectly ordinary brown parcel paper. Stamps. Address written on a gum paper label. What about it?
Well, there are several indications. Firstly, the paper isn't exactly perfectly ordinary. It's distinctly superior in quality. The same is true of the address label. You notice, of course, that part of the label's been cut away.
Show me.
There. See, one long edge is slightly jagged.
Oh, you're right.
The label has a printed return address, which tells us
that, whoever sent you this sends out a good number of parcels?
Exactly so, exactly so. Why else bother to have labels printed? The handwriting's clear and confident, an educated man, and he uses a good quality pen and expensive ink. Now, smell the paper.
Smell it?
Yes.
Well, if you say so. Well, what am I supposed to find?
Well, try the inside.
Is that tobacco?
In a way.
In a way? In what way?
Well, try the evidence of the box.
What box?
The box which contained the metal cylinder.
The box you conveniently forgot to mention.
Here.
Thank you. I know. Observe and deduce. It's cardboard, rectangular, with a close-fitting lid. There was another label glued to the lid, but it's been torn away. Inside, lined with smooth, glossy paper.
Smell it.
I was going to. Same as the paper, but stronger. No, it's not tobacco. I can't quite place it.
Snuff.
That's it. Never cared for it.
All right. It's one of Brother Mycroft's weaknesses. And if I'm right, that's not just snuff. It's very expensive, exclusive snuff.
But, snuff isn't usually kept in boxes like this, surely?
I believe that's a sample box for sending out small quantities to shops or as a gift. Right, so, what do we have? Money, snuff, a mysterious object, an anonymous parcel from an educated man, and this final element in the puzzle which I believe you'll have no problems in recognizing. Yeah. The metal cylinder was wrapped in that.
Oh, this is surgical gauze.
Exactly. Smell it, Doctor?
Yeah, somehow I just knew you were going to say that.
Your diagnosis?
Preserving fluid.
Yes.
Someone tried to preserve a polished metal cylinder.
I fancy the smell comes from the gauze's former location, not its use. Does the name John Vincent Harden mean anything to you?
The tobacco millionaire?
The late tobacco millionaire.
Oh, I didn't know that.
It's been kept out of the papers. He was found dead in his study a few days ago.
Heart attack?
Bullet.
Wait, he was murdered?
Shot at close range by an assassin who was seen but can't be identified.
A mysterious stranger?
I thought it might appeal to your sense of a melodramatic.
Murder? So, there will have been a post-mortem?
Exactly. And the following day, or near enough, this little puzzle arrives to perplex us. Wrapped in gauze, which reeks of the mortician's slab, in a box used for high-quality snuff, hardened snuff, if I'm right. Is it so unreasonable to suggest that this mysterious metal cylinder was found inside the dead man's body?
I suppose not.
Well, the stomach's something of a leap in the dark, I admit it.
A guess, in other words.
Oh, certainly not.
Yes, but why was there no letter?
Now, I believe it's a test.
A test?
To see if I'm up to the task. If I can deduce who sent it and why, I'll be judged fit to investigate what it all means.
Damnable cheek.
Oh, I don't know. It served to capture my attention.
So, who did send it?
At first I thought it might be Harden's widow, but the writing on the label is unmistakably masculine. And I suspect it was the dead man's secretary or personal assistant working on the widow's behalf.
Yes, I suppose that's possible.
Well, more than merely possible, I fancy. Anyway, we'll know soon.
We shall?
I telegraphed the widow soon after I received the parcel. She'll reply straight away.
Well, it'll be a touch embarrassing if you're wrong.
Don't concern yourself. I'm not wrong.
Mr. Holmes, I'm impressed.
Thank you.
Your stories do not exaggerate, Doctor.
Oh, I've never found it necessary, Mrs. Harden.
No, I can understand that. Mr. Holmes, You are right in every particular. That object was in my husband's stomach. The police appear to be completely baffled.
And I suggest that in this instance, appearances are not deceptive.
Are you baffled, Mr. Holmes?
I am intrigued.
So you will accept the case?
I must warn you that the trail will almost certainly have gone cold. The presence of the British policeman is guaranteed to eradicate most clues, I'm afraid.
Mr. Holmes, I wish to know who killed John and why. If you won't help me, I'm quite certain that no one else can.
In that case, how can I refuse?
This is a magnificent house, Mrs. Harden.
Thank you, Doctor.
Where exactly is your husband's office?
It's one of a suite of offices, custom built in the new wing. The hub of the empire, John liked to call it.
A suite of offices implies a number of administrative staff.
Just two. Michael Phillips, my husband's personal assistant, and Miss Johnston, who does the typing and filing.
Oh, perhaps Mr. Phillips could tell us what happened on the day of your husband's... perhaps he could tell us what happened on the day.
I appreciate your delicacy, Dr. Watson, but it isn't necessary. I can tell you myself. Some of it, at least. Thank you. John rarely received visitors here, but it did happen from time to time. 5 days ago, a man called to see him.
Did you see this man yourself?
No, there's a separate entrance to the offices.
Who did see him, Mrs. Harden?
Miss Johnston was off that day. Mr. Phillips let the man in and escorted him through to John's office.
And then I went back to my own. Mr. Sherlock Holmes, I presume.
And my associate, Dr. Watson.
Mr. Phillips.
Doctor, you passed the test then, Mr. Holmes?
Self-evidently. Was this visitor expected?
He was not. He just turned up at the door.
Did Mr. Harden usually receive people without an appointment?
No, Doctor.
So why was this instance an exception?
But when I took in the man's name...
Not his card?
He didn't offer a card. Wasn't really the type.
Well, we'll come to his type in a moment. When you took in the name...
Mr. Harden immediately asked me to show him in.
How did he react to the name?
I've just told you, by asking me to admit the man.
Yes. But how did he react? With interest, with fear, with joy? How?
I could see nothing in particular.
Indeed. Mrs. Harden.
Mr. Holmes?
I've no wish to distress you unduly.
I am not easily distressed, sir.
So I observe. But nonetheless, perhaps you'll be kind enough to return to the main house and wait for us there.
Very well. Gentlemen.
Mrs. Harden.
Now, Mr. Phillips, there are two things you can do for me.
And what might they be?
Firstly, show me your office.
Surely you mean Mr. Harden's office?
Your office. And secondly...
Yes?
You can stop lying and start telling me the truth.
This is my office. Or do you believe
Please,
that
stay here in the doorway.
Or do you believe that I'm lying about that, too?
One moment. Yes. It's very good. Very good. You may enter.
I'm much obliged to you. May I be permitted to know just what I've been lying about?
About Mr. Harden's reaction to his visitor's name. Please don't bother to deny it.
Very well. But it was for the very best of motives.
To protect Mrs. Harden from the truth.
Exactly.
And what is the truth?
It seemed to me, Mr. Holmes, that when I announced the name...
Well, go on, Mr. Phillips. This will not go beyond these walls.
Well, he went as white as a sheet. He was as scared as I've ever seen a man.
Fascinating. I take it that this wasn't exactly in character.
Most definitely not. Mr. Harden was fearless.
Well, not always, it seems. You may show me Harden's office now, but before you do...
What?
Be so good as to tell us this name that drove such terror into the heart of a fearless man.
Mr. Holmes, the visitor's name was Mr. John Smith.
Oh, exactly as I feared.
If Scotland Yard had driven a herd of buffaloes through here, they could hardly be more mess. When were they learned?
May we come in?
Yes. Add to the mayhem. Mr. Phillips, did you observe this John Smith's departure?
I could hardly have failed to do so. After I heard the gunshot, I rushed out into the corridor and the man practically knocked me down.
Deliberately, sir?
I don't think he even saw me. He was rushing to get out.
Did you try to catch him?
No. Well, not at first. I came here, to Mr. Harden's office.
You stopped in the doorway, took in the sight, then turned back and ran after the man Smith.
How on earth did you know that?
I see it. I deduce it. Even Her Majesty's Constabulary haven't succeeded in removing all the traces. What did you see when you reached the door to the outside?
Nothing. It disappeared.
And so you returned here?
Yes. Dear God, it was a horrible sight.
Now, where exactly was the body?
Face down beside the desk.
Show me.
Here.
No, show me exactly.
You want me to lie down?
The position may be of vital importance.
If I must.
Yes.
There.
Thank you. And, the gun. I understand it was left behind.
Yes. May I?
Oh, yes, if you wish. Yes. Now, you were saying the gun?
Underneath Mr. Harden's body. There must have been a struggle and he fell forward.
Was this window open?
Yes. Mr. Harden was fond of fresh air.
That is immensely significant. I take it you described Mr. John Smith to the police?
As best I could. He was a nondescript sort of man. Mid-20s, rather coarsely spoken, but uncommonly well-dressed. Too well, if you ask me.
Oh, can you be more specific?
His suit was expensively cut, but he wore it as though he'd never owned one before.
Describe the gunshot.
Describe it? It was just a shot.
Yes, well, I dare say that you don't routinely encounter gunshots in your line of work.
Of course not.
Now, I appreciate that you don't have many grounds for comparison, but I ask you again, please try to describe the shot.
What is there to say?
Well, for example, this room is panelled in oak. There's not much soft material to absorb sound. The shot would have been reverberant, echoing.
Actually, Doctor, it wasn't. It was rather a dull sort of sound.
And not as loud as you'd expect a firearm to be.
Well, yes, that did occur to me.
Show me the door to the outside.
Not more than a minute had gone by, but he was nowhere to be seen.
You alerted the staff.
The grounds were searched at once.
And the house?
I beg your pardon?
Well, surely it occurred to someone that the man could simply have come back inside the house until the hue and cry was over.
We didn't search the house. And neither did the police.
Well, even if he didn't go back inside, there are dozens of places out here he could have hidden.
So we've had sufficient rain to wash away the most obvious of traces. Mr. Phillips, you will wait in your office. Watson, let's see what we can rescue from this mess. Close the door. There's a good fellow.
Right.
Mr. Phillips is well within earshot, I fancy. You suspect him? Why hasn't it struck you that we only have his word for it, that the mysterious Mr. Smith was here at all?
Well, yes, it has. But why would Phillips want to murder Harden? He has had a good job, obviously well paid, lots of responsibility.
We must investigate our millionaire's will. Now, what do you make of the late Mr. John Vincent Harden?
From his office, you mean? Well, it's neat and tidy, so I dare say he was methodical in his thoughts, and beyond that...
I think we can go just a little further. He was a man from a humble background who enjoyed the affection of his father. He was ambitious in his youth, somewhat ruthless in later years, but more mellow as he approached retirement. His work took him all over the world, but he didn't play a direct role in the day-to-day running of the business empire. His marriage was content, and his general sense of modesty was marked. He was dissatisfied with his lot in life and yearned for a simpler, more primitive existence.
My dear Holmes.
Is it really possible you don't see all this for yourself?
Oh, please, you know perfectly well that I don't.
Well, there's no great mystery to it. But take a look at the prints and photographs on the walls. The man's whole history is here. Our late millionaire's father ran a cigarette stand on King's Cross Station and was joined by his son when he was old enough to help. The later print shows the new sign, Harden and Son. That speaks of pride and affection. The stand has grown somewhat. Ambition on the part of the new employee.
You said he was ruthless.
Well, one doesn't progress from a cigarette store to a worldwide tobacco empire by being kind and considerate to one's rivals. But he mellowed later. Yes, he was content to step back and let others manage the business. There's nothing here to the tedious day-to-day administration. What else did I say?
His trips around the world. But I saw that one. That's a fine collection of souvenirs on the shelves.
And in the cases. Some of these pieces, very valuable.
The happy marriage.
No man puts a photograph of his wife where only he can see it if the marriage is unhappy. Now, behind that pile of books, you'll just see the edge of a framed certificate, an honorary degree from London University. Only the modest soul will hide such a thing away. And only a man who yearns for a simpler life decorates his walls with paintings of rural idylls and probably happy peasants toiling in the fields. Well?
And Mrs. Harden wonders why I see no need to exaggerate. Bravo, Holmes.
Thank you. But you'd be advised to save your applause until I've actually solved the case. Yes.
And now what are you looking for?
This.
But I don't understand. Why should anyone want to burn a cushion like that?
I'm afraid it was used to muffle the sound of the gunshot.
Oh, how horrible.
Tell me about your husband's trips abroad.
John loved to travel. He said it was to check up on all the foreign offices and factories, but that was just an excuse, I'm sure of it.
Did Mr. Phillips accompany him on these trips?
No, he liked to travel alone.
So you never went with him either, or any of your children?
We have no children.
Of course you don't. If there were children, Watson, their photographs would undoubtedly have been displayed in the office alongside Mrs. Harden.
Really, Holmes? I'm sorry you were never blessed, Mrs. Harden.
Thank you, Doctor. But some things are simply not meant to be.
You didn't say if you ever accompanied your husband.
Roaming around the globe is not for me, Mr. Holmes. I was always content to wait here for John to return. I'm sorry. Please go on with your questions.
Did Mr. Harden have any trips planned for the near future?
No, nothing at all, as far as I know.
Thank you. Just a little more and I'll be finished. Tell me about Mr. John Smith.
I know no one by that name, but surely it must have been false. The police certainly think so.
Well, then I wouldn't presume to disagree. Had Mr. Harden's manner changed at all of late?
In what way?
Well, did he seem at all nervous to you?
Not especially.
Did he take any unusual precautions about the house? Locking doors, that sort of thing?
The servants attended to all that.
And you noticed nothing out of the normal?
Nothing. I'm sorry.
That's no matter. What about the mysterious metal cylinder? Watson, do you have it?
Oh, yes. Here.
Mrs. Harden? Before the police extracted this from the body of your late husband, had you ever seen anything like it in his possession?
Never, Mr. Holmes. I give you my word.
As I see it, there are three possibilities.
They are?
He was forced at gunpoint to swallow it.
Alternatively?
It was introduced into his body after death.
Or
he swallowed it himself voluntarily. Yeah. Why in the world would he do that?
Extend your thinking.
I've been trying.
Why would a man swallow something other than good, wholesome food or drink?
Well, any number of drugs have to be taken orally.
I doubt if small metal cylinders have any great medical efficacy.
I've heard of items being swallowed in order to smuggle them from one country to another. And he travelled all over the world. We know that. If the cylinder is hollow...
I'm afraid it isn't. And besides, there were no trips planned, assuming that the grieving widow is being entirely honest with her.
Surely you don't suspect her?
Well, there are parallel cases in the annals. I mean, did you think she was telling us the whole truth?
Maybe she was concealing something. About Harden's state of mind?
Yes, I wondered about that. An unexpected visitor with an everyday name doesn't normally induce fear, unless the man, or the name, is feared already.
Is it possible...
Go on.
Well, that sounds ridiculous on the face of it, but is it possible that the metal cylinder and the murder are totally unconnected? Oh, there you are.
Brilliant observation, Watson.
Mrs. Hudson has been muttering about ruined pork chops.
The wheels of officialdom do not turn to suit Mrs. Hudson's mealtimes, I'm afraid. And they do, eventually, at least.
Did you get it?
I swear to you, Watson, it's easier to get a confession out of a murderer than a post-mortem report out of Scotland Yard. Are you going to eat that potato?
Thanks. Delicious. You're welcome. Well, what? What's it say?
Exactly what you'd expect it to say. A single gunshot at close range, death instantaneous. No disease, deformity, or inherited defect. There are two interesting observations.
What are they?
No damage of any kind to the teeth or jaw, and no evidence of bruising or manipulation to the neck.
So the cylinder wasn't forced down his gullet after death?
No, seemingly not.
Perhaps I'm right, then. perhaps it has nothing to do with the killing.
Well, we've come across extraordinary coincidences before.
True enough.
Yes, but it simply doesn't feel right in this case.
That doesn't sound very scientific.
You're quite correct. I'm convinced of it. Well, if I can work out what this is, I'll have the key to the murder. I know it. May I have another potato?
No. Have you been up all night?
I didn't disturb you,
Oh, not in the least. Any progress?
Not in the least. Ow.
Oh, let's ring for some breakfast.
Do you think Mrs. Hudson will have forgiven me for wasting yesterday's dinner?
No, she probably gave it to the cat. That's what she usually does.
Really? I've no idea. So that's why it's been getting so fat lately. I deduced a plague of mice below stairs. Yes, ring for breakfast, Doctor, or the poor creature will be in grave danger of exploding.
What are your plans for today?
Back to the house, I think. Or more particularly the garden.
To see just how the mysterious Mr. Smith managed to vanish so completely.
Actually, I'm more interested in why.
Why? Because he just murdered Harden, of course.
But had he? Had he? You were quite right. Any number of places to hide. And even the open path curves around those trees within 50 yards. We're wasting our time here.
At least we're out in this glorious weather.
If John Smith did shoot Harden in cold blood, there's every chance we'll never be able to find out why.
Could he have been a business rival?
Not from Philip's description. And besides, business rivalries are usually resolved by subtler means, if no less vicious. Back to Harden's office, I think. Everything comes down to this cylinder. Now, let's assume that Harden swallowed it voluntarily.
But why on earth would he?
Are you game for an experiment?
Well, if it'll help. And as long as you're not going to ask me to swallow that.
Rest easy, Doctor. Let me see. The body was discovered here.
According to Phillips?
Yeah, from the traces on the floor, he was telling the truth. So, if he fell there, he must have been standing here. Do you agree?
Well, it seems logical.
Capital. Take his place, would you?
What, you want me to be Harden?
If you would.
Oh, very well.
And I am the elusive Mr. Smith. Right. The door is closed. We face each other across the room.
This is getting us nowhere.
Patience, Doctor. I have a gun. You have this.
Got it.
I'm about to shoot you, and you decide to swallow that. Why?
To prevent anyone else getting it. No, to prevent you getting it. Holmes, suppose he was killed for the cylinder.
Then why did I shoot you and run? Why didn't I try to retrieve it? No attempt was made to mutilate the corpse.
Perhaps you didn't have time.
If I'm bold enough to kill with witnesses to hand, I'm certainly bold enough to risk a few moments more.
Well, then, I swallowed it to prevent someone else getting it. Phillips or Mrs. Harden.
Yes, that makes more sense. But when did you swallow it? When?
Well, obviously not long before I was shot.
Let's change places.
Well, you want me to be Smith?
Yes, I'm sure your theatrical skills are up to it. Come on. The cylinder, please.
Yeah.
Thank you. Now, I am Harden. You brandish your gun at me. You say...
prepare to die.
Very good, Watson. And I say, no, don't shoot me. At least not until I've swallowed this. No. It simply won't do. It won't do.
It doesn't exactly sound likely. Then nothing to do with that damn cylinder sounds likely.
As usual, you cut straight to the heart of the problem. How high off the ground is this window? Not far. That's excellent.
Why is it?
Because I've no wish to break my neck.
Holmes! Come in.
Sorry to intrude, gentlemen. I thought Mr. Holmes was in here.
He was, Mrs. Harden. He's following up a clue.
Oh, I came to ask if you'll be requiring luncheon.
Oh, that's very good of you. I'll go and ask him by the conventional route. Your client thinks you've taken leave of your senses. She's offered us luncheon. Holmes.
What is that object, Watson? Why do I feel that the answer's staring me in the face?
Take a break from it, old man. Come in and have something to eat.
No. I can't spare the energy.
Well, I hope you don't mind if I do. Perhaps I'll eat on the terrace. This weather's wonderful.
I envy you your simple pleasures.
Don't envy me. Join me. Look at the way the trees are silhouetted against the sky, like those old-fashioned cut-out portraits. Oh, for heaven's sake, Holmes.
My dear Watson. My dear Watson.
What? You thought of something.
Never again shall I criticize your glorious habit of thinking in only 2 dimensions.
Only you can be quite so insulting and complimentary all at the same time. Well, come on, what do you mean, 2 dimensions?
I'll show you. Look at this. Solid metal, cylindrical, yes?
Yes. I've never seen anything like it before.
Well, neither have I, but suppose I hold it up to the light.
You're not trying to tell me it's transparent.
Well, of course not. I'm asking you to look at its profile. Think in 2 dimensions. Now there. You see?
Holmes, I'm sorry.
Squared off at one end, pointed at the other with a series of V-shaped grooves.
Well, it looks like... Oh, dear God. Is it a key?
It's a key. Close the door. Now, if I'm right, and this is a key, what does it unlock?
Why make a key such a peculiar shape?
Well, to disguise its true purpose. The lock is somewhere in this room.
How do you know?
Well, this is Harden's sanctum, his private domain. It has to be in here. A secret lock opened with a disguised key known to no one but its owner. A triple layer of security. Whatever that lock protects is valuable indeed. But where is it? Where is it?
Holmes, this room may be a private sanctum, but it still has to be cleaned.
Yes, probably by some undermaid or tweenie too awed to ask questions or pry where she's not wanted.
No, she still might have noticed something. It has to be worth a try.
Yeah, it does, you're right. Find the girl and bring her here.
Come in, Annie. No, don't be scared.
No, sir.
Sit down, Annie.
I couldn't, sir.
Yeah, please do sit down, Watson.
Yes, sir. Here.
Thank you, sir.
This is the first time Annie's been in here since it happened.
Well, I'm very grateful to you, Annie.
You are, sir?
You're being very brave. Now, this won't take long, and you might well be helping us to find out who killed your master.
I might, sir.
Yes, indeed. Now, I understand that your duties included cleaning in this room.
Yes, sir.
Did anyone else do so as well?
No, sir. It was my job. The master picked me out special.
Very good. And did he give you any special instructions?
Sir?
Well, did he ask you not to disturb the papers on his desk, anything like that?
Oh, I see. Well, yes, he did ask me that. I never did, not once.
No, of course you didn't. Now, think carefully, Annie. Was there anything else in this room that he asked you never to touch? Anything else at all?
Well, yes, sir. There was.
You'll have given her quite a standing with the rest of the staff. How I helped Sherlock Holmes. She'll be telling that story for years.
She deserves all the attention she can get.
You really think she's given us the answer?
She was forbidden to go near 2 things. The surface of the desk and this display cabinet. What other explanation could there be?
Well, perhaps these are the rarest souvenirs, the most valuable.
There are far more exotic items in the other cases. Well, now, let's have a look at the door. Well.
What?
It is locked. Perfect smokescreen. Now,
Holmes!
Relax, Doctor. I told you. Cheap trinkets for undemanding tourists. Now, let me see. Harden was even cleverer than I thought. Ah.
What is it, a safe?
Yes. With a most individual style of lock. The mysterious cylinder goes in and turns. Et voila.
What's inside?
This. Behold the item that the late Mr. Harden was at such pains to conceal from the world.
A checkbook.
A checkbook. In the name of... Fascinating. In the name of Mr. John Smith.
I simply don't understand this at all.
Well, Mr. Holmes, can you explain this madness?
I doubt very much if madness is involved, Mr. Phillips. This checkbook is a most interesting document.
Yes, the latest in a long series. if the serial numbers are correct.
Are the counterfoils filled in?
With admirable clarity. The baffling Mr. Smith has been writing out his checks with the precision of a chronometer. One every month, always on the 1st, always for £20, and always payable to... Well, and always payable to Mr. John Smith.
This is ludicrous.
On the contrary, it makes perfect sense, as is the fact that the last 3 checks are not for £20, but for 200.
Mr. Holmes, if this makes sense to you, then for heaven's sake, explain it to me.
I should prefer to wait until I have all the facts at my disposal.
And how long will that take, pray?
Not long. Not long at all.
At last, I was beginning to think they'd locked you up in a vault.
Yes, they would have liked to. Sir, this is the oldest and most exclusive bank in the city. You're not in the habit of handing out our clients' confidential details to private investigators.
So you drew a blank?
Certainly not. I obtained all the information I needed.
How?
I threatened them with a lestrade, a top-level investigation by Scotland Yard. The prospect was so horrific they practically welcomed me with open arms.
Well done.
The official force does have its uses, after all, it seems.
What did you discover?
Not here. Let's get back home.
Oh, that's better.
Well, don't get too comfortable. We'll be off out again soon. Your leg will stand in.
Oh, certainly.
Good man, good man.
But I'm not stirring from this chair until you've told me what happened at the bank.
What happened was that my theories were proved correct. As I suspected, the majority of the checks were simply cashed over the counter.
Well, surely that was obvious. Why else would Smith make them out to himself?
Well, quite. But also, as I suspected, the final 3 checks were paid into another, quite separate account. Almost certainly by another, quite separate man.
Oh, dear God. We're dealing with more than one John Smith?
I believe so. Fortunately...
Oh, please, Holmes, no dramatic pauses.
No, you take all the fun out of this sometimes. Fortunately, I've discovered the first Mr. Smith's address. Aha!
Well, what have you been searching for?
My Bradshaw. Pack your bag, Doctor. We have to go to Wales.
Wales? Wales. Look at those mountains.
I thought you'd appreciate the view.
And the air. Oh, Baker Street might be a million miles away. The rush, the filth, the crime.
Watson, crime is why we're here. Try to keep your mind on the matter in hand. Malchanthroin ad roiv.
What?
The game's afoot. Come on.
Oh.
Try again.
Yes?
Mr. John Smith.
Who's asking?
My name is Sherlock Holmes.
Then you'd better come in.
When did you discover the truth?
4 months ago.
And the blackmail started soon afterwards.
Seems to me you know all the answers already.
Well, I'm damned if I do. Will somebody please explain what all this is about?
Mr. Smith? Very well. It falls to me, then. Perhaps you'll be good enough to correct me if I go wrong. Just as you please. Watson, you'll excuse the fact that some of this is supposition.
Oh, willingly. Just tell me.
Very well. Do you recall my character sketch of the late John Vincent Harden? I particularly mentioned his humble origins and yearning for a simpler life.
You did.
It's my belief that Harden did more than yearn. He created just such a life for himself.
Good God.
Some, 20-odd years ago, our millionaire came here and somehow set himself up as plain poor. John Smith. He married a local girl.
And made her life a misery.
I find that hard to believe. You may have been poor, but did you ever actually go without? I'll wager there was always food on the table and a roof over your head. Well?
We went without him. He was away more than he was here. What sort of a family life is that?
What explanation did he give you? Did he invent some sort of job?
Oh, he always had his reasons. Jobs, travelling. Who travels from these parts? And if they do, they don't come back.
He came back.
Only to leave again.
And you came back too. Holmes, this is the man who called on Harden?
Oh, yes. And this is the man who'd been blackmailing him these last 4 months.
You were blackmailing your own father?
He was no father to me. And no husband to my poor mother.
Which explains the final few checks for such huge amounts. The fact that the names were the same threw me at first, until I realized the truth. The first ones were for Harden himself, his income as Smith, regularly cashed by his other self. The last 3 were blackmail payments to his son.
I wanted what I was due. What we were both due. He had millions.
What happened to your mother?
She died last year. She worked herself to death keeping this place together for when her loving husband deigned to come home. And for me, she killed herself to give me some kind of a future. And he spent more in a week than she made in a year.
Did your mother die before you found out the truth?
Oh, yes. She went to her grave still loving him.
A characteristic which you plainly have not inherited. If your mother is dead, why are you still here? Why did you come back?
There's a girl. I'm trying to persuade her to go away with me.
A woman. I should have known it.
Holmes, wait a minute. If it was Smith here who called on Harden that day, then surely it was Smith who killed him.
You take that back. I'm no murderer.
Easy. Watson, are you all right?
Yes, I believe so, yes.
I know you're no murderer, Smith.
You do? Then why are you here?
Because all the answers are here. Was that the first time you confronted him face to face? When he was in his other life, I mean?
Yes. The rest was all by letter.
You told him you were coming.
Proper put the wind up him, that did.
But the meeting degenerated into a shouting match.
He was raving.
What exactly did he say to you?
What the rich always say. He offered me money. More money than I'd ever dreamed of. All I had to do was go away and never come back. You know what he said? He said we were a mistake. A mistake. I told him there wasn't enough money in the world to buy me.
Was that when he produced the gun?
It was in his desk. And something else, too. I thought it was a bottle or something. He swallowed it whole. What the devil was all that about?
It's not important.
Then he just stared at me. He shook his head, like he didn't know me at all. He grabbed up a cushion
and he shot himself through the heart.
Dear Lord.
I'm afraid it's all true. Smith made a full confession to the police.
And your husband's bank will confirm the regular payments into his alter ego's account.
I never had the slightest suspicion. Never.
He concealed everything quite brilliantly.
Hence his distress when the boy threatened to expose him.
I can understand Mr. Harden being so distraught. But to kill himself...
Well, I suspect that he could see no way out without grievously injuring you, Mrs. Harden. The knowledge of his other life... especially the fact that his other wife had given him a son.
You don't need to say anything more, Mr. Holmes. Oh, how could I have been so blind? Why didn't I see how distressed he must have been?
Mrs. Harden, you must consider yourself now. You're in shock. When the full realization hits you, is there someone you can be with? Someone you can trust?
There is, Doctor. Don't worry about me. But when I think about that poor woman, what she must have gone through... I've never known what it's like to go without. How could he do that to her? And to his...
Yes, I'll arrange for your own doctor to see you. It would be best.
Mr. Holmes?
Mrs. Harden.
I should like to see the boy. Would that be permitted, do you think? Perhaps I might do something to ease his pain.
What an extraordinary woman.
It's been an extraordinary case all round.
Extraordinary is the word. Extraordinary that Harden was collected enough to swallow that damning key.
But not enough to realize that there'd certainly be a post-mortem. Far from hiding it, he actually managed to ensure that the key would be found.
Why on earth did he use a cushion to deaden the sound of the shot?
I've been wondering about that. Did he want to suggest that Smith had murdered him? Or was he hoping that the sound wouldn't be heard at all and the boy would have the chance to get away?
I'm afraid the answer's gone with him to the grave. Imagine his state of mind at the end. Blackmailed by his own son. Suddenly made to see that he'd ruined two families by his selfishness, and both of them his own.
Was ever a man haunted by a stranger agony? What will happen to Smith, do you think?
Blackmail is no small offence. But money and position can work wonders. I rather believe that Mrs. Harden will do what she can for him. After that, who knows? Who knows?
In The Peculiar Persecution of Mr. John Vincent Harden, Sherlock Holmes was played by Clive Medicine and Dr. John Watson by Andrew Sachs. Mrs. Harden was played by Jane Asher, Phillips by David Thorpe, Annie by Claire Corbett, and Smith by Peter Darnay. The violinist was Leonard Friedman. The Peculiar Persecution of Mr. John Vincent Harden was written by Bert Coules, from a reference in the short story The Solitary Cyclist by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. The director was Patrick Rayner.
It's all very intriguing, but I'm not clear yet what you want me to do in this matter, Mr. Mason. Can't you make it more definite?
Perhaps this will make it more definite, Mr. Holmes.
Perhaps it will. Good Lord. A charred fragment of bone. Where did you get it?
There's a central heating furnace in the cellar beneath Lady Beatrice's room. Harvey, he's one of the stable lads, has charge of it. He found the bone when he was raking the cinders this morning. He didn't like the look of it.
Nor do I. What do you make of it, Watson?
It's the upper condyle of a human femur.
Exactly what I thought. These are deep waters, Mr. Mason. And rather murky.
Shoscombe Old Place by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Dramatized for radio by Michael Bakewell. With Clive Medicine as Sherlock Holmes and Michael Williams as Dr. John Watson. And featuring Nicholas Leprevo as John Mason and Donald Pickering as Sir Robert Norberton. Shoscombe Old Place.
Glue.
What did you say?
It's glue, Watson.
Glue?
Yes, unquestionably. Glue. Well, take a look through the microscope.
I really don't understand what you're talking about.
Well, see for yourself. Here. Have a look at the scattered objects in the field.
You mean the black lines and the grey bits and the blobby things?
Blobby things? The black lines are threads from a tweed coat. The irregular grey masses are dust. There are epithelial scales on the left.
Epithelial?
Epithelial.
Epithelium. The cell tissue which invests the outer surface of the body and the mucous membranes connected with it.
Or in plain English, dandruff. And the brown blobs, as you call them, are glue.
I'm happy to take your word for it. Is there actually a point to any of this, Holmes?
It's a very fine demonstration. You recall the St. Pancras case?
The policeman who was shot down outside the buffet on platform 1.
A cat was found beside his body. The man who was accused of the murder has persistently denied that it was his, but he's a picture maker and probably uses glue every day. The man's as good as hanged.
Is this one of your cases, Holmes?
Oh, goodness, no. Merivale of the Yard asked me to look into it. Since I ran down that coiner by the zinc and copper filings and the seam of his cuff, they've come to realize the importance of the microscope. Yes, it's a fascinating aid to detection. Oh, yes. What time is it, Watson?
11:15.
Yes, I'm expecting a client, but he's overdue. I believe, Watson, that you know something of racing.
I ought to. I pay for it with about half my war wound pension.
I knew I could rely on you. You shall be my handy guide to the turf.
I don't follow you.
Does the name Sir Robert Norberton mean anything to you?
I should say it does. He lives at Shoscombe Old Place.
You've been there?
My summer quarters were down there once.
Summer quarters?
When I was a medical student.
Oh. Tell me about Sir Robert Norberton. What manner of man is he?
He nearly came within your province once.
Within my province? How was that?
There was a most unsavoury type. Sam Brewer.
The moneylender? The one who has premises in Curzon Street?
That's the fellow. It happened on Newmarket Heath. Norberton was already pretty deep in, but he asked for an extension of credit. Brewer refused him, point blank. And he wasn't exactly discreet about it either. Norberton saw red and took a horsewhip to him. Brewer was lucky to get away with his life.
What a remarkable character. Does he often indulge himself in that fashion?
He has the name of being a very dangerous man. He's just about the most daredevil rider in England. Second in the Grand National a few years back.
Yes, I remember it. The horse was, what was his name? Patroclus.
That's it.
Yeah.
He's one of those men who's been born out of his time. He should have been a buck in the days of the Regency. A boxer, an athlete, a plunger on the turf, a lover of fair ladies. And, by all accounts, so far down Queer Street that he may never find his way back again.
Capital, Watson. A perfect thumbnail sketch. I really seem to know the man. Now, can you give me some idea of Shoscombe Old Place?
No, I can't tell you about the house. It's supposed to go back centuries. But for the past 20 years, it's been the home of the Shoscombe stud. The training quarters are there, too.
And the head trainer is John Mason.
How do you know that?
There's nothing surprising about my knowing it, Watson. I happen to have received a letter from him. But tell me more about Shoscombe. I seem to have struck a rich vein.
There are the Shoscombe Spaniels, of course. You hear of them at every dog show.
No.
They're the most exclusive breed in England, and the special pride of the lady of Shoscombe Old Place.
Sir Robert Norberton's wife, I presume?
Good Lord, no. Sir Robert has never married. Just as well, I should think, considering his prospects and his reputation. He lives with his widowed sister, Lady Beatrice Folder.
You mean that she lives with him?
No. That's not what I meant at all. The house belonged to her late husband, Sir James Folder. Her brother has no claims on it at all. His sister has only a life interest in the estate, and it reverts to her husband's brother at her death. Meantime, she draws the rents every year.
Ah, and Brother Robert, I suppose, spends said rents.
That's about the size of it. He's a devil of a fellow. and must lead her a most uneasy life. Yet I have heard that she's devoted to him.
And to the Shoscombe Spaniel.
And to the Spaniels, yes. But what is the trouble at Shoscombe?
Well, here I expect is the man who will enlighten us. Mr. John Mason.
The same. Mr. Holmes.
Kindly take a seat, Mr. Mason.
Thank you.
This is my friend and colleague, Dr. Watson.
Your servant, Doctor.
Mr. Mason.
You received my note, Mr. Holmes.
Yes, I received it, but it explained nothing.
It was too delicate a situation to put the details down on paper. Rather too complicated. I could only talk about it face to face.
So here we are, Mr. Mason, at your disposal. Pray proceed.
Very well, Mr. Holmes. First of all, I think that my employer, Sir Robert, has gone mad.
This is Baker Street, not Harley Street.
What makes you say so?
Well, sir, when a man does one queer thing, or two queer things, there may be a meaning to it. But when everything he does comes into that category, then you begin to wonder. I believe Shoscombe Prince and the Derby have turned his brain.
Shoscombe Prince is a colt you're running?
The best in England, Doctor. I should know if anyone does. I've had my eye on him since he first got up on his legs. Now, I'll be plain with you, for I know you're a gentleman of honour, and it won't go beyond this room.
That goes without saying, Mr. Mason.
Thank you, Doctor. Sir Robert has got to win the Derby. He's up to his neck in trouble, and it's his last chance. Everything he could raise or borrow, he's put on Shoscombe Prince. And at fine odds, too. Oh, you can get 40s now, but it was nearer the 100 when he began to back him.
But how is that when you say that the horse is so good?
The public doesn't know how good he is. Sir Robert has been too clever for the touts. He's been taking the Prince's half-brother out for spins round the park. You can't tell them apart. But there are 2 lengths and a furlong between them when it comes to a gallop.
Sir Robert evidently knows what he's about.
He thinks of nothing but the horse and the race. His whole life is on it. He's holding off the money lenders till then. If the Prince fails him, he's finished.
It seems rather a desperate gamble. But perfectly rational. So where does the madness come in?
Why, Mr. Holmes, you only have to look at him. I don't believe it. He's had a wink of sleep this past month. He's down at the stable at all hours, day and night. His eyes are wild, staring out of his head. And then there's his conduct towards Lady Beatrice.
Ah, what is that?
Sir Robert and his sister always used to be the best of friends, Mr. Holmes. They had the same tastes, and she loved the horses as much as he did. Every day at the same hour, she'd drive down to see them. And above all, she loved the prince. And he would prick up his ears as soon as he heard the wheels on a gravel, and he'd trot out each morning to her carriage to get his lump of sugar. But that's all over now.
Why?
Well, she suddenly seems to have lost all interest in the horses. For a week now, she has driven past the stables with never so much as a good morning.
You think there's been a quarrel?
I'm certain of it, and a bitter, savage, spiteful quarrel at that. Why else should he give away her pet spaniel that she loved as if it were a child?
He gave it away?
Only a few days ago, Sir Robert gave it to old Josiah Barnes that keeps the Green Dragon.
Where is this inn?
It's 3 miles off at Grendel.
That certainly does seem very strange.
How's Lady Beatrice taken it? Did she seem distressed?
She's scarcely seen about the house at all now. And Sir Robert never goes near her. With her weak heart and her dropsy, she could never go far without him, and he used to spend 2 hours every evening in her room. And well he might, for she's been a rare good friend to him.
And that's all over now?
Yes, Doctor. And she's taken it badly. She's brooding and sulking. She's drinking like a fish.
Did she drink before the estrangement?
Well, she was used to take her glass, but now it's often a whole bottle of an evening.
Scarcely advisable in her condition.
Now, you're certain of this?
Stevens, the butler's told me. It's all changed, gentlemen, and there's something damn rotten about it.
Tell me, Mr. Mason, who keeps her ladyship company?
Well, there's her maid, Carrie Evans. She's been with her 5 years and more.
And is no doubt devoted to her mistress.
Well, she's devoted enough, but I won't say to whom.
What on earth do you mean by that?
I can't tell tales out of school, Doctor.
Yes, we quite understand, Mr. Mason. Of course, the situation's clear enough. From Dr. Watson's description of Sir Robert, I can realize that no woman is safe from him. Now, do you think the quarrel between brother and sister may lie there?
Well, it might do, so far as it goes.
So far as it goes?
It doesn't account for Sir Robert going off to the old crypt in the middle of the night. Nor does it help to explain who the man is that he meets there.
Ah. Tell us all about the old crypt.
Well, you'll not get anyone to go there after twilight. It's a godforsaken place and known to be haunted.
The crypt is part of Shoscombe Place, I take it?
No, sir. It's about half a mile from my house. It was the old family burial chapel. All the folders have been laid to rest there for centuries. It's a ruin now and stands all alone in a park. And under the chapel there's a crypt. Some say it goes back to Saxon times. It's a dark, damp, creepy place, even by daylight.
And no one dares venture there after dark?
There's a story that one of the ancestors of Lady Beatrice's late husband, the Black Folder, walks every night of the dark of a moon.
But this Black Folder holds no terrors for Sir Robert, I take it.
No, Mr. Holmes. It would take more than that to frighten him.
And what of this man he meets there by night?
Well, Stevens, the butler, who first suspected something was up just a few nights ago. He came over to the stables the following morning to tell me about it.
It must have been nearly midnight. It was raining hard, as could scarcely have escaped your notice, Mr. Mason. I saw him go out by the side door beneath the north tower.
Well, that's his own affair, surely. Perhaps he just slipped out to meet some fancy woman.
In the old crypt. Mind you, some people do have very peculiar tastes.
How can you be sure he was going to the old crypt?
Sir Robert keeps a pair of field glasses by the library window. Well, I could follow the course of his lantern along the side of the walled garden and into the park. He must have given some kind of signal, for there was an answering lantern flash from by the ruined chapel.
What the devil can he be doing there?
I can't imagine, Mr. Mason, but I mean to find out. And I want you to help me.
How do you mean?
Come up to the house this evening. We'll have a bite to eat, and I'll keep a wary eye on Sir Robert. If he sets off one of his midnight rambles again, I want you to help me find out what he's up to.
I had no wish to go, Mr. Holmes, but I didn't see how I could well refuse. We hid in the bushes, quaking like two bunny rabbits, and watched Sir Robert meet the man by the ruined chapel.
Did he catch sight of the fellow's face?
Oh, we could see him quite clearly in the moonlight. It was no one I knew. Haggard, yellow face, mean dog, I should say.
And what could they have been doing in the crypt?
As to that, Doctor, Stevens and I took a look round there yesterday morning. Sir Robert had gone up to London for the day.
Hardly a pleasant place, is it, Mr. Mason? I never did care for this kind of thing.
Can't say I want to linger. Oh, nothing seems to have been disturbed.
What about that piece of board in the corner?
Oh, nothing much, I fancy.
Oh. Oh, dear, how very nasty.
It's Part of a human skull. A few bits of bone.
You informed the police, I suppose?
Well, sir, I thought it would hardly interest them. The bones may well have been 500 years old. They could have just fallen out of one of the ancient coffins. But I'm sure Mr. Palfreyman would never have just stowed them away in a corner like that.
And who is Mr. Palfreyman?
He's one of the vergers at the church, sir. The chapel is his particular responsibility.
Ah, I see. Now, you say Sir Robert was away yesterday.
Well,
has he returned?
We expect him back today.
And when was it he gave away his sister's dog?
It was just a week ago today. The creature was howling outside the old well house, and Sir Robert was in one of his tantrums that morning. He caught it up, and I thought he would have killed it. But he gave it to Sandy Bain, the jockey, and told him to take the dog to old Barnes at the Green Dragon, for he never wished to see it again.
Yes, it's all very intriguing. I'm not clear yet what you want me to do in this matter, Mr. Mason. Can't you make it more, more definite?
Perhaps this will make it more definite, Mr. Holmes.
Yes, perhaps it will. Good Lord. A charred fragment of bone. Where did you get it?
There is a central heating furnace in the cellar underneath Lady Beatrice's room. It's been off for some time, but Sir Robert complained of the cold and had it on again. Harvey, he's one of the stable lads, has charge of it. He found the bone when he was raking the cinders this morning. He didn't like the look of it.
Oh, nor do I. What do you make of it, Watson?
It's the upper condyle of a human femur.
Exactly what I thought. When does the lad tend to the furnace?
He makes it up every morning, leaves it.
And anyone could go there during the night.
Well, that's correct.
Can you enter it from outside?
There's one door from the outside. There's another which leads up by a stair to the passage by Lady Beatrice's room.
Yes, these are deep waters, Mr. Mason. Deep and rather murky. Now, you say that Sir Robert was not at home last night?
No, sir.
No. Then whoever was burning bones, it was not he.
That would seem to be the case.
I think we might take a look into this, Watson. Yes, we might perhaps make the Green Dragon our headquarters.
And keep an eye on her ladyship's spaniel.
Is there good fishing in that part of Berkshire?
Well, sir, I've heard there are trout in the mill stream. There's pike in the whole lake.
Oh, well, that's good enough. Well, Watson and I are famous fishermen. Are we not, Watson?
Ooh, complete anglers, Holmes.
Yeah. It might be best if we don't see each other, Mr. Mason. But a note will reach us, and no doubt I could find you if I need to. You should address us in future at the Green Dragon. We should reach there tonight.
Get down, Jason. I'm sorry, gentlemen. I don't know what's come over him.
You got our telegram, I take it.
Oh, yes, sir. I'll put you in the 2 rooms at the back, overlooking the garden. Get down. What's the matter with you? I'll get the boy to take your bags up and your fishing tackle. There's no mistaking what you've come here for, sir.
A famous place for trout, I believe. That's what we've heard.
Well, not exactly here, sir. You'll best try the Verret.
The Verret?
It's about 3 miles out on the north side of the village, sir. You'll be bound to find trout there.
What about the Hall Lake and the chance of a pike?
Oh, that would never do, sir. You might happen to find yourself in the lake before you were through.
How is that, Mr. Barnes?
Well, it's Sir Robert, sir. He's terribly jealous of touts.
Do we look like touts?
Oh, goodness, no, gentlemen. But Sir Robert is mighty suspicious of any stranger who comes within these parts. The Hall Lake's not a quarter of a mile from his training quarters. If he sees you there, he'll be after you, sure as fate. Ain't taking no chances, Sir Robert ain't.
Who is this, Sir Robert?
Sir Robert Norberton. He has a horse entered for the Derby.
And he fancies his chances, I take it.
Oh, yes, sir. We've all of us put our money on the horse, and Sir Robert's backed him with everything he possesses. I suppose you ain't by any chance on the turf yourself, sir?
Good Lord, no. Just 2 weary Londoners with the need to put some good Berkshire air into their foggy lungs.
Well, you're in the right place for that. There's a deal of it lying about. But mind what I've told you about Sir Robert. He's the sort that strikes first and speaks afterwards.
You think we're likely to come across him?
Well, not for a day or so, sir. He's gone up to London. But I don't want no trouble if you two go straying about the park and he finds out that you've been putting up here. Just to keep clear of the park, if you please, gentlemen.
You need not concern yourself about that, Mr. Barnes. We certainly shall.
By the way, that was the most beautiful spaniel that made such a fuss when we arrived. Was it bred locally?
What you say it was. It was Sir Robert himself as gave it to me. That's why I have to keep it on a lead. It would be off back to the Hall in a jiffy if I gave it its head.
Would it indeed?
Well, if you'll forgive me, gentlemen, I mustn't stay here gossiping. Just let me know if there's anything you want. As I say, the Verret up by Alt's End is the place to take a trout or two.
We'll give it a try, Mr. Barnes. Thanks for your advice.
Well, if there's anything you require, gentlemen, just ring the bell.
Thank you, Mr. Barnes. We're getting some cards in our hand, Watson. It's not an easy one to play, but we may see our way in a day or two. And since Sir Robert's still in London, we might perhaps enter the sacred domain without fear of bodily assault. There are one or two points on which I'd like reassurance.
You have a theory, Holmes?
No, it's too soon for anything so substantial. But of this, I am sure. Something happened a week ago which has cut deep into the heart of the Shoscombe household.
And what do you suppose that could be?
Oh, we can only guess at it from its effects. And they seem to be of a curiously mixed character, but that should help us. And it's only the colourless, uneventful case which is hopeless.
I don't quite follow you. What effects do you mean?
Consider the data, Watson. Sir Robert no longer visits his invalid sister. He gives away her favourite dog to the innkeeper. Her dog, Watson. Does that suggest nothing to you?
Nothing but a brother's spite.
Well, it might be so. Or, well, there is an alternative.
What alternative?
Let's continue our review of the situation from the time that the quarrel began.
We don't know that there was a quarrel.
Well, for the sake of argument, let's suppose that there was. The lady keeps to her room, alters her habits, is not seen save when she drives out in her carriage, refuses to stop at the stables to greet her favourite horse, and apparently takes to drink. Yes, that covers the case, does it not?
Save for the business in the crypt.
Well, that's another line of thought. There are two, and I beg you do not entangle them. No. Line A, which concerns Lady Beatrice, has a vaguely sinister flavour, has it not?
I can make nothing of it.
Can you not? Well, then, let us take up line B, which concerns Sir Robert. Now, he's determined to win the Derby. He's in the hands of the moneylenders and may, at any moment, be sold up and his racing stable seized by his creditors. He's a daring and desperate man. He derives all his income from his sister. His sister's maid is his willing tool. Huh? So far we seem to be on fairly secure ground, do we not?
But the crypt?
Ah, yes, the crypt. Let us suppose it's merely a scandalous supposition, a hypothesis put forward for argument's sake, that Sir Robert has done away with his sister.
But, my dear Holmes, that is out of the question.
Very possibly, Watson.
Sir Robert is a man of honourable stock.
But you do occasionally find a carrion crow among the eagles. Let's for a moment argue upon this supposition. He couldn't fly the country until he'd realised his fortune, and that fortune could only be realised by winning the Derby with Shoscombe Prince. Therefore, he still has to stand his ground.
But how does he do that?
Well, to begin with, he'd have to dispose of the body of his victim, and he'd also have to find a substitute who would impersonate her. And with the maid as his confidant, that would not be impossible. His sister's body might be conveyed to the crypt, which is a place of evil reputation and seldom visited, and it might be secretly destroyed at night in the furnace, leaving behind it such evidence as we've already seen. What do you say to that, Watson?
Well, it is all possible, I suppose, if you grant the original monstrous supposition.
Yeah. I think that there's a small experiment we may try tomorrow. Might throw some light on the matter. Well, first of all, we need some good reason why we cannot go fishing, something that we've forgotten that could rule out the whole day.
We could have forgotten our spoon bait, perhaps.
A spoon bait, capital. And I think that I'll propose to Mr. Josiah Barnes that we take his highly bred black spaniel for a walk in the direction of Shoscombe Old Park. I can't say I care very much for the heraldic griffins on the gate.
Too ostentatious by half.
If we may trust the boot boy at the inn, it's by this gate that Lady Beatrice takes her midday drive in her open barouche.
It's nearly 12 now.
The carriage will have to slow down while the gates are opened. When it comes through and before it gathers speed again, I want you, Watson, to stop the coachman with some question or other.
I think that might be arranged. That must be them now. What will you be doing?
Never mind about me. I'll stand behind this holly bush with the dog and see what I can see.
Very well.
Here they are. Lady Beatrice, smothered in shawls, but veil over her face, and a girl who looks no better than she should be by her side, the maid, I presume. The man's coming out to open the gates. Off you go, Watson.
Good day, your ladyship. I say, coachman. I say, can you tell me if Sir Robert is at Shoscombe Old Place?
Gently now, boy, gently. Now then, go. Go, your mistress.
Get it away! Get it away! Get it off me! Drive on, man! Drive on!
Come here, boy! Come here! There. Good boy. You thought it was your mistress, didn't you? Turned out to be a stranger, didn't it?
Well, then, are you satisfied?
Dogs don't make mistakes.
But it was a man's voice.
Exactly, Watson. We've added one card to our hand, but it needs careful playing all the same.
So,
How should we proceed?
Well, first, we shall take this highly perceptive creature back to the Green Dragon, and then we shall miraculously discover that we brought our bait after all.
But why should we want to do that?
Because I've arranged to meet our good friend Mr. Mason by the mill stream.
No. If you throw your line like that, you'll put the fear of God into every fish for half a mile.
Do I have to remind you that we're not here to fish?
Since we are here, we may as well try to keep up a decent appearance. Cast your line lightly, Holmes, lightly.
Oh, very well.
Lightly, I said. Good evening, gentlemen.
Good evening, Mr. Mason.
I got your note, Mr. Holmes. I came as quickly as I could.
Mr. Robert returned?
Not yet, but I've received word that he's expected tonight.
Yeah, and there's no time to be lost. Let's get into the crypt without delay. Yeah, will you take us there?
I can't afford to do that, Mr. Holmes. At the moment he returns home, he'll want to see me to get the latest news about Shoscombe Prince.
It'll take too long for us to root about the place on our own. Is there someone who knows the crypt well?
Well, there's Mr. Palfreyman, the verger.
But can he be trusted not to tell Sir Robert?
Oh, if you care to make it worth his while, Doctor, his duties here have given him a taste for things spiritual.
Whiskey?
Gin, I believe. But what am I to say your purpose is? Do I tell him who you are?
Inform him that Mr. Podmore and Dr. Gurney from the Society for Psychical Research have come to investigate the legend of the Black Folder and wish to examine his grave. That should give us sufficient cover, I think.
Have a care, gentlemen. The stair is steep, and the treads are worn away.
The place smells vilely.
The dead don't smell sweet. There are 9 centuries of them in this place. But you gentlemen must be accustomed to this kind of thing.
Every place seems to have its own aura. I feel that we're in the presence of some mysterious evil.
Coffins of lead, coffins of stone, coffins of wood, all piled up on top of one another, as if they were so much lumber.
Who can tell what strange causes and effects there may be beyond the veil? Kindly be our guide to this place, Mr. Palfreyman. Who is buried here?
Oh, I only wish I could tell you, Mr. Podmore. I know the recent ones, of course. Those from the 16th century onwards. They're all the wooden coffins stacked over there. The last Lord Calder, Lady Beatrice's husband, is the one on top.
And the coffins of stone?
Oh, some of them are said to go back before the Conquest. But they contain nothing more than dust. Dust and a few scraps of bone.
Quite. And the lead coffins here?
Oh, they're mostly from medieval times.
And what can you tell me about the coffin there? The one that stands beside the stair?
Oh, my God. May the Lord save us.
What's the matter, man?
Well, it's never stood there before. Well, I stake my life on it. But it can't have moved itself. What is happening in this place?
That is precisely what Dr. Gurney and I are here to investigate. Now, Mr. Palfreyman, it would be as well, I think, if you were to leave us.
Oh, if that's what you wish, sir.
The test that we have to carry out will only be hampered by the presence of anyone not accustomed to our methods.
But you will close the vault when you leave?
Rest assured, Mr. Palfreyman.
And I leave you to it, gentlemen.
Thank you for all your help, Mr. Palfreyman.
A pleasure, gentlemen. A pleasure.
Just make certain that he's really going away, Watson. There's a good fellow.
Yes. He's walking off quite briskly. Probably wants to get back to the bottle of gin we gave him.
Now then, it's time to lay the ghosts of Shoscombe Chapel. Let's take a closer look at the coffin by the stairs.
Seemed to give Mr. Palfreyman quite a fright.
Yes, it should have done. Look closely, Watson, at the edges of the coffin lid. Someone's cut along the whole line of it. It's only secured by these 2 clamps. That should be an easy matter to open it up. You have the jimmy?
In my pocket. Here.
Yes, now then. Yes, excellent. Now, help me up with the lid. Good Lord.
Who the devil are you? What do you think you're doing? What the hell are you doing on my property, do you hear me? Who are you?
Sir Robert Norberton, I believe. I have a question to ask you. Who is this within the coffin? What is this body doing here?
How came you to know of this? What business is it of yours?
My name is Sherlock Holmes. Possibly it's familiar to you. In any case, my business is that of every other good citizen to uphold the law. It seems to me that you have much to answer for.
Before God, Mr. Holmes, I swear to you that it is not as it seems. Appearances are against me, I admit, but I could act no otherwise.
I should be happy to think so, but I fear your explanations must be for the police.
Well, if it must be, it must be. Come up to the house with me, and you can judge for yourself how the matter stands.
So, what do you suppose Sir Robert means to do now?
To present us with a justification of his strange conduct, Watson. What else?
Do you believe that he murdered his sister? That was Lady Beatrice in the coffin, I take it.
Oh, most certainly. As for his guilt, I prefer to reserve my judgment till I've heard what he has to say. But mark my words, Sir Robert is a desperate man. He's prepared to take any course that will save him. And I suspect that he would not stop short of murder.
I refuse to be dragged into this. It has nothing to do with me.
If you know what's good for you, you'll do as Sir Robert says.
For God's sake, keep quiet, both of you, until I've had my say.
Who are these people, Sir Robert? And what have they to do with the case?
They're Mr. and Mrs. Norlett. Mrs. Norlett, under a maiden name of Evans, has for some years been my sister's confidential maid.
Good evening, gentlemen.
Good evening. Evening.
I've decided that my best, indeed my only course, is to explain the true position to you, Mr. Holmes. And these are the only two people on earth who can substantiate what I say.
I had nothing to do with it. It wasn't my idea.
Will you hold your tongue?
I will take all the responsibility upon myself, Norlett. And you have nothing to fear.
You've left it a bit late to tell me that.
You've gone pretty deeply into my affairs, Mr. Holmes, or I should have not found you where I did. How the devil you came to be there, I cannot imagine.
You obviously know very little of my colleague's reputation, Sir Robert.
I know that you're running a dark horse for the Derby, Sir Robert, and that you've staked everything upon it.
I've staked my life upon it, Mr. Holmes. If I win, all is easy.
And if you lose?
I dare not think of it. I cannot think of it.
We understand all that very well, Sir Robert.
I am dependent upon my sister Lady Beatrice for everything, for the estate, for the horses, for the very clothes on my back. But you must understand that her interest in the estate and in the Falder fortune is for her lifetime only.
For her own lifetime, yes.
It has always been my greatest fear that if my sister were to die, my creditors would be onto the estate like a flock of vultures. Everything would be seized on, my stables, my horses, everything. Well, Mr. Holmes, my sister did die just a week ago.
And you told no one?
What could I do? I was faced with absolute ruin. If I could only stave things off for 3 weeks, everything would be well. My sister's maid's husband, this man here, is an actor.
I told you, I won't be dragged into this.
It came into our heads.
I had nothing whatever to do with it. It wasn't my idea.
It came into my head that he could, for that short period, impersonate my sister. It was but a case of appearing daily in the carriage.
No one else ever saw her, you see, except for me.
What was the cause of your sister's death, Sir Robert?
She died of dropsy, Dr. Watson. She'd been suffering from it for years.
That'll be a matter for the coroner to decide. So what did you do?
The body could not remain here at Shoscombe. On the first night, Norlett and I carried it into the old well house, which is now never used.
He forced me into it. I had no wish to be party to such a thing.
Unfortunately, her pet spaniel refused to leave her side and wailed so piteously that it was essential to get rid of it as quickly as possible.
And so you gave it to the landlord of the Green Dragon?
There seems to be precious little that you two haven't discovered. After I disposed of the dog, we carried the body by night to the old Falder crypt. There was no indignity or irreverence. I do not feel that I have wronged the dead.
Your conduct seems to me to be inexcusable, Sir Robert.
It's easy to preach, Mr. Holmes.
You shovel your poor sister away in a stinking vault without ceremony.
It is still consecrated ground, Doctor, and it seemed no dishonour to give her a temporary resting place in the coffin of one of her husband's ancestors.
May I say something?
Yes, Mrs. Norlett.
I am certain that Lady Beatrice would have borne Sir Robert no ill will for what he has done. She would not have wished to see shame and ruin fall upon him. I know that she would have understood.
Thank you, Carrie.
Continue your story, Sir Robert.
We opened up one of the coffins and removed the contents.
The remains of Ralph de Falder, I believe.
It did not seem to me to matter much who it was. We placed my sister in the coffin, as you discovered. As to the old relics which we had taken out, Norlet and I removed them, and he burned them in the furnace beneath my sister's room.
I was only doing what he told me to, Mr. Holmes.
And he promised to pay you handsomely, I have no doubt. But there is one flaw in your narrative, Sir Robert. Your bets on the race, and therefore your hopes for the future, would have held good even if your creditors had seized the estate.
No, Mr. Holmes. The horse itself would be part of the estate. Shoscombe Prince would go along with everything else. And what do my creditors care for my bets? As likely as not, they would not run the horse at all. My chief creditor is, unhappily, my most bitter enemy. A rascally fellow, Sam Brewer.
The man you took a horse with to on Newmarket Heath.
The very same, Doctor. Do you suppose that he would try to save me?
Well, Sir Robert, this matter must, of course, be referred to the police. It was my duty to bring the facts to light, and there I must leave it.
But surely, Mr. Holmes, you must understand...
As the morality or decency of your own conduct, it's not for me to express an opinion.
But if news of this should get about before the Derby, I shall be ruined.
Surely, Mr. Holmes, you must see that the least hint of a scandal of this kind would be certain to make Sir Robert's creditors foreclose on him. Nothing can harm Lady Beatrice now. And the poor wretch who was shovelled out of his grave has been dead for 500 years. Can you not hold your hand until after the race?
The law must take its course, Mrs. Norland. But it would give me no satisfaction to see Sir Robert ruined. My report on these strange proceedings will fall on the Commissioner's desk the day after the Derby. But have a care, Sir Robert. I am not unknown to the police. The least word from me may influence the outcome for good or ill.
I've learnt my lesson, Mr. Holmes, and I am very grateful. You have been most understanding.
Then, as it's nearly midnight, I think, Watson, that we'll make our way back to our humble lodging. The outcome rests in the hands of fortune, Sir Robert.
Fast sprig of lavender, sir.
No, thank you.
It'll bring you good luck, sir. Never fails.
No.
You'll regret it if you don't. Who knows what nasty fate might catch up with you. Go on, sir. Only a penny.
Oh, very well. Here.
Let me pin it to your coat. May fortune smile upon you, sir.
Dr. Watson! Dr. Watson!
Mr. Mason.
Come to see the case through to the end, eh?
Nothing of the kind. I'll have you know, Mr. Mason, that I've attended every derby for the last 10 years.
Aye. Is Mr. Holmes here?
No. It seems he had to attend a highly confidential meeting with the Turkish ambassador. What are you doing out here? Shouldn't you be with Shoscombe Prince?
Oh, there's no need for me to worry, Doctor. Not with Sir Robert around. He won't let him out of his sight for 10 seconds. He's put everything he possesses on that horse, and a good deal that he doesn't.
He must be a very anxious man.
Oh, if he is, he isn't letting it show. He's cool as a cucumber, he is. Ever since you and Mr. Holmes had your little encounter with him in the crypt, he's been a changed man. Courteous, considerate.
He has good reason to be. He was lucky to be let off the hook. Mind you, if that young woman hadn't put in a word for him...
What woman?
Mrs. Norlet.
Mrs. Norlet? Oh, so that's the game now, is it?
I don't follow you.
Well, I suppose he thinks that by passing her off as that fellow's wife, no one will raise an eyebrow at her staying on at Shoscombe Old Place. She's still playing Carrie Evans. And he's Evans, too, her brother. He's been sponging off her for years.
Oh, a very edifying specimen of humanity.
Well, I'd better be getting back to Shoscombe, Prince. Not long to go now.
And Sir Robert's creditors, are they holding off?
Until the race is over. After all, it's in their interest. If the Prince wins, they'll get their money back. So they'll be cheering him on with the rest of us.
Good luck to you all, Mr. Mason.
Thank you, Doctor.
Hey, you look like a man who knows what's what.
I beg your pardon?
Want a tip?
A tip?
Yeah, it's a sure thing.
Look, just run along, will you?
Oh, it's a dessert. Come on, go. Only cost you a guinea.
Kindly leave me alone.
You can't lose. You can stake your Warburton pension on him.
Good Lord. Is that you, Holmes? I thought you were with the Turkish ambassador.
I thought that my time might be better employed down here. I'm keeping a wary eye on Sir Robert, making sure that he plays the game.
How do you mean?
There are 100 ways in which a man can influence the course of a race if he puts his mind to it. If by any chance Sir Robert does win this race, I want to be certain that he does so fairly and squarely. Hence, mighty scoy.
It certainly took me in. And what have you found out?
Oh, that Sir Robert is the soul of honour. To test him, I even ventured to put a little temptation in his way myself, and suggested a few subtle ways by which the performance of some of his keenest rivals might be, impaired.
And how did he react?
I was lucky to escape the fate he once handed out of Sam Brewer, the Norberton horsewhip.
The race is about to begin.
I must get rid of my little disguise. I'll see you after the race, in the winner's enclosure. Well, Sir Robert, I could have wished for no other outcome. You've won as you deserve to win.
I deserve nothing, Mr. Holmes. I was lucky to be able to run the horse at all.
And now at last, you can be free of your creditors.
With £80,000 in my pocket, I shall be able to do better than that. And the first thing I shall do is to erect a suitable memorial to my dear sister.
You'll have to face an inquest before that, Sir Robert. But I trust I'll be able to persuade the police and the coroner to take a lenient view of the matter.
I cannot express my gratitude, Mr. Holmes.
Well, the worst you can expect will probably be a mild censure for delaying to register your sister's decease.
And that's considerably better than I deserve. Goodbye, Mr. Holmes. Goodbye, Doctor.
Goodbye, Sir Robert. And congratulations. It was a fine race.
Thank you, Doctor.
Norberton. And now, Watson, I think we can take leave of these joyful scenes and return to the modest tranquility of 221B Baker Street.
Yes, of course. There is one little thing to be cleared up before we leave.
What is that?
I must collect my winnings.
In Shoscombe Old Place, Sherlock Holmes was played by Clive Medicine and Dr. Watson by Michael Williams, with Nicholas Leprevo as John Mason and Donald Pickering as Sir Robert Norberton. Paul Freeman was played by Desmond Llewellyn, Josiah Barnes by Jonathan Adams, Stevens by George Parsons, Carey by Susanna Corbett, Norlett by Jonathan Keeble, and the Gypsy by Becky Hindley. Other parts were played by members of the cast. The violinist was Leonard Friedman. Shoscombe Old Place was dramatized for radio by Michael Bakewell and directed by Enid Williams.
The Mercury Theatre on the air. The Columbia Broadcasting System takes pleasure in bringing you the 12th in its series of weekly broadcasts featuring Orson Welles and the Mercury Theatre on the air. Tonight, Broadway's and radio's most celebrated theatrical producing company brings to life the best-loved character in detective fiction, the immortal Sherlock Holmes. The play is Orson Welles' own adaptation for radio of William Gillette's enduring melodrama based on the famous stories by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Before the performance begins, here is the director of the Mercury Theatre, the star and producer of these unique broadcasts, Orson Welles.
Good evening. Well, tonight it's back to Baker Street. Back to that unlikely London of the 19th century where high adventure awaits all who would seek it, in a hansom cab or under a gas lamp in an Inverness cape. For tonight we pay tribute to the most wonderful member of that most wonderful world, a gentleman who never lived and who will never die. There are only a few of them, these permanent profiles, everlasting silhouettes on the edge of the world. There is first the little hunchback with a slapstick whose hooked nose is shaped like his cap. There is now and always will be the penguin-footed hobo in the derby and the baggy pants, and the small boy with a wooden head, and the long, rusty knight on horseback, and the fat knight who could only procure a charge on foot. There is also the tall gentleman with the hawk's face, and the underslung pipe, and the fore and aft cap. We'd know them anywhere and call them easily by name. Punch and the Charlies, Chaplin and McCarthy, Quixote, Sir John, and Sherlock Holmes. Now, irrelevant as this may seem, we of the Mercury Theatre are very much occupied these days with rehearsals for a revival of a fine old American farce. A lot of you will remember, if only for its lovely title, which is Too Much Johnson. Its author was William Gillette, which reminded us, as it reminds you, of Sherlock Holmes. As everybody knows, that celebrated American inventor of underacting lent his considerable gifts as a playwright to the indestructible legend of the Conan Doyle detective, and produced the play which is as much a part of the Holmes literature as any of Sir Arthur's own romances, and as nobody will ever forget. He gave his face to him. For William Gillette was the aquiline and actual embodiment of Holmes himself. It is too little to say that William Gillette resembled Sherlock Holmes. Sherlock Holmes looks exactly like William Gillette. Sounds like him, too, we're afraid, and hope devoutly that the Mercury Theatre and the radio will take none of the glamour from the beloved fable of Baker Street, from the pipe and the violin and the hideous purple dressing gown, from the needle and the cigar on the window ledge, and the dry, final, famous lines. Elementary, my dear Watson, elementary, the mere child's play of deduction.
My name is Watson. I am a doctor. It was in the year 1880 that Holmes and I were introduced by a mutual acquaintance. At the time, we were both looking for a lodging that would suit our moderate means. This we found on the second floor of a house at 221B Baker Street. And it was during the years that we occupied these chambers together that Holmes established his unique international reputation as a consulting detective. During that time, I was privileged to be his daily companion, and I have done my modest share in giving to the world an account of some of his most famous cases. Most famous of these are the ones of which I have written under the names of the Speckled Band, Sign of Four, Hound of the Baskervilles, and A Study in Scarlet. They represent, however, only a minute fraction of the 643 cases Holmes successfully solved during the years that we shared the lodgings in Baker Street. Other cases I hope one day to give to the world include the Tarleton murders, the sudden death of Cardinal Tosca, the adventure of Ricoletti, of the clubfoot, and his abominable wife, the case of Mrs. Farintosh, the circus belle, and the case of the royal family of Scandinavia. Each illustrate in their own way the remarkable genius of my friend Sherlock Holmes. Since my marriage 3 years ago, Holmes has continued to occupy the Baker Street lodgings by himself. And here almost every afternoon when my work in the office is finished, I am in the habit of calling on him. The sitting room as you go in is exactly as it has been for the past 13 years. The worn bearskin rug, the huge sofa, covered with faded chintz, the mantelpiece cluttered with miscellaneous objects, unanswered letters, and piles of loose tobacco. On one side of the fireplace, in a deep armchair, his pipe curling forth slow wreaths of acrid tobacco, draped in his hideous purple dressing gown, sits Sherlock Holmes with his violin under his chin.
Watson, my dear fellow.
How are you, Holmes?
I'm delighted to see you. Perfectly delighted. Upon my word, I am. But I'm sorry to observe that your wife has left you.
She has gone on a little visit. But how did you know?
How did I? Well, I like that. How do I know anything? How do I know you've been getting yourself very wet lately, that you're an extremely careless servant girl, that you've moved your dressing table to the other side of the room?
Holmes, if you had lived a few centuries ago, they'd have burned you alive.
Such a conflagration would have saved me a great deal of trouble and expense.
Tell me now, how did you know all that?
Too simple to talk about. Scratches and clumsy cuts, my dear fellow, on the inner side of your shoe there, just where the firelight strikes it. Scratches, cuts. Somebody scraped away crusted mud and did it badly. Scraped the shoe along with it. There's your wet foot, my dear Watson, and your careless servant girl all on one shoe. Face badly shaved on the right side, always used to be on the left. Light must come from the other side. Couldn't very well move your window. Must move your dressing table.
Of course. But how the deuce did you know my wife was away?
Well, what the deuce is your second waistcoat button, Watson? And what the deuce is yesterday's buttonniere doing in today's lapel? And why the deuce do you wear the expression of a...
Oh, marvelous.
Elementary, my dear fellow, elementary. The child's play of deduction. I'm only doing it for your amusement before we pass on to more serious matters.
Oh, what is it now, Holmes?
Watson, my dear fellow, the enthusiasm which has prompted you to chronicle, and if you will excuse my saying so, somewhat to embellish my little adventures, you occasionally seen fit to introduce a certain element of romance which struck me as being just a trifle out of place. Something like working an elopement into the fifth proposition of Euclid. I merely refer to this in case you should see fit at some future time to chronicle the case on which I am about to embark. The strange case of Professor Robert Moriarty.
Moriarty? I don't remember ever having heard of the fellow.
No, Watson, you haven't. It is precisely this quality of invisibility that makes of Professor Moriarty the Napoleon of crime. Sitting motionless like an ugly, venomous spider in the center of his web. But that web having 1,000 radiations and the spider knowing every quiver of every one of them. And within 48 hours, I'll have the lines drawn so tightly around him that he can't move. I'll arrest him and his entire gang.
Why, Holmes, this is a very dangerous
My dear fellow, it's perfectly delightful. My whole life is spent in a series of frantic endeavors to escape from the dreary commonplaces of existence. For a brief period, I escape. You should congratulate me. The day before yesterday, I received in this room the visit of a certain foreign nobleman who has recently inherited a very considerable title and who is about to be married. Seems that this titled gentleman was so indiscreet as to fall in love with a young English lady by the name of Faulkner, socially his inferior, and to make her a promise of marriage. Later, at his family's insistence, the thing was broken off, and the young lady died shortly after of a broken heart, leaving behind a sister. Also, considerable evidence in the form of letters, photographs, and jewelry with inscriptions. These the sister kept. These, together with the sister, are now being held in a house in St. John's Wood by a pair of blackmailers who go by the name of Chetwood. So far as you see, my dear Watson, a fairly ordinary case of blackmail, hardly worth my attention. Last night, on my inspection, a certain element revealed itself which renders the case far more important than I had expected.
And that element was?
Professor Moriarty. Come in.
Beg pardon, Mr. Holmes.
Yes, Billy, what is it?
Gentleman to see you by the name of Foreman.
Show him in, Billy. Show him in.
Yes, Mr. Holmes. Come in, Mr. Foreman.
Good evening, Foreman.
Good evening, Mr. Holmes.
Watson, this is Inspector Foreman. Since the day before yesterday, he occupies the position of butler under the name of Judson in the home of Mr. and Mrs. Chetwood, blackmailers of St. John's Wood. Well, Foreman, any news?
Yes, sir. This morning, a little after 9, Chetwood and his wife drove away in a four-wheeler. They returned about 11. Bassett was with them. You know him, though?
Yes. When I last had the occasion to meet Mr. Bassett, he got 2 years for safecracking. You go on, Foreman.
Well, they took this man Bassett into the library. I got a look at him from the outside. And there he was opening up the safe where they'd been keeping the letters.
Go on.
In the end, when they got the safe open, it was empty. The letters were gone. It seems like the Faulkner girl got them back somehow. That got them pretty excited. Bassett went out to send a telegram.
Have you got a copy of it?
Yes. Here it is, sir. It's in code.
Moriarty. I thought so, Watson. This case is taking a most promising turn. Foreman, you return at once to the house at St. John's Wood. Within 10 minutes, I shall be there myself. If I remember correctly, the kitchen is immediately below the drawing room. Yes. When I knock over a chair in the drawing room, you'll overturn a lamp in the kitchen, scatter smoke balls, and give an alarm of fire. All other instructions remain unchanged.
Very good, sir.
Hurry, Foreman.
Yes, Mr. Holmes.
Well, my dear Watson, begins to look like a most interesting evening. Good evening. My name is Sherlock Holmes.
Whom did you wish to see, Mr. Holmes?
Oh, thank you so much, Mr. Chetwood. I had myself announced by the butler on my way up.
Butler? I didn't. Oh, very well. Oh, here he is. Yes, Judson.
Miss Faulkner begs Mr. Holmes to excuse her. She is not well enough to see anyone this evening.
Will you please hand this card to Miss Faulkner and say that
I beg your pardon, Mr. Holmes, but it's quite useless, really.
Oh, I'm so sorry to hear it.
Yes, Miss Faulkner is, I regret to say, quite an invalid. She is unable to see anyone. Her health is so poor.
Has it ever occurred to you, Mr. Chetwood, that she might be confined to the house too much?
How does that concern you?
It doesn't. I simply make the suggestion. Might like to think it over. What's your butler's name?
Judson, sir.
Very well, Judson. Go on, take my card up.
Very good, sir.
Well, this is really too good. Why, of course, he can take up your card or your note or whatever it is if you wish it so much. I was only trying to save you the trouble.
Thanks. It's hardly any trouble at all to send up a card.
You know, Mr. Holmes, you interest me very much.
Oh, really?
Upon my word, yes. We've all heard of your wonderful methods, the astonishing manner in which you gain information from the most trifling details. Now, I dare say in this brief moment or two, you've discovered any number of things about me.
Nothing of consequence, Mr. Chetwood. I hardly more than asked myself why you were so distressed to see me at this particular moment, and what there can possibly be about the safe in the lower part of that desk to cause you such painful anxiety.
Yes, very good. Very good indeed. If those things were only true now, I'd be wonderfully impressed. It would be absolutely remarkable.
Excuse me, sir.
Judson.
A message for you, Mr. Chetwood.
You'll excuse me, I trust. It's from, Miss Faulkner. Well, really. She begs to be allowed to see you, Mr. Holmes. She absolutely implores it. Well, I suppose I shall have to give way. Judson, ask Miss Faulkner to come down to the drawing room. Say that Mr. Holmes is waiting to see her.
Very good, sir.
Quite remarkable, upon my soul. May I ask, if it's not an impertinent question, what message you sent up that could so have aroused Miss Faulkner's desire to come down?
Merely if that she wasn't down here in 5 minutes, I'd go up.
Oh, that was it.
Yes, quite so. And unless I'm greatly mistaken, I hear the young lady on the stairs. In which case she has a minute and a half to spare.
Alice, that is Miss Faulkner. Let me introduce Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
Mr. Holmes.
Miss Faulkner.
I'm really most charmed to meet you, although it does look as if you'd made me come down in spite of myself, doesn't it?
I thank you very much indeed for consenting to see me, Miss Faulkner, but regret to observe that you were put to the trouble of making such a very rapid change of dress.
Oh, yes. I did hurry a trifle, I confess. Mr. Holmes is quite living up to his reputation, isn't he, Freddie? Come in.
Yes, ma'am.
What are you doing here, Judson?
I beg pardon, ma'am. I was answering the bell.
What bell?
The drawing room bell, sir.
What do you mean, you blockhead? No one rang the bell.
I'm quite sure it was rung, sir.
Well, I tell you it did not ring.
Your butler is right, Mr. Chetwood. The bell did ring.
How do you know?
I rang it.
What do you want?
I want to send my card to the real Miss Faulkner.
The real?
I said the real Miss Faulkner. Judson.
Yes, sir? Holmes, what right have you to ring for servants and give orders in my house?
What right have you to prevent my cards from reaching their destination? And how does it happen that you and this woman are resorting to trickery and deceit to prevent me from seeing Alice Faulkner? Through some trifling oversight, Judson, neither of the cards I handed to him has been delivered. Kindly see that this error does not occur again.
My orders, sir?
Ah, you have orders.
I can't say, sir.
You were told not to deliver my card.
What business is it of yours, I'd like to know?
I shall satisfy your curiosity on that point in a very short time, Mr. Chetwood.
Yes, and you'll find out in a very short time that it isn't safe to meddle with me. It wouldn't be any trouble at all for me to throw you out into the street.
Possibly not, but trouble would swiftly follow such an experiment on your part.
It's a cursed lucky thing for you I'm not armed.
Yes, well, when Miss Faulkner comes down, you go and arm yourself.
Arm myself? I'll call the police. What's more, I'll do it now.
Oh, no, you will not do it now. You will remain where you are until the lady I came here to see has entered this room.
What makes you so sure of that?
Because you will prefer to avoid an investigation of your suspicious conduct, Mr. James Larrabee.
Larrabee?
That is the name under which you are known to Scotland Yard, I believe, Mr. Chetwood. This lady here is your wife. To you, Judson, you will either deliver that card to Miss Faulkner at once or sleep in the police station tonight. That is of small consequence to me, which you do.
Shall I go, sir?
Go on. Take up the card. It makes no difference to me.
A short time since, Larrabee, you displayed an acute anxiety to leave the room. Pray do not let me detain you or your wife any longer. Take it you prefer to remain while I talk to Miss Faulkner?
We do, Mr. Holmes.
Ah, last, Miss Faulkner.
This is Mr. Holmes.
Yes,
You wish to see me?
very much indeed, Miss Faulkner, but I'm sorry to see that you are far from well.
Oh, no,
No? Beg your pardon. What does this mark mean?
Oh, nothing.
Nothing?
No.
And the mark here on your neck, plainly showing the clutch of a man's fingers, does that mean nothing also? Occurs to me that I should like to have an explanation of this. Possibly you can furnish one, Mr. Larrabee.
How should I know?
It seems to have occurred in your own house.
What if it did? You'd better understand that it isn't healthy for you or anyone else to interfere with my business.
Ah, that is your business. We have that much at least. Pray be seated, Miss Faulkner.
I don't know who you are, Mr. Holmes, or why you are here.
I shall be very glad indeed to explain. My business is this. I've been consulted as to the possibility of obtaining from you certain letters addressed to your sister, which are supposed to be in your possession.
I cannot give up my sister's letters, Mr. Holmes. There are other things besides revenge. There is punishment.
Believe me, Miss Faulkner.
There is nothing more to say. Good night, Mr. Holmes.
But my dear Miss Faulkner... Oh, I'm so sorry. How clumsy of me to turn over this chair.
Fire! Fire! Oh, help!
Oh, what's that? What's that?
What's
going on in your house here?
Fire where? The lamp, sir. Lamp? The lamp at the kitchen, sir. It fell off the table and everything down there is blazing, sir. Quick, sir, come down. We're coming.
Don't alarm yourself, Miss Faulkner. There is no fire.
No fire?
The smoke was all arranged for.
Arranged for? What does it mean, Mr. Holmes?
It means this, Miss Faulkner. It means that I wanted a package of letters, Miss Faulkner, and that by following your eyes just now, when you thought there was a fire, I discovered that you'd hidden them in the upholstery of this chair. Yes. Quite elementary, as you see. And now that they're in my possession, there seems to be no reason for me to remain any longer in this house. Good night, Miss Faulkner. Miss Faulkner.
Yes?
I can't take them, Miss Faulkner. These letters belong to you. I find that I cannot keep them unless you can possibly change your mind and let me have them of your own free will. I suppose you could. I will therefore return them to you and, here's our friend Mr. Larrabee returning from the fire.
So, you've got the letters, have you? Now I suppose we're going to see you walk out of the house with them.
On the contrary, you're going to see me return them to their rightful owner. Miss Faulkner, here are your letters. Should you ever change your mind and be so generous, so forgiving as to wish to return these letters to the one who wrote them, you have my address. In any event, rest assured there will be no more cruelty, no more persecution in this house.
Thank you, Mr. Holmes.
You are perfectly safe with your property, Miss Faulkner, for I shall so arrange it that your faintest cry of distress will be heard. And if that cry is heard, it will be very unfortunate for those who are responsible. As for you, Mr. Larrabee, and you, madame, I beg you to understand that you continue your persecution of that young lady at your peril. Good night.
Miss Faulkner. Come here, Miss Faulkner. Now. Are you going to give me those letters?
No, never.
Are you going to give me those letters? Now then.
Be careful, Jim.
Now then, Miss Faulkner. Do you give me those letters, or do I break your arm? What's that?
Someone knocked on the door.
No, it was on that side.
Did you call, madam?
I think someone knocked, Judson.
I'll see, madam. I beg pardon, madam, but there's no one at the door.
Very well, you may go. He's got us watched.
What we want to do is to leave it alone. Let the Emperor have it.
Do you mean Professor Moriarty?
That's who I mean. Once let him get at it, he'll settle it with Holmes pretty quick. Don't you worry a minute. I tell you, Professor Moriarty will get at him before noon tomorrow night. He won't wait long either. And when he strikes, it means death.
Number?
82. V71.
Moriarty speaking. Come in, Bessie. Your report. Come in with Manning.
Everything was a trap, set and baited by an expert.
And Manning?
Manning has disappeared.
Disappeared? Sherlock Holmes again. And now this Larrabee job. He's in on that, too. And that's where he's made his mistake. Mr. Holmes is playing rather a dangerous game, Bassett. Inspector Wilson tried it 7 years ago. Wilson is dead. 2 years later, Henderson took it up. You haven't heard anything of Henderson lately, eh?
Not a thing, sir.
You'll see about that. This Holmes is rather a talented man. He doesn't realize there isn't a street in London that'll be safe for him if I whisper his name to Cragen. I might even make him a little call myself, just for the satisfaction of it. Just for the satisfaction of it. Baker Street, isn't it, this place? Baker Street, eh?
Baker Street, sir.
We could make it safe. We could make it absolutely safe for 3 streets in every direction.
Yes, sir, but
we could. We've done it over and over again elsewhere. Police deployed, men in every doorway. Do this tonight in Baker Street. At 9 o'clock, call his attendants out on one pretext or another and keep them out. You understand? I'll see this Sherlock Holmes myself. I'll give him a chance for his life. That's it.
Yes, sir.
Notify the Lascar that I may require the gas chamber at Stepney tomorrow night. And have Craig in there at 10:15 with his crew. Tell Larrabee I shall want him to write a letter to Mr. Sherlock Holmes, which I shall dictate. Meet me here at 7. And Bassett, place your men at 9 tonight for Sherlock Holmes's house in Baker Street.
You'll still go there yourself, sir?
I will still go there myself.
At this meeting tomorrow night, sir, to get him in the gas chamber.
If I fail to kill him in Baker Street, you'll have him in Swandam Lane. Either way, I have him, Bassett. 2 strings to our bow. 2 strings, eh, Bassett?
Yes,
That evening, Holmes and I dined together at Scott's in Piccadilly Circus. After dinner, we went to a concert at Queen's Hall. I can still see him on this particular night of the Moriarty case, well knowing that his life was in peril, sitting beside me in the stalls, wrapped in the most perfect happiness, listening to Sarasate play the violin, gently waving his long, thin fingers in time to the music. When it was over, he rose, put on his long coat, and started with long steps in the direction of the street.
Come, my dear Watson. Let's go on to Baker Street. I have an idea that very soon we shall be receiving a most interesting visit.
In front of the Queen's Hall, we hailed a hansom, and as we came down Baker Street, we could see that the light was burning on the second floor of 221B. We went up the dark, narrow stairs.
Mr. Holmes.
The boy Billy was waiting for us.
Mr. Holmes.
What is it?
Mrs. Hudson's compliments, sir, and she wants to know if she can see you.
Now, where is Mrs. Hudson?
Downstairs in the kitchen, sir.
My compliments, and I don't think she can. Where she is.
She'll be very sorry, sir.
Our regret will be mutual.
It was most terrible important, sir, being as she wants to know what you'll have for breakfast in the morning.
The same.
Same as when, sir?
This morning.
But you didn't have nothing, sir. You wasn't here.
I won't be here tomorrow.
Yes, sir. Was that all, sir?
Quite so.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Oh, Mr. Holmes, here's a letter for you, sir, on the table. Delivered 10 minutes ago.
Well, read it, Watson. There's a good fellow. I put on my dressing gown.
Yes. Dear sir.
Thus addresses me.
Why, James Larrabee.
And what has James to say this evening?
Dear sir.
I hope he won't say that again.
I have the honor to inform you that Miss Faulkner has changed her mind regarding the letters, etc., which you wish to obtain, and has decided to dispose of them for a monetary consideration. If you wish to negotiate, will you be at 9 o'clock at the Guards' Monument at the foot of Waterloo Place? You will see a four-wheeler with wooden shutters to the windows. If you have the cab followed or try any other underhand trick, you won't get what you want. Let me know your decisions. Yours truly, James Larrabee.
Mine truly. Well, later, perhaps.
What does the fellow mean?
The fellow means to sell me a base imitation for a large sum of money of certain letters that he does not possess. I shall probably buy them from him. Now, see if I have the points. Tonight, 11 o'clock, Guards Monument, cab with wooden shutters, no one to come with me, no one to follow. Or I don't get what I want.
Quite right. But this cab with the wooden shutters?
Merely a little device to keep me from seeing where they're taking me. Billy.
Yes, sir.
Give this to the man.
It was a woman, sir.
Oh, young or old?
Looked quite young, sir.
Handsome?
Four-wheeler, sir.
Seen the driver before?
Yes, sir, but I can't think where.
Hand this to the lady, apologize for the delay, and look at the driver again.
Yes, sir.
But, my dear Holmes, you didn't say you would go.
But I certainly did.
But this fellow means mischief.
This fellow means the same.
I beg pardon, sir. A message come over from the chemist on the corner to say a man has been hit by a bus. Looks like his legs broke. And would Dr. Watson kindly step over and help till the ambulance
Oh, yes,
comes?
certainly. I'll go at once. I'll be back in a minute, Holmes.
Billy.
Yes, sir.
Who brought that message?
Boy from the chemist, sir.
Yes, of course. But which boy?
Must have been a new one, sir. I ain't seen him before.
Billy. Get downstairs quickly. Look after the doctor. If the boy's gone, there's a man with him. It means mischief. Let me know. Don't stop to come up. Ring the doorbell. I'll hear it. Ring it loud.
Yes, sir. Look out, sir. Look out. Look out.
Dangerous habit, Mr. Holmes, to finger loaded firearms in the pocket of one's dressing gown.
I give you my word, Professor Moriarty. You'll be taken from here to the hospital if you keep your hand behind you like that. That's better. In that case, please put your revolver on the table.
Evidently don't know me.
I think it's quite evident that I do. Pray have a chair, Professor. I can spare you 5 minutes. If you have anything to say. Careful. What are you about to do, Professor Moriarty?
Look at my watch.
I'll tell you when your 5 minutes is up.
It is your intention to pursue this case against me?
That is my intention. To the very end.
I regret this. Not so much on my own account, but on yours.
I share your regret, Professor, but solely because of the rather uncomfortable position it will cause you to occupy.
May I inquire to what position you are pleased to allude, Mr. Holmes?
I refer to the position you will occupy at the end of a rope, Professor Moriarty.
Have you the faintest idea that you'll be permitted to live to see that day?
As to that, I do not particularly care, so that I bring you to see it.
You'll never bring me to see it. You think that I would be here if I hadn't made the streets quite safe in every respect?
I could never so grossly overestimate your courage as that, Professor Moriarty.
You imagine that your friend the doctor and your boy Billy will soon return?
What?
So, it leaves us quite alone, doesn't it, sir? Quite alone. So that we can talk the matter over quietly, Mr. Holmes, and not be disturbed. In the first place, I wish to call your attention to a few memoranda which I've jotted down, and which you will find... here they are.
Look out! Don't do that. Hands down, quickly! You're farther away from that memorandum book you're talking about.
I was merely about to take out a small notebook.
Well, merely don't do it. I don't want it. I've got one of my own. If you want it, we'll have someone get it for you. I always like to save my guests unnecessary trouble.
I observe that your boy doesn't answer the bell.
No, but I have an idea that he will before long.
It may possibly be longer than you think, Mr. Holmes.
What? That boy?
Yes, that boy.
At least we'll try the bell once more, Professor.
Doesn't it occur to you that he may possibly have been detained, Mr. Holmes?
It does, Professor. But it also occurs to me that you're in very much the same predicament, Professor Moriarty.
I beg pardon, sir. Someone tried to hold me, sir.
It's quite evident, however, that he failed to do so.
Yes, sir. He's got my coat, sir, but he ain't got me.
Billy.
Yes, sir.
Billy, the gentleman I'm carefully pointing out to you with this 45 desires to have us get us something of his left-hand inside coat pocket. As he's not feeling quite himself today, and the consequence of his trying to do it himself might prove fatal, I suggest you attend to it for him.
Yes, sir. Is this it, sir? This gun?
Quite so. So put it on the table. Not there, Billy. On this table, where I can reach it. More like it. That's all, Billy.
Shall I see if he's got another, sir?
Why, Billy, you surprised me. After the gentleman's taken the trouble to inform us that he hasn't.
When, sir?
When he made a snatch for this one. And now, Professor, now that we have your little memorandum book, do you think of anything else you'd like before Billy goes? Any little thing you've got that you don't want? So sorry. That's all, Billy.
Thank you, sir.
Listen, Holmes, to me. On the 4th of January, you crossed my path. On the 23rd, you incommoded me. And now, at the close of April, I find myself placed in such a position through your continual interference that I'm in positive danger of losing my liberty.
Have you any suggestions to make?
No, I have no suggestions to make. I have a fact to state. If you don't drop it at once, your life's not worth that.
I'm afraid, Professor, that in the pleasure of this conversation, I'm neglecting more important business. If you'll excuse me a moment while I get my pipe off the mantelpiece here.
I came here this evening, Mr. Holmes, to see if peace could not be arranged between us.
Quite so, quite so.
You've seen fit not only to reject my proposals, but to make insulting references coupled with threats of arrest. You've been warned of your danger. You don't heed that warning. Perhaps you'll heed this. Up with your hands, Mr. Holmes. Up with them,
Didn't imagine I'd leave that gun loaded, did you, Professor Moriarty? Here are your cartridges. I didn't suppose you'd want to use that gun again, so I took them out while you were talking and put them in my pocket. You'll find them all there, Professor. Billy.
Yes, sir?
Will you please show Professor Moriarty the door?
Yes, sir. This way, sir.
Don't ever say I didn't warn you, Mr. Holmes.
No, Professor Moriarty. No. I never will. Billy, come here.
Yes, sir.
Billy? Billy, you're a good boy.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
You are listening to the Columbia Broadcasting System's presentation of Orson Welles and the Mercury Theater on the Air in Sherlock Holmes, with Orson Welles in the title role and Ray Collins as Dr. Watson. We pause a moment for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. We continue now with this CBS presentation of Sherlock Holmes, played by Orson Welles and the Mercury Theater on the Air.
It was exactly 9 o'clock when Sherlock Holmes left the house in Baker Street. He had given the strictest instructions that no one was to follow him. If there had been no word from him by noon of the following day, we must notify Scotland Yard. I went to the window and looked after him as he went down Baker Street. A tall, thin figure in a gray ulster, walking with long, smooth steps in the direction of Langham Place. There he entered a cab. What are you doing, lighting matches here?
That's what I'm doing.
Chuck it.
Why should I chuck it?
There might be gas, you fool.
There ain't no gas. It's been 4 days since we had gas in the room.
I still say there might be gas.
Did you check it?
I will. Here goes. Ready?
Give it a turn. That'll do. Turn it off.
5 minutes of that. All your troubles are in.
Here. What's that?
Bassick?
That's right, Cragen. Did you hear it?
Yes, sir.
McCabe?
Yes, sir.
Be careful now, you boys. You've got a tough one tonight.
You ain't said who, as I've heard.
Sherlock Holmes.
Oh. You mean that, sir?
God's truth.
You're going to count him out.
Well, if you don't and he gets away, I'm sorry for you, that's all. Take it. The governor's here.
Not the governor himself. Professor Moriarty.
Shut up.
Yes, sir.
Got your full crew?
All here, sir.
No mistakes tonight, Cragen.
I'll be careful of that, sir.
This is Larrabee.
Hello.
He's in on this job.
Hello, Larrabee.
Oh. What's that door, Bassick?
A small cupboard, sir.
No outlet?
None whatever, sir.
That window?
Nailed down, sir.
Man might break the glass.
If he did, he'd come up against the heavy iron bars outside.
Huh. We'll have him tied down before he can break any glass, sir.
You've used it before, eh? Of course, you know it's airtight.
Every crevice is sealed, sir.
When the men have turned the gas on him, they leave by this door.
Yes, sir.
Be made quite secure.
Heavy bolts on the outside, sir. Solid oak bars overall.
Let me see how quick you can operate them.
They tie a man down, sir. There's no need to hurry.
Let me see how quick you can operate them.
Leary.
Yes, sir.
That's good. Open it up. Now, Cragen, and the rest of you, one thing remember. Whatever happens, no shooting tonight. Not a single shot. Will be heard in the alley below. First thing is to get his revolver away before he has a chance to use it. 2 of you attract his attention in front. The other come up on him from behind and snatch it out of his pocket. Then you have him. Arrange that, Cragen.
I'll attend to it, sir.
Mr. Larrabee, you understand? We wait for you.
I understand, sir.
I give you this opportunity to sell him the packet of letters you forged and get what you can for your trouble. A few £100 doesn't interest me, Mr. Larrabee. What I am after is Holmes.
I understand, sir.
When you've finished and got your money, you whistle, and these gentlemen come in. Let's hear it. You hear that, Cragen? That's right. And Cragen, at the proper moment, present my compliments to Mr. Sherlock Holmes and say that I wished him a pleasant journey to the other side. Come on, Bassick. Good night, gentlemen.
Good night. Good night.
Good night. Good night, sir.
All right, boys. Clear. When you hear the whistle, in you come.
Right you are, sir.
Larry.
Yes, sir.
You get down on the corner below. Let me know when he comes.
I will let you know.
Well, when you see him driving up, come down the alley and whistle 3 times.
Very good, sir.
Here.
What's this? How did you get in? What are you doing there in the back? Hey!
What is it, Larry?
A woman here in the back.
Bring her in.
Come on, you. Come on.
Oh, it's you, Miss Faulkner.
It's true, then.
How did you get to this place?
I followed you in a cab.
What have you been doing since I came up here? Informing the police, perhaps?
No. I was afraid he'd come, so I waited.
To warn him, I suppose.
No. To warn him, yes. You're going to swindle and deceive him, sell him a packet of false letters. I know that. What else are you going to do to him?
Wouldn't you like to know?
Where are those men who came up here?
What men?
Street, terrible-looking men. I saw them go in at the street door.
You don't mean these men, do you, Miss Faulkner?
Tie her up, boys. Here you are. Tie her up.
Listen. That's him. There he is now. What? Holmes? That's him. That's the signal.
You don't have time to get her out.
Shut her in there in the cupboard.
Yeah, that'll do. In with her. Into the cupboard. Hey, there ain't no lock to this here cupboard door.
Drive something in there.
Here, this knife. This'll do it.
That'll hold up. Now, quick, quick! Good evening, Mr. Holmes.
Ah, Mr. Larrabee. Oh, really? I certainly thought after all this driving about in a closed cab, you'd show me something new.
Seen it before, have you, Mr. Holmes?
Oh, well, a time or two. Now to come to think of it, I nabbed a friend of yours in this place while he was trying to drop himself out of the window. Ed Colvin, the cracksman.
Colvin, never heard of him before.
Well, you certainly never heard of him after. Sure of that. A brace of counterfeiters used these luxurious chambers in the spring of '89. One of them hid in that cupboard. We pulled him out with the heels.
Quite interesting. But times have changed since then.
So they have, Mr. Larrabee, so they have. But then it was only cracksmen, counterfeiters, pickpockets, and petty swindlers of various kinds. But now...
Well, what now?
Well, between you and me, Mr. Larrabee, we've heard some not altogether agreeable rumors. Rumors of some pretty shady work not far from here. Murder to a very peculiar kind. I've always had a suspicion... That's it. My surmise was correct. It is.
It is what?
This room is corked, sealed.
What does that signify to us?
Nothing to us, Mr. Larrabee, nothing to us. But it might signify a good deal to some poor devil who's been caught and gassed in this trap.
Well, if it's nothing to us, suppose we leave it alone and get to business. My time is limited.
Yeah, of course. I should have realized that these reflections could not possibly appeal to you.
Well, have a cigar, Mr. Holmes?
Oh, thanks. Oh, good cigar, this, Mr. Larrabee. A genuine Havana.
Glad you like it. Now, here is the little packet of letters which is the object of this meeting. I haven't opened it yet, but Miss Faulkner tells me everything is there.
I suppose, Mr. Larrabee, that as Miss Faulkner knows nothing about this affair, we omit her name from the discussion.
What do you mean? Who told you she doesn't know?
You did. Every look, tone, gesture, everything you've said and done since I've been in this room has informed me that Miss Faulkner has never consented to this transaction. It is a little speculation of your own.
Oh, I suppose you think you can read me like a book.
Oh, no, like a primer.
Well, let it pass. How much will you give?
£1,000.
I couldn't take it.
What do you ask?
5,000.
I couldn't give it.
Well, I've been offered 4,000 for this little packet.
Why didn't you take it?
Because I intended to get more.
Oh, that's too bad.
They offered 4,000. They'll give 5.
They won't give anything.
Why not?
They've turned the case over to me.
Will you give 3,000?
Mr. Larrabee, strange as it may appear, my time is limited as well as yours. I have brought with me the sum of £1,000, which is all that I wish to pay. If it is your desire to sell at this figure, kindly appraise me of the fact at once. If not, permit me to wish you a very good evening. Well?
You can have it. It's too small a matter to haggle over. Give me the money.
Yes, certainly.
I thought you said you'd only brought just 1,000.
I did. This is it.
You brought a trifle more, I see.
Quite so. I didn't say I hadn't brought any more.
You can do your little tricks when it comes to it, can't you?
It depends on who I'm dealing with.
Yeah. You give me that money. Come on, quick. Hand it over.
Now, I've got you where I want you, James Larrabee. You've been so cunning and so cautious and so wise, we couldn't find a thing to hold you for, but this little slip will get you in for robbery.
You'll have me in for you. What are your views about being able to get away from here yourself?
I do not anticipate any particular difficulty.
Robbery, eh? Why, even if you got away from here, you haven't got a witness. You haven't got a witness to your name.
I'm not so sure of that, Mr. Larrabee. Not so sure of that. You usually fasten this cupboard door with a knife?
Come away from that door!
Faulkner! Stand back. Oh, contemptible scoundrel. What does this mean?
I'll show you what it means. Press it quick.
I'm afraid you're badly hurt, Miss Faulkner.
Mr. Holmes, look behind!
James! Here. What is there, boy?
I'll have to ask you gentlemen to wait just one moment, please.
Here there. What's the idea of sitting down and writing? What are you writing? Writing your will, I suppose.
No, only a brief description of one or two of your gentlemen. The police. I'm ready now.
Wait a bit. You better listen to me, Mr. Holmes. We're going to tie you down nice and tight to the top of that table.
Why, you surprise me, gentlemen. Thinking you're so sure of anybody in this room. And 3 bars gone out of that window.
Bars or no bars, you're not going to get out of here as easy as you expect.
There are so many ways, Mr. Larrabee, that I hardly know which one to choose.
Well, you better choose quick, I can tell you that.
I'll choose at once, Mr. Cregan. And my choice falls on this chair.
My God! The light! You get away in the dark! Look out! There he goes! Look at his cigar! Drag him by the cigar! Look at the cigar! Look out! He's gone to the window! He's up on the ledge! He's climbed out! Look at his cigar! Get him quick! After him! There he goes! He's out! By the window!
No, gentlemen, no, not by the window. I'm leaving by the door. By the way, I left my cigar for you on the windowsill. Good evening, gentlemen.
There was no news of Holmes that night, and Billy reported next morning that he had not breakfasted at home. I had a busy morning at my office in Harley Street. It was after 11 before the last of my appointments was over, and still no news of Holmes.
Did you ring Dr. Watson?
Oh, Parsons, is there anyone waiting? I have to be in Baker Street at noon.
There's one person in the waiting room, Doctor, a lady, sir, and she wants to see you most particular.
Hey, what about?
She didn't say, sir, only she said it was of utmost importance to her if you would see her, sir.
Oh, very well, I'll see her and call a cab for me at the same time and have it wait. Show the lady in.
Yes, sir. This way, ma'am. This way.
Ah, Doctor, it's awfully good of you to see me. I'm Mrs. H. DeWitt Seaton. Dear me, I didn't bring my card case. Or if I did, I've lost it.
Don't trouble about a card, Mrs. Seaton.
They said you were Mr. Holmes's friend. Several people told me that. Several. They advised me to ask you where I could find him today, this morning. And everything depends on it, Doctor. Everything.
I'd go to Mr. Holmes at once.
But I've been, and he wasn't there.
You went to Mr. Holmes' house?
Yes, in Baker Street. That's why I came to you. They said he might be here.
No, he isn't here.
But don't you expect him this morning?
No, there's no possibility of Mr. Holmes coming as far as I know.
But couldn't you get him to come? It would be such a great favor to me. I'm almost worn out with going about and with this dreadful anxiety. If you could get word to Mr. Holmes to come.
I could not get him to come, madam, and I beg you to excuse me. I'm going out myself on urgent business. I have no idea where Mr. Holmes could be. What's that, Parsons?
Sounded like an accident, sir.
Probably nothing more than a broken-down hansom. See what it is, Parsons.
That's the bell, sir. Somebody's out, sir, and they're wanting you.
Well, don't allow anybody to come in. I have no more time.
Very well, sir.
But they're coming in, Doctor.
Let the old man come in, can't you?
Yes, to bring him in. There ain't nowhere else for him to go. Can't the doctor's office is this, and he can't come in when he's there.
The doctors can't see anybody.
He's got to come in. We can't leave that in the street, can we?
All right, help him in, Parsons.
Oh, Doctor, isn't it frightful? Can I be of some use?
None
Doctor?
whatever, none whatever.
But, Doctor, I must see the poor fellow.
Oh, my leg, my leg.
Right this way, sir. Be careful of the sill, sir. That's it.
It's an accident. You can't help an accident. Oh, you can't. That's plain enough. He was on the wrong side of the street, he was.
Now, over to this chair.
No, I'll sit here.
No, this is the chair, sir.
Don't you suppose I know where I want to sit down? You'll sit down here. That isn't the doctor. The doctor will have a look at you. Here's the doctor. That isn't the doctor. Yes, it is a doctor. Here, doctor. You just come and have a look at this old bloke, will you? He's hurt himself a little, then. Are you a cabman? Yes, I'm the cabman. Well, I'll have you arrested for this. Arrested? Arrested! You can't arrest me. No, I can't, but somebody else can. Where's my hat? Where's my hat? My hat! My hat! Never mind your hat. I will mind my hat, and I'll hold you responsible. There's your hat in your hand. Go on, sit down. That isn't my hat. Here, you're responsible. I'll have you arrested. Here, come back. I'll go and stick around here. You know, I got to go and attend to my meeting all. Bring your horse in here. I want to speak to him. Conspiracy. I won't stay in this place. If I ever get out of here alive. What are you staring at me for, lady?
Parsons, tell that cab to wait for me. I must see if he's badly hurt.
Yes, sir.
Now, my friend, if you'll sit quiet for one moment, I'll have a look at you.
Well, stay still, will you? Well, how can I...
Remarkable weather we're having, eh, Doctor?
Holmes! What on earth?
How about helping me remove some of this ridiculous disguise, Watson?
Holmes! Is that you?
Quite so, my dear fellow, quite so.
Holmes!
Watson, don't get out that window. Look out, it's blind!
What do you want me to do?
Nothing. Already been done by Mrs. Larrabee here.
Look out, Holmes. She can get out that way.
I don't think so, Watson. Foreman!
I've got her, sir.
Good work, Foreman. I'll take this lady in charge.
Yes, sir.
Very good, Foreman. Wait for me outside.
Yes, sir.
Oh, Watson, my dear fellow, I regret to say that up to the present time, Professor Moriarty himself has not risen to the bait.
Where do you think he is?
In the open streets, under some clever disguise. Watching for a chance to get at me.
And was this woman sent in here?
Quite so. A spy. To let them know by some signal if she found me in the house. Now they know. Pull down that blind, Watson. I don't care to be shot at from the street. I imagine we shall hear from Professor Moriarty very soon now.
Mr. Holmes! Mr. Holmes!
What did I tell you?
He's come, sir.
From where?
The house across the street. He was in there watching these windows. He must have seen something, for he's just come out. There was a cab waiting in front of this house, sir, and he's climbed up and changed places with the driver.
Get out again quick, Billy, and keep your eye on him.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Watson, if you let me have a rather heavy portmanteau for a few moments, I won't do it any harm.
Parsons, my large Gladstone over there in the corner. Bring it here, please.
Yes, sir. Here you are, sir. Here's the portmanteau.
Thank you, Parsons. Put it down there. Thank you so much. Parsons, you ordered a cab for the doctor a short time ago. It's been waiting, I believe.
Yes, sir, I think it has, sir.
Be so good as to tell the driver to come in here and get a valise. When he comes, tell him that's the one.
Very good, sir.
My dear Watson, times like these you should tell your man never to take the first cab that comes on call, nor yet the second. The third may be safe.
But, Holmes,
All right, I'm cabby.
Yes, yes, cabby. Here, right in this way.
This bag. I want taken down,
Right,
the
you are,
street.
Governor. Right.
All right. Goodbye, Watson. Bye, Watson, old fellow. Wait a minute, driver. Pretty heavy, I'm afraid. Let me help you. Watson, I'll write to you from Budapest.
Yes, but Holmes...
Here, driver. Just let me tighten up these straps a bit. There we are, that's right. I'll hold it, driver. You pull the strap. A few little things in this bag that I wouldn't like to lose.
Right, you are, sir.
And it's just as well to make quite sure. Is it not, Professor Moriarty? By means of a simple pair of handcuffs.
Blast you, Holmes. Do you imagine, Sherlock Holmes, that this is the end?
I ventured to dream that it might be.
You quite sure the police will be able to hold me?
Professor Moriarty, I'm quite sure of nothing. Take him away, Foreman. And so, my dear Watson, ends the strange case of Miss Alice Faulkner.
Well, what about the letters?
Oh, the letters. They were returned to their rightful owner over an hour ago. I suspected from the start that Miss Faulkner was really a nice girl at heart. Ah, dear.
What is it, Holmes?
I was just reflecting, my dear Watson. With Moriarty out of the way, London, from the point of view of the criminal expert, is likely to become a singularly uninteresting city. One's morning paper, a veritable wilderness of boredom.
Mr. Holmes! Mr. Holmes!
Yes, Billy?
There's a lady, sir. Been waiting for an hour. Says she's got to see you, sir. Case of murder, she says. She's got her face veiled.
From which I deduce that she is a lady of over 41 and less than 45, of a strange, dark beauty and considerable social eminence. And that she has lived for some years in the Near East. And that she is now wearing a large blood ruby on the second finger of her left hand.
Holmes, how do you know these things? It's amazing.
Elementary, my dear Watson. Elementary. The child's play of deduction.
Again tonight, the Columbia Broadcasting System, through its affiliated stations coast to coast, has brought you Orson Welles and the Mercury Theater on the Air, the 12th production in this unique series featuring Broadway's and radio's most celebrated theatrical producing company. This evening, the play was Orson Welles' own adaptation of William Gillette's Sherlock Holmes. In the cast, Dr. Watson, played by Ray Collins. Alice Faulkner by Mary Taylor. Madge Larrabee by Brenda Forbes. James Larrabee by Edgar Barrier. Inspector Foreman by Morgan Farley. Cragen by Richard Wilson. Brassic by Alfred Shirley. Leary by William Allen. Billy by Arthur Anderson. Professor Moriarty by Eustace Wyatt. And Sherlock Holmes by Orson Welles. The orchestra was conducted by Bernard Herrmann, and the production was supervised for CBS by Davidson Taylor. Your announcer is Frank Gallup. Next Sunday evening at the same time, another classic narrative dramatized by Orson Welles. Join us then for Charles Dickens' Oliver Twist, brought to life by the Mercury Theater on the air.
Captain Calhoun.
What is it, Mac?
Noon sounding, sir. 76 fathoms. Sand shells and hake's teeth.
Another day or so we'll raise the Lizard. Then we're there.
It done yet?
Just finished.
Hell of a quick turnaround this time. Won't give us long.
What we do doesn't take long.
The Five Orange Pips by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Dramatized for radio by Vincent McInerney. With Clive Medicine as Sherlock Holmes and Michael Williams as Dr. John Watson. And featuring Brian Greene as Elias Openshaw and Angus Wright as John Openshaw. The Five Orange Pips.
Glancing over my records of the cases handled by my friend Sherlock Holmes between the years 1882 to 1890, I note the year of 87 to be particularly interesting. The adventure of the Paradol Chamber, of the Amateur Mendicant Society, and not least, the Camberwell poisoning case, solved by Holmes winding up a watch. But none of these presented such singular features as the strange train of circumstances that began one day towards the end of that September, when, my wife paying an extended visit to an aunt, I had taken up again for a short time my old quarters in 221B Baker Street, the equinoctial gales that autumn being exceptionally ferocious. All day the wind had screamed like a banshee, while towards evening the rain too began to beat against the windows in a way hardly to be thought of in the heart of this great hand-hewn city of London. Indeed, what was outside as dusk fell seemed not so much a severe meteorological disturbance as nature's elemental forces shrieking and jeering at mankind through the bars of his civilization and defying both him and all his works. Nor did matters improve as evening deepened into night, for the storm grew even louder, the wind sobbing and crying like a child in the chimney, even disturbing Holmes, who sat moodily at one side of the fireplace, cross-indexing his criminal records. I myself was engaged in reading a fine sea story by Clark Russell, whose text, I must say, seemed to blend with the sound of the gale without, and caused the splash of the rain to lengthen into the long swash of sea waves. When suddenly, into my reverie, I heard, or thought I heard, the far-off reverberation of the doorbell. Why, Holmes, surely that was the bell. Some friend of yours, perhaps?
Except for yourself, Watson, I have none, nor do I encourage casual visitors. Perhaps the wind is playing tricks.
Or has maybe blown up a client?
If so, it's a serious case, for nothing less would bring a man out in such weather. However, it is far more likely to be a crony of our landlady. Watson, the lamp off the visitor's chair, while I get rid of these files. Come in.
Mr. Holmes?
The unknown caller, who I put at about 22, was well-groomed, trimly clad, and carried both refinement and delicacy in his bearing. He wore a long, shining waterproof, and carried a streaming umbrella in one hand, the other holding a gold pince-nez. This he raised to heavy, anxious eyes set in a pale face, and then courteously, yet thoroughly, surveyed the room and all its contents.
I fear I owe you an apology, Mr. Holmes, intruding on you on such a night, and bringing these traces of the storm and rain into your snug chamber. But my appearing here is the act of a desperate man.
A very wet, desperate man. Do come in, I pray you, Mr.
Openshaw, John Openshaw.
Mr. Openshaw, and allow me to introduce you to my very good friend and associate, Dr. Watson.
Mr.
Openshaw. To whom I suggest you give your coat and umbrella to be put to dry on the hook, while I prepare something in the nature of a hot cordial over the spirit lamp. You come from the southwest, I see.
Horsham, on the Sussex borders.
Yes, the clay and chalk mixture on your toe caps is quite distinctive.
Mr. Holmes, I come for advice.
That is easily got.
And help.
That is not so easy.
But I heard from Major Prendergast how you saved him in the Tankerville Club scandal.
Ah, yes. That wrongful accusation of cheating, Holmes. That is most incisive.
Which echoes Major Prendergast's opinion entirely, who said Mr. Holmes could solve anything.
He said too much. I've been beaten 4 times, 3 times by men, and once by a woman.
Even so. What is that to your successes? Mr. Holmes, what I have here is no ordinary case.
No, but come to me. I asked Court of Appeal. But now drink this, draw this chair to the fire, and give me the initial facts, and afterwards I will question you as to the more important details.
Thank you. Well, my name, as I have said, is John Openshaw. Although, to begin with, we must go back to my grandfather, who had 2 sons. My father, Joseph, and my father's brother, my uncle, Elias. Men who went different ways. My father opened a small factory in Coventry. He enlarged at the invention of bicycling. It was he, in fact, who patented
the Openshaw unbreakable tire. I knew it. The man who advanced the use of the tangent spoke, if I'm not mistaken, and cemented solid India rubber tires into steel fellers. Why, I have them fitted to my own machine.
Really, Watson, congratulations, Mr. Openshaw.
The doctor is right. My father was involved in all of those things, and so successfully that he was able to retire quite early on a handsome competence.
Which brings us to your uncle.
Yes.
A difficult man?
Difficult and different. For England not being big enough to hold him when young, he emigrated to America. Florida, to be precise. He became a planter and did very well. At the time of the Civil War, he fought for the South, reaching the rank of colonel under Hood, but then retiring back to his plantation when Lee surrendered to Grant at Appomattox Courthouse on Palm Sunday of 1865.
Though not to stay.
No. Unable to stomach the Republicans or their policies, 4 years later, in 69, he brought his fortune back to England, buying a small estate in Sussex near Horsham.
Where you have journeyed from today.
Yes. And a sad and frightening journey it has been. But to return to Elias. When he resettled in England, he did so in a bizarre and willful fashion, never venturing into Horsham itself, taking little exercise, mainly smoking and drinking to excess.
It is surprising the opportunity arose for you to meet him at all. Men of your uncle's habits being generally fierce-tempered and solitary by inclination.
Family papers needed signing. And as sole heir to the Openshaw name, I suppose, too, he was curious about me. Whatever, in 1878, when I was 12 or so, my father and I were invited, perhaps summoned is a better word, to Horsham, where for the first time I met my uncle Elias.
Mr. Joseph Openshaw and Master John Openshaw, sir.
Oh, yeah, well, thank you, Mary. Tea in 15 minutes for my guests. Yeah, I'll take the usual.
Yes, sir.
Well, Joseph.
Elias, how are you, brother?
Prosperous. In good health. And you?
Much the same, being able, like yourself, to retire early and devote myself to my work on the mechanics of the bicycle. Yes, a pleasing prospect, brother. You're slightly overgrown. Your sundial looks interesting. Tudor, perhaps?
Maybe the boy'd like to play out there.
Why, yes, Uncle. Thank you.
Now, skedaddle, son. Now, you watch that pool near the hedge. It's deep and it's weed-bound. Fine lad, Joseph. So, that's how you made your money, huh? Peddling bicycles.
The Openshaw unbreakable tire.
Yeah, well, I made mine peddling slaves and guns.
Wherever a man's talents lie.
Well, I sure knew where mine did. I tell you, I was a man set fair. Oh, but the South changed. Lincoln, freedom, philanthropists and flag waggers. My flag was blue on red and 13 white stars. The one most of my friends were buried under. That was Sherman, a Vandal chief. Now, you know what Sherman did in Carolina.
I know that after Lincoln's Freedom Proclamation of 1863, 10,000 citizens of Birmingham sent him a congratulatory message.
Including your good self, eh?
My works were at Coventry, brother.
Oh, well, that's not so far. All right. Now, we've each shown his colors. I guess there's little chance of an alliance. So let's to business.
Business?
The boy out there. Your son, John.
I'm not sure I follow.
You know, I'm a rich man, Joseph. A rich man without an heir.
Ah.
But blood is blood. Now, you mind if we discuss him a little, brother?
He is your nephew?
He sure is. He goes to school.
Where we live is rather remote, so he has a tutor.
And play? Cricket? Rugger, rowing, all of that?
He tends to find his own. Swimming in summer in the stream, skating in season. Sometimes, I believe, he plays at indoor games with Cook.
Oh?
Backgammon, draughts, and the like.
Now, Brother Joseph, I have a proposition. As I remarked, I'm a rich man. A rich man who lives alone. Now, your son also seems to live mainly alone.
I object to that, Elias. I may not be able to devote all the time I might like to the boy, but...
But I can. Oh, sure, now he can have his tutors, but I'm the one he'll really learn off. And inherit my fortune if he comes up to scratch. Now, what do you say?
It's a generous offer. More than generous. And with distinct possibilities of widening John's horizons. But such a decision, such a very large decision, must be his alone.
Then let's consult the oracle. So call him in, brother. Call him in, and we'll listen to him settle his fate and his estate.
You elected to remain, of course.
And never regretted it. Singular, yes. Fierce and quick-tempered. Foul-mouthed when angry. A drunkard. But before I was 16, I commanded both my uncle's household and his financial affairs.
An education indeed.
I could never be what he wanted, of course. These hands could never swing a sabre, nor this mouth command his strange oaths, nor my belly contain the varieties and amounts of liquor he drank. But even so, we understood each other. We liked each other. Even loved each other in our own ways. And it was to me he trusted the keys of every room and cabinet.
Except one, I think.
Now I see why Major Prendergast set me in your direction, Mr. Holmes.
A man like your uncle would have secrets, could hardly escape them. They would be hidden away somewhere in his house, I am right?
A room among the attics. Invariably locked, and nothing to be seen through the keyhole but old trunks and bundles.
Locked doors are not. Secrets have a nasty habit of coming to light.
As did those of my uncle. Mr. Holmes, I think I must push back the chair, if I may. Your fire has destroyed all memory of the storm except its noise. Listen to that wind, gentlemen. Oh, it would be a mariner tonight, I wonder, outlying on an icy yard above the seething ocean.
Poor souls. To have to earn a crust thus in such weather.
Mr. Openshaw, Dr. Watson.
It all really began one morning in 1883, 5 years after I had come to him. I had gone down to breakfast and just ordered some kedgeree from Mary, when I noticed something laying on the table in front of my uncle's plate. Something exceedingly unusual. Mary?
Yes, sir.
What's this?
Why, it's a letter, Master John.
Yes, but my uncle doesn't get letters. His bills are paid in cash. He has no acquaintances.
Morning. Mary, lots of coffee. You, fixed for Lawyer Fordham to come today, John.
Bringing the papers directly after breakfast, Uncle.
Which means 2 breakfasts. Save him the expense of his own. When did this come?
First post, sir. I didn't want to disturb you.
Pondicherry postmark. India, eh, John?
East Coast, I believe, Uncle. South of Madras. Strong French connections.
Oh, missionaries, I bet. Looking for contributions. Lawyers and missionaries. And all in one day. I wonder where they got my name. Oh, open it, will you, John? Mary, where's that coffee? Well, was that right? An appeal to convert and feed the Hindu, huh? Well, come on, boy.
I rather think it's a joke, Uncle.
Joke? Oh, what sort of joke?
Well, just that all that is in the envelope is... Well, look. 5 pips. And on the envelope flap, the letters K...
They found me.
Uncle.
My sins have overtaken me.
Mary, a cloth from the kitchen.
Yes, sir.
Uncle, what is it? What on earth does it mean? The pips, the letters.
What do they mean?
Mr. Fordham, sir.
Good morning, Colonel, and to you, John. Nothing like a brisk canter to give a man an appetite. I say, what have we here? Compote of fruit, kippers, kedgeree. So all that's wanted is a plate. Mary,
never mind that damn twaddle. Go to the kitchen. Bank up the fire now.
Yes, sir.
Fordham, for once, forget your stomach and earn your money.
I say, Openshaw.
Go to town, immediately. You understand me?
Why, I
draw up my will. Everything is to pass to John's father initially. That is my brother Joseph, and after him, John here. Are you savvy?
But this is a little precipitate.
No,
Sorry.
Fordham, this is what I want. Now, do you understand?
Well, as you put it like
that...
that...
skedaddle and get yourself busy and get back here to have it witnessed. Now go! Give the job to a faster man.
Very well, Colonel.
John, I'm off to the kitchen. Now, you go to the locked room. I know you're not supposed to know about it. Here's the key. Now, I want you to bring down the brass box. There's only one. Hurry, John, hurry. There's lots to do.
Uncle, the 5 pips. You were going to tell me what they mean.
They mean death, John. That's what they mean.
And did they mean death, Mr. Openshaw?
As requested, I brought the brass box to the kitchen. My uncle opened it with a key kept on his person, and then proceeded to burn the contents, excepting 1 leaf of paper which fell, only charred, onto the hearth.
Ah, you have it?
Here, Mr. Holmes. Something, I know not what, told me to retrieve it without his knowing.
Most interesting. But I shall need my lens on my table, if you would, Watson.
Of course.
And shortly after this ritual burning, Fordham returned with the will, which was witness to the effect that in the event of my uncle Elias's death, the estate would revert to my father and then to me.
After which, I assume, his behaviour deteriorated rapidly.
Totally. He began drinking continually, would see no one at all, roamed the house with his gun at all hours, suddenly unlocking the doors and rushing out in the night to check noises he heard outside, taps that had come at his window.
Poor devil.
And the end?
A night when he made yet another drunken sally outside, yelling and cursing about those who were out to get him. He was found next morning face down in a little green, scummed pool at the bottom of the garden.
And the coroner's verdict?
Suicide.
Suicide?
What else, given the circumstances? Yet no man had a stronger grasp on life than my uncle. However, my father and I simply entered into possession of the estate and £14,000 at the bank.
Remarkable. Truly remarkable. Now, Mr. Openshaw, let me have 2 dates, will you? Watson, make a note if you will.
Certainly.
First, the exact date of the letter containing the 5 pips, and then that of your uncle's suicide.
March the 10th, 1893, he received the letter. May the 2nd, 1893, his body was found. Exactly 7 weeks later.
And a Pondicherry postmark. I wonder. Perhaps it is yet too early. Pray proceed, Mr. Openshaw.
So my father and I moved into the property, and in the attic room discovered that same brass box, inside the lid of which was pasted a label with those same initials that were on the envelope.
Mr. Openshaw, what exactly were these initials?
Why, KKK.
Ah. And some words, you say?
Simply letters, memoranda, receipts, and a register.
That is the nature of the papers that your uncle destroyed.
It would appear so. And which same papers I tried to convince my father were directly responsible for my uncle's death. A suggestion he laughed away, saying the letter was a prank or warning from a firm of Florida orange growers my uncle had had business with in the past, and whose initials were KKK. Business, my father hinted, that may have involved perhaps some sort of financial irregularities.
And your father maintained this reading of the situation?
Unswervingly. Even when the second letter arrived, addressed to him.
Some more coffee, my boy.
Father, I implore you to listen. I firmly believe the first letter to Uncle Elias was both a warning and a statement of intent. I believe this one to you is also a warning, plus a request. A request of which you must take notice.
To put on the sundial papers that no longer exist, that Elias burnt. I do not see how I can help the anonymous writer of this note. I do not even see how I can help myself to marmalade at this moment. It appears to be missing from the table. Although, should the writer call in person, I will gladly talk to him about it. From Dundee, was it? Well, Dundee is a long way.
So is Pondicherry.
John, I really see no use in pursuing this line again. Elias's death was self-inflicted in more ways than one. I don't know about you, my boy, but I find this toast rather crusty this morning.
At least let me contact the authorities on your behalf.
To lay what before them?
My father's safety.
Oh, very well. You recall Major Freebody, who commands the forts on Portsdown Hill, and who is continually inviting me over there to look at some lighting apparatus he has evolved, which he hopes to fit one day to his bicycle, though mark my words, it is the likes of Freebody who will have these wonderful machines of ours subject to Acts of Parliament before he's finished.
Father...
However, to calm your fears and satisfy his self-aggrandizement, I suppose for a few days, certainly no more than a week. How will that suit you?
I could hardly speak, so relieved was I at my father's decision. As I imagined, the further he was from home, the further from danger. Then, on the second day, I received a telegram to contact the Major. My father, having apparently missed his way the previous twilight, had been found at the bottom of one of many deep chalk pits in the area. Nothing missing, no signs of violence. Death from accidental causes.
Sympathies, Mr. Openshaw.
Thank you, gentlemen. But that was nearly 3 years ago, and not directly what brings me here today.
Then what does, Mr. Openshaw?
These. Which arrived in a letter yesterday morning, and this time addressed to me.
Good Lord. And the postmark?
London, Eastern Division.
Ah, the message?
To put the papers on the sundial, and signed with 3 Ks.
And what have you done?
Nothing.
Nothing?
Well, to tell the truth, gentlemen, my first feeling was one of complete helplessness, like a rabbit transfixed by a snake. I seemed to be in the grip of some relentless, inexorable evil. Well, then I thought of my uncle's fighting spirit and decided I'd make a stand.
Good man.
And so went to the police, who listened with a smile. But my standing and my dreadful earnestness eventually persuaded them to allot me a man.
Who is where?
Horsham. His orders are to stay in the house.
Why did you not come to me at once?
I did not know who to turn to. This morning, however, I decided as a gesture to come to town, which is how I met Prendergast, who directed me to you.
And well he did so. But you've left it late. Very late, however. So, first the paper. Watson, the lamp directly overhead, if you will. Yes, these charred edges make it difficult. It's March 1869. 4th Hudson came, same old platform. 7th set of pips on Macaulay, Swain, and Paramore of St. Augustine. 9th Macaulay cleared. 10th John Swain cleared. 12th visited Paramore, all well, which I think is all we'll get. This is your uncle's hand, Mr. Openshaw, on this scrap.
Without doubt. What do you think, Mr. Holmes?
That you return home immediately and put this remnant in the brass box, plus another note signed by yourself explaining the burning of the other papers. You must write this in a way that will carry conviction, and put the box on the sundial as instructed.
And this will satisfy them?
I think it may deter them, to give us extra time to discover their identities and invoke the law.
You can really do this.
If Holmes cannot help you, Mr. Openshaw, no one can.
Then I will return immediately.
Here, let me help you with your coat. If the sound of the wind is anything to go by, you will still need it.
You go back by train from Waterloo?
Thank you. Yes, there is one at 9:30.
Then you must hurry, Mr. Openshaw.
We'll take a cab, of course.
If there is one available in such weather. Even so, I am armed. One of my uncle's many pistols. Not that I'm sure how to use it.
The threat is often enough. Good, then set off, but take care, for you are in real and imminent danger, and tomorrow I will work upon your case.
In Horsham?
In London, Mr. Openshaw, for that is where the answer lies. London,
Eastern Division.
I saw Openshaw downstairs and opened the front door. A cloak of wind swept past me with a howl and up the stairs. Watching Openshaw being buffeted down Baker Street, searching vainly for a cab, I thought of Holmes warm and dry upstairs in our cosy rooms, already in an introspective silence in front of the red glow of the fire, his pipe alight, watching the wraiths of smoke chase each other towards the ceiling like strands of seaweed being fantastically wound in the middle of great green waves. Then...
Here, Watson, you're waterproof. You must follow until he finds a hansom, even to the railway station itself. For it seems to me he walks in more perils than even the Sholtos did in the Sign of the Four. Quickly! He's near the corner.
But what are these perils? Who's behind all this? You have some idea?
Indeed, but I can do no more until it's light. Until, in fact, the public libraries reopen in the morning. Should there be any doors left on them to open. Ah, he turns into Oxford Street.
You can tell me nothing?
You remember, Doctor, in the early days of our friendship, how you once defined my limitations?
Indeed. Philosophy, astronomy and politics, 0. Botany, variable. Geology, profound, as regards mudstains from any region within 50 miles of London. Chemistry, eccentric. Anatomy, unsystematic. Sensational literature, crime record, unique. Then, violinist, boxer, swordsman, lawyer, and self-poisoner by cocaine and tobacco.
Yeah. Anatomy unsystematic. Well, Doctor, what can you tell me about Cuvier's feather or bone, as some refer to it?
Oh, I'm not sure I can tell you anything. Although I seem to have heard, when a student...
Cuvier was a French comparative anatomist whose great coup de théâtre was to take a fossilized feather that had been found belonging to no known species of bird, and from it deduce the shape of the bird's wing. From the wing, the body, from the body, the head, from the head... Well, needless to say, they prophesied what the whole creature would look like should one ever be found, and when one was...
Remarkable. Well, what is Cuvier?
Now, if our feather is what drove Colonel Openshaw from the charming climate of Florida and all his American friends and contacts for the life of a semi-recluse in an English provincial town, I think we may adduce fear. But fear of what?
Well,
Oxford Street. There he goes. Now, keep close to the shops, should he glance back.
Holmes, fear of what?
This we learn from the letters. You recall again their postmarks.
Pondicherry, Dundee, London. That is East London.
From which we deduce
whole seaports.
Excellent, my dear Watson. So there can be no doubt that the writer of them is on a ship. So let us look further. In the case of Pondicherry, 7 weeks elapsed between the threat contained in the letter and the threat's fulfillment. In Dundee, it was 3 or 4 days. So...
those involved had a greater distance to travel.
But then the letter surely had the same distance to come, and therefore should have arrived with the sender, should it not?
What on earth are you driving at?
But from the information we hold, we can adduce the sort of ship, a sailing ship. It looks as if the malefactors in this matter always send their singular warning to their intended victim before beginning their mission. I believe they sent their first letter by steam mail packet from Pondicherry, arriving themselves 7 weeks later on a sailing ship, much less reliable, usually very much slower.
Of course. This would explain why the second letter from Dundee arrived 3 days before they did, the time it took them to sail round the coast, their letter coming overland.
The third letter, though, comes from London, Eastern Division, that is, the East India Dock.
My God! They're already here.
Which is exactly why we are dogging John Openshaw's footsteps on such a night.
Holmes, who is it we're looking for? What do they want? How will you find them?
At last.
Strange tableau. Just one cab in an almost deserted Oxford Street. When you consider the carts jamming the middle of this thoroughfare during the day. Every day. And always in the middle.
That, Watson, is because the camber of the road is an added hazard to already overburdened horses. He's safely inside. So, let us lay off a course for Baker Street with all possible dispatch. You want to know the who and why as regards John Openshaw? Well, after a small restorative, I shall do my very best to enlighten you. We shall be home, I trust, before Mr. Openshaw even steps aboard his train.
She's broke off 2 points. We'll have to try to wear her. Aye, sir. I'll have callers down the watch. Everyone from the point of the old sails. We're from the cradle of the grave.
It's along here. A barge called Betsy. My mate will let me
lie up there till my ankle's healed. Oh!
You must keep it off the ground. Put your arm more round my shoulder. Where is this boat? It is essential I catch the 9:30 train from the station. It's so dark under here.
Oh, there it is, Mr. Openshaw. Just at the end of that small jetty. On the river itself. Something wrong?
You called me Mr. Openshaw.
So I did. But that doesn't matter now, does it?
Here you are, Doctor. While I put this towel to use, oblige me by handing down the letter K of the American Encyclopedia from the bookshelf, would you? You see, one person couldn't possibly have carried out the 2 murders. They were simply too well planned and executed. Oppenshaw's uncle Elias was a strong, capable, determined fighter. To subdue him and hold his head under in a pond would require 2, maybe 3 equally determined men. The sort of men who battle daily with the sort of weather we are now experiencing outside, and for whom a fall into the raging ocean and loss of life itself is simply another part of the daily round. Thank you. So, to continue my Cuvier analogy, we are therefore not looking for one person but a group of people, and in this way KKK becomes the badge of a society rather than that of an individual, of the Ku Klux Klan, in fact.
Never heard of it.
So, here it is. Ku Klux Klan, a name derived from the fanciful resemblance to the sound produced by cocking a rifle. Terrible secret society formed by ex-Confederate soldiers in southern states, notably Tennessee, Louisiana, Carolinas, Georgia, Florida, terrorizing of Negro voters, murdering and driving from country those opposed to its views. Outrages usually preceded by warnings sent to marked man by fantastic but generally recognized shape, sprig of oak, melon seeds, or orange pips. Yes, in spite of best efforts of the United States government, the movement flourished until eventually 1869, the movement seemed rather suddenly to collapse.
The time Elias came back to England.
Bringing with him the papers. Papers, I suspect, that would perhaps now incriminate some of the first men of the South. Yes, now consider again the leaf that fell from the fire. Sent the pips to A, B, C, A and B, leaving the country, C being visited with, I fear, a sinister result. Now, this was evidence to be destroyed or suppressed at any cost. A task given to the men from the ship.
But the papers are no more, and Elias dead. There is now no more danger to anyone involved in this society.
The pursuers are not to know this, at least not until tomorrow when they find John Openshaw's note.
Will they believe it?
I have no idea. You see, I think the men questioned Elias before drowning him, but would have had no means of deciding the truth, because Elias would have claimed all the papers burned, but had nothing to show them one way or the other. But with the proof now of the charge sheet...
Would they not have searched the house after killing Elias?
No, they would have expected Elias to live alone. Given his character, would not have allowed for his nephew being there, and secrecy is essential to the aims of their society.
And once Elias was dead, of course, only the papers could then incriminate the principals.
Indeed. So they threatened Don's father, Joseph, for them. A stubborn man, he refused to make known what he knew, which cost him his life. But, as it said in the encyclopedia, they exist through fear, and will now hope to have scared Openshaw to the point where he'll give them anything he has.
What devils? What do you intend to do?
Deliver them to the law.
But how? When you've no idea where they are? When there are 1,000 ships in the East India docks?
That is tomorrow. For tonight, hand me my violin, and we'll try to forget for half an hour the miserable weather outside, and still more miserable ways of our fellow men.
The next morning the weather had cleared, and the sun was again weakly shining. Holmes arose early, and in a positive fever of impatience, refusing one of Mrs. Hudson's stout bachelor breakfasts, refusing to glance at the morning papers, departing with hardly a goodbye. Left alone, I began to turn over those same papers, at first indiscriminately, then with a heavy heart. The morning wore slowly into midday and then into afternoon, but still there was no sign of Holmes. Finally, tired from my own inaction, sick with a sense of failure, weary from good motives turned by chance to bad deeds, I lay on the couch to rest. And while lying there, ran again over the fantastical story told to us by John Openshaw, amused on his life with his uncle, the sensitive, timid boy, and his immersion into the end of a very deep pool, his relationship with Elias, and where it eventually brought him. Evening began to close in, fantasy to merge with fact as the long day waned. I half dreamt the bell had rung, and Openshaw was again mounting the stairs for the first time, that we would be given another chance.
Watson. Success, I think. Up you get and listen to this.
Holmes, have you seen...
Later, my dear fellow. Lord, I'm hungry. Nothing all day. Let me get myself some roast beef. There's a good fellow.
Holmes.
There's some mustard. Watson, I know who they are, the murderers, their names, where they're from, where they're going, everything. That's quietened you. Let me explain. Now, first I went to the library for the old shipping papers and checked all the vessels in Pondicherry around January and February of '83, then all the vessels in Dundee, January '85, finally all the vessels in East India docks up until yesterday, which led me, by a process of elimination, to a sailing ship, the Lone Star, the name of one of the states of the Union.
Texas.
Indeed. Proof in itself, almost. Then to Lloyd's to see my old friend Captain Standish. You remember the case of the singular stowaway? Of course you do. Standish looked through the lists and found the details. Lone Star, home port, Savannah. Captain James Cahoon, agents near the Albert Dock. At the agents I inquired about a passage to America, citing reports of Captain Cahoon's seamanship as my reason for choosing the ship. By this ruse I learned Cahoon and his first and second mates, McGregor and Carver, were the only Americans aboard, the rest being Finns and Germans. That Cahoon was sometimes inclined to take a passenger or two, but not this time, the Lone Star having cleared early this morning for Savannah. I realized immediately that Cahoon and his associates must have collected the paper from the sundial late last night prior to sailing this morning. Well, they may have their scrap of burned paper, but I have their names and all other details, which will be forwarded to the proper authorities, though not until I have bathed and rested. And after... why, perhaps a trip to Horsham to acquaint John Openshaw with the solution to his problem. What do you say, old fellow?
I'm afraid it would be a wasted journey, Holmes.
Here.
The heading is Tragedy near Waterloo Bridge.
Between 9 and 10 last night, Constable Cook of H Division, faint cry for help, splash. What with wind and rain, impossible to effect rescue. Body eventually recovered by water police. From envelope in pocket, John Openshaw. Conjectured deceased, hurrying to catch last train from Waterloo Station. Tripped over small boat's landing jetty, no doubt victim of unfortunate accident. Only hope this will call attention of authorities to deplorable general condition of riverside landing stages. What was he doing on the embankment at all? The cabby should have taken him directly. Let me look again. When interviewed, the hansom cab driver said his horse was of a nervous disposition in high wind, and that he was therefore loath to take the animal onto the exposed bridge, and so dropped his fare at the Aldwych end near the Strand. Well, of course, one of them would have been waiting for him, just as another would be on the train, just as the third would have been at Horsham. Cahoon, McGregor, Carver, each commanding his own piece of ground. How easy we made it for them.
Holmes, you must not blame yourself. You really have no cause
The worst thing, Watson, is that it hurts my pride. Now, considering Openshaw is dead, and that I sent him to his death, God knows her pride is the last thing I should be feeling, and that he should come to me for help. The devils. I did not look far enough. Devils. But he shall not remain unavenged. Watson, an orange from that cupboard. Here you are, but thank you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Envelope, pen, and addressed to Captain James Cahoon, Bark, Lone Star, Savannah, Georgia. To go by mail boat and be waiting for our friend Captain Cahoon when he arrives. It will give him a sleepless night when he will feel something of what John Openshaw felt, and I will ensure the police will wait on him the next day. You see, they gave him a day to put the papers on the sundial, as they had only until the next morning before they left. When he did not comply, they killed him, assuming that with the last of the Openshaws dead, their secret would be safe. Well, I will put a pack of dogs on them they will not shake off, no matter how fast and hard they sail.
It may not come to that. But look here. This report concerning the weather. How the storm that has just passed over London is now expected to move out to sea, heading for the Goodwins and the Isle of Wight.
Yes. They may not be too far from there at this moment. I wonder, Watson, if this time a higher authority has not intervened to exact a most ultimate justice. If so, it is a salutary lesson. Not least to me.
And so, we think it transpired. For the Lone Star never made port, and for all we know, Holmes's letter, with its dried-up orange pips, still lies yellowing in an agent's office in Savannah. Some long time later, Holmes again had occasion to meet Captain Standish of Lloyd's on another matter, and not unnaturally, the name of the Lone Star eventually came up between them. After a moment's pause, Standish mentioned how, months before, the skipper of a packet for Boston had claimed, far out in the Atlantic, to have seen a shattered sternpost swinging in the trough of a wave. The man had immediately called for his glass and turned it upon the splintered remnant of wood moving to and fro in the water. The carved letters it bore, he claimed, were simply L.S.
Went with that last one. Carver to... Back! Stay here in the wheel! I'll take the axe. Haul us up along the pin rail, then cut the stays away from the outside bulwark. Try to keep her to the sea. We feel the mast. She might right herself. Give us a chance to move the ballast. Wish me luck, man. Captain Calhoun, no. Not yet. Wait. Coming on the quarter again. Look out, sir.
And that is all we ever knew concerning the fate of the Lone Star.
In The 5 Orange Pips, Sherlock Holmes was played by Clive Merrison and Dr. Watson by Michael Williams. Elias Openshaw was played by Brian Greene and John Openshaw by Angus Wright, with Danielle Allen as Mary the Maid, Michael Turner as Joseph Openshaw and Captain Calhoun, and Brett Usher as Fordham and MacGregor. The violinist was Leonard Friedman. The 5 Orange Pips was dramatized for radio by Vincent McInerney and directed by Patrick Rayner.
I should be at the main gates.
No, I want you here.
The gates are the most vulnerable, sir.
Are you questioning my orders, Inspector?
No, my lord.
Good.
What's happened?
Nothing's happened, sir. The crates arrived safely and they'll be here any minute. No problems.
Thank you, Peabody. My regards to Sergeant Wilton, and he can take his men to stand by as arranged.
No, I want them still on alert. Tell them, Sergeant.
Lord Cantlemere. Do it, Peabody.
Inspector York?
Keep them level. Steady. That's it.
6 crates, Lord. No damage, nothing to report.
The seals are intact?
Yes, sir.
Good. Open crate number 3.
Lord. One item as listed.
Now, take your men and wait over there. I'll call you when I want you.
Sir. Count that.
Magnificent.
It certainly is. Which piece is this, sir?
The Versailles scepter.
Ah. And that's it, is it? What all the fuss has been about?
It is. The Masaran diamond.
Peabody, get in here! Quiet! Everybody shut up!
Good. Very good.
The Mazarin Stone by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Dramatized for radio by Bert Coules. With Clive Merrison as Sherlock Holmes and Michael Williams as Dr. John Watson. And featuring Anthony Bate as Lord Cantlemere, Nigel Anthony as Count Silvius, and Joan Matheson as Mrs. Hudson. The Mazarin Stone.
My dear Holmes, I'm writing this in the gardens at Versailles. The weather is perfect, the scenery is lovely, and London seems a million miles away. Or at least it would, if the talk here wasn't all about the big exhibition at the British Museum next week. Jean was most uncomplimentary about my sense of timing. I told her your theory that every major duel is a nucleus and focus of crime. She immediately deduced that you will be going to see the collection and declared herself extremely jealous. My very best wishes to Mrs. Hudson. Sincerely, no. No.
Oh, yes. Very nice. And just how are you going to get out of here with it?
One of these opens a lot of doors.
Do you know how many men I've got outside?
Shut your rag. I'm warning you.
Go on, then. Shoot me.
What?
You'll be flat on your face with the cuffs on before my body hits the floor. Isn't that right, Sergeant Peabody?
Quite right, Inspector.
I don't want nobody behind me. Oh, here!
Give it up, you fool!
Get off me!
Inspector!
Oh, my God.
And declared herself extremely jealous.
Mr. Holmes, really?
My very best wishes to Mrs. Hudson.
Thank you, Doctor.
Yes, au revoir et bonne chance de la belle France Watson. This marriage has affected his brain.
Nonsense.
Just one moment, Mrs. Hudson.
Mr. Holmes?
No point in wasting it. There.
Of all the clumsy, incompetent... Look at this.
Please, my lord, give me a minute.
Oh, my leg!
Think yourself lucky.
Inspector!
Get him outside, Peabody.
Come on, Sonny Jim.
Ow!
Get a search going. He might not be on his own. Now, my lord.
Look at this.
What?
Are you blind? The stone's come out a bit setting.
Is it repairable?
Well, yes. Yes, I think so.
Then we'll get it to Hatton Garden or somewhere in the morning. I'll organise an escort.
No, that will not be necessary.
My lord?
Do you want to advertise the fact that something's gone wrong?
What shall we do, then? Bring someone here?
I shall take it myself. Alone. Yes? Yes, that would be best.
One man, my lord. Plain clothes.
I want a guard on the other crates. Nothing to be unpacked until I return. Is that clear?
You don't mean... You're taking it now? Tonight?
You have your orders, Inspector. Follow them. Oh, get out of my way.
Sorry, my lord. We're searching now, sir, and I've sent for a doctor. Inspector?
Oh, sorry, Fred. Yes, well done. Is he fit to talk?
Oh, yes.
Good. I want to know what the hell's going on here.
Have you heard one word I've said, sir?
When you opened your safe this morning, the sceptre was still there, but the diamond had gone. Fascinating.
Hardly the word I should have chosen.
You did search the safe thoroughly.
I do not appreciate flippancy, Mr. Holmes.
Tell me about the jewel.
The Mazarin stone, presented to the Cardinal by Anne of Austria in 1658, and the second largest cut diamond in existence. As you must surely know for yourself, sir, the wretched newspapers have been full of little else since the exhibition was announced.
You don't approve of the publicity?
I do not. It has done nothing but awaken the greed of the criminal classes.
If the government wanted to avoid that, why bring the jewels to England in the first place?
There are ramifications to this exhibition which you are incapable of comprehending.
Political ramifications?
Of the most delicate nature.
Well, in that case, Lord Cantlemere, why are you so opposed to the idea of engaging my services?
What do you mean?
I mean that you are here under protest, possibly only because of a direct order from the Prime Minister.
How did you know that?
I didn't. Thank you for confirming the theory.
Oh, exactly the sort of cheap trickery I expected. I did not wish to come here, sir, because I do not approve of self-appointed experts who set themselves up in opposition to the official police. However, my personal feelings have been deemed of no consequence. You will begin immediately.
There is one trifling formality.
Oh, the question of your fee, sir?
The question, sir, of whether or not I shall accept the case.
I hadn't realized there was any doubt in the matter.
There seem to be a good many things which have escaped your lordship's realization. You may expect me at your house at 11:30. Good day.
Oh, how many times? I read about the jewels in the paper and decided to have a go.
All by yourself?
Of course. Always work on me, Todd, I do. Ask anyone.
What about the gun?
What about it?
You were holding it like you'd never seen one before.
Well, maybe I don't like 'em.
Then why use one?
Look, Inspector, I tried a job, it didn't come off, and now I'm going to get banged up for it. It's not the first time, and it won't be the last. And that's all there is to it, all right?
Well, sir, have you identified the thieves?
Not as yet, my lord.
Despite tying up my entire household for the better part of a day and making a spectacle of yourself crawling over my study floor. Are these juvenile antics your usual method?
These juvenile antics have led to the arrest of some of the most dangerous criminals in the Empire.
I am not interested in the past, sir. What significant insight have they given you into this particular case?
None.
Indeed.
Whoever burgled your safe, my lord, was an expert. He left absolutely no trace of his activities. I have to investigate further.
I want no more disruption of my house.
I shall disrupt what and whom I choose until this case is solved.
I tell you, sir, there are no criminals on my staff.
And I tell you, sir, that criminals are sometimes to be found in the most unexpected places.
Mr. Holmes.
Good afternoon, Ike.
You know him, sir?
Ah, we're old friends, Mr. Saunders and I, aren't we, Ike? How's the leg?
It's all right. What are you doing here, Mr. Holmes?
Find my presence upsetting, dear?
Of course not.
Perhaps you're scared, but I'll find out.
There's nothing to find out. It was just another job, that's all.
Oh, Ike, please. Trying to walk off with a priceless hoard of world-famous jewels not exactly a usual line of work now, is it?
Perhaps I don't want to be a Barney all my life. Perhaps I was trying to get on in the world.
Well, you failed.
I don't need to be told.
I'll give you a tip. Next time, try waiting until there are less policemen about.
We can't all have your savvy, Mr. Holmes.
True enough. Who put you up to it?
What do you mean?
Don't waste my time. Who paid you to pull this robbery?
Sorry, Mr. Holmes. I don't know what you're on about.
Here you are.
Oh, thank you.
I'm afraid it won't have improved since the last time you were here. Decent tea-making isn't one of the qualifications for new constables. So, you think that Saunders was working for someone else?
That's a possibility.
But why would anyone set up a job like that? He could never have got away with it.
Perhaps he wasn't meant to.
You mean he was supposed to fail?
Do you remember the Milan Rembrandt case, 78?
Never heard of it, I'm afraid.
It's not only tea-making missing from the training program. The history of crime. It's a vital study.
What happened in this Milan case?
There was an attempt to snatch a Rembrandt from a gallery. A farcical attempt.
Farcical? How?
And the thief simply tried to lift the painting off the wall and walk out with it. He was arrested in seconds.
Well, I suppose there are similarities.
I haven't finished. Later that evening, while the guards were still busy congratulating themselves, the picture quietly disappeared. It's never been seen since.
Oh, that's clever. Lull them into a false sense of security, then strike for real.
Exactly.
But how does that fit in with this case? The diamond didn't disappear from the museum.
Ah, yes, but the damage to the sceptre was an unforeseen complication. If it hadn't happened, I'll wager there would have been a break-in that night. As things turned out, it wasn't necessary.
Because the stone was very obligingly taken somewhere else.
Somewhere considerably easier to burgle.
So whoever put Saunders up to the first attempt also pulled the actual theft?
It's highly probable. If I can study the crimes of the past, then so can someone else.
Then let's talk to Saunders again. Get the name.
You won't. You'll be wasting your time.
I can be very persuasive, Mr. Holmes.
Use your brain, man. Saunders knew perfectly well he'd be caught. What's the only reason for him to have agreed to do it?
I suppose if someone had some hold over him.
Money. Enough money waiting for him when he comes out to make the whole thing worth his while. He's not going to do anything to antagonize his employer, however persuasive you get.
So we're looking for someone not short of a bob or two. Look, Mr. Holmes, I'd be grateful if this didn't go any further, but, well, it has struck me that Lord Cantlemere...
Yes, it struck me too. But it doesn't make any sense, does it? No. What is it?
Just to clear your tray, sir. Mr. Holmes, that was a very fine piece of lamb. You haven't so much as touched it.
Digestion saps the energy.
Yeah, the energy. Yes, you've told me before. I didn't believe it then, and I don't believe it now.
My dear Mrs. Hudson, I do not require forced feeding at regular intervals. I'm not some zoological specimen.
No, one of those would be far less bother. Things not going your way, then, sir?
Oh, my brain seems to have emulated Watson and taken itself off somewhere else.
Now, that's quite enough of that. Perhaps it would help to talk about it.
I doubt it.
Well, then, you talk and I'll listen. It'll help to get things straight in your mind.
Well, there's precious little to talk about.
Now, I'm sure that's not true. No clues at all. No suspects.
Mrs. Hudson, how long have you had these inclinations towards detective work?
About as long as I've been reading the doctor's stories.
Yes, those wretched stories have a lot to answer for.
They're very good stories as well, you know. Now, come along. I want to help. What's that poor piece of paper you've nearly scribbled to death?
It's a list. Everyone who was present when the attempt was made on the jewels.
And why are they important?
Well, because in order to steal something, you have to know where it is, or where it's been taken. The only people who could have known that the masaran stone was in Lord Cantlemere's possession are the people on this list.
So one of them must be the thief?
Yes, or working for him, or with him, either voluntarily or otherwise. Sit down, Mrs. Hudson. This is giving me a pain in my neck.
Thank you, sir. Have you talked to them yet?
Mrs. Hudson, your method of listening seems to involve asking an inordinate number of questions.
Yes, sir, it does, doesn't it? Would you prefer me to leave?
Yes, I've talked to all of them and learned absolutely nothing.
Then there's no point in just making lists of their names and creating more litter for me to clean up, is there? What did you find out from the scene of the crime?
That our jewel thief is an uncommon burglar. The break-in at Cantlemere's house was the cleanest I've ever seen.
You can tell a good deal about a man from how tidy he is. Or how untidy.
Not a footmark, not a broken blade of grass, not a speck of mud or a smear of dust, nothing.
Well, when you catch him, I'd like to meet him. I've been taking gentlemen lodgers for more years than I care to remember, and the only time my room has been that clean was when there was nobody in them.
Exactly the point I keep coming back to myself. Perhaps I do have one suspect, but why? What's the motive? It's not logical.
Is it impossible?
No.
Well, then you shouldn't rule it out, should you? Eliminate the impossible.
And whatever remains, however improbable...
must be the truth.
Mrs. Hudson, have you memorized every one of my pronouncements to Watson?
Oh, no, sir. Only the sensible ones. It's a good principle.
Yes, it is.
Then perhaps you should follow it.
Yes, perhaps I should. Thank you, Mrs. Hudson.
You're more than welcome, sir. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to dispose of this. I dare say the cat will enjoy it.
Perhaps it would be worth talking to Saunders again. There's got to be a link between him and our man. Or perhaps I can get him to peach.
I'm sure that would be just the thing, sir, whatever it means.
Peach, squeal, split, talk, give someone away.
Oh, I see. I don't approve of slang, sir. Neither did my poor old mother, rest her soul. She beat me once for calling my great-uncle Patrick a paddywhacker. Told me I'd been spending far too much time with the servants.
My dear Mrs. Hudson.
Mr. Holmes?
What is the matter with me? How could I have missed such an obvious clue? I'm going out.
Take your umbrella. It's going to rain.
Let it. Mrs. Hudson, I'm greatly in your debt.
Mr. Holmes, you amaze me.
Is this it? With all the excitement, I thought you'd unearthed something new.
I have. Hold this, would you?
You have? It's to do with our suspect.
Ah, yes, the very thing.
There's no need for this, you know. I've got more than enough grounds to break the door down.
And have Ikey's neighbours take us for common criminals. Besides, there's no need. Follow me.
Look at the state of this place.
Inspector, stand by the door and try not to touch anything. There's a good chap.
Sorry.
Now,
What exactly are you hoping to find?
an absence of evidence.
Pardon?
What do you do for entertainment, Yall?
Mr. Holmes?
Come on, it's a simple enough question. When you're not out keeping the streets safe for decent folk, what do you like to do? Read? Go to the theatre? Take long country hikes? What?
Mrs. Yall and I are partial to a spot of bicycling. Not that I see the relevance of it.
Then I'll enlighten you. If this were your house...
God forbid.
If this were your house, I wouldn't have needed to ask the question. I can read a man's hobbies as easily as a daily paper. Friend Sanders enjoys a drink down at the local hostelry, the odd flutter on the horses, and the frequent attentions of a female taller than 5 feet but shorter than 5 feet 6, painfully thin, unnaturally blonde, and extremely partial to whelps.
Mr. Holmes...
All of which is of no importance whatsoever.
Well, then why the devil mention it?
It's what he doesn't enjoy that matters. Do you know, Yall? There's a chance that this case may end up in one of Watson's storybooks after all.
Well, I must say it's pleasant to be back here again, Mrs. Hudson.
It's a pleasure to see you here, Doctor. I'm so glad you enjoyed the holiday.
Oh, yes. Jean and I had a splendid time.
Good.
Mind you, it's quite a wrench getting back to work. My patients seem to have been waiting for me to show up, so they can all be ill simultaneously.
Well, I'm pleased you took the time to call round. Oh, I do wish he wouldn't do that.
Do you know, if you asked me for one image that summed up my life here, a half-smoked cigar in the sugar bowl would be a pretty good one.
Yes, well, such things may be fine enough in the Strand magazine, Doctor, but I have to keep this place clean and tidy.
How long have you been worried about him, Mrs. Hudson?
Oh, almost a week now. To tell you the truth, I'm frightened for his health. His eyes...
Is he eating?
When will you be pleased to dine, Mr. Holmes? I said to him. 7:30, day after tomorrow, he says. I wouldn't mind if he meant it, but it doesn't.
I'll have a word with him. When will he be back?
Oh, Doctor.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry, a stupid question. I'll wait as long as I can.
Mrs. Watson won't be concerned.
Mrs. Watson has had my undivided attention for the past 2 weeks. I think I'm entitled to at least one day on my own.
Good, good. Keep that left up, boy. No, don't dance around like some fairy. Get in close. Close. No, bad luck. All right, that's enough.
How am I doing?
You've got to watch that left.
Yeah. Where'd the boss go?
But you let me worry about that.
Did he see her?
Yeah, I reckon I got her out before he had a chance.
No, but he's supposed to be here. Not while he's watching me training.
You think I don't know that? She was just a poor old half-wit, wandered in out of the rain.
Yeah. And yesterday was the man fixing the drains. Boss didn't like that, did he?
No, he didn't like that.
Don't make him mad, Larry. His lordship don't like to get mad.
Vanderbilt and the Yeggman, Vipers, Vigor, the Hammersmith Wonder, Venomous Lizard or Healer, Victor Lynch the Forger. Talk about a system all his own. Hello, old man. Oh, I beg your pardon.
If you'll wait in here, my lord.
For you, sir.
Lord Cantlemere, Dr. John Watson.
How do you do, my lord?
What time do you expect Holmes?
I've really no idea.
If he's not here in 10 minutes, I shall be leaving.
Yes, sir. Excuse me, gentlemen.
Did Mr. Holmes arrange to meet you here, my lord?
I really don't see that it's any business of yours, Dr...
Watson.
Watson.
I have acted as Mr. Holmes' partner for many years. If you have a message for him, I'd be perfectly happy to convey it.
I was opposed to calling in Holmes from the beginning. I'm certainly not about to discuss my private affairs with a mere assistant.
Just as you'd like.
Oh, that was uncalled for. I ask your pardon, sir.
You have it, my lord, but the apology is not necessary. It's perfectly natural for you to be on edge. Only people with problems come to these rooms. Mr. Holmes probably won't be long. Why don't you take a seat? Good afternoon, madam.
Who the devil are you, woman? Am I to have no privacy at all?
I've got a spot of bother. Are you Sherlock Holmes?
No, madam. I'm his friend, Dr. Watson.
Oh, what about you?
Certainly not.
No, I didn't think so. I've heard Sherlock Holmes is a handsome man.
Oh, this is intolerable. When Holmes returns, tell him I called.
I shall, my lord.
And you may also tell him that when I engaged his services, I expected to be purchasing his undivided attention.
Holmes, for the love of heaven! And a very good day to you too, Doctor.
That was Lord Cantle.
I'm well aware of who he is, Watson.
He's obviously worried to death about something, and you... It has to be the French jewellery. What's happened?
No questions for a minute. There's a good chap. Oh, it's better. These wigs can get infernally hot.
Oh, Holmes, for pity's sake. Has it been stolen?
Not all of it.
What?
His Majesty's government has been careless enough to misplace the masaran stone.
Oh, good God. You do know what that could do to relations with France.
Fortunately, I found the thief.
Never mind the thief. Have you found the diamond?
Can you come back tomorrow?
Come on, get put it in there, go on! Yeah, anything, come on!
Yeah, right. Well, there's Holy Harry, what goes round done up like a priest, and, oh, my memory, oh, yes, that brings it right back to me. Mr. Sweet, the peg-leg tinker, Billy Escort, the plumber, got a tongue of milk ears off he has, and, oh, come on, Squire, no sense in only having half the story now, is there? I knew you was a wise man. And there's poor old Mary, what can hardly walk, and tonight it's my shift. Keeping an eye on you, we are, for, well, let's just say, for someone. Of course, I'm taking a risk telling you all this, but, well, if you want the name as well... Oh, that's very generous indeed.
He's asleep just at the present, Doctor, but he asked me to wake him as soon as you arrived.
I'm earlier than I said. You could give him a few more minutes. Good Lord, Mrs. Hudson. I haven't seen that in a few years.
No, not since the day he came back from the dead.
The old waxwork bus. Really does look amazingly like him. And he's put his dressing gown round the shoulders again. Mrs. Hudson, what's going on?
Keep away from the window, both of you. That's better. Watson, you come at a critical moment.
So I gather.
You'd better go now, Mrs. Hudson.
I'm going right enough. See if you can talk some sense into him, Doctor.
That woman is a problem.
Well, that's a fine way to talk, considering what she had to put up with from you.
That's not what I mean. How far am I justified in putting her in danger? I'm expecting something this evening.
Expecting what?
To be murdered.
You're joking.
My dear Watson, even my limited sense of humour could evolve a better joke than that.
He's in there right enough, boss. And he's had one caller, still inside. Gent, 40s. Big man. No problem.
We may as well be comfortable while we wait.
Look at you. Why the devil do you stop eating like this?
Because the faculties become refined when you starve them. Blood supply for digestion means less for the brain. I'm a brain, Watson. The rest of me is a mere appendix.
That is complete and utter rubbish. Keep this up and the only thing you'll be is dead.
Have you seen the new lights?
Did you hear what I said? What new lights? What are you talking about?
Progress, Doctor. Every button, comfort and convenience.
Edison lights? You've had electricity laid on.
Mrs. Hudson had some trifling objection to the gas, said it was old-fashioned and it smelled.
She's quite right.
That was why I liked it. Yes, but electricity or gas, it serves the same purpose. It'll throw a shadow of the bust onto the blind. My wax friend will take the shot meant for me.
It worked before. I suppose it'll work again.
In case it doesn't. Oh, in case it doesn't, perhaps you'd be kind enough to make a note of the name and address of my murderer.
There are times when conversation with you becomes positively unreal. Do you know that?
Write it down, Watson.
Very well. Go on.
Oh, damn.
Come in, Mrs. Hudson.
I'm sorry to intrude.
Yes, what is it?
A visitor, sir.
Now?
His card.
Wait 1 minute and then show him up.
Very good, sir.
If I'm not in the room, show him in all the same. Then leave him alone and wait on the landing, if you'd be so kind. I'll need you again very shortly.
Yes, sir.
Holmes? Who's downstairs?
The man himself.
You mean the man who wants to kill you?
The very same. You must go.
I shall do nothing of the sort.
Watson, you'd be horribly in the way.
In his way? Oh, I should certainly hope so.
No, in my way.
I can't possibly leave.
Yes, you can, and you will. You've never yet failed to play the game, and you'll play it to the end.
I've no intention of allowing this to be the end.
Then do as I ask. Take a cab to Scotland Yard and come back with Inspector Youghal and a couple of men.
All right. But I can hardly go down while he's standing in the hall.
We'll wait in my bedroom. As soon as he's in, you can leave through the other door.
Very well. Holmes, are you armed? Good.
Listen.
This way, please, sir.
Come on.
Right.
In here, please. Mr. Holmes will be with you shortly.
Good evening.
You are Sherlock Holmes?
And you are Signor Negretto Silvius, known as the Count.
I am a count. The title is mine by right.
Of course it is. Have you made the acquaintance of my wax friend?
I could hardly fail to notice it.
It's a pretty thing, isn't it?
That's a matter of opinion.
Such a good likeness. I'm not convinced that the colouring's exactly right. What do you think?
I am come here to discuss waxworks.
No, I scarcely thought you had. Perhaps it'll be less distracting behind this. Yes, that's better. It's amazing what can be hidden behind a perfectly respectable screen. Don't you find? How's the boxing business?
Why have you put your creatures on my track?
My creatures?
The foul-mouthed plumber, the old tinker, the phony priest, that disgusting old hag.
You flatter me.
What?
Old Baron Dowson said, the night before he was hanged, that what the law had gained, the stage had lost.
They were all you? You yourself?
Every single one, friend. Every single one.
Yes,
no doubt, but a business. I want that diamond.
What diamond?
Oh, please don't waste my time. We both know what I'm talking about. You're here to find out how much I know and how far my removal is essential. Let me help. I'd say that from your point of view, it was absolutely essential. Excuse me.
I'm not ready to leave yet, Holmes.
Mr. Holmes, Count?
If you wish.
Oh, most definitely. They heard a lot, my creatures. They listened and they learned, and I'm playing with a strong hand, Count, a very strong hand. Only one card is missing. I don't have the ace of diamonds, and I want that card. Ah, Mrs. Hudson. You'll find a large and ugly gentleman waiting outside our front door. Ask him to come up, please.
And if he won't, sir?
No violence, Mrs. Hudson. Don't be rough with him. Tell him that the Count wants him. He'll come.
Very good, sir.
You won't die in your bed, Mr. Holmes.
I've often had the same idea. Does it matter very much?
Well, let's find out.
Now, there's no point in that, my friend. You know perfectly well that you daren't use it. Nasty, noisy things, revolvers. Do you know it's getting quite dark? Time to turn on the lights. If you'll excuse my back for a moment. Ha! Electric lights. Electric bells. The miracles of modern science.
You have nerve. I admire that.
And I admire a man who can burgle a safe and not leave a single trace. And so, incidentally, does my landlady.
How did you find me?
In future, don't let your hired hands pick up specialized slang from your boxing cronies. Ikey Saunders don't want to be a barney all his life. Now, where else could he have learned that?
That led you to me? One bloody phrase?
Now, Count, that's not the kind of language I expect from the aristocracy. Yes, that was the first link in the chain, and once I had it, all the others fell neatly into line. Ah, the fairy footsteps of your worthy partner.
Mr. Sam Merton.
Good evening, Sam. Rather dull in the street, wasn't it? Thank you, Mrs. Hudson. Oh, please, don't let the cow's little toy disturb you. Everything's under control.
If you say so, sir.
What is this? What's up, boss?
Ask him.
Good advice. To put it in a nutshell, Sam, I'd say it was all up.
Is he trying to be funny or what? I'm not in the mood.
I think I can promise you that you'll feel even less humorous as the evening progresses.
Enough jokes. Get to the point.
Yeah.
Very well. I'm prepared to offer you a deal.
What sort of deal? What do you mean?
First, put down the gun. Well, if you're not interested... Yeah, that's much better. Now, Count, I don't want you or Sam. I want the diamond.
What diamond?
Shut up.
Give me the masaran stone and you can go free so long as you behave yourselves in the future.
Are you being serious?
Completely.
How do I know I can trust you?
You have my word as a gentleman. Perhaps you'd like to talk it over. I'm going into my bedroom to run through the Hoffman barcarolle. When I come back, I want your final answer.
How much does he know?
Quiet, you fool. Wait. Right. Now you can talk.
He's alone in there. Let me do him in.
We'd never get away. Besides, the woman's seen us.
Well, she'd be no problem. Just say the word.
And will you kill everyone who sees us leave the house too? Stop trying to be clever. It doesn't suit you.
Oh, I don't like this room.
What?
Too many places for a copper to hide. What's behind here? Oh,
for God's sake, he's just a dummy.
I could see that. Took me by surprise, that's all. Yeah. God, it's a living spit of him. What's he want something like that for? It's not natural. You ask me, he's not all there. What do you reckon?
Oh, will you let me think?
Yeah, who's playing about?
Holmes! What's going on?
What's the matter with the lights?
Holmes!
Oh, stupid thing.
Keep still, you blundering oaf!
Oh, that's better. Oh, this is a bloody strange house.
The fearless fighter. Scared of the dark.
I am not. I wish I'd never heard of that damn diamond. It is safe, isn't it? He can't have got it without your knowing.
Of course not.
Are you sure?
For God's sake. I've got it on me now.
Well, show me.
What?
Show me. I want to see it.
Don't be stupid.
It's stupid, is it? Who was it found Ike Sarnes for you? Who was it kept watch at the house? I could have been nabbed easy while you was getting it.
Let go of me! Let go of me!
Show me the stone!
All right, all right! It's better. Now, here you are.
Good. I just wanted to see it.
What a coincidence, so did I. I suggest that not moving would be highly beneficial to your health. I believe I'll take that. Yes, thank you, Count.
But what happened to the dummy? How did you get there?
He did it while the lights were out, of course.
Are you laughing at me?
No, my dear Sam, I'm not.
Good.
Well, you seem to be in remarkable spirits for a man whose next address is going to be care of Scotland Yard.
It's almost worth it. You know, Holmes... Sorry, Mr. Holmes. I've been associating with people like Sam here for too long. I've forgotten what a pleasure it is to enjoy the company of an intelligent man. A most ingenious plan, worthy almost of myself. I congratulate you.
You're too kind.
And you, brilliant touch.
I thought so.
Look, all right, you've got me. It's a fair cop.
Thank you, Sam. Very gracious of you, if a touch unoriginal.
Yeah, but that damn fiddle's getting on my nerves. Can't you tell him to stop, whoever he is?
No, I'm afraid I can't.
Hey, well, why not?
Because, Sam, there's no one there.
Exactly. A remarkable invention, these modern gramophones.
Get your hands off me. The blood of the aristocracy flows in my veins.
Well, I beg your lordship's pardon, I'm sure. I do hope these aren't too tight for your delicate skin. Perhaps you'd like the doctor here to check. He'll live.
Mr. Holmes.
Your Excellency.
Tell me something. Would you have kept to the deal? Would you really have let me go free if I given you the stone?
Mr. Holmes?
Well, what do you think?
Exactly. Have you finished, Mr. Holmes?
For now.
Right. Put him with the other one, Mags.
Do you know, Holmes? If our positions had been reversed, you could have trusted me too. Every bit as much. You have my word as a gentleman. Lead on, Max.
Fascinating man.
Well, I must see about things at the yard. Thank you for bringing me in at the kill, Mr. Holmes.
My pleasure, York.
It could have been a kill, quite literally. You took one hell of a risk.
It had to be done.
Sir?
Inspector.
About my theory, I'd be grateful if you could... Well, forget about it.
My dear Youll, it's well known that I never listen to the theories of anyone from Scotland Yard. I've no idea what you're talking about.
This is the most amazing contraption. Can you get any Gilbert and Sullivan, do you suppose? Sorry. Carry on.
Thank you. As I was saying, or trying to, the whole thing is thanks entirely to Mrs. Hudson.
Ah, it's good to hear you appreciating her for a change. I hope it lasts.
Fascinating, isn't it, that a chance remark could knock everything into place? I should have seen it straight away. I've had dealings with Ikey Saunders for years, and never once have I known him take an interest in the noble art of fisticuffs. A quick look at his room confirmed it.
And so you decided that he'd been hanging around a boxing gym for some other reason. All on the basis of a bit of slang. Whew, strikes me as quite a long shot.
It was a perfectly logical deduction, and it was a key that unlocked my list of witnesses. One of the museum guards had run up crippling debts gambling on prize fights, debts which had miraculously disappeared.
Bribe money.
Exactly. And from there to the Count, it was just a matter of persuasive questioning and a lot of legwork.
Well, I'm glad it worked out. But you must admit, it was a long shot.
Watson, if you don't like it, you can leave it out of the story. Do what you usually do and make up something more lurid.
I wish this ridiculous fasting was only fiction. I tell you, one of these days you're going to push yourself to...
Ah, how splendidly appropriate, saved by the bell.
You expecting someone?
I certainly am. The irascible Lord Cantlemere.
I dare say you'd be irascible too if your whole career was at stake. And your play acting didn't exactly help. When did you send for him?
I arranged the appointment yesterday.
Yesterday? Don't you think that was just a little overconfident?
No. Besides, I had to solve his case for him to make up for all the time I had him as chief suspect. Excuse me.
You thought he was behind it?
Yes, until the boxing connection totally ruled him out. There are certain similarities between professional pugilists and politicians. His noble lordship has no links at all with that particular world.
Oh, I should think not. Holmes, what the devil are you doing?
Just clearing the stage for the final scene. Come in.
Lord Cantlemere, gentlemen.
Good evening, Lord Cantlemere. How do you do?
Mr. Holmes. Doctor.
My lord.
Come in, my lord. It's chilly for the time of year, don't you think, but rather warm indoors. May I take your coat?
No, thank you.
Oh, I insist. Sudden changes of temperature can be very damaging. Let me help you.
Enough, sir. I'm quite comfortable.
Ah, as your lordship pleases.
Now, how is your task progressing?
It's very difficult.
Holmes.
Every man finds his limitations, Mr. Holmes. It cures us of the weakness of self-satisfaction.
You see, I can undoubtedly frame a case against the actual thief.
Once you have caught them.
But how should we proceed against the receiver?
Isn't this rather premature?
Well, it's as well to have our plans ready, don't you agree, Doctor?
I certainly think we should be quite sure of what we're doing, yes.
Well, there you are. So, my lord, what would you regard as final evidence against the receiver?
The actual possession of the stone, of course.
In that case, my dear sir, I'm under the painful necessity of ordering your arrest.
Mr. Holmes, in 30 years of official life, I cannot recall such an insult. I'm a busy man, sir. I have the honour to wish you good evening.
One moment, my lord.
Get out of my path.
No, sir.
This is intolerable. Let me pass.
Put your right hand into the pocket of your overcoat.
What do you mean, sir?
Come on, do as I ask.
What possible purpose will be served by... What? What?
You know, that sense of humour is going to get you into real trouble one of these days.
Suppose he died from the shock.
Well, at least you'd have been on hand to make out the certificate. Cause of death, finding £100,000 diamond in his pocket.
That is not very funny.
Come on. He gave as good as he got.
Yes, and more power to him. Mr. Holmes, your sense of humour is perverted, and its exhibition untimely in the extreme.
Well, almost as good as he got. No, but you didn't finish. I am greatly your debtor, and I withdraw any reflection I have made against your amazing powers. I hope you've made a note of that for the story. Good. Now, do you have to rush off back to Hearth and Home?
I told Jean to expect me when she saw me.
Well, I'm glad to hear you're still master under your own roof.
You have a most peculiar idea of what marriage is all about. Why do you ask, anyway?
Because I find myself in urgent need of your assistance.
You do?
Oh, yes.
Well, then, I suppose I'm yours to command. As usual.
Excellent. Here are your orders. Ring the bell, summon the invaluable Mrs. Hudson, and ask her to send up dinner for 2 as soon as possible.
In The Masaran Stone, Sherlock Holmes was played by Clive Merrison and Dr. Watson by Michael Williams, with Anthony Bate as Lord Cantlemere, Nigel Anthony as Count Silvius, and Joan Matheson as Mrs. Hudson. Inspector Yall was played by David Jarvis, Sergeant Peabody by Malcolm Ward, Sam by Lyndon Gregory, and Sanders by Peter Whitman. Other parts were played by members of the cast. The violinists were Leonard Friedman and Mari Campbell. The Masaran Stone was dramatized for radio by Bert Cools and directed by Patrick Rayner.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Once again, we meet everyone's favorite sleuth, Sherlock Holmes. And today we find him deeply involved in solving the riddle of the Musgrave Ritual, an ancient catechism handed down for centuries. A seemingly innocent passage into the rights of manhood. But its dark secret led to murder of the most horrible kind.
When the bats fly low and the night's in the sky... Good Lord, Holmes, what is this, Satanism?
I believe, Watson, it's part of one of the spells that were supposed to have been recited to bring Lucifer on the scene.
Well, then this other ritual you gave me must also refer to the devil.
What leads you to that conclusion?
Well, look at the questions. Whose was it?
His who is gone.
And who shall have it?
He who will come.
If not the devil, then who?
That you'll find out, Watson, when you solve the riddle of the Musgrave Ritual.
Our mystery drama, The Musgrave Ritual, was adapted from the Arthur Conan Doyle classic, especially for the Mystery Theater, by Murray Burnett, and stars Gordon Gould. I'll be back shortly with... We tend to think of Sherlock Holmes as always having been famous. We also tend to think of the police he came in contact with as being skeptical but respectful of his prowess. Indulgent of his idiosyncrasies because they realized that he had hit in some lucky or miraculous fashion upon clues they'd overlooked. But of course, it wasn't always so. When he first started on his career, it was quite different. And today we embark with him and Watson upon the third case of his fabulous career, the Musgrave Ritual.
In chronicling the cases of my friend Sherlock Holmes, I found the most difficulty in setting down the events in those dramas in which I played no part. The Musgrave Ritual is one affair that happened before Holmes and I met. He told me that it started when his old university friend, Reginald Musgrave, visited him in his room in Montague Street, hard by the museum.
Come in, Musgrave.
I pray to heaven, Holmes, that you can make a proper deduction in my trouble. Although I must confess, the police were against my coming to you at all.
Perhaps you'd better start at the beginning. Your problem may be one that lends itself to a simple solution.
I wish it was so. I doubt it very much. You see, it's one that concerns my servants. 2 of them have disappeared without a trace. And I'm afraid I may be somewhat to blame.
Time enough to place the blame, and we've solved the problem. Who are the missing people?
The butler, Brunton, and the second housemaid, Rachel Howells.
You have a large staff, then?
Oh, yes, although I'm a bachelor. Holston is a large, rambling old place. Takes a good deal of looking after.
How long had the 2 been with you?
Brunton's been with us for 20 years. My father, who passed away some years ago, hired him. He was a school teacher with no job. He became invaluable. He's a great linguist and an accomplished musician, and extremely handsome.
He sounds like a paragon among butlers.
But he did have one fault. He was a bit of a Don Juan. A few months ago, I thought all our problems were solved because he became engaged to Rachel Howells. But the more I think of it, the more I believe that this is where all the trouble started. Rachel had come in to dust the study. I looked up from my newspaper.
I'm sorry, sir, but I'm not disturbing you.
No, not at all, Rachel. Tell me, have you and Brunton set a date yet?
I'm sorry, sir, but very sorry. I shouldn't burden you with my troubles.
My dear child, I don't understand.
It's all off between me and Brunton. He's found someone else.
What? When did this happen?
Yesterday, sir. Mr. Brunton came to me and apologized and said he'd found someone else. Someone he'd fallen deeply in love with. It wouldn't be fair for us to go ahead with our plans.
My dear girl, I really don't know what to say.
Nothing to say, sir. I thank you for your kindness, and excuse me, I really don't feel very well.
The girl had a breakdown. We sent for the doctor, and I must say I was shocked when I heard that Brunton's new love was the daughter of the head gamekeeper.
I take it she's not missing.
Oh, no. She's upset and baffled like the rest of us, but there's more to the story. A really shocking incident which happened regarding Brunton. Last Thursday night, I couldn't sleep, so I decided to continue with a novel I had been reading. However, it was in the billiard room. As I was passing the library, I saw light. My first thought was burglars. But after picking a weapon off the wall and stealing silently into the library, I was astonished to find Brunton fully dressed and unlocking one of the bureaus. So, Brunton, this is how you repay the trust my family has reposed in you.
Sir, this is not what you think.
No? I find you rifling a bureau drawer in the dead of night, looking through my family's papers, and you tell me it's not what I think.
Nothing is missing, sir. I'm not a thief, Mr. Musgrave.
Whatever you are, you're no longer in my employ.
Please, let me explain. I think 20 years of service entitles me at least to that.
Very well.
But as you know, sir, when your father first hired me, I was a schoolteacher. I've never lost interest in scholarship. History holds a fascination for me. I'm consumed by it. The Musgraves are one of the oldest families in England and are an important part of our history. All I've been doing is looking through the old papers you have here.
In the dead of night, secretly, and behind my back?
There's a bad mistake on my part, sir, but I was afraid you might deny me permission.
There's no excuse for what you've been doing. You leave tomorrow.
Mr. Musgrave, please, sir. I'd ask you to consider the years I've spent with the family.
Holmes, I turned a deaf ear to his pleas. and he walked off. The taper was still on the table, and by its light I could see the paper that Brunton had taken from the bureau. And to my surprise, it wasn't anything important. Simply a copy of the questions and answers in the singular old observance called the Musgrave Ritual.
And that is?
A ceremony peculiar to our family, which each Musgrave for centuries past has gone through on coming of age. At any rate, I relocked the bureau, and I had turned to go when I was surprised to see Brunton standing before me.
Mr. Musgrave, I've always been a proud man. I can't bear disgrace, sir. Disgrace will kill me. Believe me, my blood will be upon your head if you drive me to despair. If you cannot keep me after what has passed, then let me give notice and leave in a month.
A month is too long. Take yourself off in a week and give whatever reason you like.
Only a week, sir. A fortnight, say at least a fortnight.
A week? And consider yourself fortunate that I have been this lenient.
The trouble with presenting an accurate picture of Holmes' cases in which I wasn't involved lay in working from Holmes' notes, which were sketchy at best, and in a peculiar shorthand, which I sometimes found baffling. In this case of the Musgrave Ritual, I found it necessary to ask him what part the police had played.
The police? My dear Watson, remember, they weren't Scotland Yard, and I dealt with a Sergeant Davies of the County Constabulary. He was somewhat less than enthusiastic.
Well, no, Mr. Sherlock Holmes. Mr. Musgrave thinks the world of you, and he's asked me to give you every assistance.
And I appreciate that, Sergeant. Would you mind telling me if you've reached any conclusions?
We most certainly have, Mr. Holmes. And I know that the simple professional solution doesn't please you amateurs.
And your conclusions, Sergeant?
Brunton was quite a slippery character. And once Mr. Musgrave caught him red-handed, so to speak, he knew the jig was up, and he took off. Now, we've got bulletins out all over England and the continent for him. He'll turn up.
I see. And the girl, Rachel?
Well, no. That was a pretty piece of acting. Brunton must have been serious about her all along and just used the engagement to the gamekeeper's daughter to cover his traces. Meanwhile, she acted heartsick and then ran off after him to meet him somewhere. Well, Mr. Holmes, that ties everything up nice and neatly, eh?
There are a few questions. You described Brunton as a slippery character, meaning that he had been engaged in acts of thievery before?
Oh, yes, of course.
Then how do you account for the fact that Mr. Musgrave says that in 20 years he'd never once missed anything of value? Neither cash nor jewels.
Hurston's a very large place, Mr. Holmes. I suspect that if Mr. Musgrave were to take inventory, he might change his tune.
So you have it marked as a case of theft and flight?
That's what our experience tells us. Now, don't you agree?
I think it may be a little more complicated than that. On the train up here, Mr. Musgrave told me you were very thorough in checking Rachel Howell's footprints.
Oh, yes. We traced them right across the lawn to the edge of the pond, then on to the gravel, which leads out of the grounds.
That was good work.
Thank you, sir.
And this leads you to believe that Rachel Howell left the grounds?
Of course, sir. Don't you?
Yes, Sergeant, I do. Only Musgrave also told me you had the pond dragged and fished up a linen bag containing a mass of old rusted and discolored metal and several pebbles.
That's so. Now, at first we thought the poor girl might have done away with herself, and that...
Surely she wouldn't have thought of killing herself if she were going to join her lover.
That was before we hit upon our solution. You see, before we knew she went off.
I see. But then, what about this linen bag?
Oh, probably some junk that had been there for years.
But then, wouldn't the linen have been eroded? As I understand it, the bag looked as if it had been only recently immersed.
There's that, sir. I give you that.
Thank you, Sergeant. Now, Did you consider the possibility that the girl threw that bag into the pond before she left the property?
Oh, why would she do a thing like that?
Why, indeed, Sergeant. If we had the answer, we'd know a lot more about the case. But why else would she go out of her way to stop by the pond if she were leaving the property?
I've been told you'd had some success at amateur detecting, but you amateurs are apt to carry things too far. Next thing you know, you'll be coming up with those old wives' tales about the old Musgraves dabbling in witchcraft.
You're the first one to mention that, Sergeant. But it does hold some interest.
For the amateurs, not the professionals. If we listen to half the tales the widow Sykes spins, we'd be chasing shadows every full moon.
The widow Sykes?
She's the village historian and the village gossip. If you don't want to waste your time, Mr. Holmes, steer clear of the widow.
Holmes, I'd like very much to know more about this thing called the Musgrave Ritual.
But surely the whole ritual is outlined in my notes.
Oh, yes, I do have it here.
Read it to me, please. I'd like to refresh my memory.
It seems to be in question and answer form.
That's so. Let me see if I can recall the answers if you will read the questions.
Very well. First question, whose was it?
His who is gone.
That's right. Well, now, second question, who shall have it?
He who will come.
Where was the sun?
Over the... Oh, let me recall. Over the oak.
Where was the shadow?
Under the elm.
Remarkable memory, yours, Holmes.
Thank you, Watson. Go on.
How was it stepped off?
Oh, your compliment came a question too soon, Watson. I've completely forgotten the numbers. Give them to me.
North by 10 and by 10. East by 5 and by 5. South by 2 and by 2. West by 1 and by 1, and so under. It's just gibberish, Holmes.
Go on.
What shall we give for it?
All that is ours.
Why should we give it?
For the sake of the trust.
Well, that seems to be all. It's amazing how you record most of it.
Now that you've heard the Musgrave Ritual, what do you think?
For the life of me, Holmes, I can't make head nor tails of that rigmarole.
But you realize its importance, Watson. Perhaps it would help you if I told you that the spelling of the original catechism was definitely middle of the 17th century.
The secret of Sherlock Holmes' unparalleled fascination for readers was that he not only amazed Watson, but also his readers. Once you embark upon an adventure with the famous sleuth, you eagerly join in the chase, whether it be to hunt down a criminal or solve a riddle, and in some cases, both. We'll find out which this was in Act 2. A classic Gershwin tune goes, "A foggy day in London town. It had me low, it had me down." Whenever I hear it, I can't help thinking that fog and London and Sherlock Holmes make for one of the most exciting combinations in all of literature. We return to 221B Baker Street, where Watson is patiently trying to unravel Holmes' notes in the case of the Musgrave Ritual.
Holmes, I know you're trying to help me, but from your notes it appears we have 3 separate mysteries to solve. The disappearance of the butler, Brunton, Rachel Howell's vanishing, and this ancient Musgrave Ritual.
That's just it, Watson. Suppose there was only one mystery, one problem to solve, and by solving it, all 3 questions would be answered. What then?
Well, I don't see how that could be possible.
I was convinced that the roots of all these happenings lay in the past. And so I disregarded the advice of Sergeant Davies and went to visit the widow Sykes in her small cottage in the village.
Come right in, Mr. Holmes. Never mind the geese. They're better than dogs for guarding the house.
Sergeant Davies said you might be able to help me.
Mr. Holmes, I can see you're not one to stick too close to the truth. If that windbag said anything at all about me, it was to tell you to pay me no mind. Would you like a cup of tea?
No, thank you.
You mind if I have a cup? No. Earlston is a dark place. There were dark deeds done in the old days.
Did you know Brunton?
Since he was a lad. He was smart, I'll grant him that, but not as smart as he thought he was. A lot of people knew what he was up to at Earlston.
Oh, what was that?
Looking for things that were best left lost.
Can you give me some idea of the nature of those things?
I'm old, Mr. Holmes, and I hold to the old ideas about good and evil. And there were people at Earlston long ago who knew too much about the nature of evil. They did evil deeds. I'm talking about the Musgrave. Back more than 100 years, they dabbled in witchcraft.
And you think Brunton was...
Looking to find out how they work their spells. Trying to find out how they got their powers.
And?
And either he found out or he made a mistake. Either way, Mr. Holmes, he's gone.
I see. And what about Rachel Howells?
She's Welsh, Mr. Holmes. And they're a fine people. But there's darkness in some of them. And there was a lot of it in her. Mark my words, sir. If you want to find the answer, you'll find it in the old days. And the dark deeds.
Thank you, Mrs. Sykes. You've been most helpful.
You really mean that?
I do.
Then you believe in witchcraft?
No, but I share your belief that the answer to the mystery lies in the past.
I know this must seem a nuisance to you, Holmes, but really, your notes leave a good deal to be desired.
No need to apologize, Watson. As my biographer, you have every right to ask questions. Go back to the ritual, Watson. You were on the right track there. Ask yourself why Brunton should be so anxious to master this old formula.
I cannot imagine.
That's because there's no guile in you, my dear friend. Obviously, Brunton expected some personal advantage from it. What was it, then? And how had it affected his fate?
Holmes, I haven't the foggiest.
If you'll continue reading, you'll find that I went back to Hurlston and sought out Reginald Musgrave.
Here you've been looking for me, Holmes.
You'll forgive me, Musgrave, if I say that this butler of yours appears to me to have been a very clever man, and to have had a clearer insight than 10 generations of his masters.
I hardly follow you.
His avid interest in the Musgrave ritual.
But the ritual has no practical importance.
On the contrary, it seems immensely practical, and I shall need your help in proving it. First, that magnificent old oak tree on the left-hand side of the drive. Was it standing when your ritual was drawn?
In all probability, it was there at the Norman Conquest. It has a girth of 23 feet.
Have you any old elms on the property?
Well, now, there used to be a very old one, some yards from the oak, but it was struck down by a bolt of lightning 10 years ago, and we cut down the stump.
You can still see where it used to be?
Oh, yes.
I should like to see where it grew.
All we have to do is step outside. There you are, Holmes. You can see the scar in the lawn.
I don't suppose it's possible to find out how high the elm was.
I can give it to you exactly. It was 64 feet.
How did you come to know it?
My old tutor gave me exercises in trigonometry. They invariably took the shape of measuring heights. When I was a lad, I worked out every tree and building on the estate.
Tell me, did your butler Brunton ever ask you such a question?
On my word, Holmes, I don't know how you ferreted that out. But he did ask me some months ago in connection with an argument he said he had with a groom. But I still fail to understand what's behind it all.
Holmes, I must confess that I sympathize with Musgrave's bewilderment.
Look at my notes. Go back to the ritual and read.
Where? What?
Where was the sun?
Over the oak. Ah, I see, Holmes, and the shadow was under the elm.
Precisely. It was obvious from the first that the trees and the measurements were used as guides to some location.
Ah.
And if we could find that exact location, we should be well along towards finding the secret the Musgrave family thought necessary to cloak in so curious a fashion.
Hold on. The ritual mentions shadow under the elm. Now, that must mean the far end of the shadow. Otherwise, they would have chosen the trunk as a guide.
Excellent, Watson.
But how in the world would you measure the shadow when the elm is no longer there?
Oh, come, Watson. I know if Brunton could do it, I could also. I went with Musgrave to his study and found 2 lengths of a fishing rod which measured exactly 6 feet. Then I whittled myself a peg to which I tied a long string with a knot at each yard. And then we went back to the elm. I see the sun is just grazing the top of the oak, which is fortunate for us. Now, this is the spot where the elm stood, Musgrave?
Right there, Holmes.
We put the fishing rod in place, so, and lay out the peg along the lines of the shadow. And we see that it comes to exactly 9 feet.
And my mathematical training tells me that if a rod of 6 feet throws a shadow of 9 feet, then a tree of 64 feet will throw one of 96.
Correct. Let's get back to the oak and pace out the measurements step by step. 3, 4, 5. That's 5 to the east.
I see now, Holmes. I believe we're really onto something. The next is 2 to the south.
1, 2. We're right at the very threshold of the door to the old house.
West by 1. We have to go in.
1 by 1. 2 steps in, and here we are. Just a passageway. My deductions were correct, and yet there's obviously nothing here.
We've left out the and under, remember? 1 by 1, and so under.
There's a cellar under this thing?
Yes, and as old as the house. Down here, through this door.
Ah, there's a lantern down here.
I will strike a match.
People have been here, Musgrave. See, the wood has all been piled carefully along the walls, leaving a clear space in the middle here.
That's Brunton's muffler. I'll swear to it. What's he been doing here?
On the same quest as we, I'm afraid.
There's a stone with a rusted iron ring in the center. Holmes, let's have it up.
By all means, Musgrave. But I think we should first send for Sergeant Davies.
Well,
now, Mr. Holmes. Think we found something, have we?
Did you bring anyone with you, Sergeant?
I think I can handle this by myself.
I hope you're right.
All right, then. What do you want me to do?
Help us lift this flagstone.
Right, you are. Let's get a grip on the ring. Huh? And here.
It's too dark to see anything down there.
Now stand back and let me flash the lantern down.
Good Lord in heaven. Is that thing Brunton?
I'm afraid so, Musgrave.
But his hands, what happened to them?
I imagine he wore them away, scratching at the slab to move it.
Hardly room enough for a man to stand upright in that hole.
I should hazard a guess that there wasn't enough air for more than an hour.
What made him do it, Holmes? What made him do it?
Greed, Musgrave. Greed and love.
wasn't all, Holmes.
Far from it. I was as disappointed as you when we uncovered the body of Brunton, and were still faced with several unanswered questions. When the police took Brunton's body out of that hole under the cellar, they also found a chest.
Ah, with buried treasure?
Empty. I knew it was empty when Sergeant Davies, with a great many flourishes, brought it to Musgrave's study to open it. It had to be.
I don't follow.
Because you don't use my methods. Think back to what you already read. What happened in the cellar?
Well, I remember exactly what you wrote. You sent for Sergeant Davies and waited until he got there, and then you and Davies wrenched open the stone?
Both of us, Watson, with some difficulty.
I see. Brunton must have had an accomplice.
Exactly. And therefore Brunton opened the chest and handed the contents over to his accomplice.
What about the accomplice?
That required some logical thinking and deduction. I asked myself what we knew. First, that Brunton had solved the riddle of the ritual. Secondly, he'd located the place and found that flagstone was too heavy for him to lift. Where could he find help? From outside? Too risky. Even if he could find someone he could trust. He had to have someone inside the house. But who?
Rachel Howells.
Of course. But remember, he had jilted the girl. How would he then proceed to enlist her help?
From the picture you've given me as to the kind of rogue he was, I imagine he would have attempted to convince her that he still loved her.
You hit it, Watson. I tell you, I could see the action as if I myself were a witness. Brunton, slipping upstairs to her room late at night and tapping softly on the door.
There are times in everyone's life when one feels like murdering his best friend. And Sir Arthur Conan Doyle tells us that this was one of the times that Watson could cheerfully have killed his friend Holmes, because Holmes broke off his narrative to fill a pipe. But he did continue, and so will we, right after these messages. Sir Arthur Conan Doyle isn't noted as an author who writes cliffhangers, but we must remember he penned the longest cliffhanger of all time when he left Sherlock Holmes and Moriarty dangling over the Reichenbach Falls for 3 years before resurrecting him. And now, in explaining and filling out his notes on the Musgrave ritual, he'd left Watson waiting while he filled his pipe, before picking up the narrative where he'd left off, with a soft tapping on Rachel Howell's door in the dead of night.
Who is it?
It's Richard.
Richard? What do you want?
To talk to you.
Go away.
Rachel, please. It's important.
To you or to me?
To both of us. To our life together. Please, open the door.
All right. But just for a moment.
Thank you, Rachel.
Why'd you close the door? If you think you...
Rachel, I'm here to ask you to forgive me. I treated you shamefully.
Oh, it took you until tonight to realize that?
No, I knew it all along, but I'm a weak man, you know that. And she tempted me.
This isn't a church. My room is no place to bare your soul. What do you want? Why are you here?
I want you to promise to come away with me, to start a new life together as my wife.
What?
I mean it, Rachel. It took these weeks away from you to realize you were my true love.
And what about your engagement to Jane?
Well, it's only justice that she'll be treated as I treated you.
And where'd we go?
Anywhere you want, anywhere in the world.
Oh, well, I know you've got a glib tongue.
This isn't just talk. I've discovered the secret.
Are you still talking about that old piece of paper?
That old piece of paper is going to make us rich. Rich beyond anything you ever dreamed.
So you told me when you first said you loved me.
But then I didn't know where to look. I found it, Rachel. I found the place.
Oh, and what is it? Gold? Diamonds? What?
I don't know yet. We'll find out together.
I thought you said you'd found it.
I found where it's buried. I need your help to get it up. Rachel, do you hear me?
Get out.
What?
So Jane wasn't there when you asked her?
Of course you have every right to think that, but I swear to you it's not true. I've not even whispered a word of this to Jane.
I don't believe you.
How can I convince you?
You come to my room in the middle of the night. You tell me you've had yet another change of heart. You don't love Jane. You love me.
I've always loved you.
And then you ask my help. Well, you can have it when you announce our engagement.
But I can't do that.
Why not?
Because of the repercussions. I'd look like a fool in everyone's eyes. Think of what the other servants would say.
Well, that didn't bother you before. Do just what you did with me.
Impossible.
That's what I thought. Well, now you can leave. There's nothing to keep you here.
Rachel, I've been sacked.
Is there no end to your life?
It's true. Mr. Musgrave caught me in the library studying the ritual. I found the treasure, but I've only got 3 days to get it.
The treasure? That's what's important to you, isn't it?
It's important to us. With the treasure, we can do as we please. Live the life we want. Think of it, Rachel. You and I together, master and mistress. We'll hire servants instead of serving others.
Oh, if only I could believe you.
Listen, you can test me. Go to Mr. Musgrave. Tell him I told you I was leaving. He'll admit that it's so. Now, do you believe me?
If only I could. I want to. My heart wants me to, but
Rachel, trust me. Just let yourself trust me. Listen to your heart, Rachel. Come here into my arms. Don't think any more.
My word, Holmes. You made me actually see it. It's just as if you were there.
The science of deduction, Watson. Now, we have Rachel enlisted firmly on Brunton's side. They don't have much time, so I suspect that the very next night, Brunton and Rachel crept down to the cellar, very cautiously and quietly, and...
All right, here we are, Rachel.
But there's nothing in this old cellar except logs and wood.
That's what everyone thinks. But if we lift these pieces of wood from the center of the floor and put them over there, hey, what do we find?
A stone with a ring in the center.
Right, my girl. And now, please give me a hand with this.
But there isn't enough room on the ring for me to get a grip.
There. Is that better?
Yeah.
All right, now, when I say Eve, we'll both pull.
All right.
All right. Eve. Again. That's no good. Right. See if we can squeeze your fingers closer together so I can get my whole hand underneath the ring.
All right, but then I can't use all my strength.
Well, let's try it.
All right.
All right, now. Eve. That's it. Keep pulling, Rachel. Got it. Hang on.
I can't for long. It's too heavy.
Take that piece of wood over to me. Right. Quickly now. Hang on. Just let's get this wood under. There. It's done. All right. You can let go.
A minute more. I've let it drop.
All right. I'll climb down. You flash the lantern so I can see.
Oh, I hope this isn't a wild goose chase.
Never fear. It's all in the ritual. There. The light. The chest. See the chest?
Yes, I see it.
It's locked.
but the wood is rotted. There, I have it. Here. Hold it for me. I'll pass it up to you.
What is it?
I don't know. I didn't look. I'm glad I was right about you, Rachel, my darling. I knew I needed a big, beautiful girl like you. A slight wisp of a thing like Jane would never have been able to... Watch out! The wood wedge, it's slipping! Rachel, push it back under the edge! Rachel, help me, please! Good heavens, Holmes. What a horrible picture you paint.
Horrible? Certainly. But that must have been the way it happened, Watson. That explains her behavior with Musgrave when he questioned her the next day about Brunton's whereabouts. You recall she became hysterical and was almost incoherent.
No wonder.
That's a picture I can never quite get out of my mind. I still sometimes see that woman's figure dashing out of the cellar and up the stairs, clutching the treasure. Was it chance that the wood wedge slipped? Or some smouldering fires of vengeance awoke in Rachel when he said what he did about her rival Jane? Or perhaps he didn't have to say anything. Perhaps she saw she had him in her power and kicked the wood support away herself. What do you think, Watson?
I really don't know. But does it matter?
Unanswered questions nag at me.
Holmes, aside from the fact that I know what happened to Brunton and why, I'm still at a loss about the treasure.
Come, Watson. You know exactly what happened to it. Look at the facts.
Well, I assume from your notes and what you've told me that Rachel discovered it was worthless and threw it in the pond before she ran away.
That's half right.
Half? But didn't you tell me that all that was found when they dragged the pond was a linen bag with some old worthless metal in it?
Rachel did indeed throw the bag in the pond, but the contents were far from worthless.
Oh, dear. I'll never get this straight.
You will if you hang on to your original hunch. The answer lay in the ritual and the coins that were found in the chest.
Are you playing quite fair with me, Holmes?
That's a shrewd question, Watson. I should have added that part of the answer lies in the history of the Musgrave family. They were staunch cavaliers opposed to the Roundheads.
That doesn't help much.
What was the first question in the ritual?
Whose was it?
And the answer was, his who is gone. That can only refer to one person, Charles I. Remember the coins?
Well, I see that now, but still...
And the ritual continues, who shall have it? Watson, you can give me the answer.
Yes, he who will come. But that could be anybody.
No, Watson. It could be only one person. Charles II, whose advent was already foreseen. Watson, the treasure was the crown of the Stuarts.
But how was it that Charles did not get his crown when he returned?
The only explanation is that the Musgrave who held the secret died suddenly, and by some oversight left the ritual to his descendant without explaining the meaning of it. From that day to this, it had been handed down from father to son, until at last it came within reach of a man who deciphered its secret and lost his life in the venture.
And the girl, Rachel?
No trace of her has been found to this day.
Is it possible she did away with herself?
I have considered that, Watson. And I knew, whether she had or not, I'd have the answer to the question that bothers me.
How so?
It stands to reason that if Rachel Howells committed suicide, then the wood wedge must have slipped, and she couldn't stand the guilt and remorse she felt because she did nothing to help Brunton. If, on the other hand, she didn't kill herself, then she must have felt justified in taking her terrible revenge and making a successful escape.
To my knowledge, this is the only story Sir Arthur Conan Doyle wrote that ended with any sort of conundrum. And this one, about whether Rachel Howells deliberately entombed her former lover or was unable to prevent a horrible tragedy can surely take its place alongside the justly famous The Lady or the Tiger. I'll be back shortly. The question about Rachel Howells, and did she or didn't she commit suicide, is most intriguing, and each of you undoubtedly has his or her own answer. I lean to the theory that it was deliberate, because Conan Doyle and Holmes make much of her dark, Celtic, passionate background. And I'm a firm believer in the old adage, hell hath no fury like a woman scorned. Our cast included Gordon Gould, Court Benson, Marion Seldes, and Bernard Grant. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman.
I tell you, Percy, it's more than flesh and blood can stand. I won't put up with it one more day, and that's that.
Now, take it easy, old girl. You're letting yourself get upset all for nothing.
Nothing? Is it nothing when my nerves is in shreds, listening to them footsteps overhead, day after day?
It's only the new lodger walking about upstairs.
I know who it is, don't I? But what's he doing it for? Tell me that. Backwards and forwards all day long, like a caged animal. That man's up to something, Percy. I know he is. And you've got to put a stop to it.
You're being a bit hard on the poor chap, Mabel. Well, he's quiet enough now, ain't he? Not a sound out of him.
Oh, yes. He's gone to bed now. It's always the same this time of night. But he's on the go all day, when you're out at work. And it's driving me balmy.
Be reasonable. There's no law against a chap walking about, is there? It's not as if he's doing you any harm.
Shh. Do you hear that? He's off again.
Well, maybe he is, but it's no reason.
Go up and tell him he's got to stop, Percy. Show him who's master in this house and say you won't stand for it no more. Well, what are you waiting for?
I just can't... There now. He's gone back to bed. I can't very well tell him to stop when he's stopped already, can I?
Oh, I might have known you'd wriggle out of it. All right. If you're not going to do nothing, I know someone as will.
What do you mean? Who?
Mr. Sherlock Holmes. That's who. First thing tomorrow morning, I'm going straight to Baker Street.
The Red Circle by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, dramatised for radio by Peter Ling, with Clive Merrison as Sherlock Holmes and Michael Williams as Dr. John Watson, and featuring Joan Sims as Mrs. Warren and Ronald Herdman as Inspector Gregson. The Red Circle.
You must try to understand, Mrs.
Warren, sir. Same as the street. It's easy to remember.
Ah, yes. Quite a coincidence, Mrs. Warren. You actually reside in Warren Street, do you?
Oh, no, sir. We live in Great Orme Street, near the British Museum. But we're not far from Warren Street.
Quite. Mrs. Warren, you must appreciate that Mr. Holmes is a very busy man.
All right, my dear chap, leave this to me. In all honesty, my dear lady, I cannot see that you have any real cause for uneasiness.
That's right, and since Mr. Holmes has a great many calls upon his time...
I hope you'll forgive me. I do have a certain amount of work on hand. Watson, would you be kind enough to...
Yes, of course. Allow me, Mrs. Warren, this way.
That's easy enough to say, Mr. Holmes, but if I didn't have no cause for uneasiness, I wouldn't be here now, would I? I'm worried sick, and that's the truth. And I keep remembering our Mr. Hobbs.
Mr. Hobbs?
Mr. Fairdale Hobbs. He lodged with us last year. You helped him out when he had his bit of trouble with the law.
Fairdale Hobbs, the purloined paperweight. The bank clerk. It's quite a simple matter, as I recall.
Oh, simple to you, perhaps. But he never stopped talking about it. About your kindness, Mr. Holmes, and the way you saved him from jail. He said you brought light into his darkness.
Yes, I'm sure. Thank you, Mrs. Warren.
So when I was suffering terrible doubt and darkness myself, I thought of you, sir. And I know you could help me if you would.
Yes. Well, perhaps you'd care to take a seat, madam.
Oh, thank you.
Now, let us consider this matter a little further. You don't object to tobacco, I hope?
Oh, I'm used to it, sir. Mr. Warren smokes a pipe, just like you.
I see. Now, where are the matches?
Matches?
Oh, here you go. Now, as I understand it, you're uneasy because your new lodger remains in his rooms all day and you never see him.
I dare say if Mr. Holmes were your lodger, you wouldn't see him for weeks on end sometimes.
Oh, begging your pardon, sir. This is different. It frightens me, Mr. Holmes. I can't sleep at night for lying awake thinking about it. It's all right for Mr. Warren. He's out at work all day. But I'm alone in the house with that man, and I want to know what he's up to. What's he done? What's he hiding for? I tell you, it's driving me off my head with worry.
Now, try to relax, dear lady. Just sit back in the chair. Right back. Now, rest your head upon that cushion. And let us consider the situation calmly and peacefully. Now, take your time. Try to remember everything you can about this man. Even the smallest detail may be essential. Huh? Good. Now, to begin at the beginning. He arrived when?
10 days ago, sir. And he paid me a fortnight's board and lodging in advance.
Those are the usual terms, I take it?
Yes, sir. The usual terms is 50 bob a week, all in. He's got the small sitting room and bedroom on the first floor, self-contained, as you might say, right above my kitchen. More's the pity.
Oh, I'd say that seems very reasonable. 50 shillings a week.
Yes, sir. Only he says to me, I'll pay you £5 a week, he says, if I can have it on my own terms.
£5? What did he mean by his own terms?
He was to have a key of the house. Well, that's fair enough. Our lodgers generally do. And he was to be left entirely to himself, never to be disturbed, not on any account.
Well, there's nothing so very extraordinary in that, surely.
Well, not within reason, no, sir. But this is beyond any kind of reason. He's been there now for 10 days, and neither me nor Mr. Warren has set eyes on him. And except for the very first night, he's never once gone out of the house.
Ah, he left the house that night, did he?
Yes, sir. And come back very late after we'd gone to bed. He told me when he took the rooms that he'd probably be late and asked me not to bolt the front door. It was after midnight when I heard him come in.
What about his meals? I presume he must eat occasionally.
Well, that's something else he was very firm about. Meal times he always rings his bell, then I have to leave the tray on a chair outside his door. He rings again when he's finished, and I take it down the same way. If he wants anything else, he prints it on a scrap of paper and leaves it on the tray.
What do you mean, he prints it?
Well, he prints it in big letters, not joined up writing. Just the word for whatever he wants. Look, I brought some with me to show you. Soap, do you see? Here's one. Match. This one he left for me the first morning. Daily Gazette. I leave it with his breakfast every day.
This is certainly a little unusual. Seclusion, I can understand. But why print? Why not write? Printing is a slow, clumsy process. What does it suggest to you, Watson?
Perhaps he wants to conceal his handwriting.
Yes, that's fairly obvious, but why? What may it matter to him that his landlady should not see his handwriting, and why such laconic messages?
I can't imagine.
Well, it opens up a pleasing field for speculation. You notice that the words are written with a coloured pencil, violet-tinted, and the edge of the paper has been torn on one side after the message was written, so the S of soap is partly missing. And that suggests caution, don't you think?
Caution? I'd call it carelessness.
No. The paper's been torn quite deliberately. There's probably some mark, yes, a fingerprint perhaps, which might have given a clue to the writer's identity.
Not to me. I don't know that much about fingerprints.
No. Tell me, Mrs. Warren, you described your lodger as of medium height, dark and bearded. What age would you put him at?
Youngish, sir. Not above 30.
There's nothing more you can tell me about him?
Let me see. He's well-dressed, quite the gentleman, and he spoke very good English for a foreigner.
Oh, he's a foreigner? He never mentioned that.
Where's he come from, do you know?
Oh, he didn't say, and I didn't like to pry. Abroad, I should think. Yes, abroad, definitely.
Yes, and he never gave you his name?
No, sir.
Has he received any letters since he arrived? Many callers?
No, sir. None.
Yes, but I still don't understand. Surely you must see him when you go to his room to make the bed and so on.
No, sir. He looks after himself. He was very strict about that.
Good Lord. Certainly remarkable. And what about his luggage?
He brought one big Gladstone bag with him. Nothing else.
Whoever he is, the gentleman has not gone out of his way to be helpful. Does he ever send anything down from his room apart from crockery and messages? Does he leave nothing else on the tray?
Oh, bits of rubbish sometimes. The Gazette after he's done with it. This was on his tray one morning. I didn't know if it might be important.
It's just a crumpled scrap of paper.
Turn it over, Watson.
Ah, a red circle. Does that mean anything?
Yes, it might. What else do you have in that envelope, Mrs. Warren?
Oh, I hope you don't mind. It's only 2 burnt matches and a cigarette end. I brought them with me because Mr. Hobbs said as you could read a lot out of little things.
Yes, thank you. But not in this instance, I fear. The matches have been used to light cigarettes. That's clear from the shortness of the burnt ends. It takes half a match, at least, to light a pipe or a cigar. But there's something rather remarkable about this cigarette. You did say the gentleman had a beard and a moustache.
Yes, sir.
Very odd. I should say this cigarette could only have been smoked by a clean-shaven man. The stub is very short. And look here, Watson. Even your modest moustache would have been singed by it.
He might smoke through a cigarette holder.
No, I think not. The end's been matted by the lips. I suppose there couldn't be 2 people in your first-floor rooms?
Oh, no, sir. As it is, he eats so little, I wonder at it. Just pecks at his food, he does.
Well, it is an interesting puzzle. But I fear we must wait until you can give us a little more information. In the meantime, I don't think you've much to worry about. You've been well paid, and though your lodger is certainly eccentric, he's not giving you any trouble. If he chooses to lie low, well, it's nobody's business but his own.
Oh, sir, you mean to say you won't do nothing?
Have no fear. I have taken up this matter, and I won't lose sight of it. Return immediately if anything fresh occurs. If you need me, I shall be at your service.
Oh, thank you, sir. And you too, sir.
Oh, don't mention it. Allow me to see you out.
Well, Watson?
I took her to the corner and she caught a bus to Bloomsbury. We talked a little more, but nothing new emerged.
So, have you reached any conclusions about this intriguing riddle? Any theories?
Well, there's certainly some points of interest. I must say it all strikes me as pretty trivial.
Yes, possibly. We may be dealing with an individual who has a reclusive personality and an obsessive character. On the other hand, the truth may lie deeper.
I say, Holmes, had it occurred to you that the lodger at Great Orme Street may not be the same man Mrs. Warren met originally?
My dear chap, you take the words out of my mouth. How did you reach that conclusion?
I suppose it was a cigarette end, really. Chap with a beard couldn't have smoked it.
Quite so. And any other reason, apart from that?
Well, he went out immediately after he'd taken the room and came back very late that night when nobody was about. Someone else could have taken his place.
Yes. And don't overlook the fact that the man who paid the rent in advance spoke English well, whereas the one who printed those little notes used the words match when it should have been matches.
Oh, yes. There is that, of course.
Yes, I imagine the word was taken from a dictionary, which would give the noun in the singular, not the plural. The terseness of the notes might conceal the lack of fluency in English.
Yes, but having said all that, what's the point of it? Why should one man book the room and another one move in?
Yes, well, therein lies our problem. But we have one obvious line of investigation. While you were escorting Mrs. Warren, I was studying the personal column in today's Daily Gazette. Luckily, we need only concern ourselves with one particular newspaper.
Personal column?
It's an exhaustive catalogue of groans, cries, and grievances, an invaluable hunting ground for students of human nature. Now, we know the gentleman in question is alone, without callers or correspondence. How else is he to receive messages from the outside world? Now, cast your eye over these cris de coeur, Watson, and tell me if anything strikes you.
A lady with a black feather boa at Prince's Skating Club.
I think we might pass over that one.
Surely Jimmy will not break his mother's heart.
Touching but irrelevant.
If the lady who fainted on the Brixton omnibus...
No. This one, look here. High red house with white stone facing, 3rd floor, 2nd window left, tonight, G. Well, Watson? What do you suppose that means?
To me, nothing whatever.
But it might mean a great deal to Mrs. Warren's lodger. She told us that the gentleman moved in 10 days ago. Now be so good as to ask Mrs. Hudson where she keeps the newspaper she uses for lighting the fires, and try to retrieve as many gazettes as you can for the past fortnight.
Well, what do you expect to find?
We're on the trail of the elusive G, my dear fellow. The hunt is up.
Mabel? Is that you?
Percy? Where are you?
In here. In the kitchen.
Whatever are you doing out at this time of day? They haven't gone to give you the push, have they? Oh, Percy. Oh, my Lord, what's happened? Where did you get that bruise on your forehead? You're covered in mud.
I've been kidnapped, Mabel. That's what I've been.
Kidnapped? Whatever do you mean? When?
First thing after breakfast. Soon as I left the house. I hadn't gone 10 paces down the road when 2 men come up behind me and threw a coat over me head.
Oh.
Then they bundled me into a cab standing at the curb.
Outside the house? Why didn't you call out or something?
I had this coat over me face. Half choking me it was.
Oh, Percy, whatever next?
Well, next thing I knew, the driver whipped up the horse and we set off. Must have been going for an hour or more. Well, after a bit, I heard them muttering something. I couldn't make out the words, and all of a sudden they threw open the door and chucked me out. That's how I got this bruise.
Oh, what a wicked thing. You could have been killed.
Yeah, well, when I picked myself up, I found I was at Hampstead Heath. Then I had to make my own way home. Well, I'm not going into work today, Mabel. You must write and tell them I'm too shook up.
Yes, all right, but why should anyone do such a thing?
How the hell should I know?
Language, Percy.
Well, I can tell you this much. It's got something to do with that perisher upstairs. I take my oath on it.
What makes you say that?
We've lived in this house 15 years and nothing like this ever happened before. Not till he moved in. I tell you, Mabel, he's got to go.
Now then, my dear fellow, how many copies of the Gazette have you perused?
16.
16? Well done. How many traces of our mysterious correspondent did you find?
1. Here. Signed G. Did you come across any?
I was rather luckier. I bagged 2. However, let us put them in chronological order. Yes. Yes, as you can see, this is the first one.
Be patient. We'll find some means of communication. Meanwhile, this column, G.
Yes, and that appeared 2 days after Mrs. Warren's lodger arrived, and then 3 days later...
I'm making successful arrangements. Be patient, and the clouds will pass. G.
Yes, nothing for a week after that. But then comes something rather more definite.
Yes, the path is clearing. We'll try to signal message. Remember agreed code. You will hear very soon. G.
And this morning, the description of a high red house with white stone facings, 3rd floor, 2nd window left, tonight. Yes, believe me, Watson, something is about to happen.
Oh, Mr. Holmes.
Something has happened. Come in, Mrs. Warren. We were just talking of you.
Oh, I'm sorry to trouble you twice in one day, but you did say if anything else occurred.
Ah, you had news for us.
Won't you take a seat, madam? You're quite out of breath. A glass of water, perhaps.
Oh, no, thank you, sir. I've done nothing but traipse backwards and forwards all day. But me and Mr. Warren, we're not standing for no more of it. This is a police matter now, Mr. Holmes.
Why? What's happened?
Out he goes. Bag and baggage. I'd have gone straight up and told him so, only I thought it was only right to ask you first. But I'm at the end of my patience, and that's a fact. When he comes to knocking my old man about...
Knocking your husband about?
As good as. Used him very roughly, they did.
They? Who?
That's what we'd like to know. Mr. Warren went off to work first thing, like he does every day. And the minute he left the house, 2 villains come up behind and kidnapped him.
Good heavens.
Threw a coat over his head and flung him into a cab, they did. They drove him all the way to Hampstead and chucked him out near the Vale of Health. He's lucky to be alive.
Did he see which way the cab went? Could he identify it?
Oh, he was that shook up, he never thought to look. He just took a bus home, and he was there when I got back.
Did he observe the appearance of the men or hear their conversation?
He never saw nothing, nor heard nothing. Clean dazed he was. just as if he'd been lifted up and dropped again by magic. There was 2 men in it, he knows that much. 3 counting the driver.
But why do you connect this attack with your lodger?
Well, stands to reason, don't it? But we'll have him out of the house before the day's over, believe you me.
Do nothing rash, Mrs. Warren. It's clear that there's some danger threatening your lodger. His enemies were lying in wait at your door and ambushed your husband in error. On discovering their mistake, they let him go. Yes. What else they might have done, I can only conjecture.
Well, that's all very well. But what are we to do, Mr. Holmes?
You know, I've a great fancy to see this lodger of yours, Mrs. Warren.
Well, I don't see how, unless you break his door down. After I leave his tray, I hear him unlock it as I go downstairs.
He takes the tray in. Could we not conceal ourselves nearby and watch him do so?
Let me think. There's a vacant room across the landing. I could fix up a looking-glass, perhaps. And if you gentlemen was to stay behind the door...
Yes, excellent. And what time does he take his evening meal?
About 7, as a rule.
Oh, very well. Dr. Watson and I will be at Great Orme Street at 1:45. Meanwhile, I rely on you to make the arrangements. Let's hope the gentleman hasn't requested an early supper this evening.
Shall I ring the bell?
Yes, but with finesse. I don't wish to disturb the entire household.
Yes, seems a very respectable neighbourhood. Hardly the place one would expect to find this kind of thuggery.
Of course, a street like this provides excellent cover. Tall residential buildings. Oh, hello.
What now?
That building across the road. No, further along. Can't you see?
Huh? Nothing but a block of mansion flats, red brick with
Exactly, a high red house with white stone facings. That is the signal station. Shh.
Someone's coming.
Sorry to keep you waiting, gentlemen. I was just getting supper ready. Please come in.
Watson, be so good as to remove your boots, if you please.
My boots?
Do as I do and leave them here by the hall stand. Quarry is obviously on his guard. We must not alarm him.
I'll take you upstairs, then I'll come down and wait till he rings for his supper. It shouldn't be long now.
An excellent hiding place, giving us a good view of the door across the landing.
I only wish the landlady had provided a larger mirror. It's difficult to see in such a small...
One moment. Yes, I thought so. By the smell of boiled cabbage and bacon, this'll be Mrs. Warren with a tray.
Your supper, sir?
She set down the tray. She's going downstairs.
Yes, but look here.
Oh, wait, I can... I'll just close this door. Well, Watson, what do you make of that?
Not a great deal. You were in the way. But I gather the lodger is a lady.
A very beautiful one. Long, slim hands, the face of a Madonna, and a look of horror when she suspected she was being watched.
She saw you?
I think not. There's a glimmer from the street lamp. She probably saw some faint movement which alarmed her. As I suspected, there's been a substitution of lodgers.
But why?
Well, consider this. A couple were seeking refuge from some terrible danger. The man, who had some essential work to carry out, wished to leave the woman in complete safety. He solved the problem so effectively that her presence was not even known to the landlady. The printed messages were in order to conceal her delicate feminine handwriting, and the man cannot now communicate with her except through the personal column of the Gazette.
But what's behind it all? Some sort of elopement? A runaway romance?
Oh, this is no love escapade. I fear it has a far more sinister aspect. The further we go in this investigation, the more curious and complex it becomes.
Surely, Holmes, if it's some private matter, why should you pursue it any further?
Oh, indeed. Oh, this is art for art's sake, my dear chap. But when you were in practice, did you never make any diagnosis without thought of reward?
Sometimes, for my education.
So education never ends, Watson. Life is an endless series of lessons, and this is an instructive case. Yes, there's neither money in it nor credit. Yet it's a case one would like to tidy up.
Perhaps if we were to return to Baker Street and discuss...
No, not yet. I remember this morning's message in the Gazette. The building over the road. Let me see. The 3rd floor, second window on the left.
That apartment is in darkness. There seem to be no curtains at the window.
Yes, it's evidently an empty flat to which our man has access. But he can't...
Holmes, look. Do you see that glimmer of light?
Someone has lit a candle.
Yes, and now he shields the flame with his hand. We must watch and wait. Now, I fancy he stands there staring across at this house. No doubt he wishes to be sure that she is on the lookout, too. Yes, he removes his hand briefly, one flash of light, and he shields it again. Yes, that must be the code he referred to. Now, quick, pencil and paper. 1. What's it mean? Oh, there it is again. 1, 2, 3, 4. Make a note of this, Watson. 7, 8, and keep counting. 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
Mabel?
Oh, what is it now?
What do you think's going on up there?
I don't know what to think, and that's a fact. But it's gone very quiet.
Quiet as the grave.
Oh, don't say such things. At least he's stopped walking about. That's some comfort.
Ask me, he's biding his time. And what about them other two in the box room?
They're biding their time too. You know what I wish?
No? What?
I wish we hadn't never started taking in lodgers. I wish we'd never come to Bloomsbury at all. I wish we'd stayed at home with me mum and dad at Tooting Bec. They don't have goings on like this in Tooting Bec.
A most primitive form of code. 1 flash for A, 2 for B, 3 for C, and so on. Now, read it all out, Watson. And tell me what you have.
A-T-T-E-N-T-A. Repeated 3 times.
At 10, tar. It doesn't make sense. Yes, unless T.A. are someone's initials?
It could mean at 10, thank you, abbreviated to save time.
No, I should have guessed from the dark beauty of that face. The word's Italian. Attenta, the Italian for beware.
Look out, he's beginning again. 1, 2, 3. Good Lord. Total darkness. He's put out the candle.
Yes, and the message has been cut short.
By some intruder, perhaps?
I think you're right. There's something devilish in this, Watson. We must go to that empty flat ourselves and see what we can find.
There's still no light in that apartment. No sign of life.
Can you see anyone upstairs in Mrs. Warren's house, at the lodger's window, perhaps?
It has a net curtain, but yes, I can see the outline of a woman. She's standing there as we did, watching the building opposite.
And in that doorway, someone else is watching us. Yeah, you see him by the light of the street lamp. Let's cross over.
Why, Mr. Holmes.
Inspector Gregson. This is a night of surprises.
Well, I'm Dr. Watson.
Journeys end in lovers' meetings, to coin a phrase. What brings you here, Inspector?
The same reason that brings you, I dare say. Though how you got onto it, I can't imagine.
Our different threads from the same tangled skein. The doctor and I have been across the road, reading the signals.
Signals? What signals?
From the 3rd floor window here, until the message was suddenly interrupted. That's why we came over, to see what's going on.
However, since the case is in your good hands, Inspector, there's no point in our attempting to interfere, so we'll bid you a very good night.
No, wait a bit. Don't run away, gentlemen. I'll say this much, Mr. Holmes. I was never on a case yet that I didn't feel the better for having you on my side. And there's no hurry. These flats only have the one exit, so we have him safely bottled up.
And who is he?
You mean to say you don't know? Well, we can score one over you for once, Mr. Holmes. See the cabman waiting at the corner? Well, I'll get him over and introduce you. He can explain better than I can.
A cab driver?
That's right, Doctor. Except that he ain't a cab driver. Let me introduce you to Mr. Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson. This is Mr. Leverton of Pinkerton's American Detective Agency.
The hero of the Long Island Cave mystery. I'm delighted to make your acquaintance.
It's good of you to say so, Mr. Holmes. The honor's all mine. But I'm on the greatest trail of my life at present. If I can just lay my hands on Georgiano...
Georgiano? Of the Red Circle?
So his fame has spread this far, is it? Yet we know a good deal about him in the States, Mr. Holmes. He's at back of 50 unsolved murders. Yet he's so smart, we can't pin them on him. I trailed him here from New York, trying to find an excuse to lay my hand on his collar. But Inspector Gregson and I have run him to ground.